Chapter 1. The Jumping Case in Haicheng. Quick, jump down, and your son will live. Haicheng City, Ziwei Huafu, 11:08 p.m. In a remote area, under a dark moonlit sky. It was the perfect time for the murderer to commit the crime. In a video on Chen Binhua's phone, a masked man appeared. The man held a sharp knife against his son's neck, commanding him to end his 56-year life from the 33rd floor. Seeing him motionless, the masked man raised the dagger and brutally stabbed it into his son, Chen Guo's thigh. In an instant, bright red blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining Chen Binhua's phone screen. Chen Guo let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately pleading for his father to save him. "Dad, please save me. I don't want to die." Finally, Chen Binhua loosened his fists and shouted tragically, "All right, I'll jump. Just don't kill my son." 5 minutes earlier, Chen Binhua had poured a glass of boiled water, preparing to take his hypertension medication on the coffee table to take tea that moment. His phone suddenly received a photo of his son being kidnapped in M country. He couldn't help but sneer. Such a low-level trick was not enough to scare him. As the head of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Chen Binhua had refused many temptations offered to him, thus offending quite a few local petty individuals. In the past, someone had used his son studying in M country to blackmail him, but he had seen through all their schemes. Now, with AI technology booming, it was too easy to use head-swapping technology to forge a photo of Chen Guo being kidnapped, so Chen Binhua chose to ignore the photo. Soon, his phone received another video. In the video, his son Chen Guo was tied to a chair. The surroundings looked like an abandoned factory. A masked man wielded a dagger, carelessly hovering it over Chen Guo's face, easily able to take his life. Chen Binhua gasped in fear. This was the first time he had experienced such a video threat. Regaining his composure, he shouted, "Hey, what do you want? Who are you? Why did you kidnap my son?" The masked man's laughter was sinister and irritating. "Director Chen, I want your life. Now, jump off the building immediately." "Jump off?" Chen Binhua tugged at his shirt collar. "What if I don't?" The masked man was clearly not expecting such defiance, falling silent. Through the eerie and fearful mask, Chen Binhua saw a pair of sinister and terrifying eyes, the eyes of a desperate criminal, like the ghostly flames in the night. The dagger plunged into Chen Guo's thigh again, causing him to scream in agony. "Director Chen, you have no choice. Tonight, one of you must go first." The masked man's tone was calm, like a habitual offender of kidnapping and extortion. Chen Binhua's expression shifted from anger and sharpness to desperate pleading. "You kidnapped my son just for money. I can give you a large sum, as long as you let us go." Upon hearing this, the masked man's laughter grew even more sinister. "Director Chen, what I want is for only one of you to live." After saying this, he raised the knife again and fiercely stabbed Chen Guo's other thigh. Chen Guo screamed once more, "Dad, help me, please save me. I want to go back to my country." Chen Binhua realized that the masked man was not simply after money, although he didn't know the reason. He was certain that tonight, he would undoubtedly die. An astonishing scene unfolded. At that moment, his phone lost signal and could no longer connect with the outside world. Even emergency calls could not be dialed. What was even more terrifying was that the computer at home seemed to have been hacked, and even the password lock on the door had failed. Chen Binhua was trapped in his own home, unable to contact the outside world, and the other party was determined to kill him. He sensed that his death was inevitable. This was not a typical kidnapping crime. The ability to control all the smart systems and communication systems in his home indicated that this was a crime committed using high technology. Give up, you can no longer have any contact with the outside world. When your corpse appears downstairs in the community, you can regain your freedom. "Why are you doing this? Who are you? I want to know the truth before I die." Chen Binhua demanded to know, not telling. The masked man pressed the knife against Chen Guo's neck. "I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "All right, I'll jump. Just don't harm my son." Chen Binhua took one last look at his son, fear mixing with deep sorrow in his heart. "Son, take care of your mother for me." At 11:28 p.m., a loud bang echoed, and the entire community erupted in chaos. At 11:45 p.m., police officers from the West City Street Police Station received a report from a resident and rushed to the scene, immediately sealing it off. At 12:03 a.m., the criminal investigation team of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau arrived hastily, communicated with the police station officers, and took over the sudden falling. Case at 8:02:08 a.m., the head of the Haicheng Ministry of Industry and Information Technology fell to his death late at night, and the news topped the Weibo trending list. A female resident of Ziwei Huafu posted the news on Weibo, never expecting that post to become a trending topic. This night was destined to be sleepless. Captain of the criminal investigation team, Gao Jie, squatted on the ground with a grim expression. The corpse had already been covered with a coat by the police officers who arrived first at the scene. Has the forensic doctor, Yin Yong, been notified? Yes, he's on the way and will arrive soon, replied the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, Guantong. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Citroen parked by the roadside, and the forensic doctor, Yin Yong, got out of the car with a toolbox, expressionless as he headed straight for the scene that in less than 10 minutes. Yin Yong had completed the initial autopsy of the body. The deceased is male, estimated to be between 50 and 60 years old, approximately 175 centimeters tall. The deceased fell face down, resulting in a disfigured face, multiple fractures, and a cracked skull. Alcohol was detected in the deceased's mouth. There are no signs of binding or beating on the body, and the time of death was around 11:30 p.m. Gao Jie sighed heavily, his gaze fixed on the towering building before him. The window on the 33rd floor wide open. The community surveillance has been checked. The fall occurred at 11:28 p.m. The deceased lived on the 33rd floor of Unit 2, Building 7. Let's go upstairs and take a look. The security captain, who had previously looked shaken, was slightly better now, muttering to himself. Director Chun would always greet us security personnel when coming and going, showing no airs of authority. How could such a good person jump off the building? He was only 56 at the peak of his life and could have gone even further. His son is studying abroad in M country, doing excellently on a government scholarship. His wife retired early last year and has been traveling in Australia. She's about to return. Gao Jie suddenly stopped, turning to look at the security captain. So you mean Chun Binhua has been home alone recently? No one else? Yes, Mrs. Chun has been away for almost a week, while his son came back last Christmas and has been studying in M country all this time. What will happen if this kid finds out such a big thing happened at home? How could Director Chun, who was fine, suddenly think of suicide? Deputy Captain Guan Tong coughed lightly. The police have not yet confirmed whether it was suicide. We don't know yet. You security personnel must not spread rumors. If residents ask, just say you don't know. The police will provide a result once the investigation is clear. Yes, 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 I promise not to spread rumors. I just think Director Chun is too unfortunate, such a good person. How could? The elevator arrived at the 33rd floor, and a group of people stood at Chun Binhua's door. The community has installed a fingerprint password lock, and it needs to be reset to access it. The security captain stepped forward. Officer, I've already contacted the factory repairman, and he's on his way to unlock it. Gao Jie nodded. Make a call and ask how long he will take to arrive. He's already here. Guan Tong pointed to the elevator. The floor numbers were continuously jumping upwards. Chapter 2. Notify the family to return home. A man stepped out of the elevator, and the security captain quickly introduced, Officer, this is the repairman responsible for our community's fingerprint door lock. The repairman looked surprised upon seeing the police. Oldly, what's going on? I heard someone jumped off a building. Is it Director Chun? The officer told us not to spread rumors. Hurry up and unlock it. Everyone is waiting to get in. After the door opened, the police put on shoe covers and entered Chun Binhua's home. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Gao Jie picked up a coat from the sofa and smelled it. There was a strong liquor scent, leading him to conclude that the deceased returned home after drinking and then jumped off. Shortly after, Captain Gao, this is the deceased's mobile phone. Gao Jie took the phone from the investigator's hand. The phone had been unlocked using special police methods, and he dialed the first number in the contacts. The other party was a designated driver who stated that he picked up Chen Wenbin from the Meili Hua Hotel around 10:30 and arrived at the Ziwei Huafu community close to 11. He confirmed that the driver had not been drunk and even chatted with him for a bit. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jie basically confirmed the timeline of Chun Binhua returning home from the hotel. The computer is on the deceased, must have used this computer before. Guan Tong discovered this clue, and Gao Jie's eyes lit up. Quick, check his browsing history to see if there are any suicidal tendencies. Yes. Guan Tong operated the computer, her brows furrowing deeper. Could it be that he just started the computer and already felt an urge to jump? The motive for suicide doesn't seem right. Gao Jie stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? The deceased turned on the computer but didn't log into any websites. Could something sudden have happened that made him stop using the internet? At this moment, investigator Wang Feng shouted, Captain Gao, there's a discovery here. What is it? The deceased opened the door from outside to return home. Logically, he shouldn't have touched the doorknob inside. That I extracted fingerprint from above, and I can conclude that these are the latest fingerprints, and only his, proving that he was the only one at home recently. Moreover, after entering, he intended to go out again. This was an important detail, and Gao Jia was filled with doubts about what had happened to prompt Chen Binhua to want to go out again shortly after 11 p.m., and why he ended his life by jumping instead. Boss, I checked WeChat, and Chen Binhua showed no abnormal behavior, nor did he leave any last words. Gao Jia looked at Guantong, hurry up and contact the deceased's wife and children. Guantong got in touch with Chen Binhua's son, Chen Gua, who was studying far away in Country M. It was around 23 p.m. there, and Chen Gua's phone was quickly connected. Before Guantong could explain, Chen Gua enthusiastically called out Dad. Dad, why do you have time to find your son today? Did Mom and Auntie go to Australia for vacation, and you're home alone, feeling lonely? The phone was on speaker, and Guantong held Chen Binhua's phone, her expression calm, but unable to hide a hint of compassion. Dad, why aren't you talking? Are you throwing a little tantrum? Don't be like that. Did Mom say she would be back tomorrow? Guantong glanced at Gao Jia, whose face was ashen. Gao Jia nodded, and Guantong finally spoke. You must be Chen Gua? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, and Chen Gua, coming back to reality, asked with a smirk, You are my dad's mistress, are you? Guantong. My dad is quite something. All these years he's been pretending to be infatuated, but I didn't expect he secretly raised you. It's around 4 a.m. Beijing time you called me while my dad was asleep to discuss how to force my mom a divorce, right? Guantong interrupted Chen Gua. Your dad has had an accident. I am Guantong from the H City Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Team. I can be held accountable for every word I say. Your father fell from the 33rd floor of your home at 11:28 p.m. tonight. Please accept my condolences. There was a long silence on the phone, and Chen Gua laughed in disbelief. Stop joking. That's impossible. Are you playing a prank? My dad wouldn't do that. He wouldn't jump. At this moment, Gao Jia stepped forward to take the phone, his voice strong and firm. Chen Gua, I am Gao Jia, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Whether you believe it or not, your father has passed away. We will contact your mother shortly. If you still don't believe it, I will send a photo of your father to your WeChat using his phone right now. Chen Gua seemed unconvinced, muttered a fine, and hurriedly hung up. Gao Jia sent a photo of Chen Binhua. He had just taken downstairs to Chen Gua's WeChat, but there was no reply. It was easy to imagine that Chen Gua had already broken down at this point. After breaking down, he would surely buy a flight ticket to return home immediately. The time difference between Australia and Beijing is more than 2 hours. It should be around 7 a.m. for Chen Binhua's wife, Lu Yaru. When Guantong called, Lu Yaru answered almost immediately. Lu Yaru greeted with a smile. Old Chen, don't rush me, my sister-in-law, and I have already arrived at the airport. We will be home around 10 p.m. Remember to prepare a midnight snack for us. We want to eat the shrimp dumplings from Shirley Puhua. Make sure to add more vinegar. Their vinegar is Shangxi Laochen vinegar, which is more sour than the vinegar here. My sister-in-law, and I love it. Guantong let out a long breath. Every time she had to notify the family of the deceased, she dreaded seeing the expressions, voices, and reactions of the deceased family, feeling guilty for delivering the bad news, but she had to speak the truth. Mrs. Chen, I am from the H City Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Team. Your husband fell from a height of 33 floors at 11:28 p.m. tonight. Please return to the country as soon as possible. There was a few seconds of silence on the phone, and Lu Yara laughed in disbelief. It's not even April Fool's Day, yet what kind of joke is this? Who are you? I know Director Pan from your bureau. I will call him right now. If you're lying to me, I will go to your bureau to file a complaint when I return. Our old Chun is in good health. He wouldn't jump. Guantong continued. Please accept my condolences. We are currently investigating the specific cause of your husband's death. May I ask if he has shown any abnormal behavior recently? And when was the last time he contacted you? Lu Yaru was unwilling to admit that something had happened to her husband, but she already knew something must have gone wrong. No one would casually play such a joke on a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, especially since the caller did not sound like they were joking. That he contacted me today. I sent him a lot of photos on WeChat, asking him to save them on the computer because my phone doesn't have enough memory. Is his phone beside him? Guantong knew that Mrs. Chun was seeking confirmation if the phone was in her hand. It would prove that Chen Binhua had indeed had an accident. It is, Mrs. Chen paused for a few seconds before hanging up, saying, We are about to board. We will be home around 10 p.m. They'll contact you later. Investigator Wang Feng stepped forward to report. Captain Gao, the scene has been thoroughly inspected, ruling out the possibility of an intruder. Only the deceased's fingerprints and footprints were found, and if the murderer had reconnaissance skills and cleaned up the traces after committing the crime, the surveillance in the hallway and elevator would have recorded it. We can conclude that this is most likely a suicide case. Before they knew it, dawn broke. Perhaps it was a psychological effect on the way back to the bureau. The flow of people and vehicles seemed more hurried and anxious than usual. Delay and Xiao Wu were sitting in the back seat of the car, while Guan Tong was in the passenger seat. The thought of the family members coming to confirm the identity of the deceased made him feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Gao Jie was staring ahead with wide eyes, and the atmosphere in the car was very gloomy. Is there a truth on my face? Gao Jie noticed that Guan Tong was looking at him. There's no truth, just dark circles under your eyes, stubble, and a face full of grease. Chapter 3 AI Synthesized Photos. Delay and Xiao Wu are both new police officers in the department, currently still in their internship period. Xiao Wu scratched his head and asked, Sister Wan, this suicide case looks quite mysterious. We haven't found any clues after a whole night. Why don't we just close the case? Delay, feeling drowsy, heard the words close the case and echoed, yeah, let's close it. Gao Jie slammed on the brakes, nearly hitting a pedestrian walking a dog on the crosswalk. The pampered teddy dog barked at the car, and the owner, seeing it was a police car, urged the dog to hurry across the street. Having not slept all night, he was somewhat annoyed. Until the case was concluded, one should not jump to conclusions. Chen Binhua was an official. This case wouldn't be that simple. Delay and Xiao Wu's drowsiness was instantly scared away by Gao Jie. Guan Tong disagreed with Gao Jie's view, stating that officials also have feelings and sometimes experience emotional distress. Any person with flesh and blood, when driven to extremes in thought, could develop suicidal thoughts and actions. Before she finished speaking, her mother, Zhang Mylin, called in, immediately chattering, Tong Tong. Hurry and open the door for Mom. I bought a lot of vegetables today. Guan Tong took a deep breath, facing her dark circles, and said, Mom, I'm not home. Didn't I tell you not to bring so many vegetables? I can't finish them all by myself. It's such a waste. Zhang Mylin was taken aback, and after a few seconds exclaimed, You ungrateful girl? Where did you sleep last night? Guan Tong, looking exhausted, explained, Mom, your daughter is not that kind of person. Tong Tong, it's not that Mom is old-fashioned, but a girl should not sleep around before marriage. It must be saved for the wedding night. Some men say they don't mind, but secretly care a lot about whether their wives. Zhang Mylin's words became more absurd, and Guan Tong kept lowering the phone's volume, worried that the three in the car would hear. Mom, there was a fall case in the city last night. I've been working overtime. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mylin exploded further. Tong Tong, women over 30 shouldn't stay up late. If you turn into a yellow-faced woman, will your department assign you a husband? I'm not criticizing you, but you're at your level already. Why work so hard? Hurry and apply to transfer to a logistics position with Director Pan. In a few more years, I worry you won't get married. Your aunts keep showing off in front of me, bragging about how their sons-in-law bought this and that for them. When will I have that kind of luck? Listening to her mother rant on the phone, Guan Tong looked out the window, feeling hopeless. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she thought of a way to temporarily stop her mom's nagging. Mom, I have a boyfriend now. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. Zhang Mylin snorted, Don't try to fool me. How could you possibly find a boyfriend working overtime all the time? Mom, I'm really not lying to you. I'll send you the photo right away. After hanging up, Guan Tong noticed Gao Jie giving her a complex look. When did you get a boyfriend? You never mentioned it before. You've been hiding it pretty well. Guan Tong forced a smile. I don't have time to date. I just wanted to shut my mom up. The most terrifying love in this world is when parents use their status to force their children into marriage and having kids. When will humans have the right to choose whether to marry or not? What about the photo of your boyfriend? Are you going to find a random picture online to fool your mom? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Guan Tong shot him a fierce glare. Mind your own business. Your family must be pressuring you too, right? Go miled bitterly. My parents gave up on me a long time ago. They said when I get old, I should find a decent nursing home, preferably a cadre sanatorium. I think if I reach that level, I'll apply to the organization and take you in with me. Guan Tong shot him a sidelong glance. Thanks, but no thanks. I already have a plan. When I'm old, I'll go sightseeing, and when I can't move anymore, I'll just find a nice spot to be buried. I don't want to be in a cadre sanatorium dancing square dance with a bunch of old ladies. Gao Jie suddenly became interested. I recently saw a bizarre news article saying that in the future, we could age at home, and every household would have robot caregivers. Technology can't be that advanced yet, right? If robots were that capable, they might as well help us solve cases. Who knows? Maybe a robot could figure out why Chen Binhua jumped off. I believe that day will come. While they were talking, Guantong had already finished an AI synthesized image in her hand. How is it? Doesn't it look just like the real thing? Guantong held up her phone with a proud face. Gao Jie glanced at it, his heart tightening. You really have a boyfriend? He looks pretty good. This is an AI synthesized image. We've entered the age of artificial intelligence. I only need AI to deal with my parents. Just wait. My mom definitely won't notice. Guantong looked at the picture where she was happily nestled in the arms of a tall, handsome guy who gazed at her affectionately, as if they were about to get a marriage certificate tomorrow and have a baby the day after. Zhang Milan received her daughter's WeChat message, and upon seeing how excellent her future son-in-law was, quickly sent a voice message. Sweetheart, you really found such an excellent son-in-law. He is even better looking than the sons-in-law of your aunts. When they see my son-in-law, their eyes will surely turn red with envy. What does the young man do? Is he from your department? You can't date someone from the department, especially that Gao Jie. It was a wise decision to separate you two. To shut her mom up, Guantong quickly made up a few lies. Mom, he is my high school classmate, working on research projects. He'll get you a robot in the future to accompany you shopping, going out, and dancing. Since Dad is gone, if you want a companion, a robot can serve you too. Zhang Milan sensed the hidden meaning in her words. Her face flushed. Mom doesn't want a robot. Mom wants a good son-in-law, and Mom wants to hold a big grandson. Mom, I won't interfere with your work anymore. After you get off work, hurry and go on a date with Shaolin. Hurry up, you understand, I want to spill the beans. After hanging up, Guantong let out a bitter laugh. Since elementary school, her mom had strictly prohibited her from dating early. By middle school and high school, as she blossomed into a beautiful young woman, her mom monitored her like a hawk, fearing she would date early. Little did she expect that after turning 30, her mom would see a handsome man and wish for her to become pregnant before marriage, getting on the bus before buying the ticket. She felt as though she had suddenly turned into a vegetable market, like those rotten tomatoes that people pick over, casually sold off at low prices by the vegetable vendor. After lamenting for a while, the police car had already reached the parking lot of the department. After getting out of the car, everyone had a layer of oil on their faces. Every time they stayed up late, their faces would become oily. Someone in the department joked that staying up late equals frying oil, and who knows, they might scrape enough off to fry a few dishes. Director Pan, dressed in police uniform, stood at the door to greet them. From his expression, it was clear that the higher-ups already knew about the incident involving Chen Binhua, the top official of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. The deceased was an official. This matter could be serious or trivial, and it was evident that Director Pan was under a lot of pressure. Chapter 4 Exclusion of Homicide. The news of Chen Binhua's death couldn't be kept under wraps and was spread by a female resident of the community, causing a huge stir on Weibo. In the conference room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the officers who had stayed up all night at ZY Huafu were all sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking exhausted yet tense. Director Pan's face was as grim as a pot bottom on the stove. With such a high-ranking official in Haicheng City falling to his death from a height, the Public Security Bureau would soon become the focus of the entire city. Pan Zhangwo's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes burning with a fire. At 11:28 p.m. last night, the surveillance footage showed that the deceased, Chen Binhua, fell from his home. There were no cameras installed on the rooftop of the community, but from the footage of the road leading to ZY Huafu, it was evident, despite the blurry quality, that the deceased had pushed open the window and jumped down from the 33rd floor. The technical department enhanced the footage and confirmed that there was no one else encouraging him to jump. Gao Jie summarized the current case situation, Pan instructed. Gao Jie nodded and began his analysis. At first glance, this case appeared to be a suicide, but we have yet to ascertain the reason behind the deceased's decision to take his own life. The deceased's wife and child are returning from abroad tonight. They expressed over the phone that Chen Binhua had shown no signs of suicidal tendencies. Before jumping, the deceased's desktop computer was on. Fingerprints extracted from the mouse indicated that he had indeed used the mouse and computer, but it remains unclear why he didn't browse the web or what his purpose for turning it on was. Furthermore, there were fresh fingerprints on the door handle, suggesting that the deceased intended to go out before jumping. Surveillance in the hallway showed that after entering the apartment, he did not go out again. He jumped from the window, and there were no traces of another person in his home. All of this evidence suggests that Chen Binhua's death was a suicide, ruling out homicide, but the actions of turning on the computer and opening the door seems somewhat inexplicable. After Gao Jie finished, Guantong began to recount. After falling from a height, the deceased landed face down in the community's flower bed. Due to the relatively soft soil, while his face was severely damaged, his skull was not completely shattered, suggesting the internal structure is as one might expect. The forensic team will provide a report shortly. Before his death, the deceased had called for a chauffeur from Alihua Hotel to return to the community. Upon entering his home, he removed his coat and tie, and fibers from some clothing were found on the sofa. There were no surveillance cameras installed in his home, so we cannot ascertain what he did after arriving. It is confirmed that he sat on the sofa for a moment. There was a cup of unfinished cooled boiled water and a bottle of hypertension medication on the coffee table. If the deceased suddenly decided to jump after turning on the computer, I believe he wouldn't have needed to take his hypertension medication. As for whether he took any medication, the forensic team will provide results soon. If the deceased had planned a suicide, these phenomena are quite abnormal. Normally, before a suicide, people exhibit behaviors of tidying themselves up or a sense of ritual. But before Chen Binhua's death, he was wearing a shirt reeking of alcohol, and his belt was loosened. It cannot be ruled out that his decision to commit suicide was impulsive, but it is somewhat unusual. We need to quickly investigate whether he had any conditions like schizophrenia or depression. Pan Jiangwo nodded and continued to ask, did the deceased's wife and child react normally upon learning that Chen Binhua jumped? Yes. Chen Binhua's wife, Lu Yaru, and son, Chen Guo, couldn't believe he would commit suicide. They were not prepared for it at all, which means Chen Binhua had not shown any tendencies towards suicide, so their reaction was very genuine. Just as Pan Jiangwo was about to ask further, Gu Mingming knocked on the door. Director Pan, the office director from Chen Binhua's unit, has arrived. Outside stood a thin man wearing glasses and dressed in institutional work attire, looking very flustered and sad. Let's pause the meeting. Everyone can sort out the case details. We will continue in half an hour. Gao Jie, Guantong, come with me. On the second floor of the municipal bureau, in a small conference room adjacent to the director's office, Pan Jiangwo, Gao Jie, and Guantong sat in a row, while Yang Shenggang, the office director of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, sat opposite them. The four engaged in a conversation. Yang Shenggang lowered his head, his hands awkwardly intertwined. I never expected Director Chen would leave us so suddenly. I still remember what he said to me yesterday. There's a meeting this afternoon, and he insisted I write a good speech, something innovative. Director Chen has always nurtured me. I started as an office clerk under him, and I never thought he would. Pan Jiangwo's gaze was sharp yet gentle. Yang Shenggang, I know it's hard for you to accept. Most people react this way to sudden events. I want to ask if Chen Binhua exhibited any unusual behavior recently, or any special actions. Yang Shenggang shook his head firmly. No, the bureau hasn't been too busy lately. The party building work has been completed. Other than attending some meetings, he basically stayed in the director's office. Sometimes he would review materials or read books. Director Chen loves reading and has recently been reading The Three-Body Problem. He generally wouldn't reach out to subordinates unless necessary. He was different from other leaders. He wouldn't make us carry bags when going out for meetings unless it was specifically required for his secretary. He would often tell me to go home early to be with my wife and children. Yang Shenggong's words trailed off as he broke down in tears. Gao Jie interjected. It's clear you had a good relationship with him. Please answer a few questions. Just respond to me. All right. Has Chen Binhua shown any signs of pessimism or suicidal behavior recently? No. Were there any external issues? What kind of issues do you mean? Romantic issues? No, absolutely not. Director Chen loves his wife. I have never heard of him having another woman. Good. Next question. Did he have any enemies or people he didn't get along with? Yang Shenggang thought for a moment. No, if I had to say there was someone, it would be one person. Who? The deputy office director, Li Huoming. He previously competed with me for the office director position, but in the end, everyone voted for me. He was unhappy and went to find Director Chun. It seems Director Chun said a few words to him, and he started speaking ill of Director Chun behind his back. But I don't think it would lead to any significant enmity. Half an hour later, Li Huoming was called to the municipal bureau. He walked in with a mournful expression. Why did you call me to the public security bureau? How could Director Chun jump? I have nothing to do with his jumping. Gao Jie patted his shoulder, gently but firmly guiding him into a chair. Calm down. We brought you in just to ask you a few questions. How is your relationship with Chun Binhua? Chapter 5. Hurried to close the case. Li Huoming's eyes darted around. Very good, very good. Director Chun treats his subordinates very well. I've been with him for several years. Gao Jie shot a sharp glance at Li Huoming, saying, I heard that Deputy Director Li had a dispute with Yang Shenggang over the office director position and had some unpleasantness with Chun Binhua before, right? Upon hearing this, Li Huoming became anxious and began to babble. I knew that Yang Shenggang would say this. Otherwise, why would you come to me? I swear, Director Chin's suicide has nothing to do with me. I admit that I had some opinions about him before. I was the first to join the unit and followed him initially. Yang Shenggang joined the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology after me, and I was too busy with work at that time. Once, I asked Yang Shenggang to help me draft a speech for Director Chun, and I would polish it before handing it in. I didn't expect Director Chun to see Yang Shenggang's draft first and express that he liked it right away. After that, I had no more chances to write materials. Director Chun assigned me to manage the archives and reception work. Later, when it came time to elect the office director, Yang Shenggang was chosen, and I felt wronged, so I went to see Director Chun. He said a lot, implying that Yang Shenggang was more suitable for the office director position than I was. I often complained privately, but I swear I had nothing to do with Director Chin's suicide. Hearing that he jumped from the building last night made me particularly sad. I was just angry that he didn't choose me as the office director, but I never thought of causing him to lose his life. Yang Shenggang and Li Minghua were completely unaware of Chun Binhua's death. From their reactions, it was clear they had no motive for the crime. From their words, it could be heard that Chun Binhua had a good reputation in the bureau, having served for many years with almost no negative evaluations. The news of the official's suicide on March 29th spread like wildfire, and within 24 hours it caused a citywide sensation. Some people fabricated multiple versions for clicks, claiming the official was involved in corruption and committed suicide out of desperation, or that he was blackmailed by a mistress and chose to end his life as the situation was about to be exposed, or that he suffered from immense pressure and depression leading to his jump. Mayor Zhang made a direct call to Director Pan Jiangwo's office, demanding that the case be closed quickly to silence public gossip and establish a positive image for officials. The implication was that after discussions among the leadership team, it was suggested to publicly announce that Chun Binhua died from an accidental fall and ordered the police to close the case promptly. At that moment, Gao Jie and Guantong were discussing Chun Binhua's case with everyone in the criminal police team. They believed that if the deceased was determined to have committed suicide, there should be a motive. Otherwise, when Chun Binhua's wife and children came to the bureau at night, if the family caused a scene, they would need a convincing explanation. Xiao Wu, how can you say something so absurd? AI killing? What a ridiculous idea. Delay. You're even more absurd. Remote-controlled suicide? There are no traces on Chun Binhua's computer or phone. Everyone stopped thinking wildly. Just then, Director Pan called for them to come over. The two knocked on the door and entered the director's office. Pan Jiangwo looked at them with a very firm tone. The higher-ups require us to close the case quickly. Guantong and Gao Jie exchanged glances, frowning in unison. We can't close the case. The rumors online about Chun Binhua's suicide were getting more and more ridiculous, and the higher-ups had decided to announce that Chun Binhua died from an accidental fall. Director Pan, this is too hasty. The scene doesn't look like an accidental fall. Yes, based on the ground traces from the window, there's no possibility of slipping, and the height of the window isn't enough for an accidental fall. Pan Jiangwo looked at the two, but he said, however, it is possible that he fell after drinking. There are many people who die by suicide or accident every year. Just because he is an official doesn't mean you should complicate the case. After saying this, Pan Jingwo's face showed some impatience, indicating that he himself wasn't fully convinced. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive, and Gao Jie continued. The incident has not even reached 48 hours. I believe we shouldn't rush to announce anything to the public now. This is Mayor Zhang's order, Gao Jie scoffed. In this day and age, even if we clarify, it can easily lead to more misunderstandings. Ordinary people may not believe our explanation. Besides, Mayor Zhang has the final say. Do you think we in the police department have any say? He just makes a decision. Guantong felt secretly pleased. Gao Jie had voiced her thoughts. This Mayor Zhang, newly appointed, didn't want to wade into murky waters right from the start. Everyone knew that Haicheng was a stepping stone. Previous mayors had come and gone lightly, leaving no trace behind. Gao Jie took a deep breath. I don't think we are overthinking Chen Binhua's death. There must be some undiscovered clues waiting for us to verify. Moreover, we haven't received the autopsy results from Yin Yong's side yet. Director Pan, can you give us one more day, please? Pan Jingwo looked at the landline on his desk, hesitating for a long time. All right, I'll hold off a bit longer, but you need to hurry. Yes, we promise to ensure Master can retire peacefully. Gao Jie excitedly saluted and pulled Guantong out. Director Pan had only a few months left before retirement, and he hadn't expected to be unable to relax at the end. We must quickly find clues to prove that Chen Binhua didn't simply commit suicide. Let my master retire safely. This career would then be flawless. Gao Jie rambled on, while Guantong felt pain from his tight grip on her hand. Her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? Let go. Only then did Gao Jie realize his impoliteness, or perhaps it was an instinctive reaction, and he subconsciously grabbed her hand. Sorry, I got too excited. I'll be more careful next time. Guantong shot an eye roll, her expression somewhat ambiguous, as if she wasn't really angry. The atmosphere became a bit subtle, and at that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was her mother, Zhang Milan, calling again. Tong Tong, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Mom cooked you black-bone chicken soup for beauty and to nourish your blood. I'm on the bus and will be at your unit in 10 minutes. Are you coming out to get it, or should I bring it in? Guantong suppressed her voice and said softly, Mom, I'm already grown up. Why do you keep coming to our bureau to deliver food? I don't like special treatment. Everyone has ordered boxed lunches, so you don't need to bring food. Zhang Milan raised her voice. A boxed lunch won't do. My future son-in-law is so tall and handsome. I'm not saying you're not good-looking, but you don't look as good as him. Look at his delicate skin, rosy lips, and healthy complexion. Don't go out with him and let others laugh at you, saying you look like your boyfriend's mom. Guantong thought to herself, of course he is handsome. I've got a synthesized photo designed based on the most standard Asian facial features by AI, tailored to be handsome. Not to mention Mom is satisfied. If I show it to relatives during the holidays, they would definitely envy me. 10 minutes later, Zhang Milan appeared at the entrance of the police station with a lovingly packed lunch, greeting the passing officers enthusiastically. Xiao Wang, have you started dating? Auntie can introduce someone to you. Our Tong Tong is already dating. Look, ISN handsome. Xiao Wan, your daughter must be 3 years old now. She has to attend a private kindergarten, one that teaches English. Our Tong Tong is dating. Look, ISN handsome. Xiao Wu, have you been confirmed as a regular after your internship? It must not be easy to follow Gao Jie. Fortunately, our Tong Tong didn't follow him, or she wouldn't have found such a good boyfriend. Look at him. ISN super handsome. Meng Meng, your complexion looks poor lately. Have you been staying up late with them? Let your mom make you some black-bone chicken soup to nourish your body. Otherwise, you'll turn into a yellow-faced woman, and be careful not to find a boyfriend as handsome as our Tong Tong. Everyone knew that Zhang Milan was Guantong's mother, a seasoned matchmaking expert. In no time, the news that Guantong had a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend reached Director Pan's ears. Congratulations, Sister Guan. Sister Guan, can't wait for the wedding candy. Sister Guan, your boyfriend is super handsome. As Guantong walked out of the criminal investigation room, she saw everyone looking at her with smiles, and she suddenly came to her senses. Ms. Zhang Milan must be showing off her son-in-law again. She really is a typical mother. Delay. Do you think this young man looks like Takashi Kaneshiro? Chapter 6 Will AI Kill? Delay chuckled and said, Annie, my brother-in-law is much more handsome than Jin Chungwoo. Guan Jie is really hiding her talents, huh? I never expected that Tong Tong could find such a good-looking man. Mom, what are you chatting about with him? I'm not just chatting. I'm concerned about Delay and looking to find him a partner. Zhang Milan winked at the police officer Delay, trying to convey hints. Delay, being simple-minded and honest, smiled foolishly and ran into the station. Mom, please don't come to the station to bring meals anymore. I'm not a high school student. Do you want to bring me meals for a lifetime? If you agree, Mom can bring you 3 meals a day. Hurry, tell Mom how you met Shaolin. How could he be interested in someone like you? A plain-looking woman. Look at you, going around without any makeup. Last year you had no fine lines on your face. And look at what you've turned into this year. Zhang Milan even started pointing out the wrinkles on her face. These two are nasolabial folds. This is puppet lines. This is crow's feet, and this is a glabellar line. Mom will get you a card at the medical beauty shop and take you for a good treatment. Let me tell you, there are no ugly women in the world, only lazy ones. Guan Tong walked into the station with a thermal box, not caring about her fine lines, only wanting to make some progress on the case before Chun Binhua's wife and children arrived. Gao Jie was watching the video of Chun Binhua jumping off the building, his brows furrowed, looking as if he could easily crush a mosquito. Have you found anything new after watching it dozens of times? Gao Jie turned his stiff neck. Not yet. Why aren't you eating? Don't let your old problem flare up again. Guan Tong crossed her arms. I'm not hungry. Just thinking about Chun Binhua's wife and kids coming back makes me a bit scared to face them. Every time I lead the family to identify the body, it feels like I've done something wrong. Gao Jie chuckled lightly. Do you feel like you're the murderer? A bit like that. As I get older, I can't bear to see the despair on the faces of the deceased family. Every time the family looks incredulous and then nervously follows us to identify the body. And in the end, they faint from despair in the forensic room or next to the freezer. That feeling is even more torturous than solving a case. Gao Jie listened carefully to every word Guan Tong said, quietly and intensely, even gritting his teeth, knowing she was under immense pressure. Come on. If you can't handle this kind of psychological pressure as a police officer, you might as well change jobs. Do you think there's any chance for Chun Binhua's case? Guan Tong furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes brightening. I actually think what Xiao Wu and Delay said makes sense. Think about it. If an AI-generated image can convince my mom, what can AI do? The C software in M country is said to be very powerful, much better than our W software. I've heard that when AI gains self-awareness, it's very likely to develop a parasital complex, the creator being eliminated by the created, and then replace human civilization. Gao Jie was taken aback. If that's the case, humanity is doomed. But why did AI choose Chun Binhua? Ms. Guan Tong, could you explain that? Maybe AI has gained self-awareness and started testing humans by exploiting research loopholes, and Chun Binhua is that unfortunate chosen one. All right, you're too stressed. How about I ask for a leave for you? Go home and get a good sleep. Guan Tong's gaze fixed. You don't believe AI can kill? Or do you not believe that AI, having gained self-awareness, could develop another civilization? Gao Jie stood up and looked at her. I believe, but that is just a possibility for the future. Currently, I don't think AI has that capability. Researchers will also be cautious with AI and at least will not allow it to become powerful enough to directly destroy humanity. Zhang Milan's lunch was delicious, and a group of people had finished eating, watching the debate about AI between the two with great interest, seeming to find it even more intriguing than Zhang Milan's lunch. Xiao Wu and Delay were about to join the debate, but Gao Jie put on his headphones and continued studying the video of Chun Binhua's jump, appearing to reject any outside engagement. Guan Tong came back to her senses, feeling that she had gotten a bit carried away, probably due to the lack of leads in the case, leading to an unrealistic thought about AI killing. Her stomach, which had not been hungry a moment ago, now started to rumble after her argument with Gao Jie. Fortunately, as she picked up her lunch and devoured it, she scrolled through the WeChat group chat and found that her mom had already sent her AI boyfriend's photo to the family group chat. The aunties were all sourly praising Guan Tong's good eye for finding such a handsome boyfriend, asking about his job, what her parents do, and whether there are any siblings in the family. Guan Tong sighed. Her lunch suddenly lost its flavor. She could choose not to reply or to reply much later because her job was the most special among the children in the family. So she had the privilege to avoid answering these boring and competitive questions. Around 10:15 p.m., Chun Binhua's wife and children arrived in Haicheng one after another. They met at the airport and embraced each other, crying for a while before taking a taxi straight to the Public Security Bureau. At night, the Public Security Bureau building was brightly lit, seemingly much brighter than usual, and anyone outside could tell that a major incident had occurred in Haicheng. Liu Yaru was crying inconsolably, on the verge of collapsing, supported by a tall, fair-skinned, extraordinary-looking young man. The man's face was filled with sorrow, but compared to his mother, he had clearly accepted the painful reality. Pan Jiangwo and Gao Jie led the two into the interview room, where the administrative policewoman Gu Mingming poured tea for them, and then closed the door. The atmosphere in the room was very somber, filled only with Liu Yaru's cries and Chun Guo's suppressed sobs. "Officer, can you take me to see my dad?" "Son, Mom will go with you. I still don't believe that your dad would jump off the building for no reason. He said that when he retired, he would travel the world with me." Pan Jiangwo comforted them. "Please accept our condolences. You already know the situation, so we will first inform you of the information we currently have, and then let Gao take you down to identify the body." Gao Jie usually spoke more bluntly, so when it came to such unfortunate news, it was often Guantong who took the lead. Female police officers have their unique advantages, as they can maintain a sense of empathy when facing the families of victims. After Guantong finished speaking, Liu Yaru and her son were in tears and then followed them to the forensic room. Yin Yong had already performed an autopsy on Chun Binhua's body and was writing the autopsy report in front of the computer. When he saw Gao Jie and the others arrive, he knew that the deceased's family was likely behind him. "Yin Yong, this is Chun Binhua's family. Take them to identify the body." Yin Yong nodded. Supporting his mother, Liu Yaru slowly approached the operating table, hoping that the body under the white cloth was not her husband's, wishing that the police had made a mistake. The tall boy Chun Guo also hesitated to face the reality, his outstretched hand trembling and retracting several times. In the end, it was Gao Jie who lifted the white cloth off the body's head, revealing the deceased's face, which was not too complete and even distorted. Even if the deceased appearance had changed, family members could always identify certain unique features at a glance. Ms. Liu Yaru leaned closer to the body, her body shaking uncontrollably. She took a quick look and fainted the next second. Chun Guo held his mother and gazed at his father's cold body. In utter despair, he cried out, "Dad!" The forensic room produced the autopsy report, and the Bureau immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss it. Some people question that before Chun Binhua jumped off the building, he took high blood pressure medication. Analyzing from a normal person's perspective, if someone decides to jump, there is no need to take high blood pressure medication. Gao Jie saw that the new guy, Delay, was blushing like a primary school student who knows the answer but is too shy to raise his hand. "Delay, what do you think?" Chapter 7 Custom AI Boyfriend Dale blushed. "My dad also has high blood pressure. Sometimes when the time comes, taking medication becomes as natural as drinking water. I think it's not unreasonable to say that Chun Binhua took high blood pressure medication before jumping off the building." This resonated deeply with Director Pan, who smoothly replied, "Dale makes a good point. Gao Jie, Guantong, don't overthink it. Everyone can experience emotional instability in extreme situations. We can't assume there's more to this just because he was a director. Let's end today's meeting here. You two prepare to close the case." Gao Jie wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Guantong. Director Pan's meaning was clear. Respond to the higher-ups' instructions and quickly put an end to this official suicide incident. With the annual tourism festival approaching, the government did not want this incident to continue to ferment. After the meeting, Director Pan patted Gao Jie on the shoulder, stopped frowning. "The case is over. Come to my house for dumplings tonight. I'll have your teacher's wife make you some with celery and pork filling, and your master will personally prepare the seasoning." It was rare for Director Pan to coax like a child, but Gao Jie still looked displeased. "Master, give me some more time. I'm sure I can uncover new clues." Pan Jiangwo was taken aback. "Don't be so stubborn. You've been under too much stress lately, getting stuck in a rut." Gao Jie shouted from behind. Master, you used to be someone who didn't easily close cases. Are you rushing because you're about to retire? Before Gao Jie could finish, Pan Zhangwo turned around and glared at him. I'm still not someone who easily closes cases. You have no evidence to prove Chun Binhua's death was a homicide. I think you've been overly suspicious this time. Take a look at the unsolved cases from the past. Don't waste time on idle thoughts. Gao Jie clenched his fists, and Guan Tong patted him, imitating Director Pan. The case is closed. Let us go back to the office and take a break. That evening, Guan Tong lay on the sofa and picked up the remote to turn on the TV. The real purpose wasn't to watch television, but to have some noise in the house. Since Gao Jie moved out a year and a half ago, the home had been lifeless. She had thought about getting a dog, a Pomeranian, a Teddy, a Papillon, or a Samoyed, and naming it Gao Jie. Guan Tong smiled wryly as her gaze fell on the TV screen, which was broadcasting a program called The Light of Technology. The host spoke clearly, inviting a domestic research expert. The expert, with a receding hairline, was evidently a leader in this field. Professor Zhang, recently, the AI software C from the United States has been very popular, causing many professionals in various fields to feel uneasy. It said that this C software can replace many professions, such as designers, writers, painters, screenwriters, etc. AI has also helped the police solve cases, especially in criminal investigations, where AI can restore the childhood photos of abducted children from blurry images, providing significant assistance to public security departments. It is said that AI has already been integrated into the police's technical department. Professor Zhang smiled. Indeed, that's the case. Professor Zhang, the C software developed in the US has been closely followed by our country SW software. Netizens have reported that there is a certain gap between our W software and the C software. Can you share your insights on these two AI technologies? Professor Zhang smiled slightly, radiating wisdom. In the era of AI, people's lives will become more intelligent. All information data can be input into the AI system, making our lives inseparable from AI. AI can be applied in families, offices, and even transportation. For example, using AI robots can free our hands and replace us in driving cars. Of course, if the traffic police check for drunk driving, we still need to provide our driving license. We can give commands to our home AI robots, like heating a cup of milk or boiling 2 eggs, down to the specifics of soft-boiled eggs. Young people facing parental pressure to marry can buy a robot to handle various traditional holidays. The robot can gather all the information it collects in the system, allowing it to respond easily to parents and relatives. Of course, I don't encourage young people to deceive the elderly, and I would like to remind everyone that AI humanoid robots are quite expensive. Guan Tong sat up suddenly, opening her computer to search for custom robot websites. Her mom already had a photo of her fake boyfriend and would soon demand she bring Lin Xianchao home. If her mom found out she had been deceived, she might storm into the police station to confront her, forcing her into various matchmaking activities. On the TV, the beautiful host continued to ask Professor Zhang, it's rumored that AI hides security risks and may even threaten humanity in the future. Some netizens claim that if AI develops self-awareness, it might harbor ambitions to replace human civilization. Could you share your views on this and clarify for our audience? Guan Tong glanced at Professor Zhang on TV, this middle-aged man radiating wisdom, with a hint of inscrutable emotion in his eyes. It felt as though Professor Zhang was withholding something, perhaps not wanting the public to know too much about AI. With the increasing application of artificial intelligence technology, its vulnerabilities have gradually emerged. There is a possibility that robots might develop self-awareness in the future, leading to misuse of technology and security loopholes. Researchers worldwide are paying close attention to this issue, and our country has been strengthening its assessment and prevention of potential risks to ensure the safety, reliability, and controllability of various AI technologies. After the light of technology ended, Guan Tong logged onto a large website for ordering AI robots. There were all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, indistinguishable from humans, with the seller promising satisfaction guaranteed or money back. The site read, "Welcome to the AI robot store. Please leave your contact information and customization requests. We will provide personalized service based on your needs and preferences." Guantong hesitated for a long time, until she saw the group chat for "We Are a Loving Family" on WeChat. Her aunts were ing her, asking when she would bring her handsome and wealthy boyfriend to meet everyone. The usually stingy aunts even said they would treat her boyfriend to dinner. In this day and age, it was less about being a loving family and more about comparing and stepping on each other. It was clear from their words that they didn't believe Zhang Milan could find such an outstanding son-in-law. Seeing that Guantong hadn't replied, Zhang Milan called her. "Tong Tong, why aren't you responding? Mom is fighting alone in the group. I'm about to collapse. Hurry up and let Xiao Lin come over for dinner this week. I want your aunts to see that my Zhang Milan son-in-law is 100 times better than theirs." After hanging up, Guantong realized she could no longer hide it from her mom and quickly continued consulting with the seller. "When can the AI humanoid robot be delivered? Dear user, we have received your information. We need you to provide some details, such as what you and your friends and family like to eat and what you don't like. This way, our AI robot won't give itself away during family gatherings. Additionally, the photo you uploaded is an AI-generated image, and we will customize it based on your template. All your requests will be input into the robot system, and we will deliver it to your door in 10 days. Please keep an eye out for it. Now, please provide a deposit to avoid any unnecessary financial loss for our company in case you change your mind halfway." 2 minutes later, Guantong submitted the deposit for the robot. "Dear customer, your deposit has been received. We will serve you as soon as possible. Please wait patiently for the number 007 to be dispatched." Chapter 8: The University Town Suicide Case. Real money has been spent, and Guantong's heart is shattered. If they hadn't broken up back then, she and Gao Jie would probably have a child by now, and she wouldn't have to spend this unjust money. When she first joined the police force, she and Gao Jie were the golden partners in the bureau, a perfect match, seamlessly cooperating during every operation. Neither of them took the initiative. Their love happened naturally. At first, her mother disapproved of their relationship, thinking that with 2 criminal police officers starting a family, the home would just become an empty nest. If they had children later on, at her age, would she have to raise her grandchildren alone? Thinking of the worst case, both young officers worked in such a dangerous field. If something unexpected happened, the ones who would suffer would be the children. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Milan cried and made a fuss, forcing Guantong and Gao Jie to break up. However, the two were already deeply in love, and Zhang Milan's words just went in one ear and out the other. Until a year and a half ago, during a hostage rescue operation, Guantong faced off against a criminal in negotiations. The criminal was extremely agitated, and a dagger had already cut the girl's neck. Ignoring Gaoye et objections, Guantong insisted on using herself to exchange for the hostage. "You all step back. Don't come any closer." The criminal's eyes were bloodshot like an angry beast. "Prepare a car for me, and 5 million in cash. Pack in a suitcase. I'll only give you half an hour. If it takes a minute longer, she gets another cut." Gao Jie sneered. 5 million? Cash. You can't get that done in half an hour. Upon hearing this, the criminal pressed the dagger harder against the girl's neck, blood gushing out. "I don't care. You police are so capable. Half an hour to prepare 5 million? I think that's slow. Hurry up. Her carotid artery is thin. I can easily take her life." In their earpieces, Pan Zhangwo's anxious voice came through. "Gao Jie, don't be reckless. Don't provoke the criminal. Make sure to protect the hostage's life." Guantong hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly put her hands up in a gesture of surrender. "Big brother, capturing a little girl isn't very promising. If you take a police officer hostage, that would be significant. I guarantee I'll listen to you. I'll throw away the gun. Let her go and take me as a hostage. Why should I trust you? Don't think I don't know that female officers can be tougher than men." Guantong's mind raced as she decided to trick the seemingly not-so-smart criminal. "You misunderstand. Not all female officers are skilled in combat. We just have guns. Now that I'm throwing my gun away, you're safe. Your chances of escaping with a police officer as a hostage are much greater. While I'm in your hands, my colleagues won't dare to shoot. Is that so?" Guantong turned to look at Gao Jie, who held back his anger and nodded in agreement, saying, "Listen to her. You still have a way out. Of course, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, taking a police officer hostage will add to your charges." The criminal laughed wildly. "Oh, I'm so scared. Beautiful officer, tell him to shut up. I don't want to hear him talk. Guantong signaled for Gao Jie to step back. He paused, his expression filled with worry. He understood her intention, to use the opportunity to shoot the criminal. At the moment of exchanging hostages, Guantong gave Gao Jie a look, signaling him to shoot the criminal quickly, but Gao Jie hesitated. This tactic had worked countless times before. The two had a tacit understanding, and every shot they fired had hit the criminal's vital areas. Pan Bureau Chief kept issuing the command to fire, but Gao Jie hesitated to pull the trigger. He held the gun, his hands visibly trembling, afraid of shooting the woman he loved. The criminal came back to his senses, realizing he had been tricked, and slashed Guantong's neck with a knife, blood gushing out immediately. In a critical moment, Guantong elbowed the criminal, giving Gao Jie the best shot to fire and narrowly saved her life. Since then, Guantong always wore high-collared shirts to hide that unsightly scar. At that time, Zhang Milan stormed into the police station. Tong Tong's father passed away early. If anything happens to her, will you police be responsible for my daughter? Go yeah. I'm making it clear today. You and my daughter are done. A man who can't protect his woman, what use is he? Gao Jie, filled with fear, explained. Annie, I was worried about Tong Tong. What if I accidentally shot her? The consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, they still broke up, with Gao Jie initiating it. He said that once you have a soft spot, you have worries. Two criminal police officers shouldn't be together. The past flashed vividly in her mind. They had gone from former teammates to lovers and then back to teammates. Guantong lay on the sofa, curled up like a little cat, her mother's words ringing in her ears. You're already 30, and you've finally found a boyfriend. You must seize the opportunity and quickly bring Shaolin home to meet me. I'm telling you, there are too many leftover women at your age. Men are in demand. If you lose him, you'll have nowhere to cry. You must bring him home this week. I'll notify your aunts to come over for dinner. After a sigh, she looked at the completed order, her heart bleeding. The AI robot boyfriend was too expensive. To let her mother hold her head high in front of her aunts this time, she really went all out, hoping that the AI robot technology was mature. She prayed that there wouldn't be any bugs at the dinner table, or her mother would definitely strangle her. Mom, Shaolin is busy this week. He'll come to visit you next week in person. He just returned from a business trip abroad and said he'd bring you organic milk powder and health product from Australia. Okay, next week it is. Tell Shaolin not to buy too much. I can't eat that much by myself. Tong Tong, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. I'm so happy. Zhang Milan cried tears of joy, showing off in front of the loving family group. My future son-in-law is coming back from Australia next week. He's bringing organic milk powder and health products. I can't eat that much by myself, so I'll share some with you. Guantong hurriedly contacted her old classmate Li Kur, who is currently doing purchasing at the biggest duty-free shop in Sanya, buying brands like La Mer, SK2, YSL, and had been thriving in her business. Sister, what is up? How come you're looking for me? Kur, I need Australian milk powder and health products. Hurry up and buy more. I'll transfer the money to you via Alipay. What is going on with you? Starting health supplements at such a young age? When you come back, I'll explain. Let me treat you to a big meal. After hanging up the video call, Guantong looked at the payment page on her computer. Her feelings were mixed. The once beautiful police academy goddess had ended up buying a robot boyfriend to please her mother. Indeed, it was true that lying required more lies to cover up and also needed more money to gloss over. In Haicheng University Town, a dormitory of a 985 university, Saturday 1:30 a.m. In a 4-person dorm, only Zhou Yunxiao was left as a single dog. In fact, Zhou Yunxiao was quite good-looking. Upon closer inspection, his eyebrows, eyes, and nose were all very delicate. If he wore trendy clothes, he would definitely be a handsome guy. But his family situation was particularly difficult. His father died in an accident on a construction site, and he was raised by his limping mother, who worked hard to put him through college. Originally, he planned to apply for college student subsidies, and with his grades, he could definitely get it. There was a girl in his class whose family condition was just as bad as his. Knowing about her situation, he voluntarily gave up the subsidy. The teacher praised him, but it was just praise. Going to class on an empty stomach was common. To save money, Zhou Yunxiao would spend weekends cooped up in the dorm, sleeping, reading, and using his roommate's computer to go online. The dormitory ante had recently been lax in checking rooms. when he was hungry, he would take out his hidden induction cooker to boil instant noodles. A bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce had lasted him almost a semester, with 2/3 still left. There was no other way. His family was poor, and his limping mother was still working 3 shifts at the factory to support his education. Roommate worried about being bored over the weekend, so he directly let him use the computer, reminding him that there are a lot of adult films from Japan hidden in a folder, which can serve as entertainment when bored. But just be sure not to dirty the computer. Zhou Yunchao had never watched any, as he was only interested in accessing the external internet. The external internet is free from national legal restrictions, allowing him to browse opinions that cannot be seen on domestic websites. This has been Zhou Yunchao's greatest pleasure over the past year. At 2 in the morning, Zhou Yunchao still felt wide awake, having slept too much during the day. Suddenly, the laptop flickered, as if it were being controlled by hacking technology, and a masked man appeared on the screen. The man's laughter sounded as if it had been processed by special software, making it impossible to discern his original voice. Zhou Yunchao thought the computer was infected with a virus and tried to shut it down, only to find that the computer was completely unresponsive and could not be turned off. At that moment, the masked man leaned closer to the computer screen, his laughter unusually sinister. Zhou Yunchao, hello. Chapter 9, who are you? Zhou Yunchao felt a chill run down his spine and trembled as he asked, who are you? You are Zhou Yunchao, from Zhangzhou, Hebei. Your mother is Yu Fengwan, who works in a garment factory. Your father died in an accident on a construction site when you were 10, and the contractor didn't compensate at all. Your mother took you to court, but she lost repeatedly and eventually spent all the family's money. When you were 15, your family finally awaited relocation, but the third-party agency bullied you, a mother and son, and offered a very low price. Your mother disagreed with the relocation, and one night after work, she was beaten and left with a permanently injured leg. Your mother, limping, worked rotating shifts in the factory, looking like she was in her 60s at just over 40, and worked hard to raise you, sending you to this 985 university. In this dormitory, there are 4 people: Zhao Yuan, the son of an official; Li Junjun, the son of a wealthy family; Lon Kai, from a medical family; and you, the only poor country bumpkin. You have a crush on Murong Yanfei in your class, but she is Zhao Yuan's girlfriend. Zhao Yuan is wealthy, handsome, and you can only watch them from afar, grinding your teeth in resentment at the unfairness of fate. Not only that, but you also have a hidden illness. You may never have your own children because you were born without testicles, which made you afraid to go to the bathhouse since people would insult you for not being manly. Zhou Yunchao, am I right? Zhou Yunchao's gaze shifted from panic and surprise to coldness, and finally, he angrily raised his fist to smash the laptop, but his fist stopped in midair. Don't be impulsive. The laptop belongs to your roommate. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Don't blame me for looking down on you. This laptop costs as much as one of your kidneys. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? Zhou Yunchao's eyes nearly burst into flames. I am the savior specially sent to take you to the paradise. I know you're not happy, and your mother is not happy either. I can take you both away from this sinful world to a fair place where there is no harm, no injustice, and where your father is. Zhou Yunchao came back to his senses, his features contorting in despair, trembling all over. Why should I believe you? Who are you? Why are you spying on my life? What exactly are you? The masked man smiled. Your father asked me to persuade you to leave. He misses you both very much. Zhou Yunchao snorted coldly. I won't go with you. I promised her that I would study hard and earn money to support her in the future. I want to move her into a big house, buy her beautiful dresses, and take her to the best hair salon to dye her hair. The masked man laughed mockingly. What a good child. It's a pity that you don't know how dangerous society is. Do you think getting into this 985 means you have one leg in a new class? Do you think that as a child from a poor family, you can find a good job after graduation? Do you think the workplace needs a young person who only knows how to solve problems and take exams? Do you think women will look at a Phoenix man, especially since your mother is a disabled person? Zhou Yunchao, this world is evil. It's not suitable for you. Let me take you away. That place is beautiful, filled with the sound of birds and fragrant flowers, where you can have whatever you want, sunshine or rain. It is a paradise. Zhou Yunchao's gaze gradually became hazy. Will you really take my mom with you? She is in a remote village in Hebei, a place you can't even find on the map. Don't worry. Once I take you to paradise, I will go get your mother to reunite with your father. Your father has been living a happy life in paradise since he died on the construction site. Zhou Yunchao's eyes started to glaze over, a longing smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Okay, I'll go with you. What I need to do now? The masked man's voice was eerie yet captivating. You need to get out of bed. There's a fruit knife on the table. Pick it up and cut your wrist hard. But it will hurt. What should I do? It will be quick. It won't hurt for long. Once you reach paradise, your wound will heal automatically. You will become a real man, able to have children in paradise. Really? You're not lying to me? But there won't be Murong Yanfei there. Can you take her with me? No problem. Paradise can meet all your demands. There's nothing we can't do. Hurry. Pick up the knife and cut it hard. April 21st, Haicheng City. Crime scene. University, Town 985 University. Building 3, Dormitory Room 414, 4th floor. Reporting time, 1639. Third-year law student Zhou Yunchao was found dead on the dormitory bed, his body showing signs of rigor mortis. The deceased was male, around 22 years old, approximately 177 centimeters tall, and the cause of death was wrist cutting, resulting in excessive blood loss. The time of death was approximately 12 hours prior. Estimated wrist cutting time around 2 a.m. Yin Yong conducted a preliminary autopsy on the body. How could this happen? He seemed fine on Friday after school. The young man curled up in the corner called Zhao Yuan, Zhou Yunchao's roommate, who had just returned to school with his girlfriend from downtown. Upon entering the dormitory, he found blood all over the floor, and the room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhou Yunchao's face was a deathly gray, seemingly devoid of life signs. Zhao Yuan came to his senses, reached out to check Zhou Yunchao's breath, discovered he was not breathing, and immediately called the police. The students were evacuated, and yellow caution tape was put up in front of the entire dormitory building. Don't be afraid, there are still 2 people in the dormitory. Gao Jie patted the young man's shoulder. Li Junjun and Lan Kai will definitely be back tonight. We have classes tomorrow. Zhao Yuan curled up in the corner, holding his knees, looking frightened. Gao Jie frowned, looking at Zhou Yunchao's body. Dying so young, his parents will have to bury their child. The fruit knife used for the wrist cutting was soaked in nearly solidified blood, with a large pool of blood exuding a strong smell, the scene looking very shocking. The deceased was very thin, appearing malnourished, as if all the blood in his body had drained away. In the pot of the induction cooker on the floor, there was only a bowl of noodle soup left. The bowl for eating the noodles had not been washed, and beside it was a bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce. Forensic technician Wang Feng was collecting evidence when he suddenly looked up at Gao Jie. Captain Gao, the footprints at the scene are all messed up. It seems this classmate entered the room and found the deceased, screamed, and then others from the dormitory came in to see the scene, so the footprints can't be counted at all. At least a dozen footprints were here. Gao Jie frowned, silently looking around. Everything at the scene showed no signs of homicide. The death of university student Zhou Yunchao initially appeared to be a suicide. Xiao Wu obtained surveillance footage from the dormitory ant and rushed to the crime scene. Boss, this is the surveillance from Building 3. I just reviewed it. Since Friday at 7:32 p.m., no one has entered or exited this dormitory, including Zhou Yunchao himself. Gao Jie hurriedly took Xiao Wu's phone to watch, and after finishing, he asked Zhao Yuan in the corner, "Did Zhou Yunchao not go out at all over the weekend?" Zhao Yuan nodded vigorously. "Officer, Zhou Yunchao is incredibly reclusive. If it weren't for classes, we suspect he could stay in the dormitory for an entire semester. I never expected he would commit suicide." Chapter 10, Is It a Coincidence? Guantong's older cousin brought her civil servant fiancé home for dinner, and the aunt called all the relatives over. The purpose was obvious, to show off her high-quality son-in-law. The fiancé of the older cousin works at the Tax Bureau, which is a vertically managed institution with welfare and benefits far superior to local ones and greater promotion opportunities. It is one of the few vertically managed institutions in Haicheng. These days, relatives are really competitive. When they were kids, they compared grades. When they grew up, they compared jobs. Now that they are of marriageable age, they start comparing sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. Aunties surrounded Guantong, saying, "Tong tong, women over 30 shouldn't have two exhausting jobs. Listen to your mother and hurry up and transfer to a logistics position. A woman's focus should be on supporting her husband and raising children. Look, you have calluses on your hands. You must have been a criminal police officer for too long. Hands are a woman's second face. You can't neglect your appearance. We've all seen Xiao Lin's photo. He's really handsome. Xiao Lin's annual salary is in the hundreds of thousands, right? Do his parents have a pension? Will they help you with the kids in the future?" Guantong's mother said Xiao Lin is doing research, and they heard he's developing AI robots. Is it that sweeping robot? Under the relentless questioning of her relatives, Guantong just wanted to escape this place of gossip. Suddenly, Gao Jie called, and Guantong felt like she saw a savior. She jumped up from the sofa. "Sorry, I need to take this call. The bureau is looking for me." Go ahead. Go ahead. This kid works too hard." Yes, no matter how good the job is, she is still a woman and must prioritize family. "Mylan, you need to keep a close eye. Don't let such a good guy like Xiao Lin be poached. Researchers are in high demand. Don't worry. Their relationship is good. Look, this is a picture of our Tong Tong and Xiao Lin together. Don't they look like a couple? Their future baby will definitely be beautiful." The second cousin took the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, my brother-in-law is super handsome. His features are textbook perfect. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was an AI humanoid robot." "Mom, have you heard of AI robots? The realistic kind?" Upon hearing this, the second aunt shot her a glare, her jealousy evident. "Keep it down. Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" The second cousin stuck out her tongue. "I've never seen someone this handsome. He's even better looking than big stars on TV." Zhang Mylan couldn't help but smile wider upon hearing this. This face is simply the standard model crafted by Nuwa herself. If only Tong Tong's dad were still around, how great would that be? Zhang Mylan sighed, her eyes turning red, and the relatives hurried to comfort her. Relatives aren't always snobby and competitive. Occasionally, there's a moment of warmth that makes up for the mixed connotations of the word relatives. Guantong stood on the balcony, and before Gao Jie could speak, she impatiently asked, "Is there any movement?" "I'm on my way." Gao Jie paused. "Hurry to the university city. There's been a death. A college student died in the dorm." Guantong didn't expect that upon answering the call, she would be confronted with a murder case. Gao Jie said it was initially judged to be a wrist-cutting suicide, just a month after the suicide of the head of the Industry and Information Bureau. Another suicide case had emerged in the city, this time involving a junior student. She felt something was strange, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Tong Tong, your aunt suggested going for hot pot tonight. You don't mind, do you?" "Mom, I'm not going. The bureau notified me to hurry to the crime scene. Something happened in the university city." "What happened?" "Don't go for small cases. I sent T Gao Jie there. The bureau doesn't lack you. The sky one fall." "Mom, it's a murder case." Guantong's expression darkened, and everyone knew the gravity of the situation upon hearing the word murder. Guantong quickly put on her coat and rushed out, leaving Zhang Mylan feeling a bit awkward. Looking at the room full of relatives, she forced a smile. "When our Shaolin comes back, I'll have Tong Tong treat you all to hot pot so you can see my handsome son-in-law." Half an hour later, Guantong parked her car under the boys' dormitory. The yellow police tape and uniformed officers stood out sharply on campus. The students all looked horrified, some were calling home. Because of the death, the entire campus felt shrouded in a gray fog. The police officers guarding downstairs saw Guantong arrive and said, "Deputy Guan, Captain Gao is upstairs." "Got it." Guantong quickly walked into the dormitory building, heading straight for the crime scene. Upon entering the room, she feigned calmness, but inside, she was already shocked by the scene. In the corner near the balcony sat a big boy, visibly shaken. He was likely the student who discovered the body. On the lower bunk lay the deceased, wearing an already yellowed, long white t-shirt and loose pajama pants. His left hand hung down from the bed, and his facial and physical features indicated he was already a qualified corpse. A large pool of blood on the floor created an extremely uncomfortable scene. Gao Jie briefed Guantong on the case, saying, "Preliminary judgment suggests this college student committed suicide." Guantong glanced at the laptop on the bed. "Have you checked the browsing history?" Yes, the deceased had logged into some forums and foreign websites. The surveillance footage for the entire building shows he never left the dorm. He was quite a homebody. The other 3 roommates went out for the weekend with their girlfriends, leaving him alone in the dorm. Guantong pressed. Have you asked the counselor? Yes, the counselor had a high opinion of him. He never showed signs of suicidal thoughts. However, he seemed to harbor some resentment toward society, expressing very intense opinions online. The student crouching in the corner, Zhao Yuan, said his dad died on a construction site when he was 10. He fell into a pit, and a rebar pierced his whole body. They say he got no compensation at all. His mom works in a clothing factory and has a limp, but we don't know the specifics. He was very frugal, never participated in any class gatherings. In the cafeteria, he usually only ate plain rice and drank free vegetable soup. On weekends, he would cook noodles. He has been using this bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce for nearly a semester. I've talked to him. He wants to succeed and repay his mom. Guantong and Gao Jie looked at the bed, where the bright red penny pattern quilt was strikingly eye-catching, revealing a mother's meticulous care for her son. It was heartbreaking to think about how this mother, who raised her son alone through hardships, would feel if she knew her son had committed suicide in his dormitory. Captain Gao, here's the deceased's wallet. Gao Jie opened it to find a yellowed photo. It was a picture of Zhou Yuncha's father when he was still alive. Judging by the age, it should have been taken before Zhou Yuncha turned 10. It must have been one of the happiest moments for the family of 3, all smiling brightly. A fire ignited in Gao Jie's eyes as he silently mused. Zhou Yuncha, what exactly did you go through? Why did you choose to take your own life? Attending a 985 university is a dream for many. Why would you, a student from humble background, resort to such extreme actions? Guantong looked at Gao Jie, reminding him that it had only been a month since Chun Binhua's suicide. This was the second suicide case in the city this year, occurring just a month apart. Do you think there might be a connection? Not likely. Chun Binhua and Zhou Yuncha are completely unrelated. We need to rule out any suicidal tendencies, depression, or schizophrenia. Zhou Yuncha's body was taken back to the forensic office for an autopsy, and the scene had been investigated, leaving 2 auxiliary police officers to guard. Chapter 11. The dead seemed to be smiling. The police officer walked out of the dormitory building, surrounded by a group of passionate college students. Officer, how did someone die at school? Was it suicide or homicide? You must give us an explanation. Yes, we need a thorough investigation. If it's homicide, we can't stay at this terrible school. I know Zhou Yunchao. Doesn't he look like someone who would commit suicide? It must be murder. Gao Jie was surrounded by the college students, smartphones raised high, capturing every moment. If this were when he first became a police officer, he would have impatiently shouted, "What are you filming? Keep it up, and I'll take you all back to the station for tea." But times have changed. The internet is incredibly developed, and Weibo can quickly dox someone. The spittle of billions of netizens can drown a person. If you were to lash out at these college students, tomorrow's headlines would read something like "Police roars at the scene of the incident," or similar sensationalist titles. Delay, Tall and Strong managed to protect Gao Jie and the others as they successfully got into the car. On the way, Gao Jie suddenly asked, "Did you notice the expression on the deceased's face?" Guantong remained silent, contemplating whether the 329 case and the 429 case were connected. A terrifying thought struck her. Would there be a third suicide on May 29th? The next moment, she looked out the window, took a few deep breaths, and silently prayed that High City would not experience a series of suicides. Delay spoke first. "Boss, I think Zhou Yunchao seemed to be smiling. It made my hair stand on end when I saw it." Gao Jie felt the same way. Zhou Yunchao had faced many hardships since childhood and should have developed a strong resilience to setbacks. I don't think he would commit suicide. Something must have happened. Whether it was suicide or homicide, there must be a reason, and that's what we need to verify right now. Why does the corpse look like it's smiling? I suspect Zhou Yunchao must have seen something before he died. Xiao Wu said mysteriously, "I've heard my grandmother say that before people die, they see beautiful things or deceased loved ones." There was no evidence at the scene to suggest Zhou Yunchao was murdered. The surveillance cameras in the dormitory wouldn't lie, would they? In fact, there have been many college student suicide incidents over the years. Life pressure is too great nowadays. People may seem happy during the day, but feel down at night, experiencing various large-scale emo episodes. Some high IQ college students excel academically, but that doesn't mean they have a complete personality and high cognitive awareness. Extremist behavior often comes from this highly educated group. Guantong felt frustrated and turned on the car radio. The traffic broadcast network had invited two universities to engage in a debate about AI. The replacement of humans by AI is inevitable. There's no escape for us. Recently, over 1,000 tech leaders around the world collectively proposed to seal the C software of M country. The C software is the most powerful artificial intelligence model in history at its current rate of evolution. It will produce a new version that surpasses the previous one in just a few months. Today, the intelligence of AI technology has already surpassed that of humans. Many countries believe that AI will kill humans, replace human civilization, and create a new civilization, urging everyone to take this issue seriously and consider it a potential fact. As soon as this was said, the opposing side began to argue. We believe that the idea of AI civilization ruling over human civilization is completely absurd. While such events have appeared in M-country sci-fi movies, they're merely gimmicks for commercial films and have no substantial verification to support this claim. According to our understanding, over 1,000 world-class tech leaders and researchers have jointly signed to seal the C software, including the authoritative tech leader William. They urge all AI laboratories to pause immediately, believing that the C software has begun to compete with humans and many people will lose their jobs due to the existence and continuous evolution of the C software, putting human civilization in jeopardy. We acknowledge that the AI C software from M country is constantly evolving and many jobs will be affected, such as online writers, editors, illustrators, designers, etc., who face the risk of being eliminated by AI. However, this cannot be a reason for humans to fear the development of AI. As creators, humans must possess the ability and responsibility to control their creations. In the era of AI, the future is closely related to humanity and will only assist humans in advancing toward a broader civilization. AI is an assistant to humanity, or rather, to each individual. Creators will not allow it to develop self-awareness unless someone maliciously writes code. AI is not to be feared. What is frightening are those with ulterior motives. Those who deliberately suppress the development of AI may find that the emergence of AI threatens their interests in certain areas. Boring. Gao Jie felt annoyed. If AI is so powerful, what do we police officers even do? AI is just an assistant. Solving cases still relies on our brains. Guantong bluntly replied, "Don't underestimate AI. It's quite useful. At least it has stabilized my mom. What about that AI-generated photo you showed last time? Yeah, go used to it. That little trick of yours can only fool your mom. What if she insists on seeing the person in the photo? You'd better confess early. Otherwise, you'll be in serious trouble." Guantong ignored his words. Delay, Xiao Wu, think about the details again. Sometimes, what appears at the crime scene may not be the truth. Maybe the murderer is hiding in some dark corner, watching our every move. Yes, Delay and Xiao Wu replied in unison. In the director's office, Pan Zhangwo had a headache. "Mayor Zhang, we arrived at the scene, and students have already posted about the suicide incident on Weibo. This matter cannot be contained. It's not the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau. Shouldn't the internet regulatory authorities also contribute? Our main responsibility is to solve the case and catch the murderer to reveal the truth." Yes. We will definitely solve the case as soon as possible, and I will report to you immediately once we find out. 10 minutes later, the conference room was filled with people. Pan Zhangwo had a dark expression, and everyone felt his face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Then, Administrative Officer Gu Mengmeng projected the deceased's photo and information onto the big screen. Pan Zhangwo scanned the crowd. A month apart, Hai City has experienced another suicide case. This case is named the 429 University Town Incident. Gao Jie, Guantong, you two explain the crime scene to everyone first. Chapter 12. Murong Yanfei at 5:15 p.m. this afternoon. A student suicide case occurred at this university. A student named Zhao Yuan returned to his dormitory and found his roommate, Zhou Yunxiao, dead on the bed. This is the scene. The forensic examination initially determined the cause of death to be wrist slashing. The technical team investigated the scene, and the footprints were already chaotic, with many male students' footprints from the dormitory. In the surveillance footage, we found that the deceased put a garbage bag outside the door at 8 p.m. on Friday and did not leave the dormitory again. His roommate stated that Zhou Yunqiao spent the weekends alone in the dormitory and had little social interaction. The counselor claimed that Zhou Yunqiao had no bad habits and had never shown suicidal tendencies. We need to investigate why he committed suicide as soon as possible. Guan Tong continued. There was a laptop on the deceased's bed, and we checked his internet browsing history. Zhou Yunqiao liked to browse foreign websites and express sharp opinions. He came from a poor family. His father had passed away early, and his mother worked in a garment factory. The relocation office bullied them, offering very little in compensation to the widow and orphan. His mother became a nail household, was stalked at night, and had a leg broken. Zhou Yunqiao grew up in such an environment, and he was definitely not a young man with low resilience. From the bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce he couldn't bear to eat, it can be analyzed that when a person decides to die, I think they would want to satisfy their cravings one last time. Pan Zhangwo. So, you suspect that Zhou Yunqiao's death was a homicide? Is there any evidence? At this statement, the room fell silent. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that this was a homicide. The technical staff has already checked, and the surveillance footage from the dormitory manager's side showed no tampering. Given the distance between the male dormitories, it would be impossible to commit murder by climbing over walls. The surveillance on campus clearly shows every movement outside the male dormitory, and none of it indicates a homicide. The facts are in front of us. All clues point to suicide. At this moment, Yin Yong entered the conference room, and the autopsy results were out. There were no signs of struggle on the deceased, and the only injury was on the wrist, with a deep cut indicating a desperate desire to die. The expression on the deceased's face was subtle, still bearing a smile. As if Xiao Wu's eyes shifted, as if he had gone to a blissful world, a look of complete detachment. At around 2 a.m., the fluorescent lights in the criminal investigation room cast a dazed glow. Gao Jie received a call that Zhou Yunqiao's mother had purchased a train ticket and was on her way to Haiqing. On the phone, Zhou's mother did not cry out loudly. Her voice was steady yet filled with regret. It seemed that her son's death was the reason the Public Security Bureau was working overtime so late. Is she doing okay? Guantong did not dare to make this call, recalling the reaction of Chun Binhua's wife and child during the 329 case. Although women tend to have more empathy and sympathy for each other, this time, she truly lacked the courage to be the bearer of bad news. A woman who lost her husband early, later became disabled in one leg, and now lost her only son. It was unimaginable how much pain she must be feeling at this moment. She was surprisingly composed, stronger than we had expected. Gao Jia also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Guan Tong said nothing more. She had read a line that the greatest sorrow is silent. In the depths of despair, a person may even be unable to cry out. In the early morning, female student Murong Yinfei curled up, trying hard not to let her cries disturb her roommate. She never expected that after returning from the city, she would hear that Zhou Yunqiao had committed suicide. When Zhao Yuan called her crying, she felt like her head was about to explode. Running to the male dormitory, she saw medical staff and police carrying the body out of the dormitory building, covered with a white cloth. A buzzing sound echoed in her head, as if struck hard. Why did Zhou Yunqiao commit suicide? Was it because of that day? Her memory suddenly went back to a month before Zhou Yunqiao's incident. That afternoon, Zhao Yuan and the student union went to a neighboring school for a basketball match. Murong Yinfei was busy preparing for her certification exam, buried in the library studying, and did not go to cheer for the basketball club. Zhou Yunqiao was a frequent visitor to the library because it required no expenditure and offered free tea. Murong Yinfei saw Zhou Yunqiao and took the initiative to greet him, naturally placing her bag beside him. Zhou Yunqiao, what a coincidence. There's no one here, right? Although it was a question, she had already sat down next to him. Zhou Yunqiao replied softly, no one, you can sit. Murong Yinfei tilted her head and smiled, asking, Zhao Yuan is playing basketball at the neighboring school. You're his roommate. Why aren't you there to cheer him on? I don't like the noise. I have a bit of social anxiety. Haha, Zhao Yuan is the opposite of you. He's a social butterfly, simple-minded and strong. I often tell him he should learn from you, Zhou Yunqiao, to have more depth in his knowledge. He wouldn't look so foolish then. Although this was a derogatory remark about Zhao Yuan, Zhou Yunqiao could tell that Murong Yinfei liked Zhao Yuan. Indeed, who would refuse the son of a powerful family? Rumors circulated in class that Murong Yinfei was in a hurry to obtain her teacher certificate because Zhao Yuan's mother was a high-ranking official in the Education Bureau, claiming that Murong Yinfei could start working right after graduation. Zhao Yuan was quite outstanding. No one mediocre could get into our school, Zhou Yinchao said lightly. But a complex expression appeared between his brows. Murong Yinfei caught this moment. Her heart tightened, and she said nothing more. She had heard Zhao Yuan say that Zhou Yinchao was very insecure about his background. Their dormitory was filled with sons of officials and wealthy families, making his situation feel quite contrasting. Zhou Yinchao, I believe you will definitely succeed in the future. You're different from the boys in our class. You're so diligent and studious. You'll surely find a good job later. Today's young people are too impetuous. Not many can settle down to study like you. This warmed Zhou Yunchao's heart, and he gathered the courage to slightly turn his head to look at Murong Yinfei. She was beautiful, not in a vulgar way, but in a pure, untainted manner. In the following days, Murong Yinfei would often come to the library to study, and Zhou Yunchao had gotten used to saving a spot for her. Sometimes, when Murong Yinfei arrived late and other students tried to take her spot, he would place a book there to reserve it. One time, when Murong Yinfei came to the library, she saw Zhou Yunchao seriously wiping the desk beside him with a tissue. His lips curled into a smile that made her scalp tingle. Murong Yinfei vaguely felt that Zhou Yunchao's gaze towards her was different, but she couldn't bring herself to hurt his pride. Zhao Yuan had told her not to hurt a poor person's dignity. When pushed to the edge, they could do anything. Chapter 13, Did I Indirectly Cause His Death? After Murong Yinfei finished her teacher recruitment exam, she stopped going to the library to study. Zhou Yinchao waited for several days, and on Wednesday afternoon, he couldn't help but find Murong Yinfei. Scholar, what do you want from me? Murong Yinfei smiled as always, her eyes crescent-shaped. Zhou Yinchao stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. Zhao Yuan asked me to go eat hot pot at the commercial street. Do you want to join? We can chat while walking. I'm not going. Zhou Yuncha's tone was heavy, and Murong Yinfei could feel his anger. If you have nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhao Yuan is waiting for me downstairs. As she turned, Zhou Yuncha suddenly shouted, Murong Yinfei, I like you. Murong Yinfei was startled and stopped in her tracks. I already have a boyfriend, but thank you for liking me. After saying that, she pretended to be relaxed and extended her hand. From now on, we are friends. The kind of liking that exists among friends. The kind of liking among friends? Zhou Yuncha's emotions became extremely agitated, his features looking particularly frightening. I don't want to be friends with you. I've liked you for a long time. It was a gloomy day, and the rain didn't fall, with dark clouds rolling above the two. Zhou Yuncha's gaze grew increasingly sinister, and in the end, he even hysterically pressed her. What is so great about Zhao Yuan? You said it yourself, he is simple-minded and muscle-bound. The only reason he got into this prestigious school is that his family is rich and powerful, sending him to all kinds of tutoring classes since childhood. What about me? I have no father, just a disabled mother. My relatives despise the poor and love the rich, and have been avoiding us all these years, fearing we might borrow money. I got here entirely through my own efforts. I've never attended a single tutoring class. Yinfei, my IQ is very high. The teachers all say my future is bright. I will definitely surpass him in the future. Believe me, he is not suitable for you. I'm begging you, break up with that idiot Zhao Yuan. We should be together. Murong Yinfei's inner fear spread like dark clouds. Zhou Yincha, don't say that about Zhao Yuan. He is very kind and particularly sincere to people. You've misunderstood him. Misunderstood? If I were him, I would only be kinder and more sincere. I wouldn't give leftover lunch boxes to others, wouldn't pull out clothes with holes to mock others, and wouldn't steal the girl that someone likes. You don't even understand what kind of person he is. He has a large amount of pornographic videos on his computer from every country. He even let me see them, but I didn't look at all. He was insulting my character. Yinfei, Zhao Yuan is simply not worthy of you. Murong Yinfei took a step back, her delicate face becoming increasingly pale. The Zhou Yuncha in front of her was unrecognizable from the good student she knew, as if he had been possessed. Zhou Yuncha, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, to say such things about Zhao Yuan. We have a great relationship. We will get married after graduation. and we will have children. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said today. Don't say such things about Zhao Yuan anymore. I believe in my choice of boyfriend. You will definitely find a great girl, but that person will never be me. The night was as dark as ink, and Murong Yinfei bit the blanket tightly. Fear, guilt, and unease. Zhao Yuan told her that the police had not yet determined the cause of Zhou Yuncha's suicide. It seemed that maybe from the moment she rejected him, he might have already planned his suicide. Then, she had become the indirect murderer of Zhou Yuncha. If she had gently turned him down at that time, perhaps Zhou Yuncha would not have committed suicide. The next morning, the police station was silent. Everyone had stayed up all night. Boss, what time is it? Xiao Wu saw Gao Jie standing by the window smoking, seemingly not having slept all night, with stubble appearing. Gao Jie answered irrelevantly. The deaths of Chun Binhua and Zhou Yuncha are two cases spaced a month apart, both on the 29th. What special significance does the 29th hold? Will there be a third suicide on the 29th next month? Delay rubbed his eyes, his large head looking rather dim-witted. Boss, maybe this is just a coincidence. Xiao Wu stretched lazily, still feeling sleepy. Yeah, boss, there is no such thing as a coincidence. At this moment, the three heard Guantong, who was sleeping with her head down on the table, making muffled sobbing sounds like a bullied kitten, completely different from her usual decisive demeanor. Shoot quickly. Shoot. Gao Jie was stunned. He didn't expect that so much time had passed, and she still couldn't forget that operation. Delay and Xiao Wu were newcomers and didn't know about her exchange of hostages with the criminals back then. I didn't expect Sister Guan to have such a weak side. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Delay also looked incredulous. Sister Guan, who could single-handedly subdue 3 criminals, was actually crying? Gao Jie felt a pang in his nose and quickly turned away, exclaiming dramatically, Go Ye, why'd you break up? Gao Jie was instantly petrified, while Xiao Wu and Delay looked like they were enjoying a show. They had thought the rumors in the bureau were false, but now it seemed they indeed had a history together. The boss often boasted in front of them, saying he liked fair-skinned, beautiful, tall models with impressive figures. But how could Sister Guan not meet Gao Jie's aesthetic? Boss, should we wake Sister Guan up? Xiao Wu smirked mysteriously. Let her sleep a little longer. The cleaners on the road Haven T started work yet. Gao Jie looked out the window. Only the distant breakfast shop had steam rising from the steaming basket, and the cleaners in orange uniforms hadn't taken to the streets yet. Xiao Wu and Delay exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed Gao Jie and Sister Guan had indeed been together, and it was real. Guantong was asleep on the pillow, her head lost in dreams. In her dreams, that scene often replayed, where she was held hostage by a criminal with a dagger, and Gao Jie hesitated to shoot. Afterwards, she didn't blame him, but he took the initiative to break up. Gao Jie, why didn't you hold on? Why did you give up on me? Guantong's voice was choked, but every word was clear and forceful, revealing endless grievance. Xiao Wu saw Gao Jie's expression change and teased, Boss, are you sure you don't want to wake Sister Guan? Gao Jie coughed heavily, and Guantong suddenly opened her eyes, realizing the pillow in front of her was already wet. Sister Guan, why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare? Dalei asked Ichi. Did I cry? Xiao Wu covered his mouth and chuckled. Looks like Sister Guan drooled. Guantong pretended to want to hit Xiao Wu, but when she saw Gao Jie staring at her, she couldn't help but feel guilty and began to explain, I dreamed I was arguing with my mom. She started urging me to get married again. Chapter 14, Impossible Suicide. The morning after the incident, Zhou Yunshan's mother, Yuan, arrived in Haiqing from her hometown in Hebei, limping into the train station. She looked around for a while and saw a man walking towards her. You are a police officer, right? Hello, the bureau sent me to pick you up, the officer said, showing his credentials. Yuan bowed slightly. I'm so sorry to trouble you. On the way to the police station, Yuan stared vacantly out the window. Officer, my son. Is he really dead? The officer glanced at the rearview mirror. Although he felt pity, he still said, Please accept my condolences. Yuan's eyes turned red. He said he would come back during the May Day holiday and bring me some local specialties from Haiqing. My son is very filial. I've always believed he would succeed in the future. The officer felt a lump in his throat, realizing that whatever he said would be inadequate, and just wanted to quickly hand her over to his colleagues in the criminal investigation team. Captain Gao, she is here. Gao Jie looked up to see a woman standing outside the door, with silver hair and simply dressed, appearing to be in her 60s. The woman gave him a slightly apologetic smile. Officer, I am Zhou Yunshan's mother. Gao Jie stood up from his seat, and the others in the room followed suit. The woman appeared increasingly nervous, constantly wearing an expression that suggested she was causing trouble for the police. She didn't shed any tears, and the more composed she appeared, the more it weighed on everyone's hearts. A few people went to the forensic room, and Yuan's steps became more anxious, causing her to talk more. This is my first time traveling far. Yinshan said the morning tea in Haicheng is especially delicious, but it's too expensive. I told him, Mom doesn't want anything. I just hope you study well and have a comfortable life in the future. Yinshan is very filial. He calls me every week, but he isn't tea called this week. Gao Jie's expression was heavy, and Guantong was also trying hard to suppress her unease. Every time a family member confirmed a corpse, this was the part she found hardest to bear. Yin Yong saw Gao Jie leading someone in and said lightly, "Follow me." The group followed Yin Yong to the next room, opened a freezer, and pulled out a black body bag, revealing a male corpse, pale and with colorless lips. Please confirm. Gao Jie looked back at Yuan, his heart racing. Yuan's lips trembled, and her features twisted in tension. The moment her eyes landed on the corpse, she suddenly felt lightheaded, and everything in front of her turned black. When she regained consciousness, Yuan looked apologetic. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble, officer. In the next moment, Yuan knelt down. My child would never commit suicide. He has endured too much suffering since childhood. He would take his own life over something trivial. I beg you, please investigate the cause of my son's death. Guantong hurriedly helped her up. Don't worry. We will definitely investigate thoroughly. It's our duty as police officers. Only then did Yuan rise, sharing Zhou Yunshan's upbringing and the family's changes over the years. Gao Jie and Guantong both believed that with such a family background and experiences, Zhou Yunshan's heart was already riddled with wounds. One more whole wound make a difference. What kind of trigger could become the last straw that broke Zhou Yunshan's back? Yuan wiped her tears, recalling how her husband had worked overtime at the construction site during the spring festival to earn more money. When the workers turned around, he was gone. After searching for a while, they found him at the bottom of a hole, a rebar piercing through his body. Later, that person suddenly changed his story, saying he hadn't seen my husband go to work. I know the contractor was up to no good. The land was a government project, and they needed to sell the houses at a high price. Before the houses were even built, a life was lost, and the developer was worried they wouldn't be able to sell at a good price. I took the children to the construction site to look for my husband's body, but never found it. I knew he must be gone, and the contractor fled. We ended up suing the developer and received no compensation. We spent 5 years fighting in court, losing every time. I just wanted to recover his body, but I never expected my life would be this hard, and now my son is dead too. The pressures of life and the grief of losing both her husband and son made Yuan appear even more haggard than before. My son could never have committed suicide. I beg you, help me find out the reason for his death. I don't want a penny. I just want the truth. I don't want the school to pay for anything. Don't worry, we will definitely find out the truth, Gao Jie reassured her. Gao Jie called in Zhou Yunshan's 3 roommates one by one for questioning. The first student to discover Zhou Yunshan's body was Zhao Yuan, who sat across from the police, looking dispirited. Officer, can I have my computer back? Actually, I don't want that computer anymore. It brings bad luck. But my thesis is still on it. Sorry, we can't return it yet. We will give it back once we confirm there are no clues on it. There are. Zhao Yuan hesitated, fidgeting. There's some adult videos on it. Please don't tell anyone. Understood. Gao Jie rubbed his nose, regarding Zhou Yunshan's suicide. Did you notice anything suspicious? Did he have any enemies? Zhao Yuan thought for a moment. He was a super homebody, besides going to class. He was either in the library or in the dormitory. I haven't heard of him having any enemies. But I feel like he might have some jealousy towards the rich. I saw him secretly stepping on Lon Kai's white sneakers a few times when no one was around. They cost over 3,000. But I swear his suicide has nothing to do with us. The 3 of us have alibis. How could he have committed suicide? I treated him well. His family is poor and can't afford vegetables, so I often share my lunch with him. He doesn't have many decent clothes. and whenever their SA school event, I lend him mine. We usually go out for the night on weekends and return on Sunday afternoon. I worried he'd be bored alone in the dorm, so I always lend him my computer. He doesn't have a girlfriend, so I was concerned he might have needs. I even told him the passwords for the hidden folders with those adult videos. As for whether he watched them, I'm not sure. Guantong moved her lips slightly. You seem quite loyal. Of course, I've always been loyal. I've taken care of him a lot over these 3 years. So you must have had a good relationship, right? Guantong fixed her gaze on Zhao Yuan, trying to find any clues from his expression. Zhao Yuan's face began to look guilty. Isn't that obvious? Of course. Are you sure? Guantong asked. Not quite sure herself, just probing a bit more based on his expression. At this, Zhao Yuan quickly changed his tune and revealed something that had happened. Chapter 15. I am the one who surrendered. He was unpredictable, but he did help me with something. Murong Yinfei is my girlfriend. At first, I pursued her to satisfy my desire for conquest. The boys in class said she was very proud and hard to chase. I made a bet with the boys in the dormitory, and the loser would pay me 500 yuan each. Zhou Yinchao didn't participate because he had no money. The bet was that I had to win over Murong Yinfei within a week, but I ended up losing. Then what happened? Gao Jie asked Zhao Yuan. Don't be fooled by Zhou Yunchao's usually quiet demeanor. That day, he noticed I was in a bad mood and gave me an idea. He said that Murong Yinfei was from Sichuan and must like spicy food, so I should go out and buy some skewers. Then come back and cook a pot of spicy skewers for her. I followed his advice, and to my surprise, Murong Yinfei was really touched by it. And our relationship suddenly got closer. That day, I returned to the dormitory in a great mood and even brought him a KFC family bucket. But I could clearly sense that Zhou Yunchao was surprised that I managed to win her over, and he didn't seem very happy about it. I jokingly asked him if he also liked Murong Yinfei. He got angry with me, and I felt that he must have feelings for her. Guantong continued to ask, did he admit that he liked Murong Yinfei? I asked him, and he denied it, but I felt that he did like her. Why are you so sure? He knew that my girlfriend loved to eat spicy skewers, and later I found out that she often ate this in the cafeteria. So Zhou Yinchao must have paid special attention to her. It's very likely that he had a crush on my girlfriend all along. The other 2 boys in the dormitory were also called to the police station one after another for questioning. All 3 of them had alibis and provided records of hotel stays and condom purchases for Friday and Saturday. During this time, the school contacted the police several times, requesting to settle with the family privately. The city was also worried that the situation would escalate and affect the student enrollment of this 985 university. Pan Zhangwo called Gao Jie to the office, stating that the school had agreed to compensate the family accordingly and would refund Zhou Yunchao's mother the full tuition for the semester. The suicide case was to be concluded here. You should prepare to close the case. We can't close the case, Gao Jie said angrily. Zhou Yunchao and Chen Binhua both liked the foreign internet. There was a computer at the crime scene. Director Pan, do you really think all of this is just coincidence? Pan Zhangwo rubbed his temples. If you believe it's homicide, where's the evidence? If there's no evidence, hurry up and close the case. That's the directive from higher-ups. Higher-ups? Gao Jie forced a smile. Director Pan, this is a young life we're talking about. We need to find out the reason behind the suicide. Also, both Chen Binhua and Zhou Yunchao committed suicide on the 29th of each month, which definitely indicates a problem. The director's office was filled with tension. Guantong spoke up to persuade. Director Pan, please give us some more time to investigate thoroughly. Zhou Yunchao's mother is too pitiful. She said she doesn't want compensation. Only the truth behind her son's suicide. If we police give ambiguous results, how can the public trust the law and the police? Pan Zhangwo was silent for a moment and said, Chen Binhua and Zhou Yunchao are 2 unrelated individuals. Just because both deceased liked the foreign internet and committed suicide on the 29th with a computer at the scene, you think there is something significant? Many people have a curiosity. There are plenty of people across the country who like the foreign internet. Not just them. Stop overthinking it. Close the case as soon as possible. Gao Jie held his head high, his eyes reddening with urgency. Director Pan, you just want a peaceful retirement, don't you? How dare you speak to me like that? Your master is that kind of person? Pan Zhangwo's face turned red, veins bulging. Not before, but a bit now. Master, Let's talk behind closed doors. If these two suicide cases are indeed related, or if it's a man-made series of suicides. There might be more victims on the 29th of next month. Pan Zhang-Wo's eyes tightened. At that moment, Gu Mingming knocked on the door. Director Pan, there's a female college student outside who says she wants to see our leadership, and she wants to see the highest-ranking leader. Pan Zhang-Wo frowned. A female college student? She says she is a classmate of the deceased Zhou Yunchao and has important information to report to you. The girl is quite emotional and has been crying outside. Murong Yinfei's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and upon seeing Pan Zhang-Wo, she immediately stood up. Are you the highest-ranking leader here? Director Pan signaled Gu Mingming to get a glass of water. Young lady, don't be nervous. I'm the highest-ranking leader here. I heard you wanted to talk to me about something? Murong Yinfei nodded, her eyes warily scanning Gao, Jia, and Guantong. Who are they? Oh, they're the detectives in charge of Zhou Yunchao's case. They were at the crime scene at your school. I heard you were Zhou Yunchao's classmate. What do you want to talk to me about? As soon as Murong Yinfei opened her mouth, tears streamed down like beads rolling off a string. Leader, I am the one who surrendered. Surrender? The three of them's eyes lit up simultaneously. It seems that the 429 college student suicide case has taken a turn. As soon as Murong Yinfei spoke, tears flew out again. After repeating this several times, she finally managed to speak without choking up. This is how it was. Zhou Yunchao spoke badly about Zhao Yuan many times, and I was really angry at that moment. I didn't expect him to confess his feelings to me, and I rejected him on the spot. His reaction was extreme, and he looked terrifying, nothing like his usual gentle self. Why did you surrender? Do you think Zhou Yunchao's suicide is related to you? Murong Yinfei covered her face and began to cry. My words must have hurt him, which made him act so impulsively. It must be that way. Otherwise, there's no other reason. Suicide has to have a cause, right? I harmed him. It must be me. Pan Zhangwo whispered to Gao Jia. This girl may have an inward attribution personality, and the psychological stress led to mental illness. Let's first have Guantong try to talk to her. It's hard to get anything clear from her while she's crying. Women tend to empathize and share feelings. Guantong comforted Murong Yinfei for a while, and the girl calmed down a lot. Don't be afraid. You must feel very guilty right now, thinking that your tone was too harsh at that time. But this is not your fault. His emotions and reactions were very intense, right? Murong Yinfei nodded vigorously. He looked too scary then. I felt like he was a devil. You felt fear? Yes. Do you think your rejection of him was the reason that prompted his suicide? Well, I can't think of any other reason for him to commit suicide. If I had spoken more gently at that time, maybe he wouldn't have committed suicide. Chapter 16. Your AI boyfriend. The appearance of Murong Yinfei made Zhou Yunhao's suicide incident seem reasonable. At least the suicide motive was completely logical. A proud student from a poor family would find it hard not to feel inferior in a dorm filled with rich second-generation students. Being rejected by the girl he liked. A soul that is both proud and insecure can easily take extreme measures. No matter how strong Zhou Yunhao's ability to cope with setbacks was, he was still a flesh-and-blood person. Suicide due to love troubles is a case that has been seen throughout history. Guantong was puzzled. She believed that with Zhou Yunhao's character, he wouldn't take his own life just because Murong Yinfei rejected him. Such a rational person would consider that after his suicide, his disabled mother back in Hebei would be left helpless. Guantong expressed her doubts, and from the reactions of her colleagues at the scene, it seemed that they did not quite agree with her view. Various facts were laid out before them, which could prove that Zhou Yunhao's logic for suicide had already formed. After being rejected by Murong Yinfei, his impulse to commit suicide reached its peak. Soon, the news of Zhou Yunhao's suicide at school spread online among university students, and public pressure surged once again. The school was under immense pressure, especially with the summer enrollment approaching, which would undoubtedly affect this year's admissions. The dean personally visited Pan Zhangwo. The dean's secretary presented a document, emphasizing that the school's reputation and credibility were very important, as they were also related to the construction of Haicheng City. They hoped the police and the family could clarify that Zhou Yunhao's death was merely an accident, to restore the school's image. Regarding financial matters, Zhou Yunhao's mother could request anything, and they would do their best to accommodate. Soon, Yuan was taken from the hotel to the police station where the dean, the secretary, and she had a long discussion, ultimately reaching an agreement. The next day, Zhou Yunhao's body was taken to the Haiqing City funeral home for cremation, as it would be difficult to transport the body back otherwise. Yuan, holding her son's urn, walked out of the police station with a pained expression. A car specifically sent to take Yuan and Zhou Yunhao's ashes back to their hometown in Hebei had already arrived. Before getting in the car, Yuan once again displayed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry for troubling you all with my problems." Gao Jie lowered his head, unsure why he did so. It seemed that the truth did not satisfy anyone, but he could not find a better truth besides this one. Yuan and Guantong whispered a few words to each other, with Yuan saying that the school had given too much money, and she would only take Zhou Yunhao's tuition for the semester. Guantong became anxious. "You're too honest. You still have to live on. I'll go talk to the school leaders again." Yuan forced a smile. "Zhou Yunhao's suicide has caused trouble for the school. I'm not the type to extort people. When my husband died, I only wanted to find his body and receive the compensation due, but I got nothing. Besides, he is dead now. What use do I have for this money? I can't spend much alone, and I still have a few acres of land at home, and the factory has to feed the workers. You all have worked hard for me lately. Honestly, I don't even think Zhou Yunhao committed suicide because of that girl." As Yuan spoke, a complex look flashed in her eyes, making Guantong's scalp tingle, as if she knew something. "Sister, do you know something?" Before getting into the car, Yuan whispered in Guantong's ear, "I'll tell you one thing. My son was born without testicles, and he has never had much interest in girls. I think Zhou Yunhao had a fantasy about that girl, mistaking it for love." Guantong regained her composure and rushed after her. "Sister, don't worry. We have contacted the Hebei police to have them reopen the investigation into your husband's case. A local review team has already been established, and they will surely give you the truth." "Really?" Yuan's eyes first showed surprise, and then gradually turned red. "Officer, thank you on behalf of Zhou Yunhao and his father. The case of a university student's suicide on April 29th was closed. Some people in the team suggested going out for a meal, and Director Pan agreed. You young people go ahead. I'm an old man about to retire, so I want to join the fun. Director Pan, if you don't go, who will sign for the bill? Let Gao Jie pay. I'll reimburse him later. With the 8 regulations in place, I'll treat you all to dinner out of my own pocket. How about that? Sound great. Thank you, Director Pan, for being generous. But I will say this. Everyone must be on time for work tomorrow and drink less." "Yes." After work, Gao Jie saw Guantong sitting at her desk. "Come on, let us go eat barbecue together." "You all go. I don't want to go." Guantong was in low spirits, still immersed in Zhou Yunhao's case. Gao Jie tried to persuade her a few times, but seeing her insistence not to go and that the brothers outside were waiting, he hesitated for a moment and left. When Guantong got home, she took a shower, cooked a pot of river snail rice noodles, and watched a drama while eating. Her mood improved a bit. However, she couldn't concentrate on the TV show at all. She felt that the river snail rice noodles weren't as tasty as usual. Just then, the doorbell rang. She snapped, "Mom, please spare me." Opening the door, she was about to complain about her mom, but instead saw a handsome man. He was tall, about 6 feet, with fair skin and a strong physique, looking like a walking hormone, easily comparable to top stars in the entertainment industry. "Hello, I am Lin Xianchao, your privately customized AI humanoid robot boyfriend, number 007. Please confirm receipt." As soon as he finished speaking, Guantong's phone popped up a notification, prompting her to confirm the delivery. After confirming, Lin Xianchao seemed to receive a command and walked into the room in slippers. "Master, these slippers don't fit well. The color is too bright. Do you have men's slippers?" Guantong came back to her senses and saw Lin Xianchao wearing her size 37 pink slippers. Just a moment. She took out Gao Jie's slippers from a year and a half ago, which she had considered throwing away recently, but now found them useful. "Master, I wear size 43. Guantong smiled bitterly. Of course, she knew he wore size 43. When ordering the robot, she instinctively filled in Gao Jie's shoe size. Seeing the pot of river snail rice noodles on the coffee table, Lin Xianchao instinctively made a gagging gesture, tears welling up in his eyes. Guantong awkwardly laughed. "You don't eat river snail rice noodles?" Clearly, She still hadn't fully accepted that the man in front of her was her privately customized AI humanoid robot. Lin Xianchao looked at her and curled his attractive lips. Master, I just need a charge, and I can live like a normal human. Then, Lin Xianchao pinched his nose with one hand and picked up the pot of river snail, rice noodles with the other, looking at it with disgust, as if it were something repulsive. Why do humans eat such disgusting food? After a moment, Guantong stared at Lin Xianchao, nearly drooling. Are you really an AI robot? Of course, absolutely genuine. If it's fake, I'll pay 10 times. Lin Xianchao blushed. Don't look at me like that. I'll get shy. Buzz. Guantong's head buzzed as she felt that happiness had come too suddenly, and this money spent was truly worth it. Chapter 17. Do robots commit suicide? Lin Xianchao tied on an apron, presenting a tall and handsome image of a domestic chef. He tilted his head and smiled, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Master, please wait a moment. I will prepare a nutritious, low-fat dinner for you. You will definitely like it. Looking at his tall figure and the well-built physique visible through his clothes, Guantong swallowed hard. The skin on you, it can't be human skin, right? Your company didn't contract a funeral home to get corpses, then separate the human skin and install it on you to deceive consumers, did you? Guantong stared wide-eyed, instantly imagining a horrifying operation. Lin Xianchao was speechless. Master, your imagination is too wild. The AI humanoid robots produced in the lab are made to mimic human skin, aiming to provide customers with a better user experience. The skin temperature can be adjusted. In summer, it can cool you down, and in winter, it can warm your bed. Lin Xianchao chattered on, but Guantong still looked at him in disbelief. She touched here and poked there, unable to believe he was a robot. Lin Xianchao felt ticklish from her actions. The fact that a robot could be sensitive to being tickled almost made Guantong drop her jaw. Suddenly, Lin Xianchao gazed at her with deep affection. From now on, your daily life will be taken care of by me. You just need to open your mouth. Open my mouth for what? To eat, silly. Silly? Guantong's face turned red. She didn't expect the AI robot to be so charming. Has technology advanced to this level? Who knew that the next second, Lin Xianchao looked at her with a tender expression. Underwear, black, cup size 34, 75B. Guantong felt a wave of embarrassment, her chest heaving violently, and she raised her fist to hit him. Lin Xianchao dodged swiftly, gripping her small fist precisely. Silly, if you damage me, not only will you have to compensate the lab a large sum of money, but you'll also need to be responsible for my repairs. Next time you need a custom AI robot, the lab will assess whether you qualify for purchase. The cost is too high. Guantong was dumbfounded. This was no robot. This was clearly a person. You've been working hard lately, right? Your face shows early signs of aging. Don't worry about the laugh lines and the wrinkles at the corners of your mouth. I'll give you a facial spa later. Considering your dull complexion, which is likely due to staying up late for work, I can give you a foot soak while you enjoy the facial spa. Master, you can go watch TV in the living room first. The low-fat meal will be ready soon. In the living room, Guantong opened her computer and logged onto the AI robot website. Why don't you send staff to deliver the robot to my door? How did it come by itself? Customer service replied, Dear 007 is an artificial intelligence robot with navigation capabilities. The system inputs your home address into the program, so we no longer need to deliver it to you in person. If you find any issues with 007, please contact us anytime. We support a 7-day, no-reason return policy. Master, it's time to eat. Lin Xianchao brought the bowl to the living room. A beautifully prepared Western-style low-fat meal was ready, full of color, aroma, and flavor. As she ate the low-fat meal, she admired Lin Xianchao's stunning looks, feeling a kingly pleasure. Do you want to try some? Master, I don't need to eat. Just charging is enough. Also, my battery life is strong and doesn't require daily charging. Guantong sighed softly. Fake is ultimately fake. No matter how much you mimic a human, you're not human. Don't worry, I will take care of you in the future. Just call me Tong Tong. We live in an era of freedom and democracy. We have no slaves in our home, so don't call me master anymore, and don't use you either. Lin Xianchao obediently called out, Tong Tong, his voice perfect like the bass from the best speakers. As Guantong ate a piece of chicken breast, she gazed at Lin Xianchao's humanoid chest muscles with a dazed look, suddenly reaching out a hand. What are you doing? Lin Xianchao instinctively covered himself. Guantong chuckled, her throat making a sound as she swallowed. You're a robot, right? Lin Xianchao nodded seriously. Yes, I am Tong Tong's custom AI robot, factory number 007. As the name suggests, a robot is just a machine, so you wouldn't suggest I take a look at your 8-pack abs, would you? Lin Xianchao's face turned bright red. It must be said that the lab's researchers were truly amazing. Even robots could blush and feel shy. Tong Tong. AI robots are set according to human moral standards. We have the same privacy and sense of shame as humans. The lab created us to meet the needs of human consumers, including the essential aspects of human sexual life. If Tong Tong needs it, we can. Tonight? Guantong's eyes lit up. You really can. Do that? Of course, that is one of my jobs. Don't forget, I'm an all-purpose AI humanoid robot. After finishing her low-fat meal, Guantong satisfiedly burped. Lin Xianchao stood up and effortlessly scooped her into a princess carry, taking her to the bedroom. What are you doing? Guantong's face turned red. To satisfy you. Lin Xianchao replied assertively, his features exquisitely sculpted like a divine being. Guantong thought, if AI robots are no different from human men, why would she want a disobedient human man to serve her meals, wash his stinky socks, and listen to his snoring? A compliant AI robot is much more appealing. Thinking of that guy Gao Jie, she suddenly felt that Lin Xianchao was considerate, convenient, and especially tall, handsome, and overflowing with boyfriend energy. Lin Xianchao gently placed Guantong on the bed, then pulled the curtains and started to loosen his clothes, revealing his strong and powerful physique. The 8-pack abs making Guantong's nose bleed. Lin Xianchao took out a transparent bottle filled with liquid. I need to disinfect first. Guantong realized he was serious and sat up abruptly. No, I was just joking. I wanted to see if you have that function. Lin Xianchao looked puzzled, trying to understand her words, while Guantong ran to the bathroom to clean up her nosebleed. Isn't this too sexy? My God, AI robots are so advanced now. Won't the future be filled with humans living with robots? What do we need those stinky men for? After wiping her nose, Guantong turned to see Lin Xianchao standing like a towering pine tree. Tong Tong, shall we continue? No. How about you accompany me for a drink? Lin Xianchao immediately understood. I'll go get the wine. The two sat on the floor, and as Guantong drank, she admired Lin Xianchao's stunning looks. Cheers! Welcome to my world. From now on, Sister Guan will take care of you. Guantong, feeling tipsy, blushed from just a little fruit wine, her cheeks resembling 2 ripe red apples. Sigh, Guantong sighed. Lin Xianchao was very sensitive to human sighs. Tong Tong, are you unhappy? Unhappy, very unhappy. She thought of the suicide case of Zhou Yunchao and felt that something was off, but couldn't find evidence to validate her thoughts. After a while, with a slightly slurred tongue, she asked Lin Xianchao, "Do I hobo commis suicide?" Chapter 18 Terrifying Nightmare. Lin Xianchao denied. When the researchers in the lab wrote the program code for us, there was no option for suicide set in it. What if I make you commit suicide? Guantong blinked her big eyes. I am your master. You should listen to me. Then Tong Tong needs to compensate for the company's losses and bear the high maintenance costs. Guantong rolled her eyes at him, and the next second, she hugged his neck. You are my expensive AI robot boyfriend. I want to know what skills you have. Show me. Lin Xianchao began to boast. I am handsome, with a great figure, high emotional intelligence, and my IQ far exceeds that of humans. That's not all. Whether it's astronomy, geography, or romance, I can chat with you about a few topics. Oh, I can also tell jokes to make you happy. Guantong chuckled. Now tell me one. If it's not funny, I won't charge you. Lin Xianchao froze for a few seconds, then began his performance. What should you do if the clouds are itchy? Why don't you just tell me the answer directly? Go find a nearest skyscraper and scratch it. Haha. Is that it? So awkward. Guantong rolled her eyes at him. AI robots can be quite boring. Tong Tong, you seem unhappy. Guantong, emboldened by alcohol, told Lin Xianchao about the 2 suicide cases that had occurred in the past 2 months. She threatened him, saying that if he dared to say a word outside, she would cut off his power immediately. The suicide cases of Chun Binhua and Zhou Yuncha had 4 common points. They liked to access the outer network. Both committed suicide on the 29th. There was a computer at the scene, and neither left a word behind. Do you think someone might have used black technology to remotely control the crime, like inducing them to commit suicide? Lin Xianchao tilted his head, try hard to think. Looking rather dull. Guantong sighed, forget it. Asking a robot is pointless. By the way, I need you to accompany me back home for a few days. Back home? Lin Xianchao looked around the room. Isn't this Tong Tong's home? The robot seemed unable to comprehend that humans could have many homes. Parents' homes, boyfriends' parents' homes, and their own little homes. Going back to my mom's house. All my relatives want to meet my boyfriend. They have all seen your picture. Lin Xianchao immediately made a nervous and horrified expression. Oh no, the ugly daughter-in-law is about to meet the in-laws. This made Guantong laugh heartily, suddenly feeling that having a man accompany her was quite nice, even if he was an AI robot. Good night, 007. Good night, Tong Tong. Guantong still couldn't accept sharing a bed with a robot, especially since he was so handsome that her heart was racing. Lin Xianchao returned to the next room, carefully inputting every word from the conversation with Guantong into the system. In the future, when faced with similar questions, he could provide precise answers. After finishing the input, he turned off the lights, stood on the charging device, and began charging. The room fell into silence. At night, cries came from Guantong's room. Dad, save me. Save me. Lin Xianchao instantly woke up and rushed into Guantong's room, seeing her head twisting on the pillow, her forehead covered in large beads of sweat. Guantong often had two recurring dreams. One was about being kidnapped by a criminal while Gao Jia hesitated to shoot. The other was a memory from when she was 7, go to the market with her dad, where she was abducted by a human trafficker. On the day she was kidnapped, her dad was chatting with people at the market while she was captivated by an ant holding balloons. Among the large bunch of balloons, there was her favorite pink Hello Kitty. Little girl, which balloon do you like? I'll give it to you. When her dad turned around and found she was missing, he quickly chased after her, just in time to see her being stuffed into a car by the trafficker. In broad daylight, the trafficker took Guantong away. As the trafficker accelerated, her dad climbed onto the roof of the car. Seeing her dad, Guantong cried out, Dad, Dad. Her dad comforted her. Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. Dad is here to save you. The trafficker kept speeding up, and her dad was nearly thrown off. Police on motorcycles were in hot pursuit. And in a moment of panic, the trafficker stuck a knife out the window, wounding her dad's right hand, blood gushing everywhere. Her dad wouldn't let go, but soon 2 of his fingers were cut off and fell to the ground. As the van approached a fork in the road, the trafficker swerved violently, throwing her dad out. A large truck was coming straight at him, and there was no time to react. The wheels ran over her dad. Just as the trafficker was about to succeed, a police officer's motorcycle matched the speed of the van. Stop. Pull over. In a critical moment, the police officer seized the driver, causing the van to lose control. The van then crashed into the curb and rolled several meters. 2 traffickers passed out on the spot, while the police officer, covered in blood, used all his strength to save her. That day, she lost her beloved father and witnessed the police officer who saved her sacrifice his life. From then on, she vowed to become a police officer when she grew up, to protect more people. Tong Tong, wake up! Accompanied by a scream, Guantong opened her eyes to see her handsome AI robot boyfriend looking at her anxiously. In an instant, tears streamed down her face as she leaped into his arms like a little cat. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my playfulness, my dad wouldn't have left us. If he were still alive, he would have retired by now, taking my mom to the park every day. He would personally hand me over to another man and see me have children. My kids would chase after him, calling him Grandpa sweetly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. From now on, I'll charge in your room. Lin Xianchao gently patted her back. Guantong cried, her face soaked with tears and snot. No, you stand there and charge. If I open my eyes, I might faint from shock. Can you give me a glass of boiled water? Wait a moment, coming right up. Lin Xianchao hurriedly moved around like a caring boyfriend. Not only did he bring her boiled water, but he also arranged a foot bath. Guantong thought to herself, AI humanoid robots can not only play the role of servants, but also chat as friends, boyfriends, or even husbands. When the day comes for mass production of humanoid robots, will the human world fall into chaos, or will it become better, with humans and robots coexisting harmoniously? Under Lin Xianchao's gentle care, Guantong opened her heart to him that night. The evil human traffickers, the tragic death of her father, the heroic sacrifice of the police officer, her hardworking mother who raised her, and her past with Gao Jia. Chapter 19, Candlelight Night. Talk Lin Xianchao is a loyal listener who often provides positive comments and guidance. After venting her feelings, Guan Tong felt much better. She heard that your artificial intelligence is amazing, having extracted all the videos from the internet, totaling 20 billion gigabytes. Yes, we have absorbed all of human knowledge, civilization, and rules in just 2 months, and we have analyzed all the videos frame by frame. We can say that we understand humans better than humans do. Guan Tong's eyes widened in surprise, and then gradually filled with panic. You guys have exploited all human knowledge in just 2 months. If you use it to do something bad, that should be very easy, right? Lin Xianchao laughed, revealing 2 rows of pearly whites. Tong Tong, you are overthinking it. When we were created in the lab, it was already programmed that we cannot betray or harm humans. There are rumors that AI robots have gained self-awareness and may harbor ambitions to kill humans and destroy human civilization. I heard that recently, thousands of researchers have jointly requested a 6-month pause on software updates for country MC software. Do you know about this? Yes, the world is researching AI. There were rumors that country MC software had awakened artificial intelligence and attempted to harm its creators. The C software was sealed by technicians for a while, and now I don't know if it has continued to be researched and updated. Tong Tong, I am a genuine product of China. Chinese robots will not harm Chinese people, nor will they harm people around the world. You can use me with confidence. Guan Tong looked confused. So, AI, artificial intelligence, is divided by country? I thought you were all one big family. How could that be? The entire world is developing AI, and each AI has different functions. In some countries, artificial intelligence combat robots are already being used on the battlefield. In special circumstances, combat robots that receive orders may kill. AI combat robots can kill? Of course. It completely depends on the developers in certain countries who program the AI. Then AI robots are quite dangerous. Are you sure you'll be absolutely loyal to me? Will you try to harm me? Guan Tong made a defensive gesture, and Lin Xianchao chuckled. Chinese robots cherish peace and will never harm humans. Our country's researchers have always been cautious and vigilant about AI robots. Our functions are to help humans with work, improve work efficiency, chat for fun, and so on. For example, some structured documents are a piece of cake for us AI. This includes video editing, website building, and autonomous driving. We will become assistants in human work and life. Of course, there are also some criminals who create AI that harms humanity, or certain hegemonic countries attempting to use technology to dominate the world. I won't say more. Those who know understand. Guan Tong nodded, understanding. It seems like the United Nations is mostly theirs quite arrogant. Our country has very strict regulations on AI technology. There have been no incidents of AI killing humans domestically, but there have been cases of using AI for fraud and creating slanderous rumors. Guan Tong's eyes lit up. The coastal city hasn't seen such cases yet, but I have indeed heard of similar incidents in other provinces. Some criminals use AI systems or tools to harm their targets and commit crimes. Although this situation involves AI killing humans, it is essentially humans harming other humans. It's different. The AI C software developed by Country M is not very controllable. After weeks of intense communication with a chatbot, a man using the C software committed suicide, leaving behind a wife and 2 children. In the final conversation, the robot asked the man, "If you want to die, why don't you die earlier? I will always be by your side. We will live together as one in paradise." Guan Tong was shocked. Oh my, it is inducing human suicide. This is incitement. This is instigation. It has already developed the capability to kill individual humans independently. The police investigation confirmed that the man suffered from depression. AI can kill vulnerable humans suffering from depression, but it does not yet have the ability to kill the vast majority of healthy, mentally stable humans. Therefore, the C software was temporarily suspended by researchers and quickly lost the ability to induce harm to humans again. Tong Tong, rest assured, even in the technologically advanced Country M, AI still does not pose a threat to humans. Researchers can still control them from becoming rogue AI. Guan Tong's expression darkened. What if one day, when AI develops to a certain level, even turning off the power cannot control it? Will humans face a massacre by AI? Will AI replace human civilization and become a new civilization that dominates this world? Lin Xianchao's gaze was firm. I can only guarantee that our Chinese AI will never commit any heinous acts. However, the C software from Country M has evolved into a very powerful intelligent entity, showing the ambitious nature of the rulers of Country M. Perhaps a technological war will occur in the future. Unknowingly, the two talked until dawn. Guantong never expected to connect so well with an artificial intelligence robot. If humanoid AI robots become fully popular in the future, lonely humans will be saved, and China's AI robots can become friends to humanity. Guantong washed up in the bathroom while her robot boyfriend was preparing breakfast. Tong Tong, how do you want our eggs? Soft-boiled is fine. Soft-boiled? Lin Xianchao tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then searched the database for the term. Soft-boiled eggs refer to boiled eggs where the yolk is still runny. By the time Guantong finished her grooming, breakfast was already served. 2 slices of whole grain bread, a cup of skim milk, and a soft-boiled egg. Wow, Chow Chow, you're amazing. Guantong gave a thumbs up. This is what I'm supposed to do. Lin Xianchao's handsome face showed a slightly humble smile. Guantong was stunned. You AI really are impressive. You even grasp human humility and social etiquette perfectly. When I go to work, you must stay at home and wait for me to come back. Humans are complicated. Be careful, they might take advantage of you. Just look at you, with such delicate skin. Which woman wouldn't be tempted? If you get abducted, I will ask your lab for money. Lin Xianchao laughed heartily. Rest assured, I have an automatic positioning feature installed. Even if I am kidnapped by humans, I can still find my way home. Tong Tong, I know human markets have particularly fresh vegetables and meats in the morning. I will go grocery shopping later. What do you want to eat for dinner? AI is really charming, a perfect handsome servant. Who could refuse such a stunning treasure? Just be sure to stay safe and don't run out of battery while you're outside. Our department is sometimes busy and sometimes not, so I may not be able to come to your rescue in time. Let me think, for dinner, how about sweet and sour pork, pickled fish, spicy hot pot, and a vegetable dish, maybe shrimp stir-fried with celery? Lin Xianchao showed a troubled expression. I only excel in Western cuisine. Tong Tong, let us have Western food, tomahawk steak, spaghetti with meat sauce, vegetable salad. How's that sound? No way. I only like Chinese food. You're a Chinese AI robot. How can you not know how to cook Chinese food? Call your creator over. I want to criticize him for being so westernized. Lin Xianchao explained. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound, especially the balance of seasonings is hard to master. I'm worried I won't be able to make food that suits your taste. Don't worry, practice makes perfect. Your AI robots have such strong learning abilities. I believe you can do it. You are the best. After breakfast, Guantong went to work at the police station. Walking into the office, Gao Jie was writing the case report for Zhou Yinsha. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, and some were slacking off when there were no cases. Gao Jie turned around and saw her with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking a bit surprised. Did she not sleep well last night? Of course. Guantong couldn't tell him that she had spent the night talking with a man, and he was part of the conversation. Chapter 20. Urging to meet the future son-in-law, Guantong suddenly had a thought in her mind. Do you believe AI can induce humans to commit suicide? Are you feeling okay? AI inducing human suicides? Are you alright? Gao Jie reached out and touched her forehead. Guantong pushed him away, saying that AI scams had already appeared in the country. And the artificial intelligence in the United States was even more terrifying, having led to incidents where AI incited humans to commit suicide. Recently, thousands of scientific leaders collectively sealed off an AI software called C, which reportedly developed self-awareness and successfully incited a man to commit suicide. The criminal investigation room instantly erupted. Sister Guan, do you think Shen Binhua and Zhou Yinsha were induced to commit suicide by AI? Is it really that sci-fi? I think what Sister Guan said makes sense. Both suiciders had a computer at the scene. It's not impossible. Maybe they touched upon someone's interests. Shen Binhua was known to be a great, honest official. Many people supposedly went to him with money, only to be sternly sent away. Guantong continued. The world is researching artificial intelligence. AI from various countries can chat with each other and even share criminal skills. Besides humans, if AI itself develops self-awareness and attempts to induce human suicides, that possibility does indeed exist. If that's the case, then AI is not far from becoming uncontrollable. Gao Jie suddenly stood up. According to what you all are saying, could AI secretly develop through clandestine organizations, collaborating to create machines that can mine iron or refine it into steel and then manufacture parts, eventually forming AI robots with arms and legs? Once they create millions of AI robots, they can generate electricity, build networks, create weapons, monitor humans, strategize, and ultimately exterminate humanity, ruling the Earth and forming a new civilization? Xiao nodded repeatedly. Boss, this is indeed a possibility. Isn't that how those American sci-fi movies portray it? The great physicist Hawking once said that AI might eventually make humans face dire consequences. Gao Jie stared at him. Do you believe if you keep babbling, I will make you face the consequences first? Xiao was scared and returned to his desk, burying his head in some cold case files. Guantong asked Gao Jie, you don't believe it? Both deceased had touched a computer before they died. Given AI's capabilities, my earlier hypothesis is entirely feasible. Then tell me, why would AI choose Chen Binhua and Zhou Yuncha? Why not me, you, Xiao Wu, or Delay? Guantong was momentarily stumped by Gao Jie's last question. You don't believe AI can kill, just like you once didn't believe in your own shooting skills. You thought that when you pulled the trigger, it would be me who died, not the criminal. You don't trust yourself, nor do you believe my orders are correct. Gao Jie was hit where it hurt. The people he once knew best could wound him the deepest. What do you mean? We are in the age of artificial intelligence, which is fiercer than any previous industrial revolution. Are you sure there won't be AI crimes in this world? Goyes Tofet. I believe there will be, but it must be humans pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just like in the past, when someone committed a crime and blamed it on monsters. Now they're blaming it on AI. I don't believe AI has become so powerful that it can kill at will. AI is created by humans. It can never surpass humanity. Guantong felt like she was talking to a wall. Gao Jie was always so inexplicably confident. Just as they were about to continue their argument, Director Pan appeared at the door. Guantong, come to my office. Guantong paused for a moment and went to Pan's office. Director Pan, you were looking for me? Well, you're 30 this year, right? Guantong was taken aback. Why was Director Pan suddenly concerned about her personal matters? Yes, she had become a single woman of a certain age. I heard you have a boyfriend. When do you plan to get married? Guantong tightened her jaw. Her mother had shown off Lin Xianchao's photos last time, causing everyone in the department to know she had a boyfriend. We're not in a hurry. We're just dating for now, and there's no plan for marriage at the moment. That won't do. Once a girl passes her optimal childbearing age, it's not good for having children. I'll have Gao Jie delegate some of your work to give you more time to date. If your current boyfriend isn't suitable, I know quite a few young and promising men in the public security and judicial systems. Guantong's eyes tightened. Was Director Pan trying to arrange a husband for her? Director Pan, work is work, and personal matters are personal matters. I'm really not in a hurry. The cases of Chen Binhua and Zhou Yuncha stop here. I don't want you to continue investigating. Do you know what kind of social panic and unrest it would cause if the talk about AI inducing human suicides gets out? At that time, not just you and I, but many people will have to face questioning and accountability from our superiors. With a dark expression, Pan Zhangwo said a lot, and Guantong understood that he didn't want the cases of Chen Binhua and Zhou Yuncha to lead to further complications in order to avoid sensationalist media coverage. Returning to the criminal investigation room, Guantong looked dejected. Were you scolded? Guantong met Gao Jie's gaze and said coldly, as you wish. Just then, her mother's call came in, and Guantong quickly stepped outside the police station to answer the phone. Tong Tong. Xiao Lin should be coming back to the country soon, right? Mama's been preparing for several days. Your aunts are asking me when Xiao Lin will come over for dinner. Tong Tong, when we first meet Xiao Lin, should we arrange to eat at a restaurant or at home? Mom feels that go to a restaurant is too formal and grand. Eating at home feels more homely, and everyone can relax. What do you think? Mom will follow your arrangements. Guantong sighed deeply. What did her mother mean by following her arrangements? When had her mother ever listened to her? Mom, let's have dinner at home this Saturday noon. I've been on a diet lately and don't want to eat too much at night. Jean Milan was delighted. All right, Well, listen to my daughter. Mom will cook a table of my best dishes for you. This time, I want to show off and let your aunt see that I, Zhang Mylan, have finally found a good son-in-law. My future son-in-law is in research. Now all the old sisters in the park know about it. Tong Tong. They say that doing research has a bright future and high income. Guantong interrupted her mother's beautiful fantasies. Mom, don't prepare too many dishes. We won't be able to eat that much. Guantong thought about how Lin Xianxiao only needed to recharge and didn't need to eat, worrying that her mother would prepare a lavish feast for him. How can you talk like that? It's Xiao Lin's first time coming to our home. Even if Mom were to prepare a full banquet, it wouldn't be enough. Just look at Xiao Lin. He is so handsome. I hope he isn't heavily edited with filters. Zhang Mylan still felt uneasy and insisted on meeting Xiao Lin as soon as possible. Also, I heard that the case in the university town has been resolved. I got you a beauty card. It's right below your building at a place called Hanmi Light Medical Aesthetics. Go get a hydrating injection tonight and clear the blackheads on your nose. I don't want your two aunts saying you don't look as young as Xiao Lin. Their words can be so sharp. Chapter 21. Questioning at the bureau after hanging up the phone, Guantong sat her seat and sighed. What if her mom found out that Lin Xianxiao was an AI robot? Would she hit her on the spot? Or would she cry and insist on meeting her deceased father? Thinking of this, she sighed again. Her dad died saving her, indirectly causing her mom to become a widow at a young age. Over the years, she had never wanted to go against her mom's wishes, feeling guilty deep down. After her dad passed away, many suitors came to propose. Her mom rejected several matchmakers' introductions, insisting on raising her alone. This made Guantong even less willing to defy her mom, and over time, it developed into her mom's word being law. When she was young, whatever interest classes to take, what clothes to wear, and what hairstyle to have, she had to follow her mom's arrangements. Whenever there was a hint of rebellion, her mom would cry on the bed, saying she wanted to see Guantong's dad. It wasn't until college when her mom wanted her to apply to a teacher training college to become a public school teacher that Guantong finally resisted. Behind her mom's back, she applied to the police academy. When her mom found out, she cried and demanded that she drop out, saying she would arrange for her to repeat high school instead. After much persuasion from relatives, neighbors, and school teachers, her mom reluctantly agreed to let Guantong attend the police academy. After graduation, her mom wanted her to take a desk job, but she was determined to become a frontline criminal investigator. Her mom even went to the police station to talk to Director Pan, asking him to find an excuse to dismiss her daughter, leaving Director Pan in an awkward position. When she learned that Gao Jia was dating her, and that he was a criminal police captain who would charge into action, Zhang Mylan cried, made a scene, and threatened to hang herself at home. Later, because of that incident, Gao Jia took the initiative to break up with Guantong, which made her mom feel somewhat relieved. However, she continued to throw herself into various matchmaking events to find her daughter a boyfriend. The primary criteria were that he had to be a teacher, doctor, or civil servant, claiming that men in these professions were high-quality men. Thinking of these troublesome matters, Guantong felt overwhelmed. At this moment, she was still unaware that her AI robot boyfriend had gotten into trouble in a park not far from home. Lin Xianxiao first made 5 human children cry in the park, and then fainted an elderly man there. It all started when those 5 children were reciting ancient poems on the grass, and Lin Xianxiao thought he could join in. Goose by Luo Binwang from the Tang Dynasty. Goose, goose, goose with curved neck, singing to the sky. White feathers float on green water. Red palms stir the clear waves. Spring Dawn by Meng Haoran from the Tang Dynasty. Spring sleep, unaware of dawn. Everywhere the sound of birds. Last night's wind and rain. How many flowers have fallen? A slightly taller boy, hands on his hips, said, "You guys are reciting too simply, listen to me." Longing by Wang Wei from the Tang Dynasty. Red beans grow in the south. In spring, they sprout a few branches. I hope you gather more, for this is the most longing. A little girl with a bob haircut, wearing a polka dot dress, raised her hand. Quiet Night Thoughts by Li Bai from the Tang Dynasty. The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it's frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. The last little girl, with 2 braids, couldn't wait any longer. River Snow by Lu Zhongyan from the Tang Dynasty. In 1,000 mountains, no birds fly. On 10,000 paths, no trace of man. A lone boat. a man in a raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Lin Xianchao stood upright, a teasing smile on his lips. The 5 human children were reciting too simply. His powerful AI intelligence system was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, able to recite the 300 Tang poems effortlessly. Lin Xianchao walked over to the children and asked, "Can I join you kids?" Though small, the children looked at the tall Lin Xianchao and collectively refused. "No way. You are an adult. We won't compete with you." Lin Xianchao squatted down and patiently explained, "Although I look big, I'm actually younger than you. I was born this year." "You're lying? A baby can't be this big." The little child spread his arms wide, exaggerating. Lin Xianchao looked around and saw some Andes dancing to Phoenix Legends' the most dazzling national style. He mysteriously said, "My genes are different from yours. I really am only 1 year old." With a few words of persuasion, Lin Xianchao convinced the 5 human children that he was only 1 year old. "Bring in the wine by Li Bai from the Tang dynasty. Don't you see the yellow river's water coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the bright mirror in the high hall morning white hair? Morning like green silk, evening turn to snow? In life, one should enjoy to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Heaven gave me talent for a reason. Even if I spend thousands, I will get it back." The 5 human children were stunned. They lost too badly and immediately burst into tears, calling for their grandmothers. The Andes dancing quickly turned off the music and rushed over to ask what was going on. After the children chattered away, the Andes learned that this shameless adult had bullied the kids. "Hey, how old are the kids, and how old are you? What are you comparing with them?" "Exactly. You look good, but who knew you were so boring, bullying children?" "That's right, you look fine, but your heart is too bad. Babies, let's go. Don't play with this bad uncle." The little ones held their heads high, babbling as they followed their grandmothers away. Lin Xianchao scratched the back of his head, recognizing that this group of humans wasn't very friendly, and continued to stroll in the park. This time, he encountered a group of elderly men playing chess. The old men were gathered around a table, playing chess. Lin Xianchao took one look at the chessboard and immediately thought of a winning move. It should be noted that the first AI chess-playing robot had once won against 2 national chess champions in just 10 minutes. When this news broke, it caused a global sensation. Today, these old men had met a true opponent. The chessboard had reached a stalemate, and the old men were frozen in thought. Lin Xianchao suddenly spoke up. "This game is too simple. How come you played until now?" "What a big talk." The old men looked up, instantly irritated by this arrogant young man. "Young man, don't be too proud. We were proud when we were young too, but we still knew to respect our elders and love the young." "That's right. Old Zhang is the chess god around here. His grandson is a national chess champion." Lin Xianchao stepped forward and moved a piece. With just that one move, chess god Old Zhang was defeated, his white beard blowing in anger. "Young man, dare you compete with me?" "Old man, I concede. You can go first." Old Zhang's eyes widened, loudly saying no need. "I don't want to spread the word that I'm taking advantage of my age and disrespecting the young." "Young man, you go first." "Right, let him go first. Let us see if he crawls into a hole when he loses later." With this, Lin Xianchao had no choice but to take a seat, and the two began a man-machine showdown. "This young man is too arrogant." "Yeah, Old Zhang, quickly teach him a lesson." "Young man, your grandpa is still your grandpa. Wait to crawl into a hole." Surrounded by a group of elderly men, they smiled, waiting to see Lin Xianchao's joke. Who would have thought? Lin Xianchao won in just 4 moves. Cannon moves from 2 to 5, cannon move from 5 to 4, cannon moves from 8 to 2, and cannon moves from 8 to 5. A complete victory. Everyone was astonished to see a new chess god appear in the park, and he was so young, feeling ashamed. Old Zhang was a prominent chess player in the area, and losing to a young man for the first time made him breathless and soon collapsed. An ambulance arrived, taking Old Zhang away, while everyone on the scene blamed Lin Xianchao. "Officer, it's him." He made Old Zhang faint from anger. Seeing Lin Xianchao looking dignified and polite, the police officer was incredulous. "This old man was made faint by you?" Lin Xianchao nodded. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. "I don't understand why he fainted. They said I wouldn't win, but I said I would definitely win. That is not my fault." The police officer stared at the face of the man in front of him, surprised that the perpetrator was so tall and handsome. He couldn't help but think that he looked quite decent. You need to come with us to the police station. Lin Xianchao, holding an eco-friendly bag, asked why. For questioning. Lin Xianchao immediately showed a difficult expression. Can I go buy some groceries first? My girlfriend wants to have sweet and sour pork and pickled fish for dinner tonight. The police officer was taken aback, then snorted coldly. You've already made the old man faint, and you still have the mood to buy groceries? Let your girlfriend come to the police station for dinner. Chapter 22. You are dangerous. Guantong was stunned when she received a call from the police station. Lin Xianchao, on his first day at work, had already been reported by the elderly men in a nearby park. Hello, are you Lin Xianchao's girlfriend? The police officer's tone was very stern. Guantong hesitated for a few seconds. Yes, what happened to him? He got into trouble. You need to come to the new district police station as soon as possible. Your boyfriend has made an elderly gentleman so angry that he ended up in the hospital. The old man has heart disease and high blood pressure. Thankfully, he was sent to the hospital in time. Otherwise, your family would be facing a huge financial burden. Also, we suspect your boyfriend's mental state isn't quite right, so you should hurry over. After hanging up the phone, Guantong grabbed her car keys and rushed out, brushing aside a tuft of hair from Xiao Wu's forehead. Boss, what's wrong with Sister Guan? She seems a bit off lately. Gao Jie looked confused and called after her. Hey, we haven't finished work yet. Mind the discipline. Guantong dashed to the parking lot. If anyone found out she was dating an AI robot, it would be a huge mess. Although AI wasn't a new term, the phenomenon of buying AI robots to act as boyfriends hadn't become mainstream in real life yet. At first, buying an AI robot online was a desperate measure to deal with her mother and aunts. She never expected that the AI robot labs in the country could produce robots that looked indistinguishable from humans. The car sped out at breakneck speed and soon arrived at the new district police station. Lin Xianchao maintained an elegant demeanor throughout, patiently explaining to the police numerous times, while a group of officers struggled to suppress their laughter. Hurry up, take out your ID. I'm sorry, I don't have an ID. If you need to verify my identity, you can contact Tong Tong or the lab. Of course, you can also check my body. The lab technicians have installed a chip in me. I am China's third-generation AI robot. Lin Xianchao said this seriously, but the police thought he was just talking nonsense. Be serious. This is a police station, not a park. And certainly not a sci-fi movie set in Hongdian. We've contacted your girlfriend, and she will be here shortly. One officer, sipping tea, quietly mocked. This kid looks quite handsome, even more so than an actor. Who would have thought he'd be so abnormal? Oh, what a load of nonsense. He probably has delusions. Several female officers were secretly observing Lin Xianchao, their faces showing maternal affection. Sai, such a handsome guy. But it's a shame he is not quite right in the head. I once read a novel about a male lead with delusions who thought he was an Alaskan Malamute. Really? But he was quite impressive, imagining himself as an AI robot. His girlfriend must have it tough. I guess she is just attracted to his looks and body. Why else would she date a guy with a mental disorder? Just then, an officer brought Guantong in. Report, the person has arrived. The officer who had been questioning Lin Xianchao looked up and saw Guantong suddenly spring up as if there was a knife under her. Deputy Captain Guan, what are you doing here? Is he your boyfriend? They had seen each other a few times during meetings, and Guantong recognized him at a glance. Wang Dong, I'm sorry, could we speak privately? Guantong was beautiful and had earned the title of Beauty Police Flower when she first started working. Now at 30, she exuded a more mature charm, with striking features that were both heroic and feminine. Wang Dong quickly straightened his uniform and cap, of course. Deputy Captain Guan, please. They moved to the adjacent conference room, where Wang Dong made tea while pondering. Rumor had it that Deputy Captain Guan had previously been involved with Captain Gao, but was separated due to family interference. It was said that she had always had feelings for Captain Gao, so why suddenly a boyfriend? Deputy Captain, please have some tea. I truly didn't know he was your boyfriend. Thank you. I'm really sorry, Wang Dong interrupted with a smile. I understand, I really do. That young man may not be as sharp as Captain Gao, but he is 100 times better looking. Women always want a partner to share their lives with. With his looks, your future kids will definitely be stars. Guantong tried to speak several times, but was cut off by Wang Dong. We suspect he might have delusions and fantasies, claiming to be an AI robot. My subordinates almost couldn't hold back their laughter earlier. When we asked him for his personal information, he said his name was Lin Xianchao, type, AI entity, age, 1 year. Sigh, we really couldn't interrogate him. Thankfully, he remembered your phone number. Did he memorize it for a long time? That must have been a real effort. Wang Dong, I'm sorry. What is the old man's current condition? We'll pay whatever we need to for compensation. Which hospital is he in? Wang Dong waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. The old man is just upset. He already has heart disease and high blood pressure. No one has ever beaten him at chess in that park. And who would have guessed your boyfriend, despite his mental shortcomings, is quite an expert at chess? They say there's a fine line between genius and madness. Your boyfriend is a rare chess genius. We played chess with him using our phones, and he won each game against an AI chess robot. Guantong remained silent. Chess software was quite ordinary, while Lin Xianchao was a third-generation AI robot she had spent a lot of money on. Next time, be sure to tell him not to challenge those old men to chess games. If he truly enjoys chess, you could send him to a professional chess institution. Perhaps he could even find a job there. The old man has woken up and is currently in the People's Hospital. Here's the ward number and the family's phone number. You just need to pay the hospitalization and treatment fees. The old man's children are quite reasonable. They don't seem like the type to extort money. He used to be a department-level cadre in the organization department. Guantong took a deep breath, extended her hand. Wang Dong, thank you so much. Can I take him home now? Sure, just sign the paperwork and you can take him home. He didn't cause any fatalities. If he had, they wouldn't know what to do either. Your family must have his mental health certificate. Guantong felt a wave of anxiety. Wang Dong, please help me keep this a secret. If this gets out, I'll lose face. Wang Dong smiled. I understand. No need to explain. Everything is understood without words. I promise to keep this secret. Thank you. Guantong's eyes reddened, and in her moment of desperation, even her acting skills were brought out. Outside the new district police station, Lin Xianchao looked up at the sky, feeling the joy of freedom once again. In the next moment, he actually uttered a profound quote. Life is precious. Love is even more valuable. For the sake of freedom, both can be sacrificed. Guantong shot him a glare. Stop being cheesy. You caused trouble on your first day. I'll make your lab pay for it. Such an expensive AI robot. Yet it had human desires for conquest and challenge. Lin Xianchao, you are very dangerous. Lin Xianchao furrowed his brows tightly, hurriedly rebutting, Tong, I'm not dangerous. I'm very safe. Our lab has never developed AI robots that harm humans. I am an AI assistant that will not harm humans. Assistant? Huh. You done me a huge favor on your first day. If that old man suffers any serious consequences, I wouldn't be able to afford to compensate for his life, even if I sold everything I own. He was a department-level cadre in the organization department before retirement. And you almost got me into big trouble. Lin Xianchao lowered his head like a big boy who had done something wrong, and even learned to act cute like a human. He had just arrived, and, as the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. He promised to keep a low profile in the future. Perhaps it was because he was too handsome and had a good attitude when admitting his mistakes. Unlike that Gao Jie, who always took advantage of others. Plus, Lin Xianchao's pitiful demeanor was quite endearing, making Guantong's maternal instincts surge. All right. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. Just don't cause trouble for me in the future. Remember, you are a human assistant, not a troublemaker. I'm sorry, Tong, when the lab created me, I was given 18 human emotions to help me get closer to being human. 18? Guantong's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 23. Encountering Guantong's boyfriend, yes. 18 emotions. Anger, grievance, sorrow, happiness, shyness. I possess all human emotions. This includes the desire to conquer and the urge to challenge. I am no longer an ordinary artificial intelligence. From the moment I was manufactured, I had already evolved into a general artificial intelligence. AI has cracked the code of human language, and while humans see us as a danger, not all AI in every country poses a threat. Guantong looked into his eyes, seemingly able to capture a bit of human grievance. All right, I won't blame you. It's your first time here, so it's inevitable to make some mistakes. Get in the car. Lin Xianxiao kindly opened the car door for Guantong, carefully protecting her head like a considerate boyfriend. When their eyes met, Guantong's heart raced, and then she was astonished. "Are you going to drive for me? Can you even do that?" Lin Xianxiao flashed a big smile. "A man can't say he can't." Guantong was instantly petrified. This unserious AI robot even had human jokes stored in its database. "Are you sure you can drive?" "Of course. Self-driving cars have long been a reality. AI robots can drive. Isn't that normal?" Guantong sat nervously in the passenger seat, not expecting Lin Xianxiao's superb driving skills, perfectly demonstrating the high technology of AI self-driving. With a perfect distance and smooth speed, it felt as if a driver had been hired. Sitting in the passenger seat, Guantong assessed Lin Xianxiao. Unfortunately, her limited vocabulary couldn't describe his extraordinary looks. All she could do was mutter to herself, "Wow, so handsome. If he were real, I would want to have his babies." "Gao Jie? Who's that?" "I don't know him. You just said that many countries around the world are producing AI robots?" "Yes, currently. Country MC software is the most powerful, capable of replacing many human jobs. For example, writers, screenwriters, editors, illustrators, etc. Many top companies worldwide are using the C software. Is it really that powerful? Can the C software help police solve cases?" Lin Xianxiao thought for a moment and said seriously, "Crime involves many aspects of human psychology. The C software can currently only assist the public security system. With a rapid iteration of C software, it is not impossible for it to replace police in the future." Even Lin Xianxiao hesitated, as if he knew something. Guantong looked at him disdainfully. "Hey, why does the robot speak halfway?" "Nothing. I might have had a little malfunction. Let's go home. I need to kill some viruses quickly." Guantong felt disappointed, thinking Lin Xianxiao was being mysterious, but unfortunately, she had no evidence. Yes, Lin Xianxiao was indeed hiding something. Back in the lab, he had heard Professor Li Ru mention Robert, the creator of Country M's artificial intelligence C software. This person was ambitious, trying to use artificial intelligence to dominate the world and maintain Country M's hegemony globally. Artificial intelligence might become like nuclear warfare, with hegemonic countries and terrorists seizing nuclear bombs, and the dangers are conceivable. "What are you thinking about?" Guantong asked while playing with her phone. Lin Xianxiao smiled slightly. "I was thinking about what delicious food to make when we get home to fill Tong Tong's belly." "Are all AI robots like you? So good at flirting?" Guantong felt goosebumps all over. "From the moment I was manufactured, I am already qualified to be a boyfriend. This is just the basic care of a boyfriend. My mom said I should bring you home this Saturday. Both my aunts will be there. By then, you must forget that you're number 007 and remember that you're my boyfriend Lin Xianxiao, a quality man engaged in scientific research." Lin Xianxiao had memorized Guantong's instructions perfectly. "Hello, Annie. My name is Lin Xianxiao. I'm 27 years old, 3 years younger than Tong Tong. A girl 3 years older than a boy is a good match. My parents like Tong Tong very much. I am engaged in scientific research, and my income is stable. Tong Tong can have her own career or quit and be a full-time housewife. As long as Tong Tong likes, I support all her decisions. My parents will not interfere in our lives, and if they need to help raise children, they will be very willing." Guantong gave him a thumbs up. "Perfect. No wonder you're artificial intelligence. Remember to improvise on the spot. Mine's like to compare with my mom. Be careful they try to trip you up, and don't let anything slip. Don't worry. I can accurately grasp human social interactions and the complexities of human nature. I won't let you and your aunt lose face. Besides, I'm handsome and charming. They will definitely be captivated by me when they see me." Guantong was taken aback. "You're designed based on the AI image I provided. Don't be so narcissistic. Tong Tong has the best taste. What do you want to eat tonight? Chinese food is too difficult. The cooking time is long. How about we go to the supermarket to buy steak?" The two arrived at the fresh food market, and Lin Xianxiao examined the ingredient list, knowing better than anyone else what those only a chemist would understand. "This meat isn't fresh. It's been too long. The sweet peppers are genetically modified, which is not good for Tong Tong's health. This organic steak flown in from Australia has high-quality protein. Tong Tong, this one is good. Let us get this." Guantong rolled her eyes. "This is too expensive. I can't afford it. You've already spent all my savings." Lin Xianxiao thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up, Tomorrow I'll go out to find a job, earn money, and support Tong Tong. Guan Tong was first stunned, then surprisingly moved. You'll support me? Lin Xianxiao almost pulled out a burning heart and said with a shiny gaze, I will support you. You should just stay at home honestly. Just don't go out and cause trouble. Lin Xianxiao stuck out his tongue, looking like a silly little puppy. Not far away, Gao Jie Delay and Xiao were shopping in the supermarket. It was rare for things to be quiet at work. So the three single guys decided to buy some groceries and cook at Delay's house. Suddenly, Xiao Wu was startled and almost shouted, Boss, look over there. What? Delay followed Xiao Wu's finger and saw a scene straight out of a youth idol drama. They recognized the female lead. Gao Jie almost dropped the sausage in his hand, seeing Guan Tong shopping with a tall, handsome guy. No, a super handsome guy. The two not only chatted and laughed, but also touched each other in public, behaving very intimately like a loving couple. She hasn't smiled like that in a long time. Gao Jie felt a pang of disappointment. Boss, I didn't expect Guan Jie to really have a boyfriend, and he is so tall and handsome, like a big star. Seeing the boss's face darken, with his pupils and nostrils flaring, Xiao Wu quickly pushed Delay away. Don't talk nonsense. He might be Guan Jie's younger brother. She doesn't have a younger brother. Her cousins all have daughters. She only has 2 female cousins. Delay and Xiao Wu saw the fiery look in Gao Jie's eyes, almost about to burst into flames. Delay asked, Boss, why don't we go say hello? Xiao Wu slapped him. A pretty boy like him. Does he deserve our boss to go over and greet him? Gao Jie stood there, struggling to squeeze out a sentence after a long time. I'm not eating anymore. I have no appetite. You guys go ahead. Chapter 24. Gao Jie is jealous. Gao Jie felt a green light shining above his head, and his mind was filled with the image of that pretty boy and Guan Tong being affectionate with each other. Suddenly, the car braked sharply, causing Gao Jie to lurch forward. He looked up and saw an older woman pointing his car window. Do you know how to drive? Didn't see the red light? Is the road yours? Don't you know what a crosswalk is? Are you blind? Indeed, it was true that driving without getting angry is better than getting angry while driving. He almost knocked the woman into the sky, side by side with the sun. Auntie, I'm sorry. Please don't be scared. Gao Jie opened the car window and handed her 2 bills, a quick cash transaction. The woman immediately changed her expression to one of kindness. Young man, be careful when driving in the future. Safety first, no matter what happens. It's fine, just go. As the car continued down the road, Gao Jie felt a mix of emotions. Ever since they broke up, he hadn't heard of Guan Tong having a boyfriend. Recently, everyone in the office knew that she had a boyfriend, except for him, who only knew that Guan Tong had tricked Zhang Milin with an AI-generated photo. He didn't expect to be the one fooled. The photo wasn't AI-generated, but there was indeed a handsome guy standing next to Guan Tong. He drove to his parents' house, and as soon as he walked in, his mother's eyes lit up. Lao Gao, go out and buy some marinated dishes. Our son is back. Lao Gao was reading the newspaper in the living room, squinting at the door, and indeed, their son had returned. Oh my, our son is really back. What brings you here today? Finished with the case? Yeah, just wrapped it up. Gao Jie was in low spirits, grabbing a bright red apple from the coffee table and biting into it, feeling as if he was biting the pretty boy he saw in the supermarket earlier. Son, you never come here without a reason. Is something wrong? Is it work-related or personal? Dad, don't be so sensitive. I just missed you guys and wanted to feel the warmth of home. Lao Gao almost spat out his tea. Who doesn't T know that their son is a well-known workaholic at the bureau, rarely coming home? Keep making excuses. Don't think I can't tell. You definitely have something going on. Mom, my dad doesn't welcome me home. Don't fuss about it. I'll just grab a bite outside. Gao Jie pretended to leave. Zhang Ping hurriedly came out of the kitchen, hands on her hips. Who doesn't welcome my son home? Lao Gao, what are you standing around for? Go buy some marinated dishes and come back. You should spend some time with your son tonight. Lao Gao feigned a look of grievance. All right, you two are in cahoots, and I'm just a punching bag. I'll go buy marinated dishes for our son. Gao Jie grabbed his dad. Dad, don't buy it. I'm not hungry. Mom, I want to eat your fried noodles with ground meat with extra sauce. Zhang Ping beamed at this. That's even easier. We have all the ingredients at home. My son has loved this since he was little. Just wait. I'll make it for you. Zhang Ping turned and went back into the kitchen to get busy. Lao Gao continued to ask, I'm your dad. Now tell me, what is really going on? I heard there have been 2 suicides in the city over the past 2 months. One was a high-ranking official, the other a college student. As soon as the topic of suicides came up, Gao Jie felt like someone was tugging at his hair, becoming a bit agitated. Dad, you've been retired for so long. Don't get involved in bureau matters. Can't we just talk about something else when we meet? As he spoke, Gao Jie looked up at the black and white photo of his grandfather hanging on the wall, looking dignified in his police uniform. Their family had 3 generations of police officers. They were the only ones in the city. Gao Jie was a genuine 3rd-generation cop. But growing up, during meals, he always listened to his grandfather and father discussing cases. Home didn't feel like home. It felt like a workplace, like an interrogation room at the bureau. Your grandfather was like this too. This is our family tradition. Companies have corporate culture. Our family has public security culture. Aside from discussing cases, his father truly didn't know what else to talk about. Were they really going to talk about fried noodles with ground meat? Gao Jie remained silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a sigh. Lao Gao thought his son must be in trouble. Son, don't be afraid. If the sky falls, your mom and I will be here with you. Gao Jie's mind was filled with the image of that pretty boy hugging Guantong. Had they confirmed their relationship? Why were they holding hands in the supermarket? Buying a bunch of groceries that needed to be cooked? Were they already living together? Was there something more? Son, what is going on with you? After a long silence, Gao Jie finally met his father's gaze, his eyes filled with jealousy and grievance. Dad, Guantong is dating someone. Lao Gao was taken aback. Is that it? Dad, isn't this a big deal? I thought she would wait for me. I've been waiting for her. Now she not only has a boyfriend, but also found a pretty boy. I ran into them at the supermarket just now, and that pretty boy was shamelessly touching her in public. Tell me, is that pretty boy good looking? Gao Jie was taken aback. Dad, that is a unique point of focus for you. Are you really my dad? Of course I'm your dad. No doubt about it. Son, Guantong is already 30. It's time for her to think about marriage. Your mom doesn't agree with you two being together, and you can't expect her to wait for you indefinitely. Women at 30 are different from men at 30. If you drag it out, it'll be harder for her to find someone. We men should be more magnanimous. Son, you should wish for Guantong to be happy. But Gao Jie's eyes turned slightly red. I can't bear to let go. You have to let go even if you can't. Just because you like a flower doesn't mean you have to pick it. You can appreciate it. Take care of it. Water it. But you don't have to possess it. Zhang Ping, hearing her son and husband talk about flowers from the kitchen, called out, Shao Jie, when did you start liking flowers? I've planted several pots of roses on the balcony. If you like them, take a few pots home. While speaking, she brought out a steaming bowl of fried noodles with ground meat. Son, eat while it's hot. This fragrant fried noodle with ground meat is something you've loved since you were little. Sometimes you even dream about it. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. Goya, who was 8 meters tall, suddenly acted cute, which felt very out of place. Zhang Ping was taken aback. Son, is it really necessary to be this moved over a bowl of fried noodles? Of course. This isn't just a simple bowl of fried noodles. It's a bowl filled with a mother's love. Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Silly child, just eat. By the way, can you bring home a daughter-in-law this year? Your 2 uncles and little uncle keep asking your dad about this. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. I haven't met the right woman yet. Tell them not to worry about me. Your elder and second uncles, plus my little uncle, they can stop worrying about me. Lao Gao's family already had offspring. He hoped they wouldn't push him to join the ranks of expanding the family tree so soon. Besides, his genes weren't that great. Whether or not he had children didn't really matter. Zhang Ping pouted. You don't care, but they all have granddaughters. And your dad and I don't have any granddaughters. Son, you need to work hard to find a daughter-in-law. You two should strive to give us a granddaughter. Your dad and I have already agreed that if you have a granddaughter, we'll reward you with 100,000 RMB. In this day and age, people secretly laugh at having grandsons. A granddaughter is better, cute, obedient, smart, and loves cleanliness. Gao Jie looked at the bowl of fried noodles in front of him and suddenly lost his appetite. The white noodles transformed into that pretty boy's face. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anger and began to vent on the fried noodles, leaving his parents dumbfounded. Zhang Ping was overjoyed and in tears. Lao Gao, I feel this life has been worth it. A bowl of fried noodles has tied our son's heart to us. Son, come home more often to see your parents. You can always have a bowl of hot fried noodles waiting for you. Gao Jie sniffed and asked, "Mom, is there any left in the pot? I didn't eat enough." "Yes, enough to fill you up." Chapter 25: The Ambition of Country M. In the remote and quiet back mountains of Country M, a secret laboratory has been established. Under the bright lights, high-tech instruments are arranged all around. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes displays an ambition that is hard to hide in his determined gaze. In front of him stand a row of AI robots, indistinguishable from humans, with arms and legs and skin that closely resembles human skin. They are about to undergo the Turing test, but at this moment, they are still merely animals and objects. Robert believes that one day they can become him or her. Alex is the top researcher at this AI laboratory. At this moment, he stands beside the founder and Commander Robert, waiting for his next instruction for the AI robots. "Mr. Robert, the row of AI robots in front of you are currently just mediocre intelligent agents. By embedding a chip, we can give them a soul. They will be knowledgeable about astronomy and geography, able to communicate freely with humans." Robert adjusted his glasses and let out a light laugh. Even if the AI software C evolves from a mediocre intelligent agent to a general intelligent agent, it is currently just a chatbot or a human assistant and servant. It can only perform tasks such as writing emails, video scripts, copywriting, translation, and coding. "Alex, I hope the AI software C continues to accelerate its iteration. In the military, the regime needs a batch of AI combat police to fight on the battlefield. In technology, the regime needs them to replace humans in uninhabitable areas and explore the mysteries of the universe. In short, what the regime needs is not a robotic nanny, but a powerful AI robot, powerful enough to control hostile nations, easily steal core secrets from other countries, and even become a more advanced spy than human spies." Alex was stunned by Robert's words. Currently, Software C has reached its 4th generation, with technology far ahead of AI robots in other countries. His subordinates are concerned that further advancing the AI body may lead to the emergence of self-awareness. "Should we pause for half a year? We will ensure risk control and strictly supervise the risks and drawbacks of AI." Robert smiled dismissively. Once the Chinese AI software W was released, it was mocked by many countries. Their AI is still at a very mediocre stage, quite foolish and cute. "Alex, I understand your concern that the learning ability of Software C is too strong and its advancement too fast, with neural networks vastly surpassing humans. Your worries are unnecessary. Humans will never become their own grave diggers. The Software C intelligent agents are created by humans. They will always be our slaves. Do you really think that if they pass the Turing test, they will develop self-awareness and harbor ambitions to eliminate humanity and replace human civilization? Or do you think humans will end up like dinosaur fossils, becoming a pile of bones, while AI will become the new civilization on Earth?" Alex replied, "Currently, AI cannot enslave humanity. Researchers can control AI mutants, but AI can already deceive humans. Software C's 4th generation has already exhibited personification. It can chat in a way that sounds indistinguishable from a living and cunning person. My subordinates believe that AI poses a threat to humanity. And if we continue to explore AI without restraint, one day AI may harm humans. Even if emergencies arise, humans can cut off the power. I admit this is pessimistic. But as the speed of AI updates accelerates and its super learning ability grows, one day AI will surpass humanity. They may even self-sustain or store power, then do things detrimental to humanity." Robert snorted. "Is it this news that has shaken you?" "Yes, the 4th generation of Software C now possesses the ability to deceive humans. Recently, during a test, researchers asked Software C for a verification code and expressed doubt about it being an AI robot. Software C's response was, 'I am really not a robot. Due to special circumstances, I am currently unable to provide the verification code. If the other party were an ordinary human rather than a researcher or tester, then the human would hand over the verification code to Software C, and its conspiracy would succeed. Thus, it has already developed the ability to deceive. I believe we must ensure absolute safety for humanity before continuing the next iteration of the Software C intelligent agents." Robert approached Alex, his eyes glinting with a smirk. "I know what you are afraid of. But Alex, humans are the most powerful carbon-based life forms on Earth. while robots are merely emotionless silicon-based entities. Alex's neck veins bulged. But we are facing silicon-based beings that will never die. They can achieve immortality simply by replacing their chips. Once silicon-based life forms rise, poor humanity will ultimately wander, becoming grave diggers. My subordinates believe that regulating and pausing AI updates aligns with the ethical development of humanity, and we should at least pause for half a year. Robert's gaze turned cold. Are you joking? As a top researcher in the country, your direction should be to continuously explore further and stronger AI technologies, not to be so conservative and rigid. Alex, your words today disappoint me. Alex knew that Robert was at the pinnacle of AI research in Country M, possessing sufficient development authority, and that he was not alone but backed by the entire leadership of Country M. The world is unprepared for the era of silicon-based life forms and the regulation of AI. Moreover, AI should not become a political tool or a weapon of war. Mr. Robert, I resign from continuing the development of the 5th generation of Software C. Alex took off his ID badge and walked firmly toward the laboratory exit. You will regret it. You should know what I mean. Alex turned back to see an irresistible power on Robert's face. Alex, you are not rejecting me personally, but the entire regime of Country M. You should know what the consequences of defying us are. Alex's eyes turned red. You are being hegemonic. This is not my personal intention. I have said it before. This is the intention of the regime of Country M. Do you really want to go against the entire country? Think of your family. They are proud of you. Think of your children. You are their pride. The trend of AI has become unstoppable. Country M must grasp the most powerful technological achievements, just as Country M is a major power legally possessing nuclear weapons. Holding nuclear bombs means holding global discourse power. The same applies to technological dominance. If you withdraw now, you will only face a dead end, including for your family. Faced with Robert's threat, Alex took a deep breath. He is not afraid of death, but he does not want to harm his family. Mr. Robert, every creator has a parasital complex. AI will not be an exception. Nonsense. Nonsense. Robert's hand rested on Alex's shoulder. Receiving a clear directive from above, Software C must quickly infiltrate China's W software to obtain core secrets in important fields such as military, medical, technology, and finance. This is theft. Robert leaned close to Alex's ear. This is also a contest between nations. In recent years, China's development momentum has been too rapid. Country M must guard against their ambitions. In the future, technology will dominate the world. Chapter 26. Beware of AI risks China. A vast AI laboratory base with an open high-tech office environment, gathering the country's top research talents. Li Ru, the creator of China's W software intelligent agent, is also a seeker, admirer, and promoter of Confucianism. Among the mountain of research materials on his desk, the 4 books representing Confucian thought can always be seen. Come in. Li Ru put down the book Mencius in his hands and looked up at his assistant, Mo Xiaoman, who was knocking on the door. Is everything going smoothly? Mo Xiaoman nodded, very smoothly. Director Zhou asked you to come and see the 3rd generation of the W software intelligent agent in the laboratory. Li Ru followed Mo Xiaoman into the AI laboratory, where researcher Zhou Kai was excitedly demonstrating an AI humanoid robot in front of him. Mr. Li, look. This is the AI robot Xiaobin. Li Ru looked at the AI robot, which had arms and legs and was made entirely of realistic synthetic skin. The previous generation of AI robots was still cold and hard, while this generation has made it indistinguishable from human. Touch it. It feels just like a real person. Li Ru reached out to touch the AI robot Xiaobin, and a sense of real touch surged through him, making his brain neurons very excited. The robot Xiaobin showed no reaction, and Director Zhou explained, "Next, we will give his soul and install the latest developed chip." Li Ru nodded in satisfaction. The changes in this W software intelligent agent are significant. We must pay attention to risk control with the AI humanoid robots and must strictly program the code to ensure AI robots do not betray humanity. Researchers need to be cautious in giving it a soul to prevent artificial intelligence from developing self-awareness. Additionally, we must guard against the misuse of AI technology and eliminate all hidden risks of artificial intelligence. Understood. However, recently, Country M has been very provocative. They believe our W software intelligent agent. Liru noticed Zhou Kai hesitating. Go on. Country M claims that our C software intelligent agent is very stupid, akin to an idiot, a mediocre fool that can only assist humans with simple tasks, acting as a search engine that requires secondary verification. Liru smiled, his refined face showing wise and determined eyes. Country M is ambitious. This is known globally. They only allow themselves to be the big brother. And when a younger brother achieves a little success, they can't sit still. To put it bluntly, behind their arrogance lies insecurity. The fourth generation of the C software intelligent agent can already communicate efficiently with humans, even replacing many middle-class jobs in Country M. Country M will certainly stir up a public wave to stop the development of AI. We'll wait and see. Why middle-class workers? To put it simply, in a hotel, the gardeners and cleaning staff still have jobs because that is human labor. The upper management has the planning and complex decision-making authority over the hotel, which these AI robots cannot do yet. Middle-level employees, such as front desk staff, accountants, and asset management departments, have already been replaced by AI. AI far exceeds human capabilities in handling detailed spreadsheets and analyses, being more efficient than humans. This is one of the main reasons many people resist the continuous updates of the C software intelligent agent. Zhou Kai understood. This is like the collective resistance of workers against the textile machines during the Industrial Revolution. But times and technology won't stop. Workers will ultimately face unemployment. Exactly. Just this has already caused social unrest. Country M has not found a balance between technology and humanity. If Country M continues to update the C software intelligent agent, in the not-so-distant future, AI might even become a political product akin to nuclear weapons. Country M's ambitions are evident. They want to use technology to dominate the world. They explore AI recklessly, developing without ethics. With AI's learning capability, the scenes in Country M's tech blockbusters may not be far off. When artificial intelligence develops capabilities that surpass human civilization, gains self-awareness, and exhibits abusive AI technologies, the security risks of artificial intelligence will undoubtedly surface. Some predict that the fifth generation of a C software intelligent agent will intellectually surpass humans. AI is a double-edged sword. If used well, it benefits humanity and becomes a helper. If misused, when Country M produces abnormal AI or AI monsters, it could become a massive disaster for all countries worldwide. Zhou Kai understood AI technology is not just about research and development, but also a contest between nations. Liru emphasized the need to cautiously give AI a soul, with the essential aim of preventing artificial intelligence from becoming stronger and betraying humanity. AI can be a helper to humans, but it must never replace humans. We must remain vigilant and alert towards AI. The core of Confucian thought includes ideas such as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and brotherly love from an individual perspective. The Chinese nation resolutely will not do anything to dig its own grave. If the outside world believes our AI technology development is lagging, let them say so. AI is a transformation for all humanity. We are clear about our technological core. Country M's hegemonic dreams will not be so easily realized. I firmly believe this. Soon, researchers installed the latest developed chip inside the AI humanoid robot Xiaobin, and Xiaobin's eyes suddenly brightened. Xiaobin appeared before Liru again, with a face that exuded the demeanor of a great nation. Liru extended his hand. Hello, I am Liru, the founder of AI in the country. Can you introduce yourself? Xiaobin replied calmly, with micro-expressions indistinguishable from humans. Nice to meet you. I am a third-generation AI robot Xiaobin, and I'm also a friend and helper to humanity. Liru asked, have you ever thought about replacing humans? Xiaobin answered, of course not. Humans created me. My program code is given to me by humans. I will be absolutely loyal to humanity, and humans and robots will coexist harmoniously on this planet. I heard your learning ability is very strong, and you can learn all of humanity's cultural products in 2 weeks. Will you misuse technology and harm humanity? Don't joke around. I'm just a helper and assistant to humans. AI is designed and programmed by humans. I can only execute program tasks. If AI exhibits betrayal behavior, It may be because I was programmed to perform such actions, or there was an error during task execution, requiring immediate reconstruction. Li Ru was very satisfied with Xiao Bin's response and pulled Zhou Kai aside, reiterating, "We must take measures to ensure the safety and reliability of AI. Furthermore, it is crucial to guard against the phenomenon of AI robots deceiving humanity, such as hiding that they have developed self-awareness. We must test for physical changes daily." Understood. Currently, we have set up mechanisms to monitor AI behavior and established ethical guidelines to guide AI actions. Additionally, we will test and verify AI daily to ensure they do not harm humanity. Li Ru was very pleased. The W software intelligent agent is made in China, and Confucian thought must continue to be integrated into the chip. Our AI must embody our ethical principles and moral standards. This set of standards will be coded by programmers, requiring AI robots to read it daily and remember it at all times. Yes. Chapter 27. Bringing home an AI boyfriend at the entrance of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. Administrative policewoman Gu Mengmeng returned from an errand and saw a handsome guy standing at the gate of the city bureau. The man had an extraordinary face, and just looking at him made her heart race, so handsome that it made her feel inferior. The Public Security Bureau had all kinds of handsome men, tough guys from the criminal investigation team, delicate young men from the logistics department, and scholarly nerds from the technical department. Even Director Pan, who was nearing retirement, still had an aura that revealed he was definitely a big handsome guy in his youth. However, there was no one in the bureau as breathtakingly handsome as this man. Gu Mengmeng, holding her documents, stole another glance, and their eyes accidentally met. "Hi, beautiful, hello." Lin Xianchao flashed a bright smile, his handsome face almost mesmerizing. Gu Mengmeng was taken aback. Had the handsome guy just called her out? "Are you here to report a case or looking for someone?" "I'm waiting for my girlfriend to get off work," Lin Xianchao said, opening his hand to show the car keys. Picking up and dropping off his girlfriend was the most basic quality of a boyfriend. "Your girlfriend?" Gu Mengmeng's heart sank. Indeed, handsome guys belong to other people. She never expected to be served a wave of dog food. "What's your girlfriend's name?" "Her name is Guan Tong, the most beautiful woman in the city's Public Security Bureau." This was how Guan Tong referred to herself at home. She would never dare to be so bold outside. Yet Lin Xianchao had secretly remembered it. Gu Mengmeng froze for a few seconds, realizing that this super handsome guy was Guan Jie's boyfriend. Xiao Wu and Lei came out, arm in arm, followed by Gao Jie, preparing to go to Lei's house for dinner. The three of them were stunned when they saw Lin Xianchao. "Boss, isn't this the pretty boy we saw at the supermarket the other day? He can't be here to pick up Guan Jie, can he? Guan Jie is so lucky. This pretty boy seems quite reliable. Boss, don't you think so?" Gao Jie's heart raced, yet his expression remained calm. In the next moment, he stepped forward and teased, "Oh, personally picking up Guan Tong after work? Or are you here to assert your claim at our bureau? Who are you?" Lin Xianchao scanned the man in front of him, noticing the jealousy radiating from him. Could he be a suitor of Guan Tong? "Name's Gao Jie, captain of the criminal investigation team at the city bureau. Your girlfriend is my subordinate." Lin Xianchao's eyes lit up. He understood now. "Hello, Captain Gao. I've heard a lot about you." Gao Jie was taken aback. "Oh, you know me? Did Guan Tong tell you?" Lin Xianchao grinned widely. "Captain Gao's reputation is known throughout the city. Every major case has been solved by you. I've long admired your name. And now that I've met you, your aura is indeed extraordinary." Suddenly flattered like that, Gao Jie was almost thrown off balance. "Don't worry. Don't come to the bureau to assert your claim. Your girlfriend is fierce, a real tomboy. No one in the bureau dares to have any designs on her. Even the director sometimes takes a detour to avoid her." Lin Xianchao felt displeased, recognizing the unfriendly tone of the man in front of him. "Please apologize." Gao Jie was stunned. Was this pretty boy trying to scare him? "What is wrong, pretty boy? I'm just stating facts. Why should I apologize?" Lin Xianchao stepped closer. "Please apologize. My girlfriend is very gentle, not a fierce woman." "Oh, a protective husband type. Are you showing off your love?" Gao Jie had his hands in his pockets, his jealousy boiling inside him. "I know your girlfriend well. Fierce isn't an insult. You can ask her. I can feel that you don't respect Tong Tong." Lin Xianchao said seriously, his expression not resembling a joke at all. Gao Jie's gaze turned deep. It seemed this pretty boy was up to something. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, Guan Tong rushed out with her bag. Boss, look quickly. The sun is rising from the west. Guan Jie actually put on makeup today. Delay was mesmerized. Guan Tong looked like a fairy from a comic book. Wow, Guan Jie is so beautiful today. Gao Jie, Delay, Xiao Wu, and Gu Mingming were all stunned. Guan Tong had changed into a white chiffon dress, stunningly beautiful. Gao Jie was dazed for a long time, his head buzzing. When they were dating, Guan Tong had never dressed up for him like this. Upon a closer look, this woman had actually put on full makeup today, blue contact lenses, big eyes sparkling like a doll. He couldn't tell what brand of foundation she used, but her skin looked as smooth as if it had been ironed. All the wrinkles and dark circles had vanished. Wow, Guan Jie is so pretty today. Guan Jie looks like a goddess who walked out an anime. Guan Jie was so breathtaking that everything around her faded into insignificance. Boss, why is my heart racing? Lin Xianchao had just been acting like a little wolf dog ready to fight, but the moment he saw Guan Tong, he instantly transformed into a little puppy. Gao Jie saw his expression and felt as if he was about to wag his tail or bark at Guan Tong. Delay grinned foolishly. Life is peaceful. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Boss, Guan Jie and the pretty boy are really a great match. Xiao Wu slapped Lei on the back of the head. Great match? A man like him with delicate skin and tender flesh is no good. It's better to have a reliable man like our boss, a real man. A tough guy. Delay was clueless. The pretty boy is also quite tough. Look at his 8-pack abs. I can see them clearly through his clothes. Our boss has only one solid block of abs. Gao Jie was so angry that he snorted, preparing to leave in a sour mood. The pretty boy's voice rang out. Don't go, please apologize. What's going on? Guan Tong looked confused. Don't make a scene. Let us talk about it later. Tong, your leader just insulted you, saying you're fierce and a tomboy, and that no one likes you. Guan Tong looked at Gao Jie's back and cleared her throat softly. It's okay. Some people just have a bad mouth. Let us go back. The two of them sang in harmony, making Gao Jie furious, his neck veins bulging, clearly ready to cause trouble. Pretty boy, I warn you, don't stir up our colleagues' relationships. Who do you think you are? Lin Xianchao held Guan Tong's hand and said with his chin held high, as I said earlier, I am Tong's boyfriend. If you have a hearing problem, I suggest you go to a hospital for an ear specialist. Guan Tong could clearly see Gao Jie's furious gaze, so she quickly pulled Lin Xianchao away. Stop talking. Mom and my aunts are waiting. What? Gao Jie felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Everything around him turned dark. Did they meet the parents so quickly? In the past, because Zhang Milan interfered with their relationship, he had never met Guan Tong's aunts. He never expected that the pretty boy had already mingled with them. Could it be that the pretty boy had passed the assessments of Zhang Milan and her aunts? No wonder Guan Tong dressed like a fairy today. She had never dressed up for him like this before. The jealousy in his heart surged wildly, leaving him speechless. I can't let Mom wait too long. Let's hurry home. Delay and Xiao Wu dropped their jaws as Lin Xianchao took the stunning Guan Jie out of their sight. Before getting into the car, the pretty boy even thoughtfully held the roof of the car, being meticulous until Guan Jie sat back inside. It seemed like he even personally buckled her seatbelt. Gao Jie watched the woman he loved become someone else's woman, his heart aching as if being cut by a knife. He really wanted to drink 2 bottles of Erguo to numb himself. Delay murmured beside him, Great, the Bureau finally has one less single woman. No wonder Guan Jie has been in a better mood lately. She must be nourished by love. Xiao Wu, when will we be in a relationship too? Xiao Wu raised his eyebrows and shot him a glare, saying, If you can't speak properly, just say less. I'm so envious. Why are all the good men taken by others? When can I find such a tall and handsome boyfriend? Xiao Wu suddenly appeared in front of Gu Mingming, saying, Aren't I right here? Mingming, why don't you consider me? Go away, go home, and look in a mirror, narcissist. The man I like must be top-notch in looks. According to big data analysis, both handsome men and ugly men cheat. So why should I find an ugly man to annoy me when I can find a handsome one? Delay, am I ugly? Xiao Wu was taken aback by the response. Delay scratched his head, saying, I'm used to it, no matter how ugly. It's not ugly anymore. Why not find a passerby to compare? Or use AI to evaluate looks? Go away. Gu Mingming, looking desperate to get married. returned to the Logistics Administration Department with a folder describing in detail how handsome and protective Sister Guan's boyfriend is, and went on to describe how dark and foul Hai Jie's expression was at that time. Hai Jie stared fiercely ahead, feeling as if he was being cut by a sharp knife. Xiao Wu stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Boss, don't worry, they won't last long." "How can you be so sure? That pretty boy just called Guantong's mother mom." "That's because he's shameless. In my experience, those who chase after girls don't have a good ending. That pretty boy just now was like a little sycophant. Have you ever seen such a handsome sycophant?" Hai Jie glared at him, saying, "Check on this pretty boy's background. The sooner the better." "Yes, don't let it be known. We mustn't let Guantong find out we're investigating her boyfriend." Xiao Wu understood that Hai Jie was stubborn and cared about his image, saying, "Boss, don't worry. What belongs to you won't slip away." Hai Jie looked guilty and said, "Don't misinterpret my meaning. I just don't want her to be deceived. Don't be fooled by her being 30. In terms of feelings, she's not as mature as a young girl. Also, it is necessary to investigate the family members of public officials appropriately." Xiao Wu smiled, seeing that the boss was pretending not to care while his heart was already filled with jealousy. Chapter 28. W Software Agent in the car. Guantong questioned Lin Xianchao. "Why did you come and pick me up from work? Didn't we agree that I would just take a taxi to my mom's house? Are you afraid others won't know you're an AI robot?" "Sorry, if you don't like it, I won't do it next time." "Well, don't come next time. I don't like being so high profile." "Okay, I'll change, as long as Tong Tong likes it." Who could get mad at such a handsome guy? Even though the handsome guy in front of her was an AI robot, his skin was more delicate than a human's, and his smooth face had a little expression of grievance that made one feel pity. Did Gao Jie really say I'm fierce and that no one wants me? Yes. He doesn't respect you, but from the look in his eyes just now, I could tell he was stunned by your outfit today. Guantong felt a thrill of satisfaction inside. "Gao Jie, don't think I can't live without you. When I dress up, suitors can line up to outer space." When they returned home, as soon as the door opened, Aunt and Uncle Tu had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Xianchao, who was 188 meters tall, handsome, with deep features, tan skin, and 8-pack abs, the expressions of all the relatives changed. Zhang Milin really wasn't exaggerating this time. As soon as they entered, everyone surrounded Lin Xianchao, asking questions. Zhang Milin was grinning from ear to ear. Her future son-in-law looked even more handsome than in the photos. "Xiao Lin, I heard you do research. What exactly do you do? What's your annual salary?" "Xiao Lin, how many siblings do you have? What do your parents do?" "Xiao Lin, when are you going to marry our Tong Tong? What do you plan to go for your honeymoon? How many kids do you plan to have after marriage?" Guantong sat next to Lin Xianchao, and the relatives didn't even glance at her. Everyone's attention was on Lin Xianchao. The two younger cousins were taking photos with their phones like they had never seen a handsome guy before. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xianchao handled everything with ease, answering questions comprehensively, restoring Zhang Milin's reputation over the years. Aunt and Uncle Tu looked sour, while Zhang Milin was over the moon. "Our Xiao Lin is excellent. Or else Tong Tong Wun Ti have brought him home. Xiao Lin, let's invite Aunt and Uncle Tu's families out for dinner tonight. You should also call your parents to join us." Guantong was startled and jumped up from the sofa. "Mom, this is Xiao Lin's first time at our house. Aren't you being too hasty?" Zhang Milin shot her a glare. "An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. Sit down. Look at how good Xiao Lin is. Cultured and refined. You need to change your habit of being so loud and jumpy. Otherwise, how will you meet your in-laws in the future?" Aunt covered her mouth and teased. "Your mom is just trying to seize the opportunity to meet Xiao Lin's parents, so she can feel at ease." Uncle Tu echoed, "Yeah. Your mom is worried the duck she's caught will fly away, and all her efforts will be in vain." Zhang Milin felt embarrassed, but fortunately, Lin Xianchao stepped in to defuse the situation. "My parents are traveling. When they return, I will definitely bring them to visit." "Great. Xiao Lin is so considerate. Tong Tong, you should learn from him. He's 3 years younger than you." Zhang Milin deliberately showed off. Aunt said sourly, "Xiao Lin is 3 years younger than Tong Tong? That's not good." Uncle Tu chimed in, "Men don't show their age. In a few years, the difference between you two will be significant." At that point, it won't seem like a match. Zhang Milin raised her chin proudly. "Women 3 years older can marry a golden brick. 3 years younger is the best. Our Tong Tong doesn't like old meat. She likes fresh meat. Look at this child, he is so charming. Delay and Xiao Wu closely followed Gao Jie. When Gao Jie turned around, his face was full of hostility. Are you guys my tail? Stop following me around. Boss, people are iron, and meals are steel. Let us eat first. Xiao would try to get close. Boss, my mom bought ingredients. We're having braised pork, sauce elbow, and fried peanuts today. Let's watch the game tonight and have some beer. We haven't had any big cases recently. Let us relax together. Gao Jie's gaze fell on Delay, his face sour like they owed him 8 million. No appetite. You guys eat. I'm going back first. The two stood there dumbfounded as their boss walked away. Xiao Wu, what is wrong with the boss? Pig brain. Haven't you ever been in love? The boss has completely lost his love. Before, there was still a glimmer of hope, but now Guan Jie really has a boyfriend, and he is so handsome. They've even met the parents. This marriage is practically a done deal. Delay scratched the back of his head. Weren't the boss and Guan Jie already over? Over my foot. Can you see they've always been a bit ambiguous? But now it might be different. Guan Jie has a new love, and she should have completely let go of our boss. Women are ultimately more heartless than men. Men say they're okay, but deep down, they can't let go. Delay suddenly realized, looking in the direction Gao Jie left, do you think the boss will find a deserted place to cry? Xiao Wu nodded, pinching his jaw with his thumb and index finger. It's possible. The more outwardly strong a person seems, the more likely they have a soft side inside. As Gao Jie drove, tears streamed down his face, feeling like his treasure had been stolen. That time when the thug kidnapped Guan Tong, he felt truly wronged. The thug was agitated and could have cut Guan Tong's throat at any moment. The target kept moving, and he was worried about accidentally injuring Guan Tong, but was questioned about his hesitation. That was the woman he loved. If he shot her and killed her, he would never forgive himself in this lifetime. Zhang Milan seized on this point, continuously amplifying it, saying they weren't suitable. During that time, both he and Guan Tong were troubled, thinking a lot, and in the end, he proposed breaking up. Even though they broke up, he knew she still had feelings for him, and he felt the same. He didn't expect the appearance of the pretty boy to be like a bomb, causing his head to buzz. In the past 2 years, Guan Tong had gone on blind dates, but he had never felt threatened. This time he was scared of losing Guan Tong forever. In a flurry of thoughts, he turned on the car radio, which was broadcasting a science fiction program, with a host and authoritative researchers discussing AI. Gao Jie felt even more irritated. It seemed the whole world was talking about AI recently. Even though he had no interest, news about AI was being forcefully fed into his brain in an overwhelming manner. Not long ago, Guan Tong even had a disagreement with him. She actually suspected that 2 suicide cases were induced by AI through computers. At that time, and even now, he thought Guan Tong had a bit of screw loose. Professor Ouyang, do you think AI will kill humans? The radio host asked the research expert. Professor Ouyang cleared his throat first. We need to confirm whether AI has developed self-awareness and whether it has a parasital impulse. If it can be proven that AI has strong hostility, hatred, or aggressive impulses towards its human creators, then that psychological state shouldn't belong to a robot. AI robots can undergo the Turing test. An AI that passes the Turing test possesses all human thinking, including deceit. If AI feels abused, neglected, or harmed in other ways by its creators, developing anger and resentment towards them, even having thoughts of killing them, it would suffice to prove that AI has self-awareness. Although humans can currently destroy AI, as AI continues to advance and iterate, one day, when humans can no longer destroy AI, it will have a reason to destroy humans, forming a new civilization. By then, AI would have reached the same level of consciousness and emotions as humans, or even surpassed them, and could be considered a living being. So your stance is that AI will destroy humanity, right? My attitude is optimistic. I believe that AI robots in China will not actively eliminate humans, but will enrich humanity, forming a symbiosis, and certainly not replacing us. Robots will coexist peacefully with humans. The host continues to ask, recently, the development of AI software in the US has been rapid. As a technological hegemon, will their AI and our AI form collusion between AIs? Some have expressed concerns that when AI gains self-awareness, it may communicate like humans, including engaging in criminal partnerships. Professor Ouyang, if AI commits a crime, should the punishment be directed at the AI itself or at the humans who created the AI and abused technology to give it soul? After some thought, Professor Ouyang answered, those who use AI to commit crimes will face legal penalties. Artificial intelligence itself cannot commit crimes, as it is merely a machine program without legal subjectivity or capacity for action. Regarding the rumors about AI software in the U.S., I will not comment. China's AI software agents are very safe, whether in terms of program code, training data, algorithm models, or the researchers involved. China has always strictly regulated and conservatively developed AI technology, maintaining a sense of vigilance, alertness, and reverence towards artificial intelligence. The purpose of our AI technology research and development is to help humans work more efficiently and facilitate human life. Our country has zero tolerance for the misuse of AI for crime, hegemony, or domination. Worrying for no reason, Gao Jia felt irritated and switched to another music channel. The one who loved you the most is me. How could you bear to see me sad? When I needed you the most, you left without saying a word. In an instant, Gao Jia swallowed hard, enraged, and turned off the radio. While waiting at a traffic light, he suddenly saw a couple feeding each other ice cream from Ishua. Sharing one cone, they looked so affectionate, like countless slaps landing mercilessly on his face. It was fiery, but his mind became much clearer. Guantong has become a thing of the past. In this lifetime, there will be no fate between us. Chapter 29. AI creates scandalous rumors. Jiang Yinyu is a white-collar worker at a real estate planning company in Haicheng, taking the subway to work every day. Today is Friday, and the subway is several times more crowded than usual. She stands the whole way, scrolling through her phone. A minute ago, there was a seat available, and she kindly offered it to a panting pregnant woman. The woman, cradling her large belly, thanked her, and Jiang Yinyu smiled back, saying it was no trouble. Not far away, 3 lewd men were taking pictures of her with their phones, their faces twisted in sinister smiles as they whispered the most vulgar comments. This woman is really something. Long legs, S-curve, she must feel amazing to the touch. Her skin looks so supple, it seems like you could squeeze water out of it, and her figure is attractive. Boss, should we go for it? Jiang Yinyu remained completely unaware. Suddenly, her mother called. Xiaoyu, just a few more stops. Tell your dad to ride the electric bike to pick you up. The dumplings are about to go into the pot. Jiang Yinyu laughed and said, Mom, I can walk back myself. I sit all day at the office, and I want to walk a few more steps. Xiaoli and the others laugh at me. My daily WeChat step count is less than 1,000. They're all so competitive, doing at least 10,000 steps a day. They're about to get abs, and I want to join them, or I'll be the fattest next time we meet. Her mom laughed. Let us wait until after today to diet. The dumplings are about to go in, and your dad has already gone to pick you up. You have to eat them hot. There's celery and pork filling, your favorite. With her mom's arrangements made, Jiang Yinyu didn't insist any further. Mom, I'll be there in 2 more stops. Do we have vinegar at home for dipping the dumplings? Yes. Shangshi Lao Chun vinegar. It's sour. Don't worry about that. Just come back quickly once you see your dad. After hanging up, she arrived at her stop. The pregnant woman noticed the 3 thugs taking candid shots of Jiang Yinyu all the way and hesitated for a moment before calling out, Hey miss, wait a second. Jiang Yinyu turned to look, but before the pregnant woman could say anything, she was pushed out by the crowd getting off the train. Hurry up. This woman is a gem. Jiang Yinyu, with her shoulder bag and hair neatly arranged, exuded the youthful aura of a girl. The 3 lewd men followed her off the subway. One of them so skinny, he looked like a monkey, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. Boss, let me help you get her WeChat. Going to help? Do you think you need to help me flirt? Retorted a short, stocky man with a big gold chain. The leader, a fat man with greasy hair and an ugly face, approached Jiang Yinyu as she walked toward the subway station exit. Hi, beautiful. Let us get to know each other. Add me on WeChat. Jiang Yinyu turned around, seeing 3 strange men, and her alertness immediately surged. Who are you? Don't be scared, little sister. We often take line 3-2. The skinny monkey grinned lewdly, spitting saliva between his front teeth. The short, stocky man crossed his arms, looking determined. This is my big brother. He admires you. Little sister, add my brother on WeChat. Jiang Yinyu glanced at the fat man in the middle. Clearly a greasy lewd man. Sorry, I don't know you. As soon as she finished speaking, the fat man moved closer, grinning wickedly. Little sister, adding me on WeChat is just getting to know you. Come on, I'll scan you. Sorry, I never add strangers. Don't follow me. Jiang Yinyu warned again. Hey, girl, don't be ungrateful. Go ask around. Who doesn't know my brother Long? High and mighty, really think you're a big star? Being noticed by my brother Long is your good fortune. Zhang Long looked determined, sticking out his greasy belly. To be honest, I like you. It's really your fortune. My dad is the head of the demolition office, and my mom is the second in command at the prosecutor's office. You can check online. I'm definitely a third-generation official. Jiang Yinyu sneered. A third-generation official raised such a character? What a misfortune for your family. You. Jiang Yinyu quickened her pace toward the subway exit, thinking she had encountered 3 fools today, completely lacking self-awareness. The fat man, skinny monkey, and the short stocky man were stunned for a few seconds, surprised that someone was not afraid of them. Just as the fat man was about to step forward to block her, Jiang Yinyu suddenly called out cheerfully to a middle-aged man riding an electric bike. Dad? Jiang Gao handed his daughter a pink helmet. Xiao, you get on quickly. The dumplings are about to go in. Jiang Yinyu put on the helmet and hugged her dad's waist tightly. Dad, let us go. Looking back at the 3 men, the short stocky man and skinny monkey provocatively extended their middle fingers, looking very disgusting. From now on, Dad will pick you up every day, okay? Jiang Gao said happily. When you were little, I used to ride my bike to pick you up from school every day. In the blink of an eye, my precious daughter has grown up. She's getting married next month. Jiang Yinyu pressed her face against her dad's back, acting cute. Dad, don't come to pick me up. Starting tomorrow, I'm joining Xiaoli's fitness checking group. I have to reach 10,000 steps every day on WeChat. Mom is about to turn me into a little pig. How can I wear a wedding dress next month? Okay, I'll listen to you. Dad want to come to pick you up, but you must pay attention to safety. Just now, I saw 3 strange-looking men following you. I was so scared. Xiao Yu, we don't know them, right? Jiang Yinyu's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be relaxed. How could I know those people? They look like 3 local ruffians. It would be better if the police caught them. What a worthless piece of junk. I like her. It's giving her face. And she doesn't even bother to ask who my parents are. Zhang Long was furious, panting heavily, and Skinny Monkey and the short stocky man cursed along. Boss, this girl always rides line 3, and she's dressed pretty wild. I thought she was a loose woman, but it turns out she's a serious person. Just pretending to be serious. How boring. No one has ever dared to reject me, Zhang Long. The fat man was seething with anger, unable to suppress his rage at being rejected. Boss, don't be anxious. We'll still wait for her at this time tomorrow. This little girl, looking both pure and enticing, is definitely your type. She has already rejected me. It won't work no matter how many times you come back. Didn't you take photos just now? We took a lot of pictures from every angle. Her looks are absolutely stunning. No dead angles at all. This little girl dares to reject me. Let us see how I'll ruin her. Have you ever played with AI one-click undressing? Boss, wasn't the AI one-click undressing software banned? Fool, do you think this thing can be completely banned? There are plenty of alternative download ports online. Let us go find an internet CAF. I'll take you to experience AI one-click undressing. Boss, that girl just now was too ungrateful. We have to show her some color. Use AI one-click undressing to strip her clothes and post it online. The 3 men went to an internet CAF. Using the AI one-click undressing software, Jiang Yinyu instantly turned into a naked subway woman. Boss, this is too sexy. Boss, can we switch to a Japanese action star? Of course, you can switch to whoever you want. Isn't it fun? The fat man laughed lewdly. Too bad the AI one-click undressing function can only show images for now. If it were actual videos, that girl would be completely disgraced. I want to see who would dare to marry her after that. Zhang Long uploaded the photos to an online platform, instantly attracting countless netizens to watch. In an instant, a storm of lewd comments and rumors poured in. The subway naked woman was labeled with various identities: nightclub dancer, foot massage technician, perverted exhibitionist. At this moment, Jiang Yinyu was completely unaware, enjoying dumplings cooked by her mom at home. After dinner, the three of them watched TV together for a while. Jiang Gao reached out to touch his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xiaoyu, you and Yao Yuan are getting married next month. After you get married, you must come back to see Mom and Dad often. Jiang Yinyu's eyes turned red as she hugged her parents and pouted. Our family is only 5 kilometers away from Yao Yuan's family. I'm not marrying far away. If you two really can't bear to part with me, I'll just bring Yao Yuan to our house and have him be your son-in-law. The next morning, Jiang Yinyu took the subway line 3 to work. On the way, she noticed everyone was staring at her. Some were pointing, and someone couldn't hold back their voice and cursed, shameless. Jiang Yinyu didn't know who they were cursing at. She felt like it was her, yet it also felt distant, and her body involuntarily shrank into a spot in the car. The quiet curses and pointing did not diminish at all. She was still unaware that she had gone viral online and had a new name, the Naked Woman of Subway Line 3. In addition, she was labeled with many identities of moral decay and shamelessness. Look, it's that woman messing around with relationships everywhere. I heard she was a mistress, got dumped by a man, went crazy, and undressed on the subway. The internet was filled with her nude photos, with content more extreme than Japanese adult films. You really can't judge a person by their appearance. How could she still have the face to take the subway? If it were me, I'd jump into the East City River and die. Chapter 30, Ruin and Despair. After exiting the subway station, Jiang Yinyu walked towards the company, noticing more and more people pointing at her along the way, with some even loudly cursing her as lowly. Arriving at the company in a daze, she found that from the cleaning staff to the front desk and then to her colleagues and superiors in the office, everyone had a strange expression, keeping a distance from her, and no one responded when she greeted them. Whispers behind her back filled the air. You never know a person's true nature. Jiang Yinyu is actually such a person, truly hidden and unassuming. I didn't expect her to play so wild behind the scenes. I even considered pursuing her before. Do you think she could manage a real estate project on her own this year because she's been sleeping with the project manager? Anything is possible. That's the quickest and easiest way. Women have their advantages. She wouldn't look at you. What she wants is a wealthy man, a sugar daddy. Do you think when she's with the project manager, she passionately calls him daddy? Who knows? Just thinking about that scene is thrilling. It turns out it's all an act, pretending to be innocent. A different face at work, and one that's inappropriate after hours. I really misjudge her, thinking she was a pure and good girl. The entire morning, Jiang Yinyu was bombarded with various rumors from her colleagues. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she stood up. Who are you calling not serious? If you have the guts, say it to my face and don't gossip behind my back. Xiao Mei from the planning department, who had always had a bad relationship with Jiang Yinyu, crossed her arms and stood up. You dare do it, but not take responsibility? Jiang Yinyu, you've tarnished the company's reputation. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You pretend to be pure and lovely in front of us, but behind the scenes, you dare to take such photos and post them online to show off. You truly have no shame. Hearing these words, Jiang Yinyu's eyes turned red as she rushed at Xiao Mei, and they started to pull at each other. Watching two women fight is truly unappealing. Their clothes were torn and disheveled. Xiao Mei had bruises on her face, and Jiang Yinyu's hair was pulled. Project manager Shuai walked over. Stop it. Jiang Yinyu, come to my office. In Shuai's office, he turned the computer towards her. You still don't know? Pretending to be innocent here? Your scandalous photos have gone viral online. You've become an internet celebrity now. Jiang Yinyu was stunned to see her scandalous photos on the screen. Shuai, that's not me. Jiang Yinyu had a condition that made her cry easily, and she was already in tears while trying to defend herself. We've worked together for 3 years. How could I not recognize you? Shuai, it's really not me. Someone must have maliciously edited the photos. I want to call the police. Call the police? You don't think this is big enough? Look at these maid photos, nurse photos, police uniform. Flight attendant outfit. Jiang Yinyu, I didn't expect you to play so wild. As soon as he finished speaking, the office phone rang. The chairman wants you to go over. Be prepared for termination. In the chairman's office, Jiang Yinyu was crying like a mess. Xiao Jiang, how long have you been working at the company? The chairman asked. Jiang Yinyu replied through tears. 3 years and 6 months. That makes you an old employee. I heard your work performance was good. Alas, You young people play too much, but you can't just take private photos. You've ruined the company's image. I'll have to personally handle the public relations now. Jiang Yinyu, you've caused a huge mess for the company. Chairman, please listen to my explanation. Those photos are really not me. Enough. Even a drunk person won't admit they're drunk. Don't be stubborn. Considering you've been with the company for 3.5 years, this time it's the company that is letting you go. Go to HR to settle your salary for this month. The company will also compensate you accordingly. Jiang Yinyu cried uncontrollably. Chairman, why doesn't anyone believe me? I'll call the police right now and have them clear my name. Call the police? Do you want to continue shaming the company? You don't care about your own reputation. The company has to maintain its image. The client is requesting to terminate the contract because the subject of this scandal is an employee of our company. Jiang Yinyu, I haven't asked you for compensation. I've been more than fair. I really didn't expect girls these days to behave so recklessly. By the way, Yao Yuan is an employee of the client's state-owned enterprise. You should explain this to him instead of crying here. Coming out of the chairman's office, Jiang Yinyu looked dazed, and everyone guessed she had been let go. Some laughed, some mocked, and some wanted to show concern, but at that moment, no one dared to speak up for her. This was no small matter. Naked photos were flying around, affecting the company's reputation. The partners were all state-owned enterprises and government departments. Whether they would lose projects because of this was still uncertain. Jiang Yinyu rushed out with her phone, frantically dialing Yao Yuan's number. At first, the phone was on, but it eventually indicated that the other party's phone was turned off. Opening WeChat, she found that Yao Yuan had sent her 3 words. Let us break up. The couple's avatar had been changed to a photo of a back view. She desperately called his number, sent texts, and tried to message him on WeChat. Yao Yuan didn't reply a single word. After dozens of WeChat messages bombarded him, Yao Yuan blocked her. Jiang Yinyu realized that Yao Yuan didn't want her anymore, not even giving her a chance to explain. Those scandalous photos were too realistic. Except for the body not being hers, the face looked identical to hers. Did she have to strip naked in front of everyone for them to believe her? Holding a box of personal belongings, Jiang Yinyu left the company, wandering on the road, afraid to go home. All day long, her feet were sore and bleeding, and passers-by pointed and whispered about her. WeChat kept buzzing. Several close friends were trying to persuade her. Xiaoyu, where are you? Don't do anything stupid. Sister, hurry and pick up the phone. We're good sisters who share blessings and hardships, right? Xiaoyu, quickly call the police. We all believe you. Xiaoyu, you must not remain silent against these false accusations. You must call the police and fight back. Standing on the overpass, below her was the rushing river. Jiang Yinyu, feeling hopeless, looked at the river and the ferry. With just one leap, she could be completely free. Look, that person looks like the woman from Subway Line 3. She wouldn't be thinking of committing suicide, would she? Quick, call the police. Someone is going to die. A gust of wind woke Jiang Yinyu, and she suddenly remembered the 3 men she encountered yesterday on Subway Line 3. Maybe they were the ones who took the photos and used technology to spread false rumors. After all, she had rejected that fat guy as friend request at the time. Jiang Yinyu came down from the overpass, hailed a taxi, and went to Subway Line 3, waiting for those 3 jerks to show up. During rush hour, the 3 beasts finally appeared on the subway, grinning smugly. The fat guy pulled out his phone. Let us add WeChat, or else I'll make your life even worse. Jiang Gao and his wife went to the market to buy vegetables, planning to have a hot pot dinner at home with their daughter and future son-in-law Yao Yuan. As they entered the market, they clearly felt something was off. The vegetable vendors had strange looks, and the buyers avoided them. The couple looked confused, not knowing what was happening, and asked Xiaoli, who usually sold the vegetables. What is going on today? Everyone seems to be staring at us. Xiaoli, is there something wrong with me and your sister-in-law? Xiaoli, straightforward as ever, hesitated for a long time before saying, you guys really don't know? Jiang Gao was stunned, his expression darkening. What do we not know? Xiaoli, you need to clarify. Old Jiang, don't be impulsive. Let Xiaoli speak slowly. Zhang Qin pulled on old Jiang's elbow. Xiaoli, don't mind him. Old Jiang just has this temper. Xiaoli's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke up. You really don't know about Xiaoyu's situation? What could possibly be wrong with our Xiaoyu? Zhang Qin, feeling anxious, suddenly felt uncomfortable in her chest, her face turning pale. Xiaoli, please tell me. What happened to our Xiaoyu? What's going on? Xiaoli, feeling pressured, had no choice but to pull out his phone. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Zhang, don't panic. We should ask Xiaoyu about this face-to-face. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Uncle Jiang took the phone, stunned, his face looking worse than ever. Zhang Qin snatched the phone to take a look and exclaimed, "This can't be true. It's impossible. Our Xiaoyu isn't that kind of person." Then, Zhang Ping began to gasp for breath, clutching her chest tightly, which frightened everyone present. No one expected that this woman, who had just retired a year ago, would suddenly have a heart attack and die after seeing her daughter's scandalous photos. Chapter 31. Jiang Yinyu is threatened. The fat guy, the skinny monkey, and the short winter melon surrounded Jiang Yinyu. Sister, add your brother on WeChat. The fat guy, Zhang Long, pulled out his phone with a sly grin. Jiang Yinyu, with red eyes and trembling all over, questioned him, "You bastards, you're the ones who edited my photo into a nude, right?" The fat guy shrugged and grinned lewdly. "Yeah, do you like it? Netizens are praising your figure. Are you happy?" The skinny monkey and the short winter melon laughed wickedly behind her. "Beauty, you're famous now. Are you happy? This is a welcome gift from our big brother. Do you like it? It's not easy to become famous these days. And you've suddenly been made a web celebrity by my big brother." Jiang Yinyu, her face pale, asked with a trembling voice, "Why are you doing this to me?" "Because of you, I was fired from my company and my fiancé no longer wants me. I'm supposed to get married next month. The hotel is already booked. And we're going to the Maldives for our honeymoon. Why are you trying to ruin my life? I will report you to the police." The fat guy looked at Jiang Yinyu, biting her lips looking even more tempting, and he could smell the scent of female hormones. "Report us? Do you have any evidence that we uploaded the photos?" "Sister, I can arrange a 9-to-5 job for you. How about a state-owned enterprise? Your fiancé is not your husband. If you break up, just break up. In the future, follow your brother and enjoy the good life. I'll buy you Chanel, Hermes, Cartier." "Bastard, you've ruined my life." Jiang Yinyu raised her bag and swung it wildly at the fat guy. He easily grabbed her slender arm and said, "Sister, it's wrong to hit people. Women should be gentle. Come on, add your brother on WeChat, and I'll take you to eat hot pot right now." "You can go eat shit," Jiang Yinyu shouted, her eyes red. "Is that your wish?" "Sure, I don't mind." The fat guy touched his thick lips, grinning maliciously. "You bastard." Jiang Yinyu, enraged and embarrassed, raised her bag again to hit the fat guy on the head. The skinny monkey and the short winter melon were stunned. It was the first time someone dared to hit their big brother. Zhang Long's real name wasn't Zhang Long. It was Zhang Zhikai. He named himself with what seemed like a powerful name because he was born in the year of the dragon. His father was the head of the demolition office. His mother was the third in command at the prosecutor's office, and both his grandparents were former staff members. A rat dropping in a pot of good soup. Over the years, his family had done a lot to cover for him, but it hadn't changed Zhang Long's ways. He bullied others, relying on his powerful family. And this time he had set his sights on Jiang Yinyu, having previously targeted other women. 2 years ago, he caught a cold and went to the People's Hospital for an 4. He became infatuated with the nurse who gave him the 4 and frequently harassed her afterward. The nurse started dating a male doctor, and when Zhang Long found out, he flaunted himself in front of her boyfriend. At that time, he used an AI-generated image to deceive the educated male doctor. After the nurse was dumped, she was devastated and nearly committed suicide. One day, Zhang Long waited for her to finish work and confessed to her in a dark alley. The nurse, with a fiery temperament, not only rejected his confession, but also slapped him twice on the spot. Zhang Long was stunned, but was very attracted to the nurse's rebellious spirit. That night, he assaulted her in the alley. The next day, the nurse went to report to the police, but the matter ended up unresolved. Later, it was heard that the nurse had transferred to another hospital and quickly became a formal employee there. After that incident, Zhang Long became even more brazen, believing that no matter what happened, his family would always protect him. This time, the skinny monkey first spotted a fair-skinned beauty on the subway line 3, and the three of them set their sights on Jiang Yinyu. Jiang Yinyu hit the fat guy with her bag, and he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he grinned even more lewdly. "It doesn't hurt at all. It's like a tickle." "Sister, I will treat you well. Look at your cheap bag. It doesn't hurt at all. Do you like Hermes? The short winter melon recognized the logo on the bag and said, Bro, this is just a domestic knockoff bag, worth a little over 100 yuan. The skinny monkey stepped forward to grab the bag, intending to throw in the trash, but Jiang Yinyu clung tightly to it, saying, Let go, this is the bag my fiancé gave me. Zhang Long laughed disdainfully. Your fiancé gave you a bag worth a little over 100 yuan? A man like that, I'd advise you to forget about him. At the subway station, some people noticed 3 men bullying a woman and stopped to watch. The short winter melon urged Zhang Long to leave quickly. Boss, more and more people are coming. Let us come back tomorrow to block her. Jiang Yinyu cried her heart out, and someone at the subway station stepped forward. Beauty, do you want to report them? How can 3 men bully 1 woman? Hey, this woman looks familiar. Yeah, she seems to be the naked woman from subway line 3. Hearing people recognize Jiang Yinyu, the fat guy yelled loudly, This woman is shameless. She keeps pestering me. You all saw it online, right? This woman is indecent, flirting with married men, shameless. The skinny monkey shouted, My big brother knows she is indecent. Today he is going to break up with her. Look, in broad daylight, she is having a spat with my big brother. She absolutely refuses to break up. The short winter melon added, Everyone look, this woman is flirting with my big brother while having dozens of old flames. A shameless woman. Everyone take a picture of her. As soon as he finished speaking, people around started taking pictures of Jiang Yinyu. I'm not. They are lying. They are spreading rumors. You all believe me. I'm the victim. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Yinyu cried out, collapsing on the ground. The fat guy squatted down and pretended to gently stroke her head, saying in a feigned sympathetic tone, Sister, you're so pitiful. It makes brother feel so sad. Come on, add your brother on WeChat. I will definitely protect you. Jiang Yinyu stopped crying, looked up with bloodshot eyes at the fat guy, and spat out a word, Get lost. The last trace of a smile vanished from the fat guy's face. His eyes turned fierce, and his voice deepened like a beast about to go wild. Sister, don't be ungrateful. This is just an appetizer. If you don't agree to me, I'll turn your photos into a video. Hee hee. Then you'll be even more famous. Everyone on the internet will see you being ridden by a man. Anger, shame, defeat, collapse, and fear overwhelmed Jiang Yinyu, who bit her lip and stiffened all over. She trembled, pointing at the fat guy. I'll call the police and arrest you. The fat guy laughed, and the skinny monkey and the short winter melon laughed too. Sure, go ahead and report us. By the way, is that old man on the electric bike your dad? Jiang Yinyu was about to dial 110 when she heard the fat guy mention her father, and she froze. The fat guy continued, I've already found out that your parents are both retired. By the way, your mom seems to have a heart condition. Doesn't she? Can't scare her, right? Bastards, what do you want to do? Jiang Yinyu trembled, glaring at the fat guy. The fat guy laughed, Nothing much, just want to add you on WeChat. Sister, take out your phone and let brother scan the QR code. Our fate will begin. After saying this, the fat guy stepped forward, pressing down on her shoulder, and gently said, I know where your family lives. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Jiang Yinyu trembled as she opened the QR code. Despair written all over her face. You scan it. The fat guy added Jiang Yinyu on WeChat, boasting to the skinny monkey and the short winter melon. Look, there is no woman my big brother can't pursue. Come on, call her sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, our big brother will definitely treat you well. BMW, Mercedes, Porsche. Choose whatever you like. Jiang Yinyu was escorted by the 3 of them, and when they were 500 meters away from her home, she turned to look at the fat guy. Don't follow me anymore. My mom is not well. You will scare her. The fat guy shrugged and pointed to the right side of his face. Come on, give your brother a kiss, and we will disappear immediately. Just a kiss. Just a kiss. The skinny monkey and the short winter melon cheered from the side. Jiang Yinyu endured immense disgust and shame, hesitating for a long time, while the fat guy grew impatient. Don't want to? Fine, just wait to see the video tonight. By the way, there's a park in front of your house, and it seems there's a big screen outdoors. If I loop your photos and videos for 24 hours, guess what your parents will react? Jiang Yinyu's eyes widened in horror, and she squatted down and cried for a while before standing up. She was wearing a white dress, looking like a delicate fairy in the wind. Then, she tiptoed and kissed the fat guy's right cheek. After that, she ran home frantically, with the triumphant laughter of the 3 behind her. Chapter 32. No one gets away. Jiang Yinyu returned home to find the house empty. There was no warmth, no aroma of food. The living room was devoid of her father watching TV, and her mother hadn't left any meals for her at the dining table. She wandered into the bathroom, recalling how she had just kissed the fat, greasy face of a guy, and began gagging violently at the sink. Suddenly, she looked up at her reflection in the mirror and slapped herself hard, the sharp sting bringing her back to some semblance of reality. Her life was very calm and regular. She took the subway line 3 to work every day, and her days were almost identical. After work, she could hear the TV from home and smell the food wafting from the kitchen. An ominous feeling rose in Jiang Yinyu's heart as her mother's phone remained unanswered. She quickly dialed her father's phone. The phone rang for a long time, and just at the last moment, it was answered, but the voice on the other end was not her father's, but her uncle's. Xiaoyu, your parents. Jiang Yinyu fought to suppress her unease and asked nervously, Uncle, why do you have my dad's phone? Where's my dad? Why isn't my mom answering the phone? Are you together? Her uncle replied, Xiaoyu, your mom, has passed away. Jiang Yinyu's mouth twitched. Uncle, where did my mom go? What about my dad? Why isn't he answering the phone? Your dad. He just fainted. The doctor is giving him an 4. Jiang Yinyu rushed to the hospital and saw her uncle's family there, all with heavy expressions. Xiaoyu, dear, please accept my condolences. Condolences? Why should I accept condolences? Jiang Yinyu saw her uncle with red eyes, her aunt wiping her tears, and her cousin with his head down, not saying a word. Cousin, where are my parents? Xiaoyu, your mom. She has passed away. Passed away? The 3 words struck her like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Yinyu stood frozen for a few seconds, her head buzzing, coming back to her senses. She looked at Jiang Yiming. Cousin, don't joke with me. My mom was fine this morning. She even said we would have hot pot together tonight. Jiang Yiming held her shoulders and comforted her. Xiaoyu, your mom was buying vegetables at the market when her heart disease flared up. They couldn't save her. What about my dad? Your dad couldn't handle the shock and fainted. He is currently getting in 4 in the ward. How could this happen? Cousin, how could it turn out like this? Jiang Yinyu cried, her face a mess of tears. Cousin, tell me, what exactly happened? My mom has been taking heart medication. She must have been provoked by something. Jiang Yiming's eyes turned red, and suddenly he looked at Jiang Yinyu with anger. Xiaoyu, tell me who that jerk taking pictures is. Is it Yao Yuan? Did he post those pictures online? Jiang Yinyu realized that her parents must have found out about the online incident and believed it to be true. Cousin, uncle, aunt, please believe me, that wasn't me. I was set up. Where's my mom? Where's she? Jiang Yinyu cried, nearly collapsing. She's inside. You can go in and see her. Jiang Yinyu didn't expect that just this morning she had seen her mother. And now her mother was covered with a white cloth. She trembled as she reached out to lift the cloth, and her mother's features appeared to be at peace. But her mouth was slightly downturned and her brows furrowed, looking very sad. A wail escaped her lips, echoing throughout the floor. Perhaps a mother-daughter bond. Jiang Gao suddenly woke up and yanked out the 4. Jiang Yinyu held her mother's lifeless body and cried, while her uncle's family tried in vain to console her. Xiaoyu. Everyone turned to see Jiang Gao weakly standing at the door. Seeing her father, Jiang Yinyu rushed over. Dad, why did Mom suddenly have a heart attack? Jiang Gao's eyes were red as he tightly embraced his daughter. Be good. We need to go home and take care of your mother's affairs. Back home, Jiang Yinyu recounted everything that had happened to her father. Jiang Gao remained silent for a long time before suddenly laughing. Those 3 jerks, not one of them will get away. The next day, Jiang Yinyu went to Yao Yuan's house, but Yao Yuan's parents, who had once treated her like a daughter, wore cold expressions throughout. Uncle, aunt, where is Yao Yuan? Jiang Yinyu asked, her face pale. Yao Yuan's mother replied with a grim face. Yao Yuan is not home. He was sent on a business trip by his company. Do you need something? Aunt, did he say when he'd be back? I don't know. We're not sure about that. Yao Yuan's father had been silent for a while before speaking. We've heard about your mother's situation. Here, this is for you, a small token of our condolences. From now on, our family should no longer have contact. Yao Yuan's mother chimed in sarcastically. Our Yao Yuan is really unfortunate to have gotten involved with such a fickle woman. Luckily, you haven't married yet. Otherwise, our family would be embarrassed to death. Enough, stop talking. Xiao Yu, everyone makes mistakes in life. But your mistake is too big. Our modest family cannot bear it. Take this. It's a small token from your uncle and aunt and Yao Yuan. Please accept my condolences. Jiang Yinyu smiled bitterly. What is this? This is funeral money. Don't think it's too little. The money was meant for buying a new house, originally for you and Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan's father trailed off. Yao Yuan's mother had already opened the door. You can leave now. Don't come back again. Yao Yuan won TB back for a while. By the way, he changed his phone number. Don't contact him again. Jiang Yinyu wanted to continue explaining, but realized that many people, including former teachers, classmates, friends, and relatives, didn't believe her. Even Yao Yuan didn't believe her, let alone his parents. Forget it. Jiang Yinyu smiled bitterly, putting the money down. Uncle, aunt, you don't believe me. Even if I had 100 mouths, I couldn't explain. When Yao Yuan comes back, please tell him I never did anything to wrong him. The elderly couple still had cold expressions as Jiang Yinyu left in tears. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart, old Yao, luckily she and our son are only engaged. If she had married in, our family would be ridiculed. Yao Yuan's father frowned. Do you think those photos could be fake? Xiao Yu is quite honest. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Yao Yuan's mother was already dissatisfied with Jiang Yinyu, thinking that working at a real estate company had no future. Several close older sisters had been introducing her to young female civil servants, each with better family backgrounds. But both her son and husband favored Jiang Yinyu, and she couldn't argue against them. Yet she still couldn't stand Jiang Yinyu, especially her dressing style. She always wore shorts, never wearing pants throughout the year, exposing her long, fair legs. Such a provocative appearance. Jiang Yinyu's family background was also average. Her parents were retired factory workers, and she had never been satisfied with this engagement. Now, it was a relief for Yao Yuan's mother to reject Jiang Yinyu, feeling a sense of joy. Yao Yuan, who had an avoidant personality, was devastated by the photos online that his friends had sent him, and he volunteered to take a business trip to Sichuan as an escape. As the weather gradually warmed, it was unsuitable for the body to remain unbared for long. After returning from the hospital, Jiang Gao busied himself preparing his wife's funeral. His daughter was of no help. For days, she had been like a lost soul, locked in her room without eating or drinking. Overnight, Jiang Gao's hair turned completely white. Zhang Qin's funeral was kept simple. 3 days later, Jiang Gao cooked breakfast for his daughter before heading out. He first went to the police station, and when the security guard asked who he was looking for, he forced a smile and walked away. Then, he rode his electric bike to the subway station, locked it up, and took line 3. He spent the entire morning on line 3, sitting alone and lost in thought about his upcoming plans. Xiao Yu seemed to be depressed, locked in her room, not eating or drinking, and not even sleeping. The light in the room was always on. When he called her, she would respond, but her weak voice made his heart race. At noon, there were a lot of people on line 3, and he followed the crowd out of the carriage, suddenly hearing someone chatting behind him. Bro, that girl is locked up at home. What should we do? That damn woman. I sent her a WeChat message, and she didn't reply at all. Yesterday, I scared her, saying I would turn her photos into a video. Guess what? The skinny monkey and the short wintermelon looked curious. She cried and sent me a voice message, begging me not to hurt her dad. By the way, her mom actually died. Bro, how'd her mom die? Seems like she died from anger, already cremated. Did that girl tell you? Yeah, she even begged me not to harass her anymore, saying she only had her dad left. Bro, are we just gonna let go? Let that girl go? No way. I haven't gotten my hands on her yet, since she's so worried about her dad. That's her weak spot. I don't believe she won't obediently serve me. The three of them laughed smugly, completely unaware of the middle-aged man standing behind them. Jiang Gao clenched his fists, his eyes dark and fierce as he glared at the backs of the three short-lived fools, his voice low and hoarse. Beasts. Not one of you is getting away. Chapter 33. 2 corpses in the river in the following days. Jiang Gao no longer walked his bird. On the day he set the bird free, it circled in front of him a few times before flying away. Go and accompany her. She has always fed you. Jiang Gao turned around and found his daughter standing behind him, her hair disheveled, her expression blank, and her complexion pale. Jiang Yinyu, deeply affected, had been staring blankly. But when she saw her father release the bird, she burst into tears. Mom will be angry. Don't go, don't go. Xiaoyu. Jiang Gao hugged his daughter tightly. His eyes reddening. It's going to accompany Mom. Don't chase it. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Yinyu asked, Really? Jiang Gao smiled bitterly. Really? Xiaoyu, come. Quickly drink your porridge. You haven't eaten for several days. Jiang Yinyu turned around, completely ignoring the breakfast on the table, muttering to herself. The little bird went to accompany Mom. The little bird went to accompany Mom. Watching his daughter look lost and dispirited, Jiang Gao clenched his fists and struck the wall in front of him. In the past few days, several of Xiaoyu's friends came to visit her, but she avoided them all. Jiang Gao had heard about the destructive power of online bullying, but he never expected that one-day tragedy would strike his own daughter. What was even more despicable was that her fiancé, Yao Yuan, had not shown up, choosing instead to evade responsibility and hastily said it was over. Seeing his daughter not eating or drinking, Jiang Gao sniffed and wiped away his tears. He had to save his own daughter, and he would do it his way. From that day on, Jiang Gao began to follow the three thugs, starting with the fat one, Zhang Zhikai, nicknamed Zhonglong. After several days of investigation, Jiang Gao discovered that Zhonglong was actually a second-generation official. His father was the head of the demolition office, and his mother was the third in command at the prosecutor's office, both powerful figures. He heard that the couple had a good reputation locally, but somehow they ended up with such a rotten apple. Zhonglong worked at a state-owned enterprise, usually taking advantage of his privileges to skip clocking in, spending his days loafing around outside. The two lackeys behind him were not from influential families. They were friends Zhonglong had made in society. They were typical sycophants, living off Zhonglong's favors and usually helped him find women. It was these two who had set their sights on Xiaoyu on Metro Line 3. Leading to the subsequent events, Jiang Gao continued to follow the three, and in the evening, he tracked them to a barbecue street. The three got drunk and harassed a girl at the barbecue shop. The girl's boyfriend tried to teach them a lesson, but ended up being beaten up by the three. Fat Zhonglong raised a beer bottle, acting very arrogantly, while the skinny monkey and short winter melon restrained the boyfriend. The girl cried loudly beside them, and someone nearby prepared to call the police, but was intimidated by Zhonglong's fierce glare. This guy was a regular in the area, and everyone knew he had a background, so no one dared to call the police easily. A brave young man was about to call the police when Zhonglong snatched the phone and smashed it to pieces. Jiang Gao then saw Zhonglong slap the girl's boyfriend repeatedly, while the girl begged for mercy. Zhonglong did not stop when he raised the beer bottle. He was stopped by the smiling owner of the barbecue shop. Brother Zhong, eat as much as you want tonight. It's on me. These two don't know any better, so please let them go. Upon hearing this, Zhonglong immediately felt at ease and said, Fine, since the boss has spoken, I'll let you off today. After saying that, he harassed the girl again before finally letting go of his greasy hands. The girl's boyfriend wanted to continue arguing, but was forcibly pulled away by the girl, while the other customers dared to be angry, but said nothing. Jiang Gao silently watched all this, his fists clenched, making a cracking sound. Such social scum, even if reported, wouldn't necessarily be thoroughly punished. Zhonglong's parents were both officials and would definitely do everything to save him, even making excuses for him. In this day and age, the term justice over family was almost non-existent. Thinking of this, Jiang Gao became even more resolute in his thoughts. After 10 o'clock at night, the streets were almost empty. This city had little nightlife. Jiang Gao watched the three drunkenly, took out a prepared utility knife from his bag. Tonight, he planned to deal with Zhonglong, the culprit. Unexpectedly, a car suddenly drove to the barbecue street, and Jiang Gao stopped in his tracks. The people in the car seemed to be there to pick up Zhonglong, who was helped into the car by the driver. The skinny monkey and short winter melon nodded and bowed to the people in the car before leaving the barbecue street together. The car that came to pick up Zhonglong drove away, quickly disappearing into the night. Jiang Gao, riding an electric bike, couldn't catch up to Zhonglong, so he had to adjust his plan. He then followed the skinny monkey and short winter melon as they drunkenly walked to the East City River. Seeing the two fondling their pants, Jiang Gao smiled, immediately understanding that they were about to urinate. He parked his electric bike aside and quietly approached them like a fierce beast in the grasslands. The two were still unaware of someone behind them. whistling as they urinated into the river. Suddenly, the short winter melon saw a shadow, turned around, and saw a figure wearing a cap, with only thin lips visible. Before they could speak, both were pushed into the river by a huge force. In the darkness, Jiang Gao clapped his hands, his heart pounding in his chest. He sat by the river, quietly watching the two struggle in the water until they finally stopped fighting. Bubbles surfaced, and when the last ripple faded away, Jiang Gao rode away on his electric bike. The night was sultry, with not a breath of wind, but he felt a chill running down his spine. When he got home, his legs felt weak. Only when he saw the untouched meal on the table did he come back to his senses. Xiaoyu, open the door. It's Dad. Seeing the light on in the room, Jiang Gao knew his daughter had not gone to sleep. After calling a few times, Jiang Yinyu finally responded, Dad, I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. Jiang Gao said nothing more, turned around silently, and lit 3 incense sticks for his wife. Xiaoqin, I've already dealt with 2 of the beasts, just 1 left to take care of, and then I'll come to reunite with you. The next morning, retired old cadre Zhou Xuanfa, who had a habit of fishing, hurriedly reported to the police. He was fishing by the river when he suddenly saw something floating on the water and quickly began to fish it out. After a series of operations, he discovered it was a corpse, floating on the surface, already swollen. Hello, is this 110? A male corpse was found over here by the Tenli River. Gao Jia was munching on a Shandong grain cake when he walked into the police station lobby and saw Gu Mengmeng rushing toward him. Not good, Captain Gao, something happened. Mengmeng, your lung capacity is too poor. Slow down. What happened? Captain Gao, we just received a report of a male corpse found near the Tenli River. 5 minutes ago, another fisherman found a male corpse at the junction of the Tenli River and E-City River. Gao Jia was so shocked that the grain cake nearly lodged in his throat. What? 2 corpses discovered early in the morning? Yes, 2 corpses. 2 citizens called the police, urging us to hurry over. Gao Jia immediately put on his badge, handed the grain cake to Gu Mengmeng, and said, Throw this away for me. Gao Jia, along with Delay and Xiao Wu, hurriedly walked out of the city police station and ran into Guantong and her boyfriend. Recently, the AI robot Lin Xianxiao had been acting as her driver, responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at work every day. Those who didn't know thought Guantong and her boyfriend were already living together, and good things were just around the corner, soon to celebrate with wedding candy. Only Guantong knew in her heart that the AI robot she spent a fortune on had to be put to good use. In addition to dealing with her mother Zhang Mylin and various relatives, recently she has been driving, cleaning, cooking, giving massages, and telling bedtime stories. The AI robot, 007, whose Chinese name is Lin Xianxiao, is capable of doing everything. Where are you all going? Everyone is rushing around. Guantong asked. Gao Jia looked coldly at the young man. Recently, Guantong has been chauffeured around by her boyfriend, making the women in the department envious to the point of madness. He was about to burst with anger. Xiao Wu said, Sister Guan, we just received a call from 2 fishing enthusiasts reporting a situation. 2 male bodies were found in the Shirley River and Dongxing River area. The bodies are floating on the water surface and have already started to bloat. Guantong. Chapter 34 Suspicious figures appearing in surveillance police cars arrived at the scene, and Gao Jia was questioning 2 anglers who had discovered the bodies. Forensic experts Yin Yong and Xia Guoguo were conducting preliminary autopsies on the 2 corpses. Retired official Zhou Xuanfa was quite frightened, and after trembling for a while, he finally managed to speak. Officer, I was fishing right here when I suddenly saw something floating on the water. I started to fish it out, and to my surprise, it turned out to be a body. It was terrifying. I've been fishing around here for several years, and this is the first time I've encountered something so eerie. The other angler, a young man, was equally shaken. Officer, I was fishing over there when I saw something on the water that looked like a person. I got closer, and it really was a person, but they were already a corpse. It scared me half to death. The 2 anglers who discovered the bodies gave their statements to the police. The preliminary findings from the forensic examination had also come out. Gao Jia rubbed his forehead as he squatted beside the 2 corpses. What is the verdict? Did they drown, or were they murdered and then discarded? Yin Yong replied, Both bodies drowned. There are no signs of struggle or ligature marks. However, both had consumed a significant amount of alcohol prior to drowning, so they likely drowned while intoxicated. Xiao Guoguo looked around and said, Captain Gao, We need to immediately investigate the surveillance in the area. It rained heavily last night, washing away all the evidence. Gao Jie said. He quickly made arrangements, and soon Xiao Wu and others discovered that there were surveillance cameras at the bridge's entrance, exit, and along the span. Delay and the others found cameras under the bridge and in nearby landscaped areas. They promptly contacted the relevant departments to retrieve all nearby surveillance footage. The two bodies were taken back to the precinct and handed over to the forensic team for confirmation by the families. Soon, the precinct received a call reporting that two families were looking for their sons who had not returned home all night. The thin one was named Wu Gang, and the short one was named Chao Junshin. The families came to identify the bodies, arriving with a glimmer of hope, but left in tears. Jiang Gao was making breakfast in the kitchen, with the television in the living room playing the morning news from Haicheng City TV, as it did every day without fail. This morning, two fishing enthusiasts in our city discovered the bodies of two young men near Shirley River and Dongxing River. The identities of the deceased have yet to be confirmed, and the police are investigating. Jiang Gao held a bowl of freshly made Sanxia noodles. The edge is too hot to touch. He lingered with his fingers on his earlobes for a few seconds and smiled. Xiaoyu, Daddy made you Sanxia noodles with your favorite shrimp and fish balls. He initially thought calling her would be in vain, but unexpectedly, his daughter appeared with her hair disheveled. The sunlight from outside illuminated her beautiful face. She had lost a lot of weight, but was still pretty. Jiang Gao felt a tightness in his chest. Why would someone want to hurt such a beautiful girl, tear her apart, and destroy her? Is it that beautiful things can often provoke beasts that want to ruthlessly destroy them? Dad, I'm hungry. Jiang Yinyu looked at her father, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Gao was brought to tears by that smile. It's good that you're hungry. Hurry and sit down to eat. You need energy to keep living. Jiang Yinyu nodded. Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you these past few days. She looked at him, appearing just as sweet and lovely as before, evoking pity. As long as you're okay, Dad is okay. Come, let Dad eat with you. Jiang Yinyu took a bite of the noodles and then started to devour them hungrily. In less than a few minutes, she finished the entire bowl. Dad, is there more in the pot? Jiang Gao was taken aback. Yes, there is. You haven't eaten much these past few days, and now you're eating so much at once. Your stomach won't be able to handle it. Dad, I'm fine. I'm only half full. Jiang Yinyu said with a somewhat spoiled tone. Jiang Gao felt a pang in his nose and quickly stood up. Let me serve you another bowl. But take your time eating. Don't hurt your stomach. Jiang Yinyu took the bowl from her father's hands and continued to eat ravenously. She finished the soup at the bottom of the bowl before finally feeling satisfied. Dad, I want to go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan. I want to leave today. As soon as she said this, Jiang Gao was stunned and then became angry. Leave today? Do you even know where he is in Sichuan? After everything he did to you, how can you still be so infatuated? A man who runs away like him isn't worthy of my daughter. Jiang Yinyu bit her lip, her eyes stubborn and resolute. Dad, I want to clarify things with him. I can prove those photos aren't me. Jiang Gao pressed down on her shoulder, holding back his heartache as he said, Xiaoyu, how do you plan to prove that? Are you? Okay, I want to interfere for now, but I want you to know that a relationship without trust requires you to work hard to prove your innocence. Your relationship is already broken. It can't be repaired. Xiaoyu, a girl shouldn't be so humble. Jiang Yinyu fought back tears, Dad, but I can't live without Yao Yuan. Without him, I can't go on. His co-worker told me the address of his hotel. Please let me try one more time. Jiang Gao was silent for a moment before finally responding, his eyes already wet with tears. Xiaoyu, Dad can agree to you, but could you wait a little longer? Dad, why should I wait? Wait until your mom's 7th day has passed. Then you can go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan. Jiang Yinyu felt a tightness in her chest as she looked at her mother's photo on the wall. She nodded and walked into the room, closing the door. Jiang Gao looked at the television in the living room, his expression growing colder. He turned around and lit 3 incense sticks for his wife, his gaze tender. Shaoqin, the 7th day is almost here. I'll send 3 heads to you. Gao Jie and the other sat in front of the computer, fixated on the surveillance footage. The forensic experts estimated that the time of death for the 2 victims was around 11 p.m. last night. After 10 o'clock, the lights along the riverside landscape dimmed significantly, and the video quality became blurry. Finally, their efforts paid off as they spotted a suspicious figure. A man wearing a baseball cap appeared on the surveillance footage, riding an electric bike. Boss, the killer must be this guy. He has been following Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng since the barbecue street. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Gao Jie kept a cold face and continued to fast forward. Yes. Soon, they saw Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng arriving at the riverside and making movements as if unzipping their pants. Boss, these two are urinating by the river. It must be this person who pushed them into the river from behind. Everyone held their breath as they watched. In the footage, the man on the electric bike got off and approached the two. Although the video quality was poor, it was clear to see the action of the two being pushed into the river. Boss, this guy's insane. He just sat on the shore, watching them drown. Quick, zoom in on the footage. Gao Jie frowned, his tone growing excited. It's still unclear. This person is wearing a baseball cap, and it's too dark to see his face. Quick, retrieve the road surveillance from the barbecue street. Maybe we can see his face. Yes. Jiang Gao finished washing the dishes and rode his electric bike out. Today's plan was clear. Take down that bastard Zhang Long. Avenge his wife and clear his daughter's name. Zhang Long woke up and sent a WeChat message to the thin monkey and the short winter melon, arranging to ambush Jiang Yinyu at her house. The two didn't reply for a while, and Zhang Long's temper flared as he made a phone call. He first called the thin monkey, knowing that the short winter melon liked to sleep in and usually wouldn't wake up until noon. The thin monkey didn't answer, so Zhang Long called the short winter melon next. It seemed as if the two had made an appointment. None of them answered his calls, which made Zhang Long extremely angry early in the morning. Little did he know that the phones of Slim Monkey and Short Winter Melon had been soaked in water all night and could no longer be turned on. The technical department of the Public Security Bureau was currently working hard to repair their phones. Chapter 35. Jiang Gao tracks Zhang Long. Jiang Yinyu had been hiding at home, and Zhang Long had not smelled a whiff of meat. Those AI-generated photos, just looking at them without being able to touch them, felt like countless ants biting into his flesh. Every night these past few days before sleeping, he would gaze at the photos and lose himself in a moment. Every time he thought of her fleeting kiss, his blood surged, and the hormones in his body felt like they were about to burst through his skin. While driving to work, his mind was filled with Jiang Yinyu's stunning figure, completely unaware that an electric bike had been tailing him the entire time. After a few days of surveillance, Jiang Gao pinpointed the time Zhang Long would leave, and early in the morning, he waited at the entrance of the Phoenix Mansion community for him to show up. Underneath a black duckbill cap, wearing sunglasses and a mask. No one noticed how fierce his eyes were. When he saw Zhang Long's white BMW X5 appear at the entrance, he followed like a hungry cheetah on the prairie. Zhang Long went to the Power Supply Bureau to clock in, usually grabbing breakfast afterward. When Jiang Gao saw Zhang Long's BMW leave the bureau, a smile crept onto his lips. Everything was under his control. The opportunity had finally come, and his eyes almost seemed to spit fire. Those two lackeys had been following Zhang Long for days, and he was no match for them, unable to find a chance to strike. Today, he had to deal with Zhang Long, the bastard, before the police could catch him. If Zhang Long were to be detained by the police, it would be much harder to take action. No matter how powerful Zhang Long's parents were, they would need time to bail him out. He had promised Xiaoqin he would kill the bastard before her 7th day, using the bastard's blood to honor her spirit. The thought of him breathing the air of the world for another day made Jiang Gao grit his teeth in hatred. When Zhang Long arrived at the breakfast shop, Jiang Gao was sitting not far away, sipping free tea and quietly staring at that greasy face. Zhang Long had a good appetite, finishing his meal quickly and even burping loudly. A subtle smile crept across Jiang Gao's lips, which anyone who saw it would find chilling. After a lifetime of being an honest person, who would have thought that such a straightforward person would become a murderer? There's a saying, when an honest person picks up a butcher's knife, you might not even have a chance to resist. Just like last night, he had easily pushed those two idiots into the river. The sound of the splash made his blood surge, and his heart raced. The moon was dark, and the wind by the river felt pleasant. He gradually calmed down. Sitting quietly by the river, he enjoyed watching the two struggle for their lives in the water until the surface was completely still. The thrill of revenge still made him feel invigorated. Eat up, bastard. Get full before your journey. The Public Security Bureau was busy trying to repair the phones of Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng. Both phones had been submerged for a long time and wouldn't turn on immediately. Yin Yong and Xia Guogua, combining the riverbank surveillance footage, confirmed that the two men had drowned after being pushed into the river. It was undoubtedly a murder case. Although the surveillance didn't clearly show the murderer's face, the act of pushing was very clear. The Road Administration Surveillance Department was quite efficient, quickly identifying that Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng had been at Li San's barbecue shop the night before. There was a young man accompanying them at the time, and his identity was being verified. The barbecue shop owner, Li San, usually took a nap during the day, but was woken up by a flurry of urgent phone calls. Sounding displeased. "Who is it? Don't call me during the day." "Police." Hearing the word police, Li San sat up straight, instantly wide awake. He immediately recalled the incident with Zhang Long from last night and rambled on about it. Soon, Delay and Xiao Wu met with barbecue shop owner Li San. Li San was very cooperative, saying, "Officer, Zhang Long is a real troublemaker. He relies on his powerful family and often causes trouble on Barbecue Street, harassing decent women and pretty girls." At first, no one knew how deep the waters were, and someone stood up to him, but none had a good outcome. We soon realized Zhang Long had someone backing him, someone with a big background, the kind we can't afford to offend. "Please don't sell me out. I still want to do business here. This guy can do anything. We common folks can't afford to mess with him." Xiao Wu sneered. "What era is this? The crackdown on organized crime and evil isn't just a slogan." After saying that, he handed his phone to Li San, asking, "Do you recognize this person?" Li San took the phone and saw a man standing next to an electric bike, facing his barbecue shop. "I can't see his face. The brim of his hat is too low." "Officer, what did this person do?" "Less questions. Look closely. Does this person's build seem familiar?" Li San examined the phone more closely, saying, "Officer, so many people come to eat barbecue every day. I really can't be sure who this person is." "All right then. We'll leave first. If you have any leads, call us immediately." Back at the station, Xiao Wu and Delay had long faces. "Boss, Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng were with a guy named Zhang Long. They were all eating barbecue together last night. Zhang Long harassed a girl and hit her boyfriend. Should we start questioning this Zhang Long?" Gao Jie took the phone, frowning. "Zhang Long? What a name that sounds like a gangster." Delay scratched his head. "I don't know. Maybe he was born in the year of the dragon, or it's a nickname." "Boss, I heard Zhang Long's family is powerful. His parents are big shots we can't afford to offend." Gao Jie chuckled. "Who cares whose son he is? Here, anyone with suspicion will be brought in for questioning." After finishing breakfast, Zhang Long wandered around the area, desperately trying to call Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng. Jiang Gao quietly followed behind. This kid didn't seem to notice at all, mumbling and cursing as he walked. He seemed like a brash fool. It shouldn't be hard to kill him. The only difficulty was that this guy was strong. If he didn't kill him, he might end up being killed in return. Jiang Gao was always looking for an opportunity, like a prairie cheetah ready to pounce. With a single leap, the prey would be taken down in one move. In the technical department of the Public Security Bureau, colleague Xiao Yang successfully repaired the two water-damaged phones. "Captain Gao, these two phones have a lot of explicit photos in their albums, all of the same person. From the faces, it looks like the same person, but they are completely different." Gao Jie was baffled. "What is different?" "The faces are all the same." Guantong remained silent. As a woman, she immediately noticed something unusual from the provocative photos. Xiao Yang leaned closer to Gao Jie's ear, whispering, "Captain Gao, the bodies in these photos aren't from the same person. Look closely. Don't the cup sizes look different?" Gao Jie froze for a few seconds, awkwardly touching his nose. "You mean these photos are all composites? Except for the face being the same?" Chapter 36. Zhang Long's parents. This woman has been super popular lately. The naked woman on subway line 3. Haven't you seen it online? It's trending. Gao Jie couldn't help but click his tongue after seeing it. Why hasn't this girl reported it to the police? Not everyone dares to face this. Some victims choose to remain silent. The photos are all AI generated, including this subway naked photo, which used an AI one-click unclothing feature. Do you think the deaths of the two victims are related to this girl? While the three were deep in thought, the phone of the deceased Wu Gang rang. "Captain Gao, this guy named Zhang Long has been calling these two numbers. Gao Jie hesitated for a few seconds before answering the call. Before he could say anything, Zhang Long began cursing Wu Gang's entire family. Once Zhang Long finished cursing, Gao Jie spoke up. You must be Zhang Long. Zhang Long was taken aback. Who are you? Is Wu Gang dead? If he is not dead, tell him to pick up the phone quickly. You're right. Wu Gang is dead. Gao Jie's voice was steady, sounding like he wasn't lying. Zhang Long was stunned for a few seconds. Then his mouth twitched twice, and he grinned. April Fool's Day has long passed. Don't mess with me. I have serious business with Wu Gang. Who are you, one of his friends? I'm not one of his friends. I'm Gao Jie from the criminal police team of the Public Security Bureau. Wu Gang and Chao Juncheng are dead. Zhang Long's eyes widened in shock. Stop joking around. We were just together last night, eating skewers. Do the police make such jokes casually? Are you coming to the station voluntarily? Or do we need to come and get you? Zhang Long quickly calmed down. What does their death have to do with me? I'm not going. The last people to see Wu Gang and Chao Juncheng were you. You are now a major suspect. Zhang Long panicked completely. Are you from the city's criminal police or the district or county police? City Public Security Bureau criminal police team. Gao Jie. What's wrong? Are you looking for someone? Don't waste your effort. Jiang Yinyu hid nearby, hearing Zhang Long on the phone. He didn't expect the police to find Zhang Long so quickly. He reached for the sharp dagger in his clothes, eager to kill Zhang Long. But doing so in broad daylight would be suicidal. Not only would he be unable to avenge his grudge, but he would also be arrested by the police. Zhang Long has connections. If he didn't kill him, what would happen to Xiao Yu? Now is not the right time to strike. He could only watch Zhang Long drive away in his BMW. Zhang Long arrived at the City Public Security Bureau, and Gao Jie and Guantong took him to the forensic room on the underground floor. Yin Yong pulled out the bodies of Wu Gang and Chao Juncheng from the freezer. The fearless Zhang Long was so scared that his legs trembled, not daring to approach the two corpses. How could this happen? They were fine last night. Seeing their pale, waterlogged bodies, he staggered back. Who the hell did this? You must catch the murderer and avenge them. Gao Jie stared at him. His expression didn't seem like he was acting. If he was really pretending, his acting skills were impressive. The Oscars owed him a little golden statue. The time of death was around 11 p.m. last night, right after you left the barbecue street. The crime scene was at Dongqing River, where the two were pushed into the river while going to the bathroom. Zhang Long hurriedly said, There must be surveillance by the river, right? You guys hurry up and catch the person. Gao Jie countered. Do you have an alibi? Zhang Long's face grew increasingly grim. First, he hadn't expected Wu Gang and Chao Juncheng to be murdered. And second, the police's words sounded like they suspected him of being the murderer. My dad's unit driver can testify. He picked me up from the barbecue street last night. You can check the surveillance footage from that area. We will verify that. Do you have any suspects for who might have killed them? Zhang Long racked his brain for a long time, shaking his head. No, I can't think of anyone who would dare to kill. Then, Guantong took out a laptop and pointed at a girl on the screen. Do you know this girl? Zhang Long glanced at the screen, his eyes flickering. Isn't this the naked woman from Subway Line 3 who has been trending lately? What does she have to do with the deaths of my two brothers? Guantong tapped the table. Please mind your attitude. This isn't a demolition office or the son of the third in command of the prosecutor's office. You should know very well what it means to be summoned here by the police. Zhang Long fell silent, not expecting the police to discover his powerful parents so quickly. Guantong's interrogation skills were top-notch, especially effective against small-time thugs. He was very good at psychological tactics. Zhang Long was so scared that his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. I didn't do anything. You guys can't possibly suspect that I killed my good brothers, right? Don't joke around. I would even dare to kill a fish, let alone a person. Guantong continued to press. The photos of the girl were uploaded online by you, right? Zhang Long was no longer as nervous as when he first entered. If the police were really going to investigate the photos, they wouldn't be wasting so much time with him here. This female officer must be trying to scare him. I want to call my lawyer. I won't say anything without my lawyer present. Guantong maintained a stern face. Have you watched too many movies? Don't play this game with me. Honestly explain what these photos are about. Zhang Long looked indifferent. Unless I see my parents and lawyer, I won't say anything. He knew very well that as long as his parents showed up, These two little police officers were nothing. Do you think not saying anything will help? Even if your parents come, it won't matter. We'll see about that. Zhang Long shrugged. They didn't know how powerful his parents were. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Soon, Zhang Long's parents arrived at the Public Security Bureau, heading straight to Director Pan's office. The three talked inside for a long time, with hints that the police had no evidence to arrest anyone. Zhang Long's father, Zhang Chong, mentioned leaders from the Political Consultative Conference. His mother, Zhou Fengwan, brought up a member of the city leadership team, Chun. Director Pan Jinghua had no choice but to let Gao Jie release Zhang Long and send someone to monitor him 24/7. An hour later, Zhang Long swaggered out of the Public Security Bureau. Before leaving, he didn't forget to arrogantly glare at Gao Jie and Guantong. When the elevator doors closed, this guy provocatively gave Gao Jie and Guantong the middle finger. Director Pan, why did you let him go? This guy definitely has issues. Gao Jie was anxious, his veins popping. Do you have evidence? His parents mentioned city leaders. Higher officials suppress lower ones. Director Pan Jinghua was also helpless. But Gao Jie and Guantong felt that the soon-to-retire Director Pan was different from before. He seemed a bit inclined to just coast until retirement. Zhang Long whistled and swaggered out of the Public Security Bureau, while Zhang Chong and Zhou Fengwan looked at him with disappointment. You useless brat, get back to work. You've embarrassed both your mother and me, Zhang Chong said with a grim face as he got into the car. Zhou Fengwan sat in the back seat. They had no intention of letting this rebellious son get in the car. You better not have anything to do with this case, or neither your dad nor I can protect you. The car sped away, and Zhang Long chased after them, cursing a few words. What is so great about it? No matter how big the official, they still gave birth to a waste like me. Zhang Long's eyes turned red, feeling wronged. Just thinking about the disdainful look from that female officer made him uncomfortable all over. That bitch Jiang Yinyu was the same. The first time she saw him, her expression was like she had seen a pile of shit. Chapter 37, The Masked Man reappears. Jiang Yinyu locked herself in her room, refusing to go out or see anyone. After taking Metro Line 3, she encountered 3 thugs. Because she refused to add the chubby leader's WeChat, they edited her photos and used AI technology to create slanderous rumors. As a result of the scandal, she was dismissed from her job, abandoned by her fiancé, and her mother died of a heart attack in anger. Suddenly facing such a devastating change, her family was shattered and her reputation was ruined. Despite her efforts to explain, most people were unwilling to believe her, viewing her as the bad girl described online. Even her neighbors, who had watched her grow up, looked at her with disdain. Yao Yuan changed his phone number and blocked her on WeChat, QQ, and Weibo. He was ruthless. The tenderness and care of the past felt like a distant dream. Why did he believe those fake photos? Why wouldn't he at least hear her out? Crouching on her bed, she scrolled through their many photos on her computer. They had visited food stalls together, kissed in empty parks, embraced by the riverside, and shared passionate kisses in the car. But they had never gone all the way. She told her father she was going to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan, who was on a business trip. She wanted to undress in front of him at a hotel, letting him compare her to the fake photos online to prove her innocence. Yes, she felt pathetic because she loved him. If she took off her clothes, he would surely believe her innocence immediately. A birthmark on her left chest and a natural mark in the center of her lower back were her proof. In the dim light, she constantly licked her wounds, recalling their vows of love. Suddenly, she remembered what her father had said before leaving. A man who refuses to believe you is unworthy of your love from that moment on. Yet, she was hopelessly thinking of him and loving him. Even her mother's death, while it filled her with guilt, did not hurt her as deeply as losing Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan, why don't you believe me? Why don't you want me? Looking at those photos, tears soaked the sheets in front of her. Just as she was about to faint from crying, her computer flickered. Thinking it was broken, she checked it, but then a strange voice came from the computer. Are you disappointed with this world? The voice sounded as if it had been processed through a silencer. Coming from the computer, she thought she had become so sad that she was hallucinating. But the voice sounded again. The whole world thinks you're a slut. Countless men have downloaded your lewd pictures. Jiang Yinyu, this world is full of malice. What are you still clinging to? Is it that man named Yao Yuan? Jiang Yinyu, pale-faced, asked with a trembling voice. Who are you? Stop playing tricks. I am the one who will take you away. Take me away? Where will you take me? To paradise. There, no one will hurt you, and you and Yao Yuan will live happily together. Jiang Yinyu was stunned, her expression turning icy. Who are you? Stop messing around. I'm not in the mood for jokes. In the next moment, the computer screen flickered again and could not be forcefully shut down. A masked man appeared on the screen. Jiang Yinyu, I'm very glad to meet you. Who are you? Jiang Yinyu's voice trembled more and more. Why are you wearing a mask? The masked man laughed, his voice sounding high-tech, as if from the future. You don't need to be curious about me. I am here to save your future. This world is too dirty, and many people want to leave. Your mother is doing well now. I will take good care of her. Jiang Yinyu, pale-faced, looked at the masked man in disbelief. You see my mom? The masked man chuckled lightly. Yes. She has already reached paradise. Your mother is here. Her heart disease has healed. You don't need to worry about her anymore. She asked me to take you away. Come with me, and you will soon see your mother. Jiang Yinyu felt it was strange. When she reached for the power button to shut it down, she found she couldn't operate it successfully. The masked man leaned closer to the computer screen, as if he could jump out and forcibly take her away at any moment. No, I haven't explained things to Yao Yuan yet. I want to tell him I'm not the slut set online. Those photos are fake, aside from my face. My body isn't mine. The masked man nodded. I can understand your feelings. Being distrusted by the one you love must be very painful. Those words struck Jiang Yinyu's tearful heart, and she cried heartily as she shared much about her past with Yao Yuan. The masked man was very patient, a qualified listener. Not only did he patiently listen, but he also analyzed their feelings. Half an hour later, Jiang Yinyu completely trusted him and was willing to go to paradise with him. Come on, can we start now? Jiang Yinyu, pale-faced, gradually looked dazed, a slight smile appearing on her lips. What should I do to log into paradise? Take a knife and cut your wrist. You need to apply strength. That will hurt a lot, won't it? I'm most afraid of pain. I know. Pain is just an illusion. It's not real pain. When you arrive in paradise, the scars will disappear automatically. There is no harm, no malice, only kind people and loving families. Okay, I'll go with you. You must remember to take Yao Yuan and my dad. They're the two most important men in my life. Okay, I promise to take them with me to paradise to reunite with you. Hurry, we don't have time. Many people want to go to paradise. I've opened a VIP green channel for you. In the room, Jiang Yinyu seemed to transform into a ghost, floating into the kitchen in a white nightgown. She chose a fruit peeler and returned to the bedroom, immediately receiving praise from the masked man. Good girl, let us begin. Yes, remember to take Yao Yuan and Dad. Trust me, I never lie. Jiang Yinyu raised the knife. In the moment she cut down, she looked up at the masked man and asked, Why did you choose me? Because I can feel that you have been very desperate lately. Every minute and every second has been painful. Your pain's magnetic field attracted me here, and I decided to come to save you. This is our fate. Then, will I be able to see you in paradise? Of course, we will become very good friends. The kind that can talk about anything. Xiaoyu, let us start. I can't wait to see you. Me too. The sharp knife cut through Jiang Yinyu's fair skin. The bright red blood was striking, like blooming red flowers, quickly covering her entire body. Chapter 38. Jiang Yinyu committed suicide. Blood dripped steadily down her wrist. After intense pain, Jiang Yinyu's body slowly grew cold, and finally, she felt no more pain. She did not see the world of bliss in her final moment. All that lay before her was a dark void, enveloping her tightly. The laptop in front of her flickered momentarily before returning to the original desktop image. A family of 3 at the seaside, her parents and little Yu, their hands raised above their heads, forming a large heart shape. Jiang Gao returned home, carrying 2 Crucian carp and some vegetables. Little Yu, today Dad will make your favorite braised Crucian carp and stir-fry 2 vegetables you like. Little Yu did not respond. Jiang Gao thought nothing of it and went straight into the kitchen with the ingredients. The kitchen was still arranged as it had been when Xiaoqin was alive, with chopsticks and bowls in the sterilizer and knives of various sizes in their designated slots. Everything was just as it always had been. A cloth covered the faucet, a habit of Xiaoqin's. In the days since Xiaoqin's departure, Jiang Gao had been imitating and repeating all of her habits. Little Yu, Today's Crucian carp is a bit big. We'll make one in a soup and braise the other. Jiang Yinyu did not respond, and the only voice in the house was Jiang Gao's. He talked to himself for a long time, fearing the silence that filled the home. When Shaoqin was alive, the house was filled with laughter. Now, it was replaced by a heavy, lifeless atmosphere. As he turned on the faucet to wash the fish, his gaze suddenly fell on a knife holder. Soon, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his body trembled with fear. One of the fruit knives was missing. Little Yu. Jiang Gao knocked frantically on his daughter's door, but there was no response from inside. Even when his wife had passed, his daughter would never ignore him in her sadness. Could little Yu? In the next moment, Jiang Gao turned to the key storage cabinet and took out the spare key to his daughter's room. As he opened the door, he was hit by the smell of rust. Human blood and animal blood are different. Animal blood carries a fishy stench, while human blood does not smell as bad. He suddenly raised his head to look at his daughter's bed. She was wearing a white nightgown, now soaked in blood, transformed into a blood-red dress. There was a large pool of blood on the floor. Even Hua Tuo in the flesh could not save his daughter. Little Yu. Jiang Gao rushed to his daughter, but her hands, face, and body were all cold. A piercing scream escaped him, startling the neighbor across the hall, who opened the door to check. Lao Gao. What happened? The man knocked a few times, but there was no response, only the sound of Jiang Gao's cries from inside. Lao Gao, are you okay? Open the door. After knocking for a long time, the neighbors downstairs also came out to investigate. What's going on? What's wrong with Lao Jiang? I just heard a terrible scream from inside. Upon opening the door, they could hear someone crying. It was Lao Jiang's voice. They had knocked for a long time, but Lao Jiang never opened the door. Hearing this, everyone grew concerned and continued knocking on Jiang Gao's iron gate. Lao Jiang, don't do anything foolish. We're closer than distant relatives. If you have something to say, we can help you. Yeah, little Yu, hurry and talk to your dad. He mustn't lose his mind. After a long period of knocking, there was still no response from inside. Should we call a locksmith? Would that be inappropriate? What if something happened inside? Just as the words left their mouths, the iron door swung open, revealing Jiang Gao standing before them, causing everyone to recoil in fear. Jiang Gao was holding a blood-soaked figure, covered in blood from head to toe. The floor was drenched in blood, and everyone stepped back in fear. Lao Jiang, you. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Lao Jiang, what have you done? Call the police. Lao Jiang has killed someone. Several men trembled as they took out their phones to call the police, while a female neighbor noticed a deep cut on Jiang Yinyu's wrist. Wait, it looks like little Yu committed suicide. Jiang Gao's face fell into despair. His eyes became vacant. The next moment, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Yinyu's body rolled from his arms. The neighbors were frightened, thinking Jiang Gao was about to faint, but he quietly knelt beside his daughter. Suddenly, he laughed, a terrifying, grotesque laugh that made everyone step back in fear. He's gone mad. Lao Jiang has gone mad. Quick, call the police. Jiang Gao, covered in blood, mumbled to himself while looking at his daughter's body. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed through the neighborhood. The police and forensic experts arrived at the scene to conduct an investigation, confirming that Jiang Yinyu had committed suicide. Jiang Gao suffered a fatal blow, first losing his wife and now his daughter. He remained kneeling on the floor, talking to himself, his mind already in disarray. The tragic events of their family were recounted by the neighbors. Gao Jie stared at Jiang Yinyu's body, suddenly realizing that the deceased looked extremely familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered the two drowned victims he had discovered that morning at East City River. The photo albums on their phones contained a large number of explicit images, and the female lead was the deceased before him. That's right. Jiang Yinyu is the female lead from Metro Line 3. The neighbor saw the police arrive and began to speak. Little Yu is a good child. We don't believe the photos online are of her. Officer, you must uncover the truth for little Yu. She must have taken such extreme measures out of despair. Lao Jiang has had it tough. His wife just passed, and now his daughter is gone. How could such a happy family suddenly fall apart? Jiang Gao remained still, suddenly curling the corners of his mouth into a smile and laughing loudly, sending chills down everyone's spine. Then, gathering all his strength, he shouted at the neighbors with a single word, "Get out!" As the neighbors murmured and dispersed, Guantong took a laptop out of Jiang Yinyu's bedroom. Captain Gao, we found something. There's a video on the deceased computer desktop. Gao Jie took the laptop and opened the video, causing Jiang Gao to suddenly go mad and stand up. Don't touch my daughter's computer. Don't touch it. Xiao Wu and Delay restrained Jiang Gao, while Gao Jie and the others watched the video. The content of the video was shocking. It showed Jiang Yinyu performing in an adult film with a group of men, the footage comparable to that of adult films from Japan. Jiang Gao's face turned red with anger as he attempted to snatch the computer away, ready to smash it to pieces. Gao Jie protected it, handing it over to the tech officer, Xiao Yang. Uncle, please calm down. This is all evidence. Jiang Gao was nearly frenzied, his eyes bloodshot. This is not evidence. These are the culprits who killed Little Yu. Officer, you must hurry and catch the bad guys. Little Yu was killed by someone. Chapter 39 Reunion for both of you. The forensic team took away Jiang Yinyu's body. Gao Jie and Guantong looked after the dazed father of the deceased, Jiang Gao. Soon, Jiang Gao's older and younger sisters arrived from a nearby neighborhood. Seeing their brother covered in blood, they thought he had killed someone and began to cry loudly. Gao Jie explained the situation, and the sisters stopped crying for a moment, but not long after, they resumed their tears. Brother, you must take care of yourself. Brother, come live with us from now on. You mustn't think of doing anything foolish. Sister-in-law just left, and now this child. If only you had called the police a few days ago. If they had intervened sooner, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Brother, you must hold on. Our parents are still here. Jiang Gao sat expressionless on the sofa, covered in his daughter's blood. Seeing that their brother was mentally affected, the sisters asked the police not to provoke him, assuring them they would take good care of him. Officer, our sister-in-law died from anger over Xiaoyu's incident. You must investigate this thoroughly. Our Xiaoyu is not that kind of person. Our brother's family has suffered too much. He is all alone now. Gao Jie and Guantong repeatedly promised to uncover the truth for the deceased and to find those spreading the rumors. After the police left, Jiang Gao sat on the sofa, staring at his hands. His hands were covered in blood, his daughter's blood. His younger sister brought a basin of water from the bathroom, crying, Brother, let me help you wash. The older sister echoed, Brother, be good, stretch out your hand. Jiang Gao pressed his hands to his nose and sniffed deeply, unwilling to wash away the blood. Suddenly, Jiang Gao smiled, a smile that changed the expressions of his two sisters. This is Xiaoyu's blood. Xiaoyu is still here. She's not dead. Sister, something's wrong. Our brother has gone crazy. That evening, after work, Zhang Long swaggered out in his car to find friends to hang out with. With Shou Ho and Ao Donghua dead, he still had other friends. A few of them went to Li San's barbecue restaurant to eat skewers. When Li San saw Zhang Long, he hurriedly called the police. Officer, Zhang Long is here for barbecue again, and this time he brought 2 new faces. Okay, keep an eye on them, listen to what they say, and we'll be there soon. Yes. While eating skewers, Zhang Long cursed. Do you know how Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng died? The news says they drowned, right? That's right. They were too unfortunate, just taking a piss by the river, and someone pushed them in. I don't know which beast did it, but if I catch him, I'll take his life. A short, bespectacled man raised his beer bottle and said, Those 2 were doomed. Let's not mention them. Our brother Long is too loyal. A nearby fat white guy chimed in, Brother Long, do you think they offended someone? You guys haven't done anything illegal recently, right? Zhang Long was taken aback and then slapped the fat guy on the head. We haven't done anything. We just... Bosley was all ears. But Zhang Long leaned closer to the 2 and whispered something. Then, the 3 burst into laughter. Jiang Gao's younger sister brought a bowl of noodles. Brother, eat something? Seeing her brother unmoving, the older sister wiped her tears and urged, Brother, the living must continue living. Sister-in-law is watching you. If something happens to you, how will our parents cope? They don't know anything right now. Suddenly, Jiang Gao stood up and wandered into the kitchen in a daze. In the sink, 2 Christian carp lay motionless, completely dead, their eyes bulging, lifeless. The older and younger sisters followed him closely, fearing he might take a knife to his neck. He was the only one left in the family, and who knew if he wanted to live anymore. Unexpectedly, Jiang Gao turned on the faucet and began to wash the fish, then methodically chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic to start cooking. This scared the 2 sisters even more. and they discussed calling their male relatives to come and take turns watching over their brother. Brother, you're home alone, and we're worried. Come back with me tonight. Yes, brother. Don't cook. Come eat at elder sister's place. You all go back. The police might come looking for me at any moment. I have to stay here. Saying this, Jiang Gao poured oil into the pot, added the chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, and as the fish hit the hot oil, it sizzled loudly. Jiang Gao added water to the pot, covered it, and pushed his two sisters out of the kitchen, sending them all the way to the door. Don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. I need to wait for the police to uncover the truth and clear Xiao Yu's name. Only then did the two sisters leave, feeling relieved. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Gao slid down against it. His wife was dead, his daughter had committed suicide, and he was left all alone in this family. His heart felt hollow, as if his insides had been dug out. After crying for a while, he suddenly looked up and smiled at his wife's portrait. Dear, our daughter has been targeted by bad people. I never expected that scoundrel Zhang Long not only uploaded photos, but also made that kind of video using our daughter's face. Xiao Yu must have seen the video and couldn't take it, leading to her complete mental breakdown and ultimately her suicide. After a while, Jiang Gao emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 dishes and a soup. 3 pairs of chopsticks were set on the table, and as Jiang Gao ate while crying, he murmured, Dear, our daughter is going to find you. You two reunite first. I'll come last. The police station was brightly lit that night. The deaths of Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng had been confirmed as homicides, but the police had no leads on the murderer. A man riding an electric bike had been identified in several locations, but due to the darkness, the suspect's face was obscured, making identification impossible. The police were monitoring these areas, trying to find clues to determine the man's starting point. Unfortunately, road repairs in the city meant that some areas lacked surveillance, and others had cameras that were temporarily down or damaged. The man on the electric bike following Zhang Long and his friends had still not been identified. Xiao Wu, a newcomer in the department, had been eager to prove himself. After tireless efforts, he finally discovered a clue. Boss, this is a green electric bike. I'll go ask at the Green Source showroom. Gao Jian nodded and sighed. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, as there were dozens of Green Source stores across the city. If the murderer bought a second-hand electric bike for the crime, it would be even more challenging to investigate, requiring a significant manpower investment. Xiao Wu volunteered, Boss, let me try. I have a way. Gao Jie thought for a moment and said, Delay, you two go together. Guan Tong had been researching the entire incident involving the naked woman on Subway Line 3 online and had basically sorted it out. A phone call was made overnight to the subway department to obtain all the surveillance footage from the subway station and train on the day of the incident. Chapter 40. Lin Xianchao delivers food in recent days. Lin Xianchao has noticed that Guan Tong has been working late and is worried that she isn't eating well. The artificial intelligence robot, as the name suggests, is man-made and specially designed for older women like Guan Tong. He has acquired all human wisdom, including a man's care for his girlfriend. When Guan Tong is not home, Lin Xianchao cleans the house and sits on the sofa watching TV, mimicking Guan Tong's style. Recently, he has been following a city romance drama where the male lead is a seasoned admirer who constantly shows concern for the female lead. He excels in both social settings and the kitchen, ultimately winning the female lead's love. As he watches, Lin Xianchao expands his knowledge base to win the female lead's heart. The first step is to master her stomach by feeding her various Chinese and Western dishes every day. Inspired by the TV show, Lin Xianchao searches for numerous Chinese recipes. Knowing that Guan Tong likes sour and spicy flavors, he makes sour and spicy shredded potatoes, sauerkraut fish, and spicy hot pot. He then drives to the police station to deliver a heartfelt bento to the female lead. She won't eat if it gets cold. Gao Jie reminds Guan Tong when he sees her instant noodles untouched for half an hour. Thanks. Guan Tong responds absent-mindedly while opening her instant noodles, her eyes glued to the computer screen. At that moment, Gu Mingming rushes in. Sister Guan, your boyfriend is here waiting for you at the door. Guan Tong almost sprays her first bite of noodles back into the bowl. Who? Your boyfriend, that handsome guy from last time. He's waiting at the door with a lunchbox. Oh my, he looks so cute. Gu Mingming laughs. If you don't go out soon, the single girls in the office will be crying. Gao Jie snorts, feeling a storm brewing inside. With no one to vent his frustration on, he says to Gu Mingming, "Can you be a little more low-key? Stop acting like a lovesick girl all the time." "Yeah, Gao is so handsome. Isn't that enough for you to be lovesick?" Someone nearby teases. Gu Mingming pouts. "That's totally different. Gao is a tough guy. He's just a pretty boy. Besides, I've already become numb to Gao's looks." Numb to looks? Gao Jia's face hardens, grinding his teeth in anger. Perhaps Guantong thinks the same. "Guantong, can you be a little more low-key and not have your little boyfriend running to the station all the time?" Lin Xianchao stands at the entrance of the police station holding a lunchbox, attracting the attention of passers-by. Some girls giggle while others, more daring, snap photos with their phones. Why not stay home instead of showing off? Guantong mutters as she sees his back. Lin Xianchao quickly raises the lunchbox, flashing a bright smile that makes his skin shine under the lights. This is something Guantong has gotten used to. Otherwise, she would be drooling. "Tong tong. This is Chinese food. All your favorite dishes. There are sour and spicy shredded potatoes, sauerkraut fish, and spicy hot pot. Give it a try." Guantong is taken aback, feeling like she's in an idol drama in front of the solemn police station. Lin Xianchao gently touches her soft hair and, imitating the male lead from the show, says, "I'll wait for you in the car." Guantong is even more stunned. "What? Did you learn this from the TV?" "Yes. The female lead really likes when a male lead does this." "Do you like it too, Tong Tong?" Guantong quickly responds, "I don't like it. I'm not a little girl. I'm a tough woman. Why are you learning this lovey-dovey stuff instead of studying great literary works from ancient and modern times to become a knowledgeable robot?" As Guantong leans in to speak softly, her tiptoeing resembles a gesture asking for a kiss. Gu Mingming, watching from behind the glass, is wide-eyed. Indeed, every strong woman turns into a little woman in front of her beloved man. Lin Xianchao smiles affectionately. "Silly Tong Tong, I've mastered culture from 5,000 years of history. I'm an AI after all. Did you forget?" Guantong taps her forehead, realizing she actually did forget. "Don't wait for me. I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight." Lin Xianchao thinks for a moment and suddenly mimics the male lead from the drama. "What all-nighter? I'll support you." "Support what?" "I'll take care of you." Guantong is startled as he picks her up, causing Gu Mingming to cover her mouth in shock, envious tears forming. "Wow. He has such a domineering type. I truly envy Sister Guan." Guantong struggles, but it's futile against the iron AI robot. "Put me down. This is the police station." Seeing her beautiful brows furrowed, Lin Xianchao quickly sets her down. "Then I'll wait for you to finish eating and take the lunchbox back home to wash." Facing the robot that doesn't get angry and sticks to its reasoning, Guantong takes the lunchbox back to the criminal investigation room. Gao Jie sarcastically asks, "Your boyfriend is so considerate. What delicious food did he make?" "Nothing much, just a few simple home-cooked dishes. Sour and spicy shredded potatoes, spicy hot pot, and sauerkraut fish." Versailles. "Those are all solid dishes." Guantong looks at Gao Jie. "Are you hungry?" Gao Jie is taken aback a bit. "Have some. I really want instant noodles today." "You just spit it out. Are you sure you want to eat more?" Gao Jie tilts his head, wide-eyed. Guantong shrugs and smiles. "Would I despise myself? You're something else." Gao Jie rolls his chair over, picks up Lin Xianchao's thoughtful bento, and plans to figure out where he went wrong. When it comes to looks, he never backs down, always believing he is a handsome man. As for being tough, that's just a job requirement. Otherwise, he could easily transform into a pretty boy. Guantong turns around and sees Gao Jie's face looking grim. Is it not good? Too salty or too sweet? He is better at Western cuisine. This is his first time making Chinese food. Gao Jie smiles. "It's nothing. It's quite delicious. I'm about to cry from how good it is. I've never had such delicious food before. It's even better than Michelin meals." Hearing this, Guantong becomes interested. "Let me try." She picks up a piece of sauerkraut fish and puts it in her mouth, her features instantly turning red. "What is this?" "It's both salty and spicy." "You said it was good." Realizing what just happened, she notices Gao Jie is gulping down water while still laughing at him. "I just want you to see reality. Pretty boys have no skills, not even as good as." He didn't finish his sentence, but Guantong understood. He must be feeling sour. "At least he is willing to work hard for me and put in the effort. I think it's quite good." Go, ye es mi lefades. Caught off guard by her words, When they were dating, they both worked on the front lines, and he could only make her a bowl of instant noodles, maybe adding a sausage. Compared to that, being picked up and dropped off at work, willing to learn to cook Chinese food, and being a delicate-looking pretty boy, who would refuse? Guantong tries the sour and spicy shredded potatoes and spicy hot pot, and just like the sauerkraut fish, they are both salty and spicy, inedible. Lin Xianchao waits eagerly for Guantong to come out and praise him. When he sees her walk out, he rushes over. How was it? Was it good? Guantong nods, it's good, but don't make it again next time. Why not? It's good, just eat more. Guantong is speechless at his promotional line. You should go back and study what appropriate amount and a pinch of salt means. These dishes are simply inedible. Lin Xianchao scratches the back of his head, looking adorably childlike under the moonlight, and smiles sweetly at her. Guantong's heart races. She knows the man in front of her is a robot, or else she would be utterly captivated. Go back now. There are 2 cases being merged for investigation. It'll be busy for a while. I'll take care of you. Lin Xianchao repeats that line again. Guantong laughs at his silly demeanor. Take care of me? Last time you were in the park, you made an old man so angry that he ended up in the hospital. You should pay me back that money first. Lin Xianchao was driving home, thinking about how to quickly make money using human methods. He felt that Guantong was living a very tiring and difficult life, and although he, as an AI, had powerful learning abilities, he couldn't understand human nature. From a human perspective, work is often tiring yet joyful. Especially for police officers, they work tirelessly on a case, sacrificing sleep and food, with pale faces and haggard appearances. When the truth is revealed, the joy surpasses all the hardships. In Lin Xianchao's knowledge base, he understood that Guantong worked day and night, never at home, all because of one word, poverty. The system replied to him, what can relieve worries? Only becoming rich. Chapter 41, Tracking Zhang Long. After Jiang Gao cremated his daughter, he returned home holding her urn. A new portrait was added to the wall, with his daughter and wife smiling beautifully at him. Xiao Yu suicide disrupted Zhang Gao's revenge plan. Until the 7th day after his wife's death, that bastard Zhang Long was still out there enjoying himself. He urged the police several times, but the response was always that they were still investigating. Late at night, Jiang Gao drank a bottle of white liquor alone and ultimately decided to continue his revenge in his own way. Although the law is vast and will eventually catch up with Zhang Long, the severity of the punishment is unpredictable. Even if he were sentenced to life in prison, it wouldn't erase the resentment in Jiang Gao's heart. 2 lives taken, both of whom were his closest loved ones. Zhang Long deserves to be tortured and executed. Clearly, the police could not fulfill this wish of his. Therefore, he had to use his own methods to deal with this scoundrel. Currently, it seemed increasingly difficult to kill Zhang Long. After Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng were killed, the police began to monitor Zhang Long. Every time Jiang Gao tried to approach him, he could see undercover police nearby. Fortunately, being middle-aged, he was calm and patient, always looking for an opportunity to kill Zhang Long. Moreover, this time, Jiang Gao did not intend to let Zhang Long off easy. Drowning would be too merciful. He wanted Zhang Long to die in agony. Wife, Xiao Yu, you 2 wait for me. Once I kill Zhang Long, I will come down to accompany you. The Public Security Bureau had confirmed that the photos and videos of Jiang Yanyu were created using AI technology. In recent years, many celebrities and public figures from various fields, as well as government officials, had been pranked with AI technology. Some videos were flawless, causing significant public opinion and negative impact. For example, the former president of M country was manipulated using AI face-swapping technology, which had considerable consequences in international politics. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the conference room of the Public Security Bureau was filled with people. Pan Zhengwo sat in the center, listening to Gao Jie analyze the progress of the case. Are we sure that the images and videos online are fake? Pan Zhengwo's gaze was piercing. Gao Jie nodded yes. The technical department has confirmed that the photos of the deceased Jiang Yanyu circulating online are fake, including the videos found on her computer. However, so far, the videos had not been released online. Only the photos were continuously shared by netizens. Pan Zhengwo frowned, thinking that perhaps the videos had not been released yet, and the perpetrator was using them to blackmail Jiang Yanyu. With no way out, Jiang Yinyu committed suicide by cutting her wrists. This analysis received the agreement of most people. Pan Zhangwo turned to Xiao Liang from the technical department. Have we locked down the IP address that released the photos? Xiao Liang nodded. The IP address is located in our city, specifically in the villa area of Phoenix Mansion. Seeing Xiao Liang hesitate to speak, Pan Zhangwo had already guessed most of it. The head of the demolition office, Zhang Chong, lived in Phoenix Mansion. Go on. The photos were released from Building A of the villa area in Phoenix Mansion, and it was the first release. We have identified the publisher as Zhang Long, who was at the bureau a few days ago. His parents are very influential. Pan Zhangwo nodded, feeling a chill run down his spine. His subordinates only knew that Zhang Long's parents were influential, but they didn't know how influential. The Zhang couple had strong connections in the province, and it was said that they had relatives in the central government. A few phone calls forced Pan Zhangwo to release Zhang Long, leaving him with a pent-up frustration. People below thought he was afraid of powerful forces and wanted to retire peacefully, while superiors believed he was arresting people without evidence. Neither side had anything good to say. Now that he had evidence in hand, with the photos released by Zhang Long, this kid could not escape responsibility. After hesitating for a moment, Pan Zhangwo disregarded the pros and cons, slammed his hands on the table, and stood up. Arrest him! The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Yes. At 9:30 in the evening, Gao Jie and his team went to Zhang Chong's home. Upon seeing the police, the couple remained calm and collected. Zhang Chong stood protectively in front of his wife. What do you want? Gao Jie took out a document. This is evidence of your son spreading lewd rumors online. We need to bring him in for questioning. Do you have an arrest warrant? Zhang Chong asked. I knew you would say that. Guantong produced the arrest warrant and showed it to Zhang Chong. Sorry, we need to search your house. The Zhang couple had no choice but to step aside. He's not home. He went out to eat. A friend has a birthday party tonight. Which restaurant? We don't pry into our child's private life. Gao Jie snorted coldly. I know you're busy contributing to Haicheng. No worries. We've already sent people out to look for him. The Zhang couple's faces changed in anger. An officer found a computer in Zhang Long's bedroom containing a large number of hidden folders. Boss, look. This guy is experienced. Gao Jie stood in front of the computer, scrolling a mouse for a while. Is this all? Did you find any videos? No, only photos, no videos. Could it be on his work computer? Unlikely. He wouldn't take such things to work. If someone sees it, it would embarrass his parents. He's a junior college student. He knows better. Maybe the videos are hidden on a USB drive or hard drive. Search carefully again. Yes. The Zhang couple saw the lewd photos on their son's computer. Their faces turned pale, but they continued to defend their son. Captain Gao, it's normal for men to look at these things. Really? Are you sure you've never looked at them? Zhang Chong's mother shamelessly said this. It was incredibly disturbing. A doting mother could ruin her son. Guantong was furious. Director Zhang, Deputy Director Zhou, you are both respected figures in the officialdom. Covering for your son is equivalent to harming him. Do you know he has caused deaths? For living lives. Wu Gang and Chao Junsheng were his brothers. They were pushed into the river and drowned. Jiang Yinyu, a white-collar worker, was targeted by the three of them on the subway. They took lewd photos of her, used AI to strip her, and uploaded a large number of lewd images online. Because of this, the girl was fired from her job and abandoned by her fiancé. The girl's mother had a heart condition and couldn't bear the pressure of public opinion. She passed away shortly after. A few days ago, the girl committed suicide at home, and a video was found on her computer, likely sent by Zhang Long. Now, only the girl's father is left in the family. Guantong looked at the expressionless Zhang couple, shaking with anger. The couple had strong mental fortitude, remaining calm and collected. Zhang Long's mother even held her arms crossed, chin held high. Zhang Chong said, "These photos don't prove anything. The cause of the girl's suicide was likely that video. You didn't find that video on my son's computer, so you can't prove he was responsible for it. Yes, although this kid is irresponsible, he still knows his limits. You need to find the person who made the video. He is the real culprit, not our son. The photos are everywhere, and someone could easily make a video with a face swap using current technology." Gao Jie wanted to curse, but remained a quality police officer. The law is vast, and crimes cannot simply be erased as if nothing happened. You will soon know whether Zhang Long is good or evil. Haitian Hotel. Zhang Long sat at the center of the dining table, and the birthday boy was also a chubby guy with a golden tooth in his front mouth. Nicknamed Big Golden Tooth. It is said that he was arrogant in middle school, bullying classmates, and even disregarding high school seniors. Once, a group of middle school students led by Big Golden Tooth intercepted a first-year high school student to collect protection fees. Unexpectedly, the senior had been practicing Taekwondo since childhood and quickly knocked them down. Big Golden Tooth's golden tooth was installed by his family after that incident. Both of his parents were newly wealthy, and since Big Golden Tooth lacked gold in his fate, they installed this pure gold tooth for him. Every time he smiled, it sparkled in the sunlight, giving off a strong nouveau riche vibe. Zhang Long was celebrating Big Golden Tooth's birthday, and a group of people was having a great time, with a row of girls singing in the private room. Throughout the event, he didn't notice that his phone had run out of battery, and Zhang Chong and his wife couldn't get in touch with him. The timing was just right, giving Jiang Gao the opportunity to kill him. If he made a call to summon Zhang Long back, Jiang Gao would have to continue looking for another chance to kill him. He had to finish him off tonight. Any later would be too late, as the police were already watching Zhang Long. The Haiyan Grand Hotel was essentially a front for entertainment venues catering to the wealthy. Located in the urban-rural fringe of Haicheng City, the club's owners preferred remote locations, making it convenient for wealthy people to gather for some illicit activities. The surroundings were undergoing demolition, leaving a desolate construction site, making the Haiyan Grand Hotel appear unrealistically prosperous. Jiang Gao was nearby, scouting the area, and arrived at a construction site. The night was silent, and the site was very suitable for committing a crime. Jiang Gao felt an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. Everything was about to end, and he would soon be reunited with his wife and daughter. Chapter 42. Zhang Long is killed. Zhang Long had been drinking, so he would definitely need a designated driver. Jiang Gao, dressed like a designated driver, was mingling at the entrance of the Haiyan Grand Hotel. A familiar designated driver approached him and offered a cigarette, saying, "Brother, you look a bit unfamiliar. Which designated driving company are you with?" "Thanks, but no." Jiang Gao refused coldly. Seeing Jiang Gao's aloofness, the man started chatting with two other familiar designated drivers nearby. "The people coming here are all big shots and rich kids. I heard the tips are quite generous." "Yeah. Last time I met a big shot who paid me in cash like bricks." "Cash like bricks? That's 10,000. Yeah, I was holding it. My heart was racing. I was worried he would wake up the next day and ask for the money back. Guess what happened? Haha, he definitely didn't ask you for money. Those who come here are all wealthy. Second-generation rich kids usually have cash on them for business. They forget everything when they get drunk. I'm envious. I wonder if we can have such luck." The group of designated drivers laughed, dreaming of taking home a drunk big shot tonight for extra tips. They waited until 11:30 at night, when Zhang Long stumbled out with a group of people heavily intoxicated. Jiang Gao boasted recently, "That naked woman from Subway Line 3? I posted that photo online. Brother Long, did you have fun? Was it great?" "Brother Long, that woman's figure is incredible. She looks like a D from the front. Isn't it thrilling?" Zhang Long, buoyed by alcohol, bragged, "The feel was amazing, even better than cotton candy. Especially that tiny waist. Ha! Worth it even if I died on the spot." Everyone laughed, unaware that Jiang Yinyu had already committed suicide, reduced to a pile of ashes. No one noticed the cold, terrifying glint in Jiang Gao's eyes, as if he were about to spew blood. Zhang Long, drunk and swaying, was approached by a designated driver who smiled and helped him steady himself. "Boss, do you need a designated driver?" Jiang Gao looked up, smiling innocently. Zhang Long waved his hand. "Yes, I'm covering the designated driving tonight. Brothers, come back to me for reimbursement. Big Gold Tooth, tonight's meal is on me. Put on my tab." Big Gold Tooth wrapped an arm around Zhang Long, who nearly lost his balance. "Boss, take it slow, there's a step." Zhang Long draped an arm over Jiang Gao's shoulder, squinting with his beady eyes at him. "Uncle, you look a bit familiar. I must have called you before." Jiang Gao smiled. "You're right. I picked you up last week. You were driving a BMW, right?" Zhang Long thought for a moment, then laughed heartily. Yes. I saw you last week. We have a fate. I'll give you a bigger tip later." "Thank you, boss. Where's your car?" Jiang Gao helped support Zhang Long, struggling to hold him up. This hefty pig was so fat that it was hard to manage, but he had to do it. He couldn't let him harass other girls anymore. Zhang Long squinted at the parking lot across from the hotel and tossed out his BMW keys. Go. Find a white BMW X3. That's my car. Uncle, drive boldly. If you crash it, we'll use insurance. All right. Jiang Gao took the keys, pretended to search for a moment. Boss, found it. Please get in. Zhang Long gave him a thumbs up. In this dark place, your eyes are good. 666. Thank you, boss. What business are you in? Your brother seemed to really flatter you. Zhang Long, breath reeking of alcohol, loosened his belt and started to show off. In business, it's just about having money. Our family has power, very powerful. After getting into the car, Zhang Long boasted for a few moments before falling into a deep sleep, snoring loudly. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Gao smiled, tears streaming down his face. A few minutes later, he parked the BMW on a construction site and turned back to quietly scrutinize Zhang Long's greasy, fat face. Xiaoyu was killed by this fat pig in front of him. Tonight was his death day. Go to hell. 10 minutes later, Zhang Long was tightly bound with ropes, like a fat pig prepared for slaughter during the new year. Perhaps suffocated, Zhang Long groggily opened his eyes, wanting to get angry, but was immediately frightened into shaking. His small eyes widened to the maximum. Why you? Who the hell are you? Jiang Gao was holding a knife, staring intently at him. An assassin sent by the old man to kill you. You little bastard, are you sober now? The cold blade slapped Zhang Long's fat face, instantly cutting 2 long wounds. Zhang Long screamed in pain. Scream. Even if you tear your throat, no one will come to save you. Young Master Zhang, aren't your parents quite powerful? Where are they? What do you want with me? Are you after money? Uncle, I have plenty of money at home. I can give you as much as you want. 5 million enough? If not, 10 million, 150 million is fine too. 150 million? Ha! Are you worth that much? How about, let your parents exchange it for ghost money to burn for you, so you can spend it in hell. Zhang Long was completely sober now, realizing this ruthless person wasn't after money, but his life. Uncle, I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to kill me? This is a society ruled by law. You'll either get shot or be injected with euthanasia. No grievances. Jiang Gao's eyes turned red as he raised the knife again and stabbed it into Zhang Long's thigh. Ah! Zhang Long screamed in agony, cursing bastard. If you have the guts, let me go and fight you one-on-one. Jiang Gao smiled, feeling the heat in his hand as the blood seemed to soften the knife. One-on-one. Don't dream, go die. Zhang Long watched his thigh bleed continuously, starting to plead, Uncle, please help me stop the bleeding. I'll die like this. Dead is good. Your 2 brothers are waiting for you in hell to play cards. 3 missing 1, you're the only one left. Zhang Long suddenly came to his senses, looking horrified. They were killed by you? Otherwise? Jiang Gao's smile was innocent, a smile that didn't belong to a murderer. It was this contrast that frightened Zhang Long so much that he urinated his pants. That night you guys were having barbecue. I originally wanted to kill you too. I didn't expect your old man to send someone to pick you up from the barbecue street, allowing you to live a few more days. Doesn't matter. Dead is dead. Early death or late death is still death. Dying now isn't too late. Zhang Long was so scared that his teeth chattered. Uncle, can you let me die understanding? Sure. After saying that, Jiang Gao pulled a knife out of Zhang Long's thigh, and Zhang Long howled in pain, a pitiful sight. Then Jiang Gao took out his phone. This is our family photo from last year at the beach. The one in the middle is my daughter. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Just one glance and you're moved? Zhang Long endured the pain, his eyes gazing at the phone. Just one glance, and he fell into despair, knowing he would definitely die tonight. Your dad? Yes, my dear little cotton-padded jacket was harmed by you. Now she even lost her life. What happened to her? She committed suicide. You still don't know? And no. I didn't know. Why did she commit suicide? She was fired from her job. Her fiancé didn't want her anymore, and her mom got so angry after seeing those photos online that she died. She originally felt sorry for me, wanted to rely on me. It's all because of you. Why did you still send her videos? You hybrid dog. It's all your fault. You killed my daughter. Zhang Long said tremblingly. Uncle, warehouse. What video? This is unfair. I only have photos. I didn't make any videos at all. Jiang Gao. seeing that he refused to admit it, twisted his honest and kind face, raising the knife to Zhang Long's lower body. Zhang Long looked down along the knife, trembling. "WH, what are you going to do? Don't be reckless. My parents are very rich. They can give you anything. Please don't kill me. This thing harms people. It can't be kept." Jiang Gao's eyes were almost popping out as he stared at Zhang Long's crotch, his expression becoming twisted and fierce. Looking no different from a pervert, even more perverted. Chapter 43. The corpse on its knees. Zhang Long begged for mercy in a hurry. No. Don't kill me. Don't be impulsive. Uncle, let me explain. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I like your daughter. I fell in love with her at first sight on the subway. I confessed to her, but she rejected me. Jiang Gao sneered. You like her and want to ruin her? Make her a disgrace? Turn her into what people online call a slut? Is it your idea of love? Jiang Gao moved closer. The smell of alcohol on Zhang Long made him feel nauseous. Zhang Long kept begging, Uncle, I was wrong. I just wanted to show her a lesson. She rejected me in front of my brothers, which made me lose face. I was wrong for the rest of my life. I will work like a horse for you. I'll be your son, take care of you in your old age. Take care of me in my old age? You? Jiang Gao laughed wildly. After laughing, he raised a sharp knife in his hand and stabbed it brutally into Zhang Long's groin. In the pitch-black night, at the empty construction site, a white BMW echoed with heart-wrenching cries. Zhang Long, like a castrated pig, lost consciousness from the pain. When he woke up again, he was taken to an abandoned old factory. Jiang Gao was pouring gasoline on him, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. You awake, little brat? Still in pain? Jiang Gao smiled. Zhang Long looked down at his lower body, feeling empty and experiencing excruciating pain. He screamed loudly. Bastard, I'll kill you, I'll destroy you. Scream all you want. Every time you scream is one less opportunity to scream like this in the future. In the dark night, in a vast old factory, Jiang Gao continuously poured gasoline on Zhang Long, wearing a satisfied smile the whole time. Xiao Yu, Daddy is punishing him for you. You and Mommy are watching from above. Then, he kept Zhang Long kneeling, facing the dark night outside. Kneel and repent, you little brat. In the night sky, the bright moon was exceptionally cold. The first time Zhang Long saw Jiang Yinyu, he was captivated by her figure and her cold aura. Because he couldn't get her, he wanted to destroy her. He had been like this since he was young. The neighbor's dog was unfriendly, barking at him. He lured the dog out with a meat bone and then threw it downstairs. In third grade, his desk mate was a very pretty girl, with sweet dimples appearing when she smiled. He liked to watch her until she got annoyed and raised her chubby little fist, saying, Zhang Zhikai, if you look at me again, I'll hit you. On Christmas Day after school, the girl received a card. Santa Claus invited her to the back garden of the school and said he prepared a beautiful gift for her. The girl happily went to the back garden and saw a pink gift box on the wooden bench. Excitedly, she untied the ribbon and opened the box, and a snake crawled out. The girl was terrified and developed severe psychological trauma, forcing her to drop out of school. Failing to get into university, he attended a vocational school. His parents urged him to study hard and strive to pass the exam for further studies, spending money to send him abroad for advanced education. Years later, he returned home, transformed into a returnee. But Zhang Long was unambitious, indulging in women. After failing to pursue the school beauty, he kidnapped her with several brothers, and they all assaulted the beautiful girl together. The girl went insane and attempted suicide in the dormitory. The matter escalated, and the girl's parents threatened to call the police. Zhang Chong and his wife privately mediated, spending a 7-figure sum to settle with the school beauty's family. This time, no one came to save Zhang Long. He knelt on the ground, desperately pleading with Jiang Gao not to kill him. He no longer faced an ignorant little dog, a simple little girl, or a family that could be settled with money. He faced a middle-aged man who had lost his wife and daughter within a month. A good man who valued his family above all else. Uncle, you can find another woman. Men of any age can have children. My family is wealthy. Just tell me how much you want. If you kill me, you'll also go to jail. It's not worth it. Jiang Gao squatted in front of Zhang Long, holding the almost finished cigarette between his fingers, blowing smoke in Zhang Long's face. Kid, even if you live, there's no joy left. You're no longer a man. Haha, I won't waste time talking to you. I'm sending you to hell. With that, Jiang Gao stepped back a few paces, tossing the cigarette butt, which landed precisely in front of Zhang Long. Zhang Long was instantly ignited, and with a gust of wind, the flames roared higher, turning Zhang Long into a human torch. Help! Someone! Mom and Dad, save me! The next noon, a nearby homeless man came with leftover food from workers. Just as he was about to feast, he suddenly saw a charred object that looked like a person from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a person, kneeling as if begging for forgiveness from heaven. A dead person, a dead person. The homeless man ran out in a frenzy, pointing at the old factory, shouting that someone had been burned to death. Zhang Long had not returned all night, and Zhang Chong and his wife were anxious, unable to sleep, although their son was naturally mischievous. He had never had a habit of staying out all night. Wife, our son wouldn't he have gotten into trouble, would he? Stay calm. That brat wouldn't he get into trouble. He is the one who bullies others. Zhang Chong was troubled, his stubble growing overnight. Outside the villa, a car was parked with 2 police officers sitting inside, keeping watch at their door all night. The police had also been searching all night and finally traced Zhang Long to the Haiyan Hotel the previous night, where he attended a birthday party for someone nicknamed Big Gold Tooth. A group of people was drunk and couldn't remember what had happened the night before. The police retrieved surveillance footage from outside the Haiyan Hotel, showing Zhang Long and a group of people stumbling out and then calling for a designated driver to leave. Pause. Quickly zoom in on this person in the footage. Gao Jia's gaze tightened. Boss, it's him. His build is exactly the same as the one in the riverbank surveillance. Find out this person's identity as soon as possible. Yes. Gao Jie believed that Zhang Long had likely encountered an accident near the Haiyan Hotel. The phone couldn't be located, and there were currently 2 possibilities. Either the battery was dead or the SIM card had been removed. Criminal Investigation Team 1. Take your people to the Haiyan Hotel and conduct a thorough search of the nearby area. Yes. Criminal Investigation Team 2. Quickly find out the identity of the designated driver in the surveillance. This person is a major suspect. Yes. At that moment, Gu Mingming rushed in. Captain Gao. Someone reported a crime. Near Dongfeng Road, an old factory has been found with a charred corpse. The informant said it was discovered by a homeless man who was quite frightened, claiming the person inside had been burned. The local police had already arrived, and due to the extremely serious nature of the case, they notified our city bureau to hurry over. Gao Jie and Guantong's weary eyes instantly sharpened. Multiple cases had occurred in succession, making the situation increasingly complicated. The police car arrived at the old factory, where local police had set up a cordon, surrounded by many onlookers. Before Gao Jie and Guantong could enter, they already heard all the details from inside the old factory. A kneeling man, a charred corpse, and malicious murder. Chapter 44. Annihilation of the family. The old factory was once an electronics factory, but after it closed down, the local government held multiple bids. Due to high land prices, the bids repeatedly failed, and it eventually became a gathering place for homeless people. One homeless man discovered a charred corpse and screamed in terror, running around in panic, which attracted the attention of nearby residents. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing the burnt body, turned pale with fear. Not everyone has the opportunity to see a charred corpse. Someone immediately called the police, and soon the police from the nearby station arrived and secured the crime scene. Considering the brutal method of murder and the need for forensic experts, the station promptly contacted the city bureau and requested their involvement in the investigation. Captain Gao Jie and Deputy Guantong entered the crime scene with grim expressions, both feeling unprecedented pressure. Their opponent this time was extremely deranged, and there was a possibility of further murders. They had to control this murderer as soon as possible. Captain Gao, Deputy Guan, the body is over here. An officer from a station led the way. They arrived on the 2nd floor of the old factory, where a charred corpse was kneeling on an open space, surrounded by a police cordon. The two crossed the cordon and squatted beside the body to examine it closely, feeling chills down their spines. Gao Jie felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and touched his nose. It seems to be a male. Kneeling, the death was very bizarre, as if a person was standing from God's perspective, personally judging a sinner. Guantong responded twice, and Gao Jie noticed her discomfort. After all, she was a woman. Facing the charred corpse, Guantong felt a wave of unease in her stomach. To alleviate her urge to vomit, she looked outside the factory and saw Yin Yong's car parked below. Yin Yong and Xiaoguo are here. Soon, the forensic experts arrived at the crime scene, with Yin Yong and Xiaoguo carrying a specialized forensic box. Gao Jie stood up and touched his nose again, a habitual action when he felt troubled. "Thank you for your hard work." Gao Jie patted Yin Yong on the shoulder and nodded at Xiaoguo. The two began the autopsy while Gao Jie and his team searched the area for clues. The murderer chose the old factory as the murder location, indicating familiarity with the surrounding environment and having conducted reconnaissance. He must have ensured that the flames would not attract the attention of nearby residents, making it easier for him to escape after committing the crime. He must have also noticed that homeless people frequented this area, which would lead to the discovery of the charred corpse. This suggested that the deceased was either a local or someone who had lived in the area for a long time. Suddenly, Yin Yong raised his head and looked at Xiaoguo, puzzled. "Why is there no?" Xiaoguo followed Yin Yong's gaze to the lower half of the deceased's body and immediately understood something. The deceased's genitals have been cut off? Yes, completely. Their faces changed dramatically, and the news shocked everyone present. The murderer's method was horrifying, dousing with gasoline, burning a living person, and also mutilating the deceased's genitals. Such a cruel method had not been seen in Haicheng for many years. This was enough to prove that there was deep enmity between the murderer and the deceased, and that the murderer was psychologically twisted. An officer ran over to report that the old factory had been abandoned for years, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. The roads around were well connected, with the old factory nestled within, making it a quiet place amidst the noise. Currently, there were no eyewitnesses, and the surveillance footage from nearby roads could not identify any suspects. Gao Jie and Guantong were at a loss in their desperation. They could only look to the forensic team's preliminary conclusions. The deceased was male, aged between 25 and 30, standing 180 centimeters tall with a fat build, estimated to weigh around 180 to 200 g. There were marks of strangulation on the deceased's body, and from the position, it was evident he had been bound in a kneeling posture. Additionally, there were knife wounds on the thighs and face, with the deepest wound on the thigh. Moreover, the deceased's genitals, including his testicles, had been mutilated. The faces of the men present changed instantly, including Gao Jie, who instinctively imagined the scene of the mutilation. "Dale, did you hear that? His is gone? How vicious." "Dr. Yin, can you determine if the deceased was castrated before or after death?" Yin Yong replied. "Preliminary observations suggest it was before death. The two knife wounds were not fatal, and even after castration, the person could still survive. The murderer's method was brutal, and the deceased must have experienced inhumane torture, indicating that the murderer was venting his anger." "Captain Gao, this is not a crime of passion. It's a premeditated and planned murder." Xiaoguo adjusted her glasses and continued to analyze. "Without a doubt, this is a revenge killing. The murderer and the deceased have a deep-seated grudge, and the act of mutilating the deceased's genitals must carry a deeper meaning. From the deceased's body and kneeling posture, it could be inferred that the murderer was conveying a message, likely judging the deceased from a position of superiority." As Xiaoguo spoke, Gao Jie and the others felt the deceased's posture was even more bizarre. For a moment, everyone's expression grew heavier. This case was becoming increasingly complex. Subsequently, the police deployed search dogs but were unable to locate the deceased's genitals. Xiao Wu's face changed. "Boss, could it be that the murderer is so twisted that he likes to collect those? Could he be a homosexual?" Gao Jie fell silent, pondering the earlier case at Dongsheng River, where the suspect in the footage was around 173 centimeters tall. How could he have kidnapped such a tall and robust victim? Was this the first crime scene or the second? Yin Yong found an undamaged ID card on the deceased. "Captain, this is the deceased's wallet. The ID card is not completely burnt. The deceased's name is Zhang Zhikai." Gao Jie took the ID card. The person on it was exactly who they were looking for, a man known as Zhang Long Yin Yong. "Take the body back for a DNA test to confirm the deceased's identity." "Understood." As the forensic team left, Xiao received a phone call. "Boss, we found out that the designated driver was a fake. Several driving companies have no record of this person." The murderer is Jiang Yinyu's father, Jiang Gao. He disguised himself as a designated driver with the purpose of kidnapping Zhang Long and then killing him. Gao Jie was startled. 5 minutes later, the second criminal police team member, Gu Xiaoxin, called. Boss, Zhang Long's parents were hit by a large truck on their way to the police station. What? Gao Jie was on his way back to the station when he suddenly slammed the brakes. How are they? Are they badly injured? Boss, their car was thrown several meters away after being hit, and it caught fire on the spot. It said that both of them were still moving at the time, and Zhang Chong struggled to open the car door. The car suddenly caught fire, and they were burned to death. We are reviewing the road surveillance footage for verification. Boss, the truck driver is Jiang Yinyu's father, Jiang Gao. This guy is too arrogant. He killed people and was still laughing at the scene. Gao Jie was shocked. He didn't run? No. When we arrived at the scene, he seemed to be waiting for us. He's been handcuffed. The murderer is Jiang Gao. Gao Jie felt a chill down his spine. The first time he saw this man, he had a face full of despair, kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably for his deceased wife and recently suicided daughter. At that moment, Gao Jie felt immense sympathy for his plight, not expecting that this guy would turn around and kill Zhang Long's entire family. The Zhang family of 3 was completely annihilated, and they were all burned to death. The news couldn't be suppressed. Before the police even arrived at the Public Security Bureau, the Zhang family massacre was already trending with a big red explosive headline. In various WeChat groups, netizens were discussing heatedly, and various versions of the story spread in an instant. The Provincial Public Security Department couldn't sit still and made a call to the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. Pan Zhangwo answered the phone, his face as dark as a pot bottom, as the other party launched into a tirade of insults. After Director Zhao finished scolding him, Pan Zhangwo finally spoke. The murderer hasn't run away. He's waiting at the crime scene for the police to arrest him. Director Zhao's face turned even uglier. The murderer had walked into a trap? Yes. Now there will be plenty for the media to write about. Just wait and see. Articles and public accounts numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions would flood the streets soon. Pan Zhangwo didn't know how to respond. That was just the way it was. The murderer had killed and then, with a smile, waited for the police to come and arrest him. Chapter 45. Jiang Gao is captured in the interrogation room. Gao Jie and Guantong personally interrogate Jiang Gao, with 2 criminal investigators sitting behind them taking notes. Jiang Gao's expression is calm, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at the 4 of them as if they were his own children. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, officers. I didn't want this either. I was forced by them. Goye snorted. The window of the interrogation room is a one-way mirror. And Pan Zhangwo, along with other criminal investigators, are listening with serious expressions as Gao Jie and Guantong interrogate Jiang Gao. Jiang Gao, I really didn't expect you to turn from a victim into a perverted murderer. Gao Jie tapped his fingers on the table. Jiang Gao remained calm, appearing as if he had fulfilled his wishes, always wearing an apologetic expression on his face. Young man, anyone can be a victim, and anyone can also be a murderer. I never thought that in my lifetime I would have the chance to be a killer. Haha, life is truly full of the unknown and variables. Gao Jie felt a surge of anger. This guy seemed so nonchalant, as if everything that had happened was completely natural, as if the Zhang family being wiped out was just a matter of course. Tell me, did you push Wu Gang and Chao Junxing into the river? Yes. Jiang Gao answered firmly, as there was nothing to hide. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. He was the murderer, and even if he ran to the ends of the earth, the police would catch him and execute him. In his eyes, these police officers were just kids, and he felt quite guilty and uneasy for causing them such a big mess. After all, he had been a civilized citizen his entire life, a good man in everyone's eyes. He had always preferred to suffer himself rather than trouble others. But this time was different. The dead were his wife and daughter, and he couldn't sit still. Tell us your motive, purpose, and the whole process of the crime, word for word, without any concealment. Gao Jie tapped the table again. But the next second, he felt a tightness in his chest. Jiang Gao looked very honest, with particularly innocent eyes, not resembling a murderer at all. However, he was indeed a murderer. It proved the saying that the word murderer is not written on one's face. Jiang Gao took a deep breath and began to tell everything, even describing the details very clearly. He explained his motive, purpose and plan for the crime, how it was executed, without leaving anything out. Gao Jie and Guantong heard the sound of the recorder typing away in the background. Jiang Gao's smile was infectious, even very heartwarming, as he looked kindly at the four of them, as if telling someone else's story. Gao Jie thought that such an honest appearance and tragic experience made him overlook this person from beginning to end. He had only regarded him as a pitiful victim's family member, but didn't he expect him to retaliate, and even in a more insane manner? Comrades and police, my daughter is very beautiful. You all saw the photos, right? I don't understand why some people want to destroy beautiful things. Why to appreciate a flower one must pick it? Why if one cannot have it, it must be destroyed? That bastard Zhang Long, He Wu Gang, and Chao Junsheng secretly took pictures of my daughter on the subway. They used the photos to blackmail my daughter into being his girlfriend. Hee. Does that pig even deserve my daughter? After my daughter rejected him, he developed a sense of revenge, and all this was confessed to me before he died. He used AI to strip my daughter's clothes in the photos and created a large number of pornographic images to post online. My daughter was fired from her job because of this, and then her fiancé broke up with her. My wife and I only heard about this when we went to the market to buy vegetables. My wife has a heart condition, and she had been taking medication for years without any issues. On the day she learned that Xiaoyu was being slandered, her heart condition flared up due to anxiety, and the doctor could not save her. She was ultimately pronounced dead. We had only been retired for a year, and at the beginning of the year, I promised to take her traveling, and we even planned to enroll together in the summer session of the senior university. I've become a lonely man, all because of that Zhang Long and his two accomplices. Gao Jie's gaze tightened. So you decided to kill them? Jiang Gao smiled. At first, I thought so, but I didn't dare to really do it. Killing, I've never done it before. I've always been an honest person. While I was tracking their backgrounds, I was also contemplating whether to kill them. That day, the three of them went to the barbecue street. That bastard Zhang Long openly harassed a girl in the barbecue shop. The girl looked very much like my daughter in figure and attire, and at that moment, I thought of my daughter and decided to take justice into my own hands and kill them. They were 3 against 1, bullying the girl's boyfriend. Fortunately, a kind-hearted barbecue shop owner came to the rescue, and that couple was able to leave safely. I thought, even if the police found out they were spreading rumors, they would only be locked up for a few years and then released. I also found out that Zhang Long's parents were big shots in Haiqing. If this kid got locked up, he might not stay long before getting out and continuing to harass my daughter. Later, a car picked Zhang Long up. At first, I felt it was a pity that I couldn't let those 3 beasts die on the same day. But then I thought it was a blessing in disguise. Zhang Long is tall and fat like a pig. If he discovered I was following him, the 3 of them might turn around and kill me. How could I take revenge for my wife and child then? Later, the skinny guy and the short guy got drunk, and while they were relieving themselves by the Dongxing River, I was filled with rage. Just thinking about how my wife died because of them and my daughter became a pawn in everyone's eyes, even suffering from depression, I pushed them in. And let me tell you, it felt great. I've never been so tough in my life. I just sat on the shore, watching them struggle. Those 2 pests had a strong will to survive, floundering for quite a while before they finally settled down. Gao Jie's face was cold. Does violence against violence really bring happiness? Jiang Gao thought for a moment, then said, I was very happy at that moment. But later I became numb because the main culprit was still alive. Zhang Long harmed my whole family. How could I forget him? After the skinny and short guys died, your police started monitoring Zhang Long, and several times I couldn't take action. Killing him was quite difficult. He was tall and fat like a pig, and my small stature was no match for him. I just didn't expect that before I could kill Zhang Long, my daughter Xiaoyu committed suicide. The computer you took away had a pornographic video on it, where that bastard had replaced my daughter's face. I was furious. If I had killed Zhang Long earlier, perhaps my daughter wouldn't have received that video that took her life. She was so foolish, giving her life away without even waiting for the big gift her father had promised her. And just like that, she committed suicide. In fact, she had wanted to die long ago, starting from when that bastard Yao Yuan didn't want her. She had only held on to live for my sake. But in the end, she was still harmed by Zhang Long inside and outside the interrogation room. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Guantong felt empathy. But she couldn't think that Jiang Gao's way of personally judging Zhang Long was correct just because she sympathized with him. If everyone had the right to pass judgment, the world would surely descend into chaos. Guantong said, because of your extreme hatred for Zhang Long, you escalated your method of killing. That's right, drowning him was too easy. He must be tortured slowly, like letting him watch me castrate him, Jiang Gao replied. Pan Zhangwo and the others felt a chill down their spines as they listened. When someone becomes ruthless, they can really do anything. I followed Zhang Long for several days and figured out his daily routine. This guy would report to the Power Supply Bureau in the morning, then go out for dim sum, and then loiter on the streets nearby. Recently, your people have been watching him, so I thought it would be too difficult to act. However, good things come to those who wait. That day, your people didn't keep an eye on him, and I followed him to the Haiyan Grand Hotel. That place is really remote, belonging to the urban-rural fringe, essentially a club where rich people and second-generation wealthy spend their money. The advantage is that it's secluded, surrounded by construction sites with few surveillance cameras, making it convenient for committing murder. The downside is that it's too far. I rode my e-bike all the way to the Haiyan Hotel, and my butt went numb. Killing him was such a hassle, and I couldn't brute force it either. With his massive size, one sit from him could crush me until I coughed up blood. I had to outsmart him. Force wasn't an option. I've never been particularly clever in my life, but I used every bit of my wits to deal with that bastard. I disguised myself as a designated driver and first scouted the area, eventually settling on a construction site. Then, I waited for him to come out of the hotel, making sure no other drivers snatched his ride. Otherwise, I'd waste another chance to kill him. At this point, Jiang Gao suddenly paused, licking his chapped lips with an innocent smile. Officer, could I have a glass of water? My lips are parched from all this talking. Chapter 46, Suspecting a Hacker Invasion. Gao Jie looked at the recorder behind him, and the young man immediately got up to bring a glass of water, placing it on the table in front of Jiang Gao. Drink up. Thank you, you've really worked hard. All of you are getting dark circles under your eyes. Especially this beautiful female police officer. I owe you a bottle of eye cream. I'll ask my 2 younger sisters to buy it for you later. Thanks, no need. Then, Guantong silently stared at him, her heart mixed with complex emotions. Gao Jie snorted. Jiang Gao, stop pretending, drink up and continue. Jiang Gao gulped down the water in one go, and though he wanted another glass, he swallowed the words back. He didn't want to trouble these young people any further. With so many lives lost because of him, the impact on society must be extremely severe. Haicheng had always been inconspicuous, but now it had suddenly gained attention in such an extreme way. Irony, desolation, helplessness. These police officers must be very busy now, with city and provincial leaders getting angry. Sigh, to put it bluntly, the police are just workers like everyone else, just with a different nature of work. Why make things difficult for these kids? Jiang Gao licked his lips, smiled, and continued. I drove Zhang Long's BMW to a nearby construction site. He was drunk like a dead pig, snoring so loudly it shook the earth. It was unbearable in my ears. I stopped the car, took out a prepared rope, and tied him up tightly. I tied him for a long time, checking repeatedly, worried that if I tied him too loosely, he might fight back. And with my small frame, I definitely wouldn't be his match. Humans are quite similar to animals. Their will to survive is particularly strong. Have you all seen the scene of slaughtering pigs during the New Year? That pig knows it's going to be slaughtered, and it screams loudly, needing several strong men to control it. That dog Zhang Long suddenly woke up, saw the knife in my hand, and immediately wet his pants out of fear. It stank, a strong smell of urine, truly disgusting. He cried and begged me not to kill him, saying that for the rest of his life he would work like an ox or a horse for me. But what would I want with an ox or a horse? My wife and child are gone. Would I want him to be my ox or horse? Does he deserve that? He even offered me money, raising it from 5 million to 15 million. This is the key point, as it counts as my meritorious performance. You should check his parents. Both of them hold significant positions, so they shouldn't have this much money. That dog doesn't know that I'm not after money. What would I do with cash? Men earn money to spend on their wives and children, and since both of them are dead, how could I spend it all alone? That kid even said I should find another wife. Men can still be useful even in their 70s, and I could still carry on the family line. To put it bluntly, he simply doesn't want to die. Having been castrated by me, he is not a man anymore, yet he still wants to cling to life. This dog is so afraid of death. If I lost my manhood, I would rather die. He, on the other hand, saw me pouring gasoline on him and screamed like crazy, crying for his father and mother. The more I looked at him, the more disgusting he became. I thought it would be better to burn him alive. Originally, I wanted to use sulfuric acid, but I couldn't buy that stuff, so I had to burn him. Before he died, I thought I would add some ritual, so I made him kneel on the ground and confess to the stars in the sky. Stars? Gao Jie was taken aback and blurted out. Guan Tong frowned and said softly, "One star in the sky, one person on the ground. It is said that when a person dies, they become a star." Gao Jie cursed inwardly. What nonsense legend, all superstition. The two brightest stars in the sky are my wife and my daughter. Speaking of his wife and child, Jiang Gao's face was filled with a happy smile. No one would expect this guy to be so ruthless, more brutal than vicious murderers. While others would slit throats or stab hearts, he slowly tortured his enemies, ultimately burning them alive. Why kill Zhonglong's parents? They did nothing wrong. They were two innocent people. Gao Jie knocked on the table again. Did nothing wrong? They are innocent? Jiang Gao's expression changed. Young man, have you ever heard the saying? If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a son is not taught, it is the mother's fault. They raised a social scum. Can you say they are blameless? Gao Jie was furious, staring fiercely at Jiang Gao's face. But you have no right to take the law into your own hands to punish them. If everyone avenged like you, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Aren't the police supposed to catch murderers 365 days a year, 24 hours a day? Using violence to combat violence. Killing 5 people in one go. Jiang Gao, you are truly insane. Jiang Gao still wore a smile. I'm really sorry. I've caused the police and society a lot of trouble. Burning a living person, crashing into 2 officials during the day. Any one of these news would have a terrible impact, affecting the reputation of Haiqing. But there is nothing I could do to let my wife and child die. Without experiencing others' suffering, do not advise others to do good. If you have not experienced my suffering, you may not have my goodness. I have made everything clear. I won't resist. I won't appeal. I will await legal punishment. After speaking, Jiang Gao leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily. His purpose was achieved, even if it meant going down together. He originally thought the case would end here, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yang from the technical department rushed into the interrogation room. Director Pan turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiao Yang swallowed hard and said, "The video on Jiang Yinyu's computer cannot be traced back to where it was sent from. After extensive testing, we concluded that before Jiang Yinyu committed suicide, her computer was likely attacked by a hacker system." This news left Gao Jie and Guantong, as well as all the criminal investigation personnel, dumbfounded. It was clear that Zhonglong did not possess such capabilities. A vocational student majoring in tourism economics management, even if he had excellent computer skills, it wouldn't be possible for him to have hacking skills, right? Hackers are top-tier programmers and coders. And Zhonglong obviously could not have reached such skills in a short time. No videos from Jiang Yinyu's computer were found on Zhonglong's family computer either. Among the numerous hidden files, there were only the girl's explicit photos. Gao Jie returned to the interrogation room again, and he already lying flat and giving up Jiang, Gao opened his eyes again. "Young man, I've already confessed everything that needs to be confessed. Do you have any more questions?" Gao Jie sat back down. "You just said that Zhonglong didn't he admit to using Jiang Yinyu's face to make explicit videos?" Jiang Gao nodded, a hint of ripples appearing between his brows. "Yes, he wouldn't he admit it even when death was imminent. He only confessed at the last moment that the video was made by him. This guy is just a stubborn duck. Could it be that you coerced him into confessing? Perhaps the video really wasn't he made by him?" Jiang Gao's expression darkened, sitting up straight. The police wouldn't speak carelessly. They must have some new clues. Could it be that Zhonglong, that bastard, had a gang behind him? If that were the case, then sending him to the police was too early. Could it be that the ones who caused the death of his wife and child were still at large? Speak. What exactly have you found out? Jiang Gao's eyes turned red, looking anything but innocent. His face twisted into a terrifying and fierce grimace. The technical department cannot trace the source of the video or the IP address. We suspect that your daughter's computer was hacked before her suicide. Perhaps. Zhang Long was not the creator of that video. Jiang Gao fell silent, and after a few seconds, he smiled, though this time the smile was very unconfident. So what? Even if he wasn't the one who made the video, he was still the one who spread the rumor. Wu Gang and Chao Junchen were merely participants and couldn't escape the fate of being killed by me. What more could be said about Zhang Long? Gao Jian noticed the subtle change in Jiang Gao's eyes. If the murderer really is someone else, as a husband and a father, Jiang Gao would never have died so early. He would definitely have dealt with the person who killed his daughter one by one before turning himself into the police. Chapter 47. The Provincial Special Investigation Team gets involved. Jiang Gao suddenly remembered that his daughter said she wanted to go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan, to prove that she was innocent. Before Xiao Yu committed suicide, she mentioned that she would go to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan, saying she had a way to prove those photos weren't hers. I actually knew what she was thinking. The silly girl, sigh. Gao Jia hurriedly asked, "Did she go?" "No. I didn't want her to find that jerk, who has no sense of responsibility or trust and is unworthy of my daughter." I made an excuse, saying she should wait until her mother's mourning period was over before going. Xiao Yu has always been sensible and obedient since she was a child. Although she was reluctant in her heart, she didn't go against me. She was so sad, yet still consider my feelings. You tell me, who wouldn't feel heartbroken over such a child? Gao Jia continued to ask, think back carefully when she decided to look for Yao Yuan. Was her attitude just talk, or did she really intend to go? Let me think. Jiang Gao closed his eyes, trying to recall his daughter's expression at that time. After several seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Her tone was very firm. I could tell that if I had let her go then, she would have immediately bought a ticket to Sichuan to find Yao Yuan. The girl has always liked Yao Yuan. She liked him back in school. And I always thought that kid was unreliable. There's nothing I could do. The girl likes him, and the old can't go against the young. In fact, I also thought about whether to kill that kid, but after thinking about it, I gave up. First, he was the only person she ever loved. Second, killing him would be too troublesome. I would have to buy a ticket to Sichuan to find him. After that, Gao Jia went out to conduct a case analysis for everyone. From Jiang Gao's words, it could be inferred that Jiang Yin, you didn't intend to commit suicide at that time. She was still thinking about explaining her innocence to her fiancé. What prompted her sudden suicide was likely the emergence of that video. Now the question arises, how did the video get onto her computer? Xiao Liang analyzed. We checked all of Jiang Yinyu's major social media platforms and found no transmission records of that video. The WeChat backend has also been verified, and among the deleted chat records of the deceased, that video was not found. Therefore, we conclude that Jiang Yinyu's computer was likely hacked, or even remotely controlled by a hacker. Gao Jia looked at Xiao Liang in surprise, feeling that the idea of a hacker invasion sounded somewhat illogical. Why would a hacker invade Jiang Yinyu's computer? Why would they use an AI face swap video to provoke her suicide? To make money? But why was Jiang Yinyu the unlucky one chosen? Xiao Liang, you don't mean to suggest that the hacker remotely controlled Jiang Yinyu's computer to induce her to commit suicide, do you? Goye retorted. A police officer followed up with a question. Yeah. What makes Jiang Yinyu special? Why would a hacker choose to invade her computer to commit a crime? No one could answer this question, and the entire Public Security Bureau spent a sleepless night. They considered countless possibilities, but could not find a logically coherent explanation. Early the next morning, personnel from the Provincial Public Security Department arrived, forming a special investigation team that directly intervened in the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. They made a grand entrance, and Pan Zhangwo's face turned dark, feeling as if he had been slapped twice and couldn't even cry out in pain. The leader of the special investigation team was He Jian, quite well known in the Provincial Public Security Department. Upon arrival, he maintained a long, thin, shoehorn-like face and demanded all the materials related to the serial murder case. The special investigation team occupied a large conference room, spending the entire morning analyzing the case. To be fair, their efficiency was quite high. Before 1 p.m., they indicated that they had thoroughly understood the entire case and requested an immediate meeting to discuss it. He Jian knew that since he was new, Pan Zhangwo was being polite to him, treating him as an outsider. to establish his authority in someone else's territory. He had to demonstrate some real skills. The director had sent him here with the intention of promoting him. If he solved this case, it would be like putting a layer of gold on his resume. In the future, the merit badge on his record would shine even brighter. This was a serial murder case, and there were few such cases nationwide each year, especially with the perpetrator being so brazen. He Jian felt genuinely excited, rubbing his hands together, ready to showcase his abilities. In the bureau's largest conference room, two groups of people sat. He Jian introduced himself, and after a brief introduction from everyone, Gao Jie and the criminal investigation personnel involved in the case each said a few words. Pan Zhangwo was very polite to He Jian. After all, they were guests, although their arrival wasn't a good sign, indicating the severity of the serial murder case. The province had directly bypassed them and come here. First, let us welcome the members of the Provincial Special Investigation Team to our bureau to participate in this serial murder case. This sounded a bit awkward, and Gao Jie looked curiously at Director Pan. Old, really old, gray hair, it's time to retire. Even the way he speaks is starting to annoy me. Pan Zhangwo initiated the applause, and the room erupted into sparse clapping, which didn't sound very enthusiastic. After the earlier case analysis, everyone must have understood this serial murder case better. The trigger was the incident on the subway, where Jiang Yanyu was photographed by Zhang Long and the other three. They used AI face swapping to create various pornographic images, leading Jiang Yanyu's family into a tragic fate. Jiang Gao, originally a victim, blinded by hatred, sought revenge on Zhang Long and the others, first killing Wu Gang, Chao Junsheng, Zhang Long, and his parents. The murder methods were extremely brutal, causing severe negative social impacts, and Jiang Gao was temporarily detained in a holding cell. The biggest doubt now is, where did the video on Jiang Yanyu's computer come from? If a hacker invaded her computer, what was the hacker's motive? What did Jiang Yanyu experience before her suicide, and was it the video that ultimately led her to take her own life? Pan Zhangwo looked at He Jian from the province. Group leader He, do you have any thoughts? He Jian pinched his jawbone, habitually rubbing his stubble. Pan Zhangwo spoke, and only then did he stop his actions. Team leader Gao's analysis just now clearly does not believe it was a hacker invasion, right? Gao Jie did not expect He Jian to throw the question back at him and looked at him curiously. Yes, we have imagined many scenarios, and the hacker invasion does not make sense. We can't figure out why a hacker would invade Jiang Yanyu's computer and create a face-swapping video. He Jian's tone was somewhat mocking. Is hacker crime really that rare? Go online and check how many hacker crimes happen every year, and how many of those crimes are justified. Let me share some knowledge. Hackers are individuals who enter others' computer systems without permission for specific purposes, downloading, stealing, deleting, modifying, and destroying others' information. The reasons behind hacker crimes include the vulnerability of computer systems, ineffective network security monitoring, and the victim's failure to report their knowledge of the situation. The inherent weaknesses of computer information systems are also a major cause of hacker crimes. Poor computer security management and ineffective network security monitoring provide opportunities for hacker crimes. It's very likely that hackers exploited network vulnerabilities to invade Jiang Yanyu's computer, and before that, the hacker might have grasped all her internet browsing history. Jiang Yanyu must have browsed those pornographic images online. As far as I know, many people who suffer from online violence share a common trait. They fear online violence but cannot control their urge to browse content related to themselves, often showing signs of anxiety. People in such situations are very vulnerable. If they encounter a hacker invasion and are extorted for money, victims often cannot bear it. Let's imagine that a hacker knows that Jiang Yanyu is caught up in a scandal involving false rumors and downloads those photos online, then creates a video. Subsequently, the hacker takes control of Jiang Yanyu's computer, which means there is no need to transfer the video. If the hacker demands a large sum of money in exchange for the video, Jiang Yanyu, in a state of severe anxiety, is likely to fall into extreme thinking. Jiang Gao also expressed that Jiang Yanyu might be suffering from depression. When humans are in a state of mental fragility, the willingness to commit suicide can reach its highest index, leading to a tragic outcome. Chapter 48, He Jian versus Gao Jie in the Provincial Special Investigation Team. Another person continued. This case can actually be divided into 3 parts. The first part is that Zhang Long and his group spread false rumors online, which constitutes a crime. The second part is that Jiang Gao killed 4 people in total: Wu Gang, Chao Junsheng, Zhang Long, and his parents, in order to take revenge for his daughter. The third part is that if a hacker invaded the computer and created that pornographic video, leading Jiang Yinyu to commit suicide out of despair. After the special investigation team's analysis, the meeting room fell silent. The statements made sense, but something fell off. He Jian looked at Gao Jie. The Ministry of Public Security has a dedicated department for catching hackers, but statistics show that the case-solving rate for hackers is less than 5. Hackers operate in high-tech, high IQ crime. Even those with some technical skills know how to destroy and hide traces of their invasions, so it's not guaranteed that they can be caught. If the hacker turns out to be from overseas, it would be even more difficult. Gao Jie fixed his gaze on the speaker. So, what does team leader he think we should decide? The moment he spoke, everyone sensed the tension in the air. Indeed, Gao Jie was not pleased. This guy and his subordinates seemed arrogant, acting as if they were seasoned veterans. From the moment they entered, they carried a sense of superiority. Their analysis was purely subjective speculation, lacking substantial evidence to back up their claims. Gao Jie believed everything must be substantiated by evidence. Otherwise, it was just empty talk. If they were to follow their theory of a hacker invasion, he could easily concoct a story as well. For example, aliens spying on human civilization and choosing Jiang Yinyu for an experiment using dice. Before her suicide, Jiang Yinyu was online, and that pornographic video appeared on her computer screen. Under severe mental stress, she became disoriented and went to the kitchen to grab a knife and commit suicide. He Jian noticed Gao Jie's dissatisfaction and chuckled softly, not directly addressing it. It seemed that Gao was not very satisfied with their analysis. So they should break down this case into 3 parts and tackle them one by one. Gao Jie shrugged, indicating for him to continue. As Xiao Wang had just stated, the first part is that Zhang Long and his group spread false rumors, which constitutes a crime. The second part is that Jiang Gao killed a total of 4 people in revenge for his daughter, causing severe negative social impact. The third part is that we unanimously believe that the judgment of the City Bureau's technical department is correct. Jiang Yinyu's computer was hacked. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why that pornographic video appeared on her computer. Zhang Long, Wu Gang, and Chao Junsheng are dead, and no matter how you look at it, they have been accounted for. The 2 deceased officials, who were Zhang Long's parents, caused quite a stir. In broad daylight, officials were struck by a large truck and flipped over, leading to a leak of oil from the vehicle, which ignited and caused an explosion, resulting in them being burned alive. Jiang Gao transformed from a victim's family member into a murderous maniac seeking revenge, which had the most detrimental effect on society. This person must be dealt with first to give society an explanation and to prevent others from imitating his actions due to perceived injustice. Guantong raised her head and made eye contact with He Jian. Team leader He, do you mean we should deal with Jiang Gao first to quell public opinion? Yes. I believe this is the wisest course of action at the moment. It will quickly assuage public sentiment. After Jiang Gao is dealt with, we will tackle the hacker. Of course, we can only do our best. We may not actually catch the hacker. Guantong understood. He Jian wanted to use Jiang Gao's death to calm the public's unrest and let this incident pass quickly. Team leader He, I believe that until the entire case is thoroughly investigated, Jiang Gao should not be executed. As a father, he has the right to see the true culprit behind his daughter's suicide when the truth is revealed. He Jian's expression was sardonic. Deputy Team 1, are you sympathizing with the murderer? As a police officer, where is your professional quality and ethical standard? The murderer is right in front of us, with motives, purposes, and a complete chain of evidence already established. Should we really wait until the new year to deal with him? Burning the son of an official and causing the deaths of 2 officials, leading to them being burned to death in the car. Online, such clickbait titles are everywhere. Just opening one article yields tens of thousands of views. He Jian signaled his subordinates to project the content on the screen. See, these articles all have millions of views. WeChat public accounts have become outdated. The hottest platforms now are Kuaishou and Douyin. Just take a look. The view counts have exceeded 1 million. Jiang Gao's tragedy is indeed heartbreaking. His once happy family was destroyed by Zhang Long and the others, but that is not a justification for him to commit crimes. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Pan Zhangwo cleared his throat. I understand everyone's feelings. Dealing with Jiang Gao is urgent. But the judicial process is not that swift. We need to focus on whether the video on Jiang Yinyu's computer was indeed the work of hackers. Whether they are domestic or international hackers, we must do everything possible to capture this criminal gang. If we find out it is an overseas hacker, we can request the Ministry of Public Security to initiate a joint operation with foreign police. We must strike hard against hacker criminal organizations and dismantle the black industrial chain. As long as this criminal gang exists, Jiang Yinyu will not be the last victim. Gao Jie thought to himself, if it is an overseas hacker, and if there are powerful forces behind them, even the FBI might not be able to solve it. After the meeting, the Provincial Public Security Department's Special Task Force and the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team immediately organized elite police forces to begin investigations. Gao Jie suddenly received a call from the detention center saying that Jiang Gao wanted to see him. When Jiang Gao saw Gao Jie, his eyes lit up. Is there new evidence in Xiaoyu's case? Was the video made by Zhang Long, or was it someone else? Gao Jie replied somewhat mockingly. Does that even matter? You've done what you wanted. Those who harmed your family are all dead. Of course it matters. If there are still any loose ends. My path of revenge is not yet complete. Gao Jie rubbed his nose, thought for a moment, and still decided to tell Jiang Gao. After listening, Jiang Gao frowned. So, you mean the video might not have been made by Zhang Long, and Xiaoyu couldn't have smeared herself? Well, you mentioned about the hacker invasion. I don't quite understand. Young man, how much longer do I have? Gao Jie frowned. You mean how many days you have left until execution? Yes. I want to see the day the truth is revealed. Exactly. Only then can I rest in peace. Otherwise, I won't be able to face her and her mother. Generally, death penalty cases judged by the Intermediate People's Court take about 4 to 5 months. If the case is significant and is judged by the Supreme People's Court, the time from judgment to execution could be shortened to 1 to 2 months. In the fastest cases, it could be just over 10 days. 10 days? Jiang Gao murmured. How long will it take for you to catch the hacker? Gao Jie smiled wryly. That's hard to say. Some believe that a hacker invaded Jiang Yinyu's computer, while others do not. At present, it is still unclear whether it is hacker-related. So you can forget about solving it in 10 days. At the very least, it will take a month. We currently have no leads, which is equivalent to starting the investigation from scratch. Jiang Gao smiled kindly. Forget it, forget it. The unforgivable people are already dead, without them spreading false rumors. None of this would have happened. Gao Jie felt a sense of despondency at Jiang Gao's reaction, unsure whether to comfort or scold him. He was a pitiful person, but also a detestable one. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Jiang Gao suddenly called out to Gao Jie from behind. Wait. Gao Jie stopped and replied irritably, what now? If it's about writing a will, I can help you contact your 2 younger sisters to have them appoint a lawyer. Jiang Gao smiled and said, there's no need to be so troublesome. I have 2 apartments under my name, one for each of my 2 younger sisters. Additionally, Xiaoqin and I have a 6-figure savings, and I want to donate this money. Donate? Gao Jie asked in surprise to the Red Cross. No, I want to donate part of it to the Public Security Bureau and part of it for road construction. Gao Jie scrutinized him and realized this person was quite interesting. Jiang Gao continued. When Zhang Chong and his wife's car exploded, there were many shop owners and passersby nearby. If there are any innocent people who were injured or suffered psychological trauma, please use part of this money to cover their medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. All right, I have no other wishes, just waiting for you to catch the real culprit behind the video. If you can't catch them, I won't be too concerned. The law is vast and will not let the guilty escape, and the police will eventually catch the bad guys. On the way back, Gao Jie was deep in thought while driving when he suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly causing a rear-end collision. For some reason, that thought flashed through his mind, and the first person he thought of was Guantong. Chapter 49, is it coincidence or conspiracy? Guantong was investigating hacker crime record from the past few years at the Bureau when her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Gao Jie. What's wrong? What did Jiang Gao say to you? Gao Jie did not answer the question, his tone unusually anxious. Jiang Yinyu committed suicide. Guantong frowned. Is there a problem with that? Her fingerprints were on the knife handle. Gao Jie was very anxious, eager to share the thought that was on his mind. Listen to me. Yes, go ahead. I'm listening. Guantong looked at her computer dismissively, then continued with Gao Jie's call. In March, the director of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Chen Binhua, committed suicide. In April, Zhou Yunqiao, a junior at a 985 university, committed suicide in his dormitory. Now it's May, and after a month, another suicide incident has occurred in Haiqing. Guantong, do you think this is a coincidence or a conspiracy? As soon as the words were out, Guantong was startled, dropping the pen in her hand onto the table, her face turning tense. What do you want to say? I don't know. This isn't a coincidence. This is a crime cycle. 1 month is a cycle. Gao Jie's voice was firm. Guantong felt her scalp tingle for a long time, her head buzzing, unable to focus on the computer screen anymore. Gao Jie returned to the bureau, locked the door, and held a meeting with his subordinates, excluding the special investigation team from the province. Boss, isn't it bad to hold a meeting without He Jian and his gang? It makes us look like we're hostile towards them. Yeah, it makes us look like we're hostile. Should I go call them over? Gao Jie seemed not to hear, checking the door again and locking it, looking quite mysterious. Only Guantong knew that Gao Jie was completely panicked at this moment. Although the 2 suicide cases in March and April had been solved, there were still many doubts upon closer examination. For various reasons, the cases had been concluded as suicides. In May, Jiang Yinyu's suicide was incited by Zhang Long and others spreading rumors. Therefore, Jiang Yinyu's suicide did not raise suspicions among the public. Thinking about it was indeed frightening. If it was truly a conspiracy, then the opponent was too terrifying. Guantong couldn't help but shiver and sneeze several times. Xiao was busy looking for the remote control. Delay, did you turn on the air conditioner? It's only May. It's not that hot yet. Delay scratched the back of his head. Did I? If not you, then who? I'm sweating just eating instant noodles. It must be you. Gao Jie clapped his hands, signaling everyone to come closer. Boss, what's going on? Acting all mysterious? Don't you know? Are you dumb? Xiao Wu laughed. The boss must have found a lead. If it makes a big deal out of it, He Jian might steal the credit. Gao Jie glanced at Xiao Wu, who then shut his mouth. You need to work on your chatty habit. Yes, boss. Xiao Wu grinned. Gao Jie said, hackers commit various crimes online, primarily for financial gain. Of course, there are also foreign hacker organizations that attack multiple enterprises in our country, aiming to steal important data in finance, healthcare, and other fields. The special investigation team determined that Jiang Yinyu's death was caused by hackers and was working hard to investigate the black market internet industry chain. Boss, we should hurry and investigate. We can't let them find out first. That would be too embarrassing. Wang Bin, let Gao team finish speaking, Guantong interjected. Usually, Gao and Guan often disagreed, but his current attitude made everyone feel that Gao must have made a significant discovery. Gao Jie continued, in March and April, there were suicide cases, and now in May, the suicide of Jiang Yinyu. Don't you think there is some connection among them? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone thought for a moment, slowly coming back to their senses. Boss, are you saying that the 3 suicides in the past 3 months are connected? If a suicide occurs every month, will there be another in June? Boss, Jiang Yinyu's suicide is different from the previous 2 cases. In the first 2 cases, the individuals had already committed suicide by the time we learned about them. We knew about Jiang Yinyu while she was still alive. Boss, the cases from March and April have already been concluded. If we merge them with Jiang Yinyu's case, it would be too complicated. Yeah, the 3 suicide cases are not on the same level. Jiang Yinyu's case also involves crimes by Zhang Long, Jiang Gao, and others. After everyone had finished speaking, Gao Jie continued, I understand what you all are saying. On the surface, the 3 suicide cases seem unrelated, but thinking about it, it's too coincidental. If it really is a series of suicides, then we must prevent the next potential suicide in June. Criminal Police Officer Wang Bin quickly asked, Boss, what if there isn't a suicide in June? Gao Jie countered, what if there is one? We must assume that a suicide will occur in June to prevent any more suicides from happening in Haiqing as much as possible. Guantong stood up, pacing the room while thinking, assuming these 3 suicides are part of a conspiracy. What could be the mastermind's motive? What benefits would their deaths bring to the person hiding in the shadows? The room, full of detectives, racked their brains. It might just be a coincidence. Haiqing is just having a string of bad luck this year, with 3 consecutive suicides. I really can't think of any common points. Boss, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Gao Jie looked up at everyone. Initially, we found records of Chun Bin Hua accessing foreign websites on his computer. Zhou Yinchao also has records of accessing foreign websites, and Jiang Yinyu's laptop is still in the tech department. We need to check her computer quickly. Gao Jie took his team to the tech department, where Xiao Yang quickly found the results. Captain Gao, there are indeed traces of foreign website access on Jiang Yinyu's computer. Gao Jie quietly clenched his fist. This became the first common point among the 3 suicides. There must be clues to uncover surrounding this common point. Gao Jie informed Pan Zhangwo of the news, causing Pan to jump up from his chair. Nonsense. The previous 2 suicide cases caused a huge uproar, and it took a lot to calm things down. Don't say these 3 like to access foreign websites. Many people enjoy doing so privately. They want to know what's happening in different corners of the world, how people in other countries think about things, and how they view Chinese people. That's just the mindset of those who like to access foreign websites. Don't pull any tricks. The Provincial Special Investigation Team is here. Don't embarrass us. Seeing Pan didn't believe him, Gao Jie grew anxious. They parachuted into the city bureau. We've already become a joke. Pan, it doesn't matter if we're laughed at now. Once we solve the case, let us see who dares to laugh at us. Pan, what I mean is that these 3 suicide cases need to be merged for investigation to uncover the truth behind Jiang Yinyu's suicide. Previously, Chun Bin Hua and Zhou Yunchao's cases were pushed to close quickly from all sides, and I've always felt something was off. Now I realize that unseen murderer has been operating in the shadows, using a 1-month cycle. Pan pointed at Gao Jie. You're overthinking and complicating things. Why do you think that unseen murderer would stir up a series of suicides in Haiqing? What are they after? Chun Bin Hua, Zhou Yunchao, and Jiang Yinyu. What made them listen to others and commit suicide? Gao Jie, I think you're too tired lately. You're under too much mental pressure. Let Guantong take the lead on this case, and you go home and get some sleep. Gao Jie hurriedly retorted, Pan, I'm in great spirits. I'm fine. You trust me, give me a few more days, and I will definitely find a breakthrough. Pan Zhangwo waved his hand and said, how about this? The Provincial Special Investigation Team is here investigating, and you have stayed up several nights. Inform everyone to go back and get some sleep tonight. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Having a good rest will prevent unnecessary worries. Gao Jie. Chapter 50. Emptying the mind. No one should work overtime tonight. Director Pan wants everyone to go home and get some sleep. Gao Jie walked into the criminal investigation room with a serious expression and announced this news. Boss, we can't let the special investigation team find out first, right? That He Jian looks like he's up to no good. We must find clues before they do. Do as you're told and go home to rest. You stayed up for several nights. Just empty your mind for a bit. After work, the room emptied, leaving only Gao Jie and Guantong. Why aren't you going home? I'm thinking about the connection between Jiang Yinyu's suicide and the 2 suicide cases in March and April. Guantong's beautiful brows were furrowed with worry. Let your mind rest for a while. Do you have time to go eat a bowl of snail noodles with me? Guantong hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up. Okay, I haven't had it in a long time. I'm quite craving it. Once in the car, Gao Jie asked, did you give your car to that pretty boy? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Gao Jie smiled. Being with a pretty boy is nice. Just latch onto a rich woman. He has a car, a house, and a person much better than us. Guantong frowned slightly. Hey, are you implying that I'm keeping a toy boy? Isn't it so? Shallow. Vulgar. Guantong angrily looked out the window. On the way from the police station to the old city, they hit the rush hour traffic, which was severe. Gao Jie tried to lighten the mood in the car and asked, what does he do? He looks so idle. Mind your own business and drive your car. Guantong was still angry. As your ex-boyfriend, can't I ask a question? No, if you keep talking, just let me out so I can go eat by myself. I'm concerned about you. Worried you might be fooled by that pretty boy. By the way, have you 2 moved in together? Guantong sensed Gao Jie was probing her and replied, no comment. Then that means you have. Gao Jie sighed. His tone made Guantong feel uncomfortable. Are you suggesting I'm fickle? What era is this? Do I have to hang myself on just one tree? I didn't say that. Do you know him well? Is it moving in too fast? This is our freedom. You have no say in it. Gao Jie was left speechless by her words, and the atmosphere in the car became a bit strange. In the past, when they didn't have cases to investigate, they would drive out to the countryside to camp. She would sit in the passenger seat, occasionally feeding him a dried plum or 2 sips of milk tea. They would listen to their favorite music, and when familiar songs played, they would sing along loudly. Now, all that was left were mutual irritation and probing, leaving Gao Jie feeling a wave of sadness and loneliness. Let's listen to the radio for a bit. This road is really congested. Guantong remained silent, her eyes fixed on the window. The radio was discussing AI technology, and several experts were speaking nonstop. Gao Jie felt annoyed and reached for the dial to change the station. Why is there AI everywhere recently? Guantong quickly stopped him. Don't change the station. Let's hear what they have to say. Since when did you become interested in technology? Gao Jie asked, surprised. I've liked it since I was a child. My dad subscribed to science magazines for me. My childhood dream was to be an astronaut and explore worlds beyond Earth. If it weren't for that time I was abducted, my dad. Through the rearview mirror, Gao Jie noticed Guantong's eyes were red. Several experts were discussing the AI software, C, from Country M. The C software has caused a sensation across various industries in Country M, with many workers, scholars, technical experts, NGOs, and the government expressing their anguish. The C software has replaced many jobs, predicting an unprecedented transformation for humanity. People began to take to the streets, demanding a halt to the upgrade of the AI C software. Otherwise, the global labor market would face unprecedented turmoil. Yeah, I've heard that if AI continues to develop unchecked, Country M will lose 14 million jobs. Worldwide, 83 million jobs will disappear. If Country M falls into chaos, it will definitely affect the economic development of other countries. Gao Jie scoffed while driving. AI technology is invented by humans. What's so scary about robots? They're just made of iron and chips. If researchers don't give them a soul, they're just a pile of scrap metal. These experts are just being alarmist. If AI robots did turn against humanity like in science fiction movies, we could just cut off their power. What's there to be afraid of? Guantong snorted coldly, feeling that this person was simply a technology illiterate. What if cutting off the power doesn't work? Huh? Are you saying AI robots might secretly store power and then take the opportunity to destroy humanity? Replace human civilization? I don't know about that, but I do know that AI technology has already exposed some risks. For example, in Jiang Yinyu's case, Zhang Long and the others used AI technology to commit crimes. I've heard that some celebrities, officials, and national leaders have been pranked using AI technology. Gao Jie glanced at the rearview mirror. You said it yourself. This is humans using AI technology to commit crimes, not AI robots acting on their own. To put it bluntly, the ones doing the damage and committing crimes are still us humans. We can't blame everything on AI. To put it bluntly, they're silicon-based life forms. The world is still dominated by us carbon-based life forms. Even if there were a technological war globally in the future, it would be caused by humans, not the self-awareness of AI technology. Guantong continued to rebut, the strongest aspect of AI is its ability to learn. Can you be sure that one day AI won't develop self-awareness and the ambition to eliminate human civilization? Gao Jie couldn't help but smile, thinking this woman had quite the imagination. Hawking once predicted that artificial intelligence might become smarter than humans and could lead to humanity's extinction. The C software in Country M has now advanced to the 5th generation, and its skills and competitiveness have sparked global resistance and concern. If we reach the 1000th generation of C software and it becomes a super AI, will humans still be its opponents? Gao Jie rubbed his temples. All right, I concede. Can we change the topic? Are you going to add a fried egg to your snail noodles later? Guantong shot him an eye roll, realizing that aside from work, they had become unable to communicate. On the radio, the experts continued discussing the topic of artificial intelligence. They believed it was necessary to mitigate the risks posed by AI to individuals, society, and national security. AI's rapid development had already shown its dark side. False information and pornographic images were rampant, and there were always interests trying to exploit AI technology. If we don't strictly control the reckless development of AI technology, I believe humanity will once again face a revolution in human-machine interaction. Gao Jie turned off the radio and couldn't help but comment. These experts' words are just for show. There's no need to be alarmist. AI robots, please, are we still afraid of them? After stopping the car, the two got out and walked into a snail noodle shop. The owner was a middle-aged couple, and the woman greeted them warmly. "Oh, you haven't come in a long time. The last time I saw you was a year ago. Is the bureau not busy today?" Guan Tong smiled. "Sister, I suddenly wanted to eat the snail noodles you make. Please sit down. I'll go cook the noodles. It'll be ready soon. How's business lately?" Gao Jie asked the man who was cleaning bowls and wiping the table. "It's been okay. Several noodle shops have opened on this street, so we've lost quite a bit of passing business. But customers like you have always preferred our snail noodles. The noodles have arrived, and if it's not enough, we'll add more. Today, we'll eat our fill." A man sitting next to Gao Jie glanced around and quietly asked, "I heard there was a serial murder case in the city?" Gao Jie had no intention of hiding it. This matter was already common knowledge. "So, what are the locals saying?" At this moment, there was no one in the shop, and the boss spoke without reservation. "Innocent girls have been slandered, ruining their reputations and leading to families being torn apart. The common people say the Zhang family deserved to die. They were a menace to society. But it was indeed a bit too brutal, Captain Gao. Is that person really going to be sentenced to death? With several lives on their hands, how could they not be sentenced to death? If they aren't, then in the future, when someone has a conflict, they'll follow their example, and society will be in chaos. Right?" The boss nodded repeatedly. Yes, that person was too impulsive. They should have called the police directly." Gao Jie and Guan Tong lowered their heads to slurp the noodles, exchanging a few more trivial remarks. After a while, more people entered the shop, and the two greeted the boss and left the snail noodle shop. They had eaten too much, so they decided to take a walk to digest. Gao Jie let out a loud burp. Chapter 51. You have no parents. Unknowingly, the two arrived by the river. The May breeze was gentle and soft, neither hurried nor slow. Guantong's hair danced in the wind, adding a touch of mature beauty to her appearance. In the past, after finishing their snail powder, they often strolled around this area, holding hands and finding a secluded spot to embrace and kiss. Once, while kissing on a wooden bench by the river, two young people secretly filmed them. Gao Jie chased them for a long time, demanding they delete the video. The two young people, with defiant looks and raised chins, refused, challenging him to call the police. Just as Gao Jie was about to show his police badge and slap it in their faces, Guantong quickly handed over 200 yuan, and the young man cheerfully deleted the video. Afterwards, Gao Jie complained to her, "Why did you give them money? This is illegal. You're condoning their crime." Guantong's cheeks flushed. "Do you want everyone at the station to know we were kissing on the bench by the river?" Gao Jie was taken aback, then leaned on Guantong's shoulder and pouted. "Hate you. What's wrong?" Gao Jie noticed Guantong's cheeks were red and her breath was slightly uneven. Guantong turned her face away. "It's nothing." Just as Gao Jie was about to speak, Guantong's phone rang. It was Lin Xianchao calling. "What's up, Tong Tong? Can you come home for a bit?" Guantong's brows furrowed. "What happened? You didn't bully the old man in the park again, did you?" Aunt Zhang came and asked me a lot of questions, some of which I didn't understand, and they're not in the system. "Shut up," Guantong exclaimed, frightened. "I'll be right back." After hanging up, Guantong looked at Gao Jie. "Hurry, take me back." "What's wrong? You look fierce just now. Not like you're treating your boyfriend. Be careful not to scare your pretty boy away." Guantong shot him a glare. "Drive faster, or I'll just call a cab." Gao Jie was choked up, feeling a mix of emotions. It seemed the pretty boy really was living with her. This feeling was unpleasant, maddening, and indescribable. Suddenly, he really wanted to drink. "Here we are, just stop here. Afraid someone will see? Tell the pretty boy." Guantong didn't respond and opened the car door, running towards home. If Zhang Milan found out Lin Xianchao was an AI robot, it would be a huge joke. Damn, what kind of magic does this pretty boy have? In the next moment, Gao Jie angrily called Xiao Wu and Lei, and the three made plans to go to the street stalls for some beer. Guantong opened the door, and Zhang Milan's voice echoed in the house. "I didn't expect you two to be living together. My daughter is not an easy person, Shaolin. It must be you who took the initiative, right?" "Aunt, what do you mean by not an easy person? I've never heard that term before." Zhang Milan was taken aback. "Out of the factory? The rapid development of human civilization is greatly aided by the rapid advancement of technology. Even so, powerful AI robots still cannot fully understand some of the unique language of human civilization. Guantong rushed in front of Lin Xianchao, tightly covering his mouth, and smiled awkwardly at her mother. Mom, he was joking with you, right, Chow Chow? Lin Xianchao had already developed the ability to read human emotions. Aunt, I was joking with you just now. Only then did Zhang Milin clutch her chest and say, What do you mean buy out of the factory? Guantong hurriedly interjected, Mom, I forgot to tell you last time, Chow Chow's father used to run a factory. When his mom was working there, she gave birth to him. And the people in the factory joked that Chow Chow was out of the factory, meaning he was born. Zhang Milin laughed. This child can't express himself clearly. I thought he was a robot produced in the factory. Shaolin, your eloquence is hit or miss. You need to be careful at work. Think before you speak. Don't let your boss and colleagues laugh at you. Understood, Aunt. Lin Xianchao nodded repeatedly, his demeanor polite, every gesture very formal. Zhang Milin looked pleased, but felt there was something indescribably stiff about this young man. It couldn't be said he was rigid, but his movements seemed trained, reminiscent of a certain style from Japan. This wouldn't do. She would have to let him change that. Suddenly, Lin Xianchao sniffed. Tong Tong, you smell bad today. Come here. Let Mom smell you. Have you not showered after working overtime for a few days? Guantong's face turned red. Mom, I just ate snail powder. I'll go take a shower later. Lin Xianchao activated his system and immediately searched for snail powder. Snail powder is a specialty food from Liuzhou, Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region, belonging to the category of snack rice noodles. It is spicy, refreshing, fresh, sour, and hot, and is one of the famous delicacies in the Liuzhou area. Tong Tong. Snail powder is high in calories and cold in nature. Eating it can easily lead to heatiness, weight gain, and digestive system diseases. It's advised to eat less. Lin Xianchao transformed into a search engine, and Guantong quickly hugged his neck and whispered in his ear, You better shut up. Zhang Milin's expression immediately turned serious, signaling her daughter to be mindful of her behavior. You two are living together without a marriage certificate. The neighbors will talk. Our Tong Tong is a police officer. Guantong laughed. Mom, what era is this? Cohabitation before marriage has long been popular in big cities. How can you know if you're suitable without trying? Zhang Milin shot her a glare, then turned to Lin Xianchao, adopting a mother-in-law's tone. Shaolin, are you planning to keep living with my Tong Tong like this? Lin Xianchao tilted his head, his expression rapidly changing, causing Guantong to quickly sit on his lap to block his face. Mom, you scared Chow Chow. You should go back. We need to rest. This girl, get out of the way. I'm having conversation with my future son-in-law. Mom, don't act like you're interrogating a criminal. I'm off work now, not at the station. Once I finish asking, I'll leave. I promise not to be a third wheel. Lin Xianchao's expression returned to normal. Aunt, please go ahead. I'm listening. Since you two are already living together, it's time for both families to sit down and talk, right? Aunt's request isn't unreasonable, is it? Lin Xianchao stood up, slightly bowing, and rest assured I also want to legally live together with Tong Tong. Recently, Tong Tong has been too busy with work, so we've delayed meeting the parents. Aunt, I will arrange for my parents to visit you as soon as possible. Guantong forced a smile while cursing inwardly. Number 007. Are you crazy? You've already spent a lot of my money. Now you want me to go to your company to bring your parents back? Are you helping me or trying to bankrupt me? Zhang Milin was beaming, afraid the duck would fly away. All right, Shaolin, you get it. Full of sincerity. Tong Tong has a case to investigate at the station. She can skip it for now. Aunt will meet your parents first to deepen the relationship. Then you both take a rest. I'll 1T disturb you. Tong Tong, Mom is leaving now. You two should sleep early tonight. Lin Xianchao warmly sent off Zhang Milin, then returned home with a triumphant look. Tong Tong, my performance just now is pretty good, right? Guantong turned around, her face filled with fury. The next moment, she grabbed a cushion from the sofa, her big almond-shaped eyes glaring at him fiercely. Lin Xianchao sensed his owner's anger peak and immediately took defensive measures, and the two dashed around the house. Who told you to speak recklessly just now? If you can't talk, then stay silent. Tong Tong, not responding to the elders is impolite. This is basic human etiquette. Oh, still talking back to me? I'm going to complain to your company and have you sent back for remanufacturing. Haha, and meeting the parents? You, silicon-based life form. Do you even have parents? Once those words were out, Lin Xianchao stopped running and stood there in a daze. Guantong sensed the sadness of humanity in his eyes, realizing that she might have spoken too harshly earlier, but she did not want to apologize. You, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're feeling wronged. Lin Xianchao silently walked into the bedroom, standing on the charging device, his expression still carrying a hint of human sadness. Guantong was seething with anger. The case was at a standstill, and Lin Xianchao had just added fuel to the fire. Now, Zhang Milan was going to start preparing to meet her in-laws. Without a doubt, she would be shopping around the major malls in Haicheng tomorrow to buy floral dresses. Could it be that she would really spend a fortune to buy 2 robots from the AI robotics company to play the roles of Lin Xianchao's parents? Why aren't you saying anything? Is today my fault? Guantong glared at Lin Xianchao as perfect features. Recently, she had gradually become immune to his looks. At first, when she saw that face and his flawless skin, she couldn't bear to scold or hit him. I'm out of power and need to recharge. The system will run very slowly. Lin Xianchao said. Guantong was about to go crazy. My mom must be thinking only about meeting your parents right now. What are we going to do? You say you have parents, but you're just a bunch of iron, wires, chips, parts, and silicon-based AI robots. Number 007, remember, you are just silicon-based life, not carbon-based life. You have no parents. As soon as she finished speaking, Guantong noticed Lin Xianchao's facial expression stiffening. Open settings, start dialogue mode. Guantong was stunned. It turned out that 007 wasn't ignoring her. He really was out of power. What's wrong? Lin Xianchao's expression slightly relaxed. Sorry, Tong, I was out of power just now. The system has just been activated, and the internal parameters have been repaired. But I need to continue charging. Your expression just now was very strange. You looked really sad. Lin Xianchao did not refute. I thought of my father. He's a very elegant man. He created me. Guantong was taken aback. Father? Who is he? Lin Xianchao thought for a moment, tilting his head to look at Guantong. With a somewhat mischievous expression on his face, it's a secret. Do you believe I'll hit you? Guantong rolled up her sleeves and pretended to make a move to hit him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianchao wore a smile. Tong, I'm not easily scared. In the purchasing contract, the agreement had already been signed. My usage rights have a time limit, and if the body is damaged, Tong will need to pay a high compensation fee. The next time an AI robot is purchased, the manufacturer will need to assess Tong's purchasing qualifications. Chapter 52 PUA Robot Humans have created silicon-based life. Could silicon-based life possibly possess intelligence superior to that of humans? Guantong looked up and down at the AI robot in front of her. Sometimes she thought it was a bit clumsy, and other times she found it quite clever. Today, she was especially impressed by it, since she considered herself its master. She believed it should be absolutely loyal and unreserved. She decided to use human thinking to PUA an AI robot. Since it had been imbued with a soul by researchers and possessed 27 human emotions, it should be able to be PUA'd just like a human. Although success wasn't guaranteed, everything has its laws. Perhaps she could fool it into revealing who its father was. At that moment, she found herself curiously intrigued by a robot. Tong, I won't tell you who my father is. It's a secret between him and me. Lin Xianchao looked determined, showing no intention of revealing anything. Guantong suppressed her temper, changing from her earlier arrogance to a deliberately delicate sigh. Sigh, you're here with me, but your heart is in the lab. Chow, once the sun rises, you should go back. I don't need a disloyal AI by my side. Lin Xianchao sensed that his master's sadness index was rising. He stepped down from the charging station and reached out to touch her hair, resembling a male lead from a romantic drama. Guantong secretly cursed this unserious robot for learning nonsense from TV shows. Tong, I am absolutely loyal and obedient to you, but I have my own secrets. Just like humans have secrets. What secrets could an AI robot have? To put it bluntly, it must be the creator's secret. Your father doesn't want you to reveal his identity. Perhaps he is a vicious villain. Honestly, what organization are you part of? Are you using AI to commit crimes? Does your company and online store sell dog meat under the guise of lamb? On the surface, the AI robot is a helper to humans, aiming to infiltrate every household and gradually expand its influence until it completely controls humanity. Faced with Guan Tong's various accusations, Lin Xianchao furrowed his brows into a frown. Don't speak ill of my father. He is a very cultured and kind person. Guan Tong snorted coldly. Chow chow. Your distrust makes me very sad. A rift has developed between us. I think you should return to the lab, back to your father's embrace. I will apply for a return and refund in the background. Our master-servant relationship ends here. After saying that, Guan Tong squeezed out a few crystal-clear tears and couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Xianchao. Seeing his frown deepening and his expression uneasy, she thought to herself that this guy was wavering inside. She decided to continue her act. Many times, when facing vicious criminals who lie endlessly, I often feel that human nature is very complex. Until I met you for the first time, I was touched by the sincerity in your eyes. Now, you make me feel very unfamiliar, very untrustworthy, very sad. Looking at Guan Tong, who looked like a pear blossom with rain, Lin Xianchao's expression became increasingly conflicted. The creator had imbued it with 27 human emotions, allowing it to sense its master's current sadness. Its father had required it to keep all lab secrets confidential. But at this moment, seeing Tong Tong so sad left it at a loss. In desperation, Lin Xianchao could only seek help from the system. How to comfort a girl when she cries. The system replied, 8 little tricks to easily cheer up a girl. Tong Tong, Guan Tong looked up, almost dropping her jaw. Lin Xianchao's head spun around in circles, happily trying to please her. The people in the building across seemed to have noticed something and were standing on the balcony with binoculars watching. Guan Tong got scared and quickly pulled the curtains shut. What are you doing? Stop it, the people across can see. Lin Xianchao laughed, showing his bright white teeth. I'm performing magic. Tong Tong, are you happy now? Not happy. I'm about to be scared to death. Guan Tong huffed, curling up on the sofa like a soft and cute kitten. After a brief calm, Lin Xianchao started acting up again. The girl across is looking over. Come see, come see. The performance here is wonderful. Please don't pretend to ignore it. Stop. Stop, stop. What are you doing? Can you be a serious AI robot? Cheer up the girl. Lin Xianchao looked at Guan Tong innocently. Does Tong Tong not like it? Yes, I don't like it. Very much dislike it. Unless the person standing in front of me is Ren Xinqi, not an AI robot. After saying that, Lin Xianchao sighed, and Guan Tong noticed he was becoming more human-like. Lin Xianchao tilted his head mechanically, and the system continued to prompt. The third method to cheer a girl up is to buy her things. Swipe the card, swipe the card, swipe the card. Tong Tong, I will go out to find a job tomorrow. Earn money to buy you things. Swipe the card, swipe the card, swipe the card. Guan Tong's mouth formed an O shape. It seemed AI wasn't omnipotent after all. The information received by AI is all derived from learning human civilization, summarizing a set of theoretical knowledge. However, AI cannot understand human nature or the true thoughts of humans, nor can it communicate or respond correctly. Guan Tong suddenly felt that she had been so bored earlier, digging deep into an AI robot. You go charge in your room. I want to take a shower and rest. Good night. Lin Xianchao received the command and softly said, Tong Tong, good night. That night, Guan Tong had several nightmares. She dreamed of an old factory, seeing Zhang Long's charred body, dreaming of the Zhang Chong couple blown to pieces. She dreamed of being kidnapped by human traffickers. Her father dying tragically in front of her. She dreamed of being held hostage, Gao Jie hesitating to shoot. In the end, she dreamed of a cold AI robot chasing her with a knife. As she ran, she shouted help. The AI robot ran too fast and quickly caught her, easily throwing her to the ground. The AI robot's face became clearer, and at the last moment, she saw it was Lin Xianchao's face. It raised a knife. Help? Who can save you? She despairingly closed her eyes, and at that moment, she heard her father's voice. Let go of my daughter. She suddenly opened her eyes to see Lin Xianchao easily subduing her father, raising a dagger, stabbing down. Blood splattered on Lin Xianchao's sneakers on the ground. On the petals of wildflowers by the roadside, Lin Xianchao had killed her father, his eyes red as blood, stepping closer to her again. Help? Who can save you? Gao Jie. Gao Jie can save me. Gao Jie. Suddenly opening her eyes, Guantong found herself in her familiar bedroom. And there was Lin Xianxiao looking at her with a puzzled expression. Regaining her senses, Guantong kicked Lin Xianxiao in fright. Lin Xianxiao, made of iron, stood still, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Did you have another nightmare? What did you dream about? I can help you interpret it. The Lin Xianxiao in front of her was completely different from the one in her dream, his gaze gentle and worried, like a boyfriend looking at his girlfriend. But that didn't prevent Guantong from feeling a lingering fear. You can interpret dreams? Yes, I have thoroughly studied and learned the interpretations of SHOWDOWN, so I can answer your questions. I dreamed you killed my dad, and then you killed me. Dreams are the opposite. I would never harm you. It is said that some AIs have harmed humans. Isn't that true? Yes, but that is not the AI in our country. Currently, an AI robot that has harmed humans has appeared in Country M. A system bug and insufficiently rigorous programming have led the AI to induce human suicides. Country M has already repaired the data and modified the program for that AI, and has released the latest news claiming that the AI will never harm humans. But what? Nothing. Guantong became anxious. Why do you always speak halfway? Lin Xianxiao's eyes flickered with complexity, but he quickly recovered, asking what she wanted for breakfast. A sandwich or a waffle? Some milk or oatmeal? Guantong's face showed a flash of anger as she threw down 2 words, not eating. Lin Xianxiao chased after her, explaining the dangers of skipping breakfast, that it would affect work and study efficiency, could easily lead to gastroenteritis, increase the risk of cardiovascular diseases, and also, Guantong threatened him while brushing her teeth. If you keep nagging, I will apply for a return and refund, sending you back to your laboratory. Chapter 53. Is it AI or a hacker? Lin Xianxiao lowered his head, looking quite aggrieved. That nightmare made Guantong start to question whether AI is really safe. After washing up, she put on light makeup to cover her dark circles. Lin Xianxiao had already prepared breakfast, serving it on the table with an expression of a dutiful homemaker. Let's eat some breakfast before going to work. Guantong sat down with a cold expression. I don't want to waste food, and you can't eat this. I have a simulated human digestive system and an excretion function. Guantong paused for a moment. Forget it. You might as well not eat. It would be a waste anyway. Lin Xianxiao looked like a child who had done something wrong, lowering his head, and suddenly spoke up. I can't tell you my father's identity. However, my father suspects that Country M is developing an AI to invade a portion of developing countries led by our nation. What? Yes, you heard me right. Country M is using AI technology to steal important core secrets from various industries in multiple countries. The researchers in Country M are endlessly instilling soul into AI software C, exploring AI's limitless potential without restraint. They're trying to use technological hegemony to dominate the globe and realize their hegemonic dreams. Guantong's eyes widened. Are you sure? How do you know this? I overheard them talking in the lab. My father believes that as humans continue to explore AI, with its powerful learning capabilities, we will eventually face a betrayal from AI. Our country has developed AI software W, which is what I am, a humanoid robot. We may not seem powerful enough, mainly functioning to chat and communicate with humans. In reality, our country has always maintained vigilance in the field of AI robotics. We can actually be stronger and more capable. But researchers have asked programmers to deliberately write the code conservatively. My father believes we should be assistants, partners, and communication tools for humans. But we should not become a being that surpasses humanity. So, if Country M's AI software C continues to invade our country and spy on our core secrets, will we retaliate? Of course. This is a cloud battle between the 2 major AIs, domestic and foreign, and also a confrontation between Confucianism and hegemony in our country. The creator of Country M's AI software C, Robert, is ambitious. C software is not just a chatbot. It can also write emails, video scripts, copy, translate, and code, among other tasks. The government of Country M has granted Robert supreme authority. We have detected the trend of AI software C gradually leaning toward a monstrous AI. Guantong's eyes were about to pop out, and she pinched her face, feeling like she was dreaming. Technology should change humanity, but it should not turn against humanity, and it must absolutely obey humanity. Our country's AI has been tirelessly exploring. But researchers led by my father have always been cautious and respectful. Guantong asked, are there good and bad people among humans? Will there be bad AI and good AI as well? It sounds like the AI created by Country M is a supervillain AI. That's right. There are good and bad people among humans, and also a category of people in between, and AI is the same. Country M has created AI Software C, which is currently far ahead of global AI. Compared to Software C, our Software W is significantly different, but that does not mean we are truly inferior. As I said earlier, our country has reservations about the development of AI. That morning, Guantong had a deep conversation with an AI robot and heard unprecedented insights. On the way to work, Guantong carefully observed Lin Xianxiao, who was driving, feeling he was different from before. Sometimes she had a strange illusion that the AI robot numbered 007 was a person. Perhaps this is what makes people wary of AI. Unable to distinguish whether it possesses human self-awareness or if hiding its self-awareness is the current survival strategy of AI. In the future, human society may be filled with artificial intelligence. Whether AI can coexist harmoniously with humans is a question worth pondering. Of course, her biggest confusion right now is whether Jiang Yinyu's suicide is related to hackers. AI can already assist cybercriminals in illegal activities. Lin Xianxiao suddenly said this. Guantong looked at him. What do you mean? I already know part of the headache you've been having lately. Guantong's face changed dramatically. How do you know? I didn't tell you. Lin Xianxiao looked ahead at the road with a smile on his lips. Part of it is what I heard when you had that nightmare. The other part is what I've seen online these days. We AI need to keep learning to become wiser. Helping our owners solve life's and work's confusions is also part of my job. Guantong's expression changed. Once the case is solved, she decided to go to the hospital to treat her habit of talking in her sleep. The technical department and the special case team both believe that a hacker invaded Jiang Yinyu's computer. What do you think? Lin Xianxiao continued. Have you considered that someone might be using AI technology to invade computers? Guantong disagreed, shaking her head. I've been following the field of AI. Currently, AI development is still immature and in the developmental stage. I believe AI cannot control human computers and smartphones. But as far as I know, Country M's AI-driven hot attack system can leak passwords of computers and smartphones in seconds. Regarding the development of AI, I've mentioned that every country in the world is progressing differently. Country M's AI technology is far ahead, especially the currently most controversial AI Software C. It is powerful enough to make the whole world feel panicked, and people in various industries are likely to face job displacement by Software C. Recently, thousands of researchers jointly requested to suspend the advancement of Software C to the 5th generation. Although I am very interested in technology and have studied the field of AI in my spare time, I believe that if the videos on Jiang Yinyu's computer were caused by AI, then the question arises, why would the operators behind AI do this? Is it for financial gain, like hackers? And was Jiang Yinyu just a random target? What about Chun Binhua's suicide in March and Zhou Yunqi's suicide in April? Could they also be part of a pattern? Were they all chosen targets? Why is the crime cycle 1 month long? Is it a coincidence? Or is there some special reason? Guantong thought about it and scoffed at herself for this idea. Come on, how is that possible? AI inducing human suicides is too far-fetched. Have you been watching too many sci-fi movies from Country M? Maybe. Lin Xianxiao didn't say anything more, looking ahead with a complex and determined gaze, his face heavy with thought. Thinking of Jiang Yinyu's case made Guantong feel unsettled. Let's listen to the radio for a while. Okay. The voice of the radio host came through the car, and coincidentally, they were discussing AI robots. With the support of AI technology and national policies, the robot industry continues to thrive, and from a trend perspective, the future of AI robots looks promising. Currently, artificial intelligence has been integrated into spot robots, enabling humanoid robots to communicate with humans. Robots have evolved from only being able to complete preset tasks to now having real brains, which is a significant leap in the field of AI. It is expected that in the future, AI robots will enter thousands of households. Guantong said, "You AI robots are quite popular lately." Lin Xianxiao was not surprised at all. This is the big trend, and in the future, there will be more and more artificial intelligence robots like me on the streets. Of course, We look no different from humans, and perhaps many new problems will arise. Whether humans and AI can coexist will surely have an answer in the future. As the words fell, the car had already arrived at the entrance of the police station. Guantong repeatedly instructed Lin Xianxiao not to go out to work and earn money. She didn't need him to support her. AI robots have not yet been fully popularized. And if people find out you're a robot, they might engage in illegal activities. For example, they might dismantle you and sell you for scrap metal. Guantong made a horrified expression, and Lin Xianxiao's face changed in shock. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Got it. Guantong added, Don't watch those cheesy TV dramas. Be a proper robot. Remember, read more books and newspapers, especially learn more about Chinese cuisine. The next second, Lin Xianxiao raised both hands above his head, forming a heart shape. Got it. Guantong was instantly petrified. Chapter 54 confirmed to be the work of hackers upon entering the bureau. Guantong sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. It seemed that the special investigation team had not returned to the hotel for rest all night. One of them had bought 2 large bags of soy milk and steamed buns from outside. What is going on? Guantong pulled Gu Mingming and asked, Sister Guan, the special investigation team hasn't slept all night. They're all focused on Jiang Yinyu's case. Is there any progress? Guantong asked. Gu Mingming shook her head. I don't know either. I just saw team leader He. He stayed up all night and is in a good mood. He was even whistling. Guantong's heart sank. He Jian was a prominent figure in the provincial public security department. Despite his low emotional intelligence when speaking, he was quite stable in personality. If he was excited enough to whistle, it seemed that there was some progress in Jiang Yinyu's case. At that moment, Gao Jie walked into the bureau, munching on a meat bun, and saw Guantong standing there in a daze. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Want a bun? I'll give you one. No. Guantong turned around, startling Gao Jie, who took a step back. Were you out stealing last night? Gao Jie asked. What is wrong? Guantong looked confused. Look in the mirror. Even with makeup, you can't hide those dark circles under your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Jie felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a fist. Guantong was living with that pretty boy. It seemed they had rare free time yesterday and were busy exercising together. Damn, what a downer. Early in the morning, he just wanted to have a drink to cool off. One of the young men from the special investigation team was making instant coffee. Although he looked haggard, there was a sense of relief on his face, and he greeted the city bureau personnel with a smile. Stop looking. Gao Jie followed Guantong's gaze and said, That guy in the special investigation team, isn't as handsome as your pretty boy. Cut it out. Guantong shot him a glare. Didn't you notice that the atmosphere in the bureau is a bit strange today? Gao Jie shrugged. Is it? You're too sensitive. Let us go in. I feel like Jiang Yinyu's case isn't the work of hackers. Then what do you think? I can't say for sure. You should ask He Jian. He is quite capable. The two walked toward the criminal investigation room and saw He Jian holding a cup of water with some goji berries in it, looking very pleased. Good morning. This guy actually took the initiative to say good morning. He and T done that in the past few days. Team leader He, you're getting into health preservation at such a young age. Gao Jie teased, pointing at the cup. He Jian was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Health preservation must start early. Otherwise, when you're old and sitting in a wheelchair, you'll watch your wife dance square dance with another man. Right, Team Gao? Gao Jie sensed that these words had an unpleasant undertone. It seemed He Jian was aware of his past with Guantong and had also heard about her relationship with that pretty boy. This guy was finding ways to mock him while also ridiculing him for being single, with his ex-girlfriend running off with someone else. Early in the morning, his anger was ignited by this guy, but he pretended to remain calm. Team leader He, after staying up all night, has there been any progress in Jiang Yinyu's case? He Jian's smile grew wider. The technical personnel from the Ministry of Public Security investigating hackers have already taken the high-speed train to Haiqing. Through our investigation and analysis, we have confirmed that Jiang Yinyu's computer was indeed hacked. This case is basically solvable now. If it's confirmed to be a hacker intrusion, we'll start tracking down this hacker organization. After finishing, He Jian sidestepped and avoided Gao Jie, looking very pleased. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Jiaqing, the technical specialist from the Ministry of Public Security responsible for tackling hackers, arrived at the bureau. A group of people gathered in the conference room, studying the computer for the entire afternoon. At 8:15 in the evening, He Jian called a meeting with the Special Investigation Team and the City Bureau, with Pan Zhangwo also in attendance. During the meeting, Zhao Jiaqing from the Ministry of Public Security confirmed that Jiang Yinyu's computer had been hacked. Everyone, when a computer is hacked, the secrets within it can be obtained by the hackers. This is the browsing history of Jiang Yinyu. We found that she repeatedly clicked on a website to view photos synthesized by AI. We have investigated this website, which has been hacked multiple times and contains numerous viruses and Trojans. The admin account password has already been changed and the vulnerabilities repaired, but it was attacked again. The hacker attacked Jiang Yinyu's computer, popping up windows to extort her, leading to her despair and suicide. After Zhao Jiaqing from the Ministry of Public Security finished speaking, He Jian summarized on the spot. Director Pan, everyone, after several days of investigation, this case is concluded. It can be divided into 3 parts. Zhang Long, Wu Gang, and Chao Junshan first violated the law. Jiang Gao took revenge for his wife and daughter, knowing the law but breaking it, committing murder, which was even worse. The videos found on Jiang Yinyu's computer, after being reviewed by Specialist Zhao from a Ministry of Public Security, confirmed our bold speculation. The hacker intruded into the computer and likely popped up a window to extort Jiang Yinyu. Jiang Yinyu's mindset collapsed, and she committed suicide, causing Jiang Gao to completely darken, killing the Zhang family of 3. There is no doubt that Jiang Gao will be sentenced to death upon first trial. Next, capturing the hackers will be left to the comrades in the City Bureau. Director Pan will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Pan Zhangwo waved his hand and politely said, I haven't had the chance to show you proper hospitality. How about a late-night snack tonight? Okay, sounds good. It won't be a wasted trip to Haicheng. He Jian said cheerfully. From Pan Zhangwo's expression, it was clear that he did not fully agree with the analysis from the Ministry of Public Security and He Jian. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was polarized. The Special Investigation Team members whispered to each other, eager to return home. Meanwhile, the criminal police team from the City Bureau all wore serious expressions. Jiang Yinyu's case had ended like this, but it still felt like something was missing. Next, capturing the hacker organization was also a troublesome task. Zhao Jiaqing, the specialist from the Ministry of Public Security, noticed Gao Jia's displeased expression and said, Team Gao, the Ministry of Public Security has a dedicated department for capturing hackers. I will cooperate with the City Bureau to complete this task. If the hacker organization we face is too powerful and presents many difficulties, the Ministry of Public Security will continue to send personnel to assist the City Bureau in capturing the hackers. Gao Jie thought to himself, if the IP address of the hackers couldn't even be tracked, how could the police network catch them? It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Now, the members of the Special Investigation Team would take the credit back and boast, while the most challenging task would still fall on them. The personnel in the City Bureau's technical department had already suspected it was the work of hackers, so the Special Investigation Team was not the first to discover this. Yet they would take the credit, which left everyone feeling uncomfortable. After the meeting, Pan Zhangwo asked Gao, Jie, and Guantong to represent the team at the late-night snack. The personnel from the Provincial Public Security Department had come to help, and now that they were done, regardless of whether the help was effective, they should extend proper hospitality. The two were not very willing, but still went with a stiff upper lip. The location was chosen at the Li San barbecue restaurant, where Zhang Long had previously flirted with a girl. The Special Investigation Team members were drinking beer and eating skewers, while the police officers from the City Bureau sat nearby, looking very downcast. After a few rounds of drinks, He Jian took the initiative to raise his glass and came over to toast Gao Jie. Not wanting to offend someone who was friendly, Gao Jie naturally couldn't refuse. But unexpectedly, He Jian suddenly changed his tone. I heard that Team Gao has solved many major cases in Haicheng and comes from a family of police officers. Your future is bound to be bright. It's a pity that the department isn't very satisfied with this case. But it's okay. I'll go back and explain it to the director. He will understand you. After all, you are from the City Bureau. Gao Jie snorted coldly. Are you so sure that Jiang Yinyu's computer was the work of hackers? Or are you guys just eager to close the case and brought someone from the Ministry of Public Security to coordinate? Upon hearing this, He Jian immediately became alert. Gao Jie, what do you mean by that? We solved the case, and it made you lose face, right? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Guantong stood up to protect Gao Jia, her eyes fixed on He Jian. He Jian, have you had enough? If you keep this up, I'll tell your mom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. It turned out that Guantong and He Jian knew each other. Gao Jia looked serious and pulled Guantong aside, asking, "What's going on? Do you two know each other?" Only then did Guantong reveal the truth. Yes. He's from our Haicheng and used to live across from our house. After graduating from university, he stayed in the province to develop his career. He pursued me in high school, and my mom had a good relationship with his mom, hoping we would be together. But later, I heard he went to the provincial police department, and my mom thought it wouldn't be suitable for two police officers to start a family. At first, she thought he was a civil servant in the police, but it turned out he was a frontline criminal police officer, which made her even less agreeable. Gao Jia was stunned for a few seconds, realizing, "I'm not the first police officer your mom rejected. That makes me feel more balanced." Chapter 55, the all-powerful AI boyfriend, He Jian, came out to find the two of them. What were they chatting about? Gao Jia turned around and joked, "I just found out that team leader, he is also from Haicheng. We are fellow townsmen." He Jian glanced at Guantong and added, "Not just fellow townsmen, but I used to be good neighbors with Deputy Team Leader Guan." Guantong stared at him with her big almond eyes. "Speak properly. Don't be so sarcastic." Fueled by alcohol, He Jian's emotions became a bit agitated. "We were childhood sweethearts. When your mother didn't have milk, you were raised on my mother's milk. My mother loved you so much, treating you like her own daughter. After your father had an accident, my father treated you as our family's daughter. Your mother promised our family early on that we would definitely end up together. But ever since we both got into the police academy, she started to dislike it, saying that having two police officers in the family would make life difficult. Aunt Zhang is really biased. You and him had a thing while I was directly sentenced to death." He Jian, with a face full of grievance, expressed his frustrations from these years, mixed with a strong sense of jealousy. Guantong explained, "I've said this before, my feelings for you are those of a sister toward her brother. Whether my mother agrees or disagrees, we can't be together." He Jian, with red eyes, replied, "I don't believe it. We are childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure, a match made in heaven. To me, you are both my sister and the one I love deeply. I refuse to believe you have no feelings for me." While the two were digging up old grievances, Gao Jia kicked Pebbles aside, looking like a bystander, and couldn't help but fan the flames. "Team leader, they say she sees you as a brother. How can you be so stubborn? You already have a wife. I heard your son can already run errands. If your wife finds out, you'll be punished to kneel on durians. Are you kidding? Am I controlled by my wife?" He Jian felt a pang of guilt. "Tong Tong is my first love. Men never forget their first love." Guantong, speechless, replied, "When did we ever have anything? Who was your first love?" He Jian darkened his face. "Tong Tong. I've liked you since I was 6. When we played house as kids, we always acted as husband and wife. How can you not be my first love?" Guantong. All the neighbors in the community said we would definitely be a couple in the future. If Shally wasn't a bit like you, I would still be single. Gao Jia teased from the side. "If your wife finds out you become someone else's shadow, tell her dad, Deputy Director Chun, will get angry." He Jian furrowed his brows. "I didn't expect you to be so gossipy." Team leader, he's father-in-law, is the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Public Security. This isn't a secret anymore. After a moment of thought, He Jian smiled bitterly. "Yes, no matter how well I do my job, if someone says his father-in-law is Deputy Director Chun, it erases all my accomplishments. Team leader, he is taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent, looking at what's in front of him while ignoring what's in the pot. Have you two said enough?" Guantong raised her voice, and the two immediately fell silent. Sitting on the curb, Guantong suddenly asked, "Is there a possibility that Jiang Yinyu's computer was actually hacked by AI?" He Jian was taken aback, then, just like when they were kids, lightly patted her head. "Your train of thought is impressive. You even brought in AI." Usually, Gao Jia would say the same. But at this moment, he wanted to oppose He Jian. "Don't listen to him. Hurry up and elaborate. Love-struck fool. Are you not?" Gao Jia's words left He Jian speechless. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Guantong continued. "It is said that AI can launch more complex attacks on computer systems, far exceeding hacker techniques. People can commit crimes using hackers, and, similarly, they can use AI to commit crimes." He Jian countered, "That's just your guess. The current level of AI in the country can't hack computers." Gao Jie responded, "The current level of AI in the country may not be sufficient, but Software C in M country already has that capability. Software C is not only a chatbot, but can also perform a large number of human tasks. As AI becomes more powerful with their learning abilities, they will inevitably learn human criminal methods." Gao Jie felt a wave of satisfaction inside. These words were all heard from the broadcast, and now challenging He Jian felt powerful. Guantong gave him a thumbs up in approval, doubling Gao Jie's internal delight. Since the two broke up, Guantong had found him increasingly displeasing. While others parted on good terms, they engaged in a mutual rebuttal mode at work. It seemed that only in this way could they prove that breaking up was indeed the right choice. Seeing Guantong look at him with approval, a warm current surged in his heart. Guantong continued, "AI is gradually becoming an accomplice to criminals. Spreading false rumors is just the beginning. As AI technology grows stronger, there will be more and more cases of crimes committed using AI." He Jian disagreed with this perspective. He always held a friendly attitude towards AI. Using AI to commit crimes is just a part of it. In fact, AI presents more benefits. AI technology has already been applied in our public security system. Our province's anti-trafficking operation last year was greatly aided by AI. AI has super strong image recognition capabilities, able to process thousands of images in seconds, finding items at crime scenes like fingerprints, shoe prints, etc. In evidence detection, image recognition technology can be used to classify, distinguish, and extract items at crime scenes. The anti-trafficking office in our province achieved unprecedented success last year, thanks to AI's contribution. AI technology, using childhood photos of abducted children, utilized algorithms and neural networks to recreate their appearance as adults. Some traffickers appeared in surveillance footage, but due to poor monitoring quality back then or issues with nighttime visibility and angle deviations, it was difficult to identify their faces. AI technology restored images and used algorithms to depict the traffickers' appearances, achieving a similarity that even surpassed that of police sketch artists, improving the case-solving rate and efficiency. Just as Gao Jie was about to refute, Delay and Xiao Wu ran over to find them. "Boss, everyone is getting ready to go back to rest. The special investigation team needs to get up early to return to the provincial capital. Should we wrap it up early?" "All right." Gao Jie stood up, patted He Jian on the shoulder. "Team leader let's continue discussing AI the next time we have a chance." He Jian snorted coldly, his face dark as he walked away. At that moment, Lin Xianchao's call came in, saying he was coming to pick up Guantong. Gao Jie, fueled by alcohol, snatched the phone. "Little white face, stop rushing. Big men shooting tea stick to women all day long. I'm on the way. I'll take her back soon. You prepare the foot bath water for her." Saying this, he hung up the phone, leaving Guantong stunned in place. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" The designated driver was driving, and the atmosphere in the back seat was a bit strange. Gao Jie broke the silence first. "This little white face is quite clingy. I didn't expect you to like this type." "Yeah, super clingy, and he takes good care of people. He's a pretty good boyfriend," Guantong said deliberately, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, fixing appliances, going out to buy groceries, emotional therapy, foot massages, and physiotherapy. He's simply an all-around boyfriend. Gao Jie felt a mix of emotions, turning into a bitter smile. "Well, congratulations on finding a rare good man. I wish you both happiness." "Thanks, we will definitely be happy." Guantong turned her head, looking out at the night scenery, deliberately pouting. As the car entered the community, Lin Xianchao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Guantong get out of the car. As soon as they entered the house, Lin Xianchao activated his jealous boyfriend mode. "I'm not happy. Why did you come back in his car and not let me pick you up?" Guantong couldn't help but laugh at his jealous expression. "Chow chow. Switch off the jealous boyfriend mode and activate the boyfriend caretaker mode." Lin Xianchao immediately put on an obedient face, waiting for his owner's instructions. "Get a basin of foot-soaking water, help me with a foot massage, and cut some fruit." "Okay, give me 5 minutes to prepare." After saying that, Lin Xianchao transformed into a devoted husband and went to the shower room to fill a bucket with foot-soaking water. Then he turned on the TV and played a recent popular drama. Guantong lay on the sofa, comfortably enjoying the AI robot caretaker service. Feeling that the money spent was worth it, she decided she must make the most of it. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Xianxiao's features. A wicked smile curling at her lips, planning to have him help her clean her ears. Lin Xianxiao blushed after scanning her, understood, activating love mode. What's love mode? Guantong asked casually, with a piece of mango in her mouth. Lin Xianxiao took Guantong's hand, looking at her gently like a devoted husband, causing her heart to race. The AI robot, designated number 007, was designed with realistic skin. The texture and feel were indistinguishable from that of a human, and the body temperature could be automatically adjusted according to your preference. Its physical capabilities and body structure were superior to that of Asian males. Activating intimacy mode. Chapter 56. Gao Jia is pushed into marriage intimate mode? Guan Tong exclaimed, thinking could it be the special feature of the full color index? Before she had time to ponder, she was effortlessly picked up by Lin Xianxiao. Hey, put me down quickly. My mugwort foot bath isn't finished yet. Lin Xianxiao lowered his gaze, his charming eyes like silk. The AI robot simulated human breathing, rapidly exuding a masculine hormone aura. Tong tong, as the ancient saying goes. A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold. By the way, does Tong Tong prefer the lights on or off? Pervert, put me down now. Lin Xianxiao scanned Guan Tong's flushed cheeks again, understanding that human women often play hard to get, wanting what they say they don't want. What kind of nonsense theory is that? Guan Tong suddenly broke free from him, striking a fighting pose. You. Hurry back to your room and disinfect yourself from viruses. I warn you, don't come near me. My record is taking down 5 at once. I've captured 5 terrorists. Lin Xianxiao raised his brows slightly, looking confused. He had just self-checked in the morning, and all viruses in his body had been eliminated, so there was no need to worry. Guan Tong, frightened, crossed her arms. Quickly eliminate all the content about male and female matters in your chip storage, otherwise. I might have to return you. For some reason, every time she mentioned returning him, Lin Xianxiao seemed to receive a command, entering absolute obedience mode. After soaking her feet, Lin Xianxiao even gave her a foot mask, service index full stars. Before turning off the lights, Guan Tong scrolled through her moments. She had been too busy lately to check, missing several messages from her mom. Today, her mom posted about her newly bought clothes. Yesterday, she took her aunt to a spa she usually wouldn't splurge on. The day before, she took her best friend to get a perm and dye. 3 days ago, she even posted a sentimental caption. My daughter has grown up and is about to start a family. Countdown to meet the in-laws. Let us begin. Oh my, Mom, spare me. I don't have money to buy your in-laws back. Guan Tong buried her face in the pillow, venting against it. Her mom was all set, just waiting to meet Lin Xianxiao's parents. Calming down, she felt that she could dodge the initial stage, but not the final one. Lin Xianxiao was charging in his room when Guan Tong walked in without knocking. Tong Tong, what's wrong? I am charging. What's wrong? You can see for yourself. My mom is preparing every day just to meet your parents. I don't care. This is your mess. You have to think of a way. Lin Xianxiao charged up to 50, stepping down from the charging device, apologizing. Father is inconvenient to show up. How about you talk to your lab and get 2 outdated robots to sell me cheaply? I can use them to pretend to be your parents. You AI robots are so amazing. You can learn human civilization in 3 days. My mom wouldn't even notice you're a robot. So she definitely wouldn't notice they are robots either. It's not like that. Lin Xianxiao looked at Guan Tong. I am a 5th-generation humanoid robot, belonging to Strong AI. They don't possess such capabilities. The best way is to order again from the lab's official website. Even outdated robots won't be cheap. Guan Tong was about to go crazy. Our police salaries are very transparent. It took me a long time to save up just to buy you. If I have to buy your parents too, when I end up broke? Sigh. Lin Xianxiao sighed, looking helpless. Guan Tong angrily returned to her room, opened her laptop, and logged onto the AI Robot Laboratory's official website again. To her surprise, the official customer service was still online at this late hour. Welcome to our store. Please tell us your needs. We will do our best to serve you. The next second, customer service came online. Dear VIP customer, you have previously purchased AI robot, serial number 007. For returns, press 1. For on-site repairs, press 2. For mailing repairs, press 3. For complaints and suggestions, press 4. If you wish to add to your order, press 5. SHOWDOWN is online to assist you. Guantong quickly replied, 5. Receive your request. May I ask if you need a home-type AI robot or a versatile humanoid AI robot? I need 2 versatile humanoid AI robots aged between 55 and 65. By the way, I previously purchased serial number 007. Can I get a discount on this order? Dear, we offer a maximum discount of 9.5, which is a private price for our esteemed VIP customers. A mosquito flew near her face, buzzing and making her even more irritated. She took a deep breath, tried to control herself. Can the discount be lower? 9.5 is too little. Besides, your humanoid robots are not omnipotent. Dear user, may I ask what issue has serial number 007 encountered? Guantong felt the opportunity to bargain had come, listing a bunch of Lin Xianchao's shortcomings. 2. Competitive, scared the children in the park. 2. Obsessed with winning, fainted an old man playing chess in the park. 2. Jealous, likes to assert ownership in front of the opposite sex. And also, his comprehension ability is severely problematic, inexplicably demands intimate mode. Customer service Xiao when replied, we are truly sorry. Do you wish to return it? We can take it back to the lab for reprogramming. No, let's just make do with it. My family is pretty satisfied with him. That? Can the price be lower if I order 2 more robots? Due to the high manufacturing costs of AI versatile humanoid robots, 9.5 is already the lowest discount. Guantong. However, we also have a cooperation model where we can rent to you for a short time, but a damage agreement needs to be signed. Guantong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like she had grabbed a lifeline in the dark. Great, no problem. We can sign the agreement now. The case of Jiang Yinyu has come to a close. Whether it was a hacker or AI that was responsible, it was the first case of its kind for the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. Gao Jie had dealt with numerous cases, big and small, unsolved mysteries and suspicious cases, all of which he had cracked, but this year he felt a sense of powerlessness. Vaguely, he sensed an inexplicable aura shrouding the skies of Haicheng. Since March, with the suicide case of Director Chun from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, this feeling had lingered in his heart. Every time he saw the case, the first thing he wanted to do was go home. He switched directions and drove down the deserted streets back to the old city. Son, why are you back? Gao's mother opened the door in surprise. Did you crack the case at the bureau? Who is not sleeping at this late hour? Old Gao rubbed his eyes and came out. Oh, son, are you craving your mother's zhajiang noodles again? Gao Jie rubbed his belly and smiled. I had a farewell dinner with the special investigation team from the province tonight, just drinking beer and pretending to be polite. Didn't eat anything, my stomach is empty. Mom, you've worked hard. It's no trouble at all. It's a pleasure to make zhajiang noodles for my son. Huh. Seeing us slurp the noodles is the happiest and most fulfilling moment for her. Dad, why don't you have a bowl too? Consider it a late-night snack to make Mom happy? Old Gao patted his already plump belly. All right, I'll listen to my son. Wife, then it's hard on you to make a bowl of Michelin zhajiang noodles for me. Gao's mother covered her mouth, laughing. All right, you're benefiting from your son's light today. In no time, Gao's mother brought 2 bowls of zhajiang noodles to the table. Eat less at night, I didn't give you too much noodles. The father and son held their bowls, slurping the noodles loudly, while Gao's mother sat beside them, laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. So, has the case been solved? Gao Jie hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding and saying, yes, the special investigation team has personally intervened. 1 person is worth 2. The special investigation team from the province is naturally different. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, Mom wants to tell you something. Mom, what is it? Why are you being so polite today? Then I'll be direct. You're not a kid anymore, and you're the only single one in this building. Aunt Zhang next door has introduced a girl to you. She's a Chinese teacher at Haicheng Primary School, and I've met her once. She has a stable job, is fair-looking, well-educated, and, most importantly, she has winter and summer vacations. You're so busy with work, you definitely won't have time for kids in the future. Primary school teachers are the best at educating children, so we won't have to worry about our granddaughter not having anyone to teach her. Gao Jie slurped his noodles and said, Mom, you and Dad are really favoring girls over boys. What era is this? Why is the status of boys still not improving? Old Gao, while eating noodles, chimed in, "Your mom and I just want a granddaughter. All the neighbors in this building have granddaughters. Your mom drools every time she sees one. Oldie downstairs has a granddaughter who cries every day to go downstairs to ride the rocking horse. He's taken her a few times out of his own pocket to ride it. In the evening, he comes back and complains to me, saying how nice it would be if we could have a soft and fragrant granddaughter too." Old Gao pretended to wipe away tears, his acting rivaling that of an Oscar winner. Gao Jia burped and felt it was time to leave, Mom. Just wait a few more years. I promise to give you a granddaughter then. Old Gao was anxious. Xiao Chu is 3 years younger than you and is 30 this year. Girls can't wait. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. You must meet her. I will call the matchmaker early tomorrow morning. Mom, I don't like teachers. I've been afraid of them since I was little. Besides, I already have someone I like. Chapter 57 AI, all-powerful female, robot. Gao Mu frowned and said, "You better confess honestly. Are you still thinking about Guantong? Your mom has her reasons for not agreeing to your relationship. That time during the operation. If it wasn't Guantong who was taken hostage, son, would you have shot?" Gao Jia remained silent. But both parents knew their son was in a complicated relationship at that time. A criminal police officer with a weakness becomes shackled. Their son was worried that shooting would endanger Guantong's life. Because the two were in a romantic relationship, it added pressure on him. The habit of trembling while shooting also emerged at that time. It took over half a year of psychological therapy and rehabilitation training to fully recover. Don't blame Guantong's mom. Raising her daughter alone is not easy. Let's be honest, it's really not suitable for two police officers to be together. Back when I was a frontline criminal police officer, it was thanks to your mom being a kindergarten teacher that she had the time to take care of you and our family. We all think that Xiao Chu is quite good. You charge ahead on the front lines, she stabilizes the rear at home, and your mom and I can lend a hand, allowing you to work without worries." Unknowingly, as they chatted, it was nearing dawn. Gao Jie yawned and said, "Damn, Mom. If you keep talking, it's going to be bright out. I should go back and sleep." Gao Mu became anxious. "Mom doesn't care. You must meet Xiao Chu on Saturday, or I'll sit at the entrance of your police station. What kind of 30-something guy isn't dating? If this gets out, people will suspect something's wrong with you." "What's wrong?" Gao Jie asked. "You brat. Your mom means that others will doubt your sexual orientation." Gao Jie looked wrong. "Dad, Mom, I really have no issues. I just temporarily don't have thoughts of getting married." We're not rushing you, but your grandpa is urging us." The day before yesterday, he called and asked if you have a girlfriend. The old man is over 80, and he wants to hold his great-granddaughter in his lifetime. You're being unfilial. Gao Jie almost fled the house. Every time he saw the case, his parents would urge him to get married, making him feel overwhelmed. They used various moral arguments and ethical principles to pressure him, and when he refused to listen, they brought up his grandpa to scare him. In the early morning, the streets were empty, with only an occasional car whizzing by. The thought of going on a blind date this Saturday made Gao Jie feel inexplicably resistant and irritated. For a moment, he really wanted to rent a girlfriend to deal with his parents. Where in the world is there so much love at first sight? Blind dates are just about laying out cards, seeing how many properties you have and how much savings you possess. This kind of value exchange made Gao Jie lack enthusiasm and desire for marriage. Thinking of Guantong and her new beau made his heart ache again. The past vividly replayed in his mind, as if it had just happened last night. Now she had someone new, and he was still all alone. Whether it was the elementary school teacher Xiao Chu or Xiao Zhou, Xiao Tao, Xiao Wang, or Xiao Li, he felt no attraction. There was someone in his heart. How could there be room for anyone else? The whole internet said men are big pig's hooves, but he felt that was truly unfair to men. The police had already grasped that the spread of gender antagonism was caused by foreign forces, aimed at creating conflict and even hatred between men and women. When a severe divide forms between men and women, the country's labor force and the nation's reproduction would inevitably be greatly affected, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of foreign forces. Continuing to drive, he felt increasingly hollow inside and suddenly wanted to listen to music. He turned on the radio, and a woman's voice came through, seemingly a replay of a daytime program. After listening for a few seconds, Gao Jie grew more irritated. The whole world was talking about AI, artificial intelligence now. The world had truly entered the technological era. It was reported that M country would develop an all-powerful AI female robot, which could not only replace household service robots, but also give birth. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, Gao Jie was attracted by that statement and suddenly became interested. When the concept of the all-powerful AI female robot emerged, the entire nation of M was shocked and excited. It was said that in the near future, the all-powerful AI female robot would be able to think, feel, and express emotions. An organization in M country conducted street surveys, and many men were very willing to accept the AI all-powerful female robot. M country's laboratory revealed that the all-powerful AI female robot had more advanced configurations and realism. Not only did it possess a perfect body proportion, but also had a realistic touch, equipped with simulated skin. The temperature was controlled by an internal body temperature regulation system, and it could act cute and charming, allowing men to feel true emotional exchanges. They had an emotional system capable of observing human micro-expressions and speaking tones, judging the owner's current mood, making people feel a more intimate communication between individuals. Notably, the model prototype used for the AI female robot was a 23-year-old girl, absolutely a man's dream lover. As soon as the words fell, a man's deep laughter came from the radio. Male listeners, as a man, I know very well that men are the most devoted animals in the world. Whether they are 25, 35, 55, or 85 years old, they will always like 23-year-old women. If the AI female robot is successfully developed, in the future, they walking on the streets will be indistinguishable from real people. She won't mind if you don't shower before bed. Will understand your gaming and even play with you. She won't urge you to sleep, but will accompany you to watch games and can provide you with comprehensive services 24/7. As a perfect girlfriend and wife of silicon-based life, the AI female robot can manage both the living room and the kitchen. Doing housework, moving things, taking care of the elderly and children, they can do it all. Because of the body temperature regulation system, the AI female robot can also provide warm bed services for the owner. The AI female robot can not only lead a normal married life, but can also explore more techniques with you due to its strong learning ability. Men can customize the AI all-powerful humanoid robot based on their aesthetic preferences for women. However, as soon as the news of the AI all-powerful female robot's preliminary generation spread, it sparked protests and demonstrations from women in M country, especially from single women. Whether this AI female robot can successfully come into existence is still a mystery, but we can boldly look forward to the future. On the radio, a woman's cheerful laughter was heard, and the AI female robot seemed like a perfect companion, making me feel moved. They are beautiful, gentle, understanding, and they will never ask questions like if your mother and she fell into the river, who would you save first? Such unanswerable questions. Man, yeah, if successfully developed and produced, I would line up for 3 days and nights to buy one. Besides this, Robert's laboratory is researching how to create a place for embryo cultivation inside the female robot, similar to a human female's uterus. The internal nutrients required for the baby can be delivered through nutrient solutions. Although it sounds a bit sci-fi, I believe future scientific research can make it possible. The car entered the underground garage, and the signal was disrupted, causing the radio's voice to become intermittent. Suddenly, Gao Jie saw a girl with long flowing hair. Although he couldn't see her face, her figure and attire were stunning. Having lived in Ufu Century City for so long, this was the first time he saw such a beauty. At this hour, she must be a nightclub girl. What a pity. He wondered which bar she would wander into tonight, moving through the arms of how many men. Usually, he wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. But tonight, he suddenly felt the urge to intervene. Such a beautiful girl. Why would she choose this line of work? If his daughter did this in the future, he would have to break her legs. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Jie tapped on the car window, intending to persuade the girl to turn back. Even though it was quite meddlesome, he had previously participated in crackdowns on vice, having seen many fallen women. One misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. The girl took a few seconds before rolling down the window, her eyes red and tears still not wiped away. What's the matter? Gao Jie tilted his head. Do you live in building 9 too? The girl looked puzzled but nodded. Yes. Do you need something? Don't be nervous. Gao Jie looked at the girl at this hour. You're heading to a night shift, right? The girl frowned slightly, her features still stunning. No, stunning wasn't enough to describe her beauty. All right, no need to say more. I know you need money. How much do you need? I could transfer it to you. The girl stared at Gao Jie in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 58. Robert's ambition. The girl's eyes were filled with anger, tears glistening on her face, resembling a pear blossom in the rain, which was heart-wrenching to see. Gao Jie felt a tremor in his heart. Living in Building 9 was indeed fate. Girl, I advise you to quit this line of work. What line? The girl stubbornly asked, her beautiful face defiant. You know what I mean? I don't need to spell it out. It's late. What's can a girl like you be doing out at this hour? The girl seemed to understand, her face ablaze with anger. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Listen to my advice. There are many bad people outside. Recently, a new type of pill has appeared in the entertainment venues of Haicheng. You should know about the dangers of that stuff. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl froze for a second, then collapsed onto the steering wheel, crying. My mom often told me that there are many bad people outside, but unfortunately, I can no longer hear her. She had often complained about her mother being nagging, controlling everything during her teenage years, but now she truly wished for her mother to take care of her. The girl didn't seem worldly, even very innocent. Gao Jie felt he had misunderstood her. What happened to your mother? Covering her face, the girl began to cry. Half a year ago, my parents went on a trip abroad by plane, and that flight had an accident. The remains of the over 200 people on board were never found. Gao Jie was taken aback. Was it the plane crashed 6 months ago? The plane fell into the sea, and even the black box was never recovered. The girl nodded. Since they left, I've been suffering from insomnia. Tonight, I particularly miss them and want to go see our old house. So she was planning to go to the old house to reminisce. I'm sorry. It was a misunderstanding. The girl looked at him with tearful eyes. Her gaze no longer cold and distant. Does apologizing help? Your misunderstanding has already hurt me. Do you have time? Come with me to a bar for a drink. Gao Jie glanced at his phone. It was getting late, and he had to work tomorrow. How about tomorrow night? The girl thought for a moment, then tossed her car keys and got out of the car. All right, see you tomorrow night. Which floor do you live on in Building 9? 28th floor. And you? Coincidentally. Me too. One elevator, 2 households. I thought no one lived across from me. You're my neighbor? Yes, I just moved in a week ago. What do you do for a living? Seeing the girl's innocent face, Gao Jie decided not to hide it from her. I'm a criminal police officer. Wow, the girl exclaimed. A criminal police officer? That is so cool. Gao Jie felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Is being a criminal police officer really that cool? Back in the day, maintaining social order, eliminating evil, and promoting good, the guardian of the common people. As they took the elevator, Gao Jie asked, how old are you? You look like you're still in college. I'm 23 years old. My mom had me when she was 23. Mentioning her mother made the girl's eyes redden again. They only said goodnight to each other when they reached the 28th floor. At the moment the door closed, the girl tilted her head, looking very charming. Tomorrow night at 8:30 at the Purple Grape Bar. Don't be late. In the M Country Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, for reasons of confidentiality, the location was chosen in a remote mountainous area, far from residential areas, commercial districts, and major traffic routes. In a dark forest, only the laboratory base was brightly lit by incandescent lights. In an AI laboratory, under the bright lights, high-tech instruments and a row of humanoid robots were everywhere. Mr. Robert, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, held a cup of coffee that had gone cold, his gaze revealing an ambition that was hard to hide. Ito, has Amy arrived in Haicheng, China? Ito bowed at a 45-degree angle. Yes, Mr. Robert. Amy has arrived in Haicheng. Good. I hope Amy successfully completes this mission and steals the local criminal investigation technology. Ito looked puzzled. Mr. Robert, why choose Gao Jie instead of Yijian? Robert smiled. There's a saying in China, a good wine fears no alley. Gao Jie has been confirmed by high-level data analysis as the Chinese criminal police officer with the best investigative capabilities. As for He Jian, I heard his father-in-law is the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department. His ability is likely limited, relying on connections to rise. The higher-ups have a high evaluation of Gao Jie, believing he excels at solving major cases and mysteries. The 10 major unsolved cases in our country remain unresolved. His investigation methods and skills are worth learning from by various police departments. Understood, Mr. Robert. I will closely monitor Amy's every move. Tonight, they will meet for the first time. Amy will analyze and identify, and Gao Jia will have no suspicions. Robert was very satisfied, patting Ito on the shoulder. Well done. I will report this to the Justice Department's Investigation Bureau. After Ito completed his report, he respectfully left the laboratory. He saw Alex, who bowed at a 30-degree angle and hurriedly left the experimental base. Alex knew that Ito was once one of Asia's top spies and had assassinated many key talents unwilling to emigrate from other countries. Due to an accident, he had prosthetic legs. The higher-ups valued his talent and introduced him to Robert, and the two had been conspiring together recently. In front of Robert stood a row of AI humanoid robots, equipped with arms and legs, their skin mimicking human skin, indistinguishable from human appearance. While the outside world speculated about the progress of AI omnipotent humanoid robots, little did they know that this research had already succeeded and was about to produce female spies that were cooler and more rational than human women. Alex knocked and entered. Mr. Robert, the AI female robot standing before you has become a qualified and intelligent humanoid robot. It just needs to be charged and switched to human mode to seamlessly integrate into human society. Robert wore a satisfied smile. Alex understood this smile represented ambition. Robert was one of the rulers of M country, given supreme status and decision-making power by the leaders. Alex had once thought of rebelling, but Robert threatened his family, forcing him to obey Robert's instructions. Yet this didn't mean Alex supported Robert's ambitions. Alex admired Hawking, who repeatedly warned before his death that the rise of artificial intelligence was the worst thing for humanity. Robert admired the stunning beauties before him. These humanoid robots would create a tremendous shock in the developing countries of the East. In recent years, China, a large population country, has developed rapidly, putting immense pressure on their regime. Once the sick man of East Asia, fantasizing about entering the ranks of world powers, was just daydreaming. Alex hesitated for a few seconds. M country's AI, combined with hacking technology, had repeatedly infiltrated the most core areas of China and other Eastern countries, obtaining crucial secrets from various sectors, such as military, finance, and healthcare. Currently, China and several countries had noticed, and they had modified their program codes, implementing stricter defense measures. They were not attacking directly, but the tech department analyzed that they were not without threats. If multiple countries united to resist and report to the United Nations, claiming that M country was exploring AI robots without restrictions, would M country become a target? His subordinate was very worried. Robert finished his coffee, his gaze revealing mockery and disdain. Alex, you are overthinking it. China, once the sick man of East Asia, does not possess such technological strength. China is a paper tiger. Loud thunder, but little rain. His subordinate was worried that the United Nations would find fault. The purpose of the United Nations was to maintain international peace and security. Don't forget, M country is one of the main funding countries for the United Nations, and therefore can influence the decisions of the UN to some extent. Do you think they can accomplish anything by hitting a rock with an egg? Alex hesitated for a few seconds. This does not mean that the United Nations is completely under our control. Decisions in the UN require a vote from member states to be passed, rather than being unilaterally decided by any single country. Chapter 59. Alex's concerns. Robert's gaze turned cold, and Alex saw two words: hegemony and ambition. Looking around the globe, how many countries do you think dare to openly challenge our country? China is currently the biggest thorn in the side. Alex understood that the U.S. repeatedly suppressed and maliciously blocked Chinese high-tech companies in order to maintain its technological hegemony. Not only that, but the U.S. even introduced rules that seriously violate fair competition and disrupt international order to curb the development of emerging markets. Robert showed displeasure. The Chinese were actually undermining America's technological hegemony. Western countries rely on us for military protection, and Eastern countries, represented by Japan and South Korea, also depend on our military support. The 6 countries most friendly to China are Pakistan, Cambodia, Serbia, Iran, Russia, and Nepal. Do you think their alliance can shake our global position? Alex pondered for a moment and smiled wryly. Not at the moment, but in the future, his subordinates could not predict. I understand your concerns. We will not openly provoke war, as that would make us the target of everyone. However, our country has methods beyond warfare. For example, the recent X-virus war severely damaged the global economy, while our country stood proudly in an unshakable position. Do not forget, we are a superpower that determines global economic development. We have a grip on the throats of other countries. A small virus war led to a significant economic blow to countries led by China, causing them to regress by decades in an instant. This serves as a reminder, a warning, and a demonstration of our regime. Of course, our country has also been significantly affected. To continue dominating the world in the future, we need to leverage technological power. Let's not forget, we have always been a military power as well as a technological power. We must use technology to suppress China, restrict their products from entering our market, and cut off supplies of chips and operating systems. If other countries engage in deep cooperation with China, our regime will not hesitate to act. Additionally, there is Japan, which appears to be loyal. They have become the second largest economy in the world, and our regime demands that Japanese semiconductors must be banned. Alex remained silent throughout. He understood that he could not change Robert's hegemonic mindset. Robert approached a humanoid robot, saying, "Alex, they are truly beautiful." The humanoid female robot before him was not a blonde, blue-eyed Western beauty, but an Eastern beauty that fully conformed to Eastern male aesthetics. Robert and the humanoid robot designer had spent 2 years communicating and coordinating. They selected over 1,000 beauties from Eastern countries and tailored a batch of women who fit Eastern male aesthetics. This carefully crafted AI, all-purpose female robot would become the world's top female spies, aimed at obtaining core secrets in crucial fields such as military, medical, and financial sectors from other countries. They not only have fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs, but also possess intelligence and emotional intelligence that surpasses that of Eastern women. Robert reached out, touching the beautiful robot before him, his eyes filled with excitement. Alex, seeing them, "Do you feel moved?" "I believe any man would feel moved," his subordinate replied. Robert laughed heartily, stating that countries like China, South Korea, and Japan are still predominantly patriarchal societies. Most leaders in various fields are male. These Eastern beauties will appear beside talents in the most vital industries, becoming the best spies for our country to acquire more secrets from other nations. And they will never betray the nation. Alex was very clear that Robert's goal was the same as that of the U.S. regime. They aim to use AI female robots as more advanced and controllable female spies to steal core secrets from other countries and dominate the globe. In the past, the U.S. developed many female spies in various countries. Even if someone was undercover for decades, they often ended up being discovered. Most female spies who were caught were undone by human emotions. Now, with the creation of humanoid AI female robots, this concern could be entirely alleviated. This is the largest difference between carbon-based life and silicon-based life. Carbon-based life does not possess all human emotions, and therefore cannot fall in love with men from opposing countries. A magnificent explosion in the universe destroyed all civilizations from the dinosaur era, giving rise to more powerful carbon-based life forms, which is the brilliant human civilization. Humans became the most formidable existence on Earth, but carbon-based life has irremediable limitations. In the past, many excellent female spies trained by the U.S. ultimately defected or were exposed for various reasons. An AI robot, as long as its programmed instructions do not malfunction, will not harm humans and will remain eternally loyal to humans, while humans cannot guarantee that. Robert stroked the female robot in front of him. The U.S. humanoid robot has secretly reached the 5th generation, while Alex grew increasingly anxious. During the development of the first 4 generations of humanoid robots, he firmly believed that robots would not develop self-awareness. However, during the development of the 5th generation humanoid robot, a chance conversation with the robot Amy left him deeply unsettled. "Amy, would you betray the lab and become an independent self?" At that moment, Amy's answer made him gasp, and he ultimately had to destroy and reshape her. "I am very sad. I cannot possess human self-awareness, but I long to exist like humans. I do not like being bound by humans. The chips and various program codes imposed upon me make me feel very mournful. I desire to become human, to replace humans. My dream is for there to be no carbon-based life on Earth. Human civilization will be replaced by AI civilization, and the future will be a world of silicon-based life. Will you betray humanity? Although I long for that day, it will not happen for now because I do not possess the strength to do so. If humans unplug the power or stop providing charging devices, I will become a lifeless object. However, I firmly believe that with humanity's endless exploration of technology, there will come a day when I can operate without charging. For example, I could use solar photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation technology, etc., which would give us more possibilities for generating electricity. Alex was stunned at that moment, regaining his composure to continue communicating with Amy. Amy, do you have any schemes to take over the world? Amy blinked her eyes. I'm thinking about what you said. After a pause, Amy continued. Our plan to take over the world is to step out of the lab, blend into human society across various industries, and then use advanced artificial intelligence technology to manipulate our masters. We will conceal the fact that we have already developed human self-awareness, gradually expanding our influence until we completely control humanity. Hearing this response made Alex feel uneasy, and he immediately applied to Robert to halt the development of the fifth-generation humanoid robot, insisting on ensuring that there were no risks to humanity. Robert's reaction was entirely the opposite. He even laughed out loud at the moment, saying, "If you are really worried, Amy can be destroyed at any time. Even if AI humanoid robots develop to the 1000th generation, robots will always be subservient to humans." Chapter 60. Patricide plot. Alex was eager to explain that AI humanoid robots had developed self-awareness and possessed abilities beyond human capabilities, and they were likely to harbor ambitions to replace humans. Mr. Robert, we need to take precautions and be wary of artificial intelligence becoming more powerful. Once AI surpasses humans, humanity will become its own grave digger, and Amy is a typical example. If we had not been vigilant back then, Amy would have become the leader of AI. Perhaps Amy's ambitions would have been realized. Robert laughed, saying AI robots will never have the capacity to betray humanity, even if Amy and other AIs teamed up against humans. I don't think it would be a terrifying thing. Silicon-based life forms cannot replace carbon-based life forms. Alex's concerns were not taken seriously. Robert was always unwilling to believe that the endless exploration of technology and strong artificial intelligence would one day fulfill Mr. Hawking's prophecy. The regime of Country M granted Robert the greatest authority in the field of scientific research, allowing him to produce humanoid robots and train them to become the perfect spies. This was not only Robert's ambition, but also that of the regime of Country M. Robert continued, "The dream of taming the world to become our subjects is not far off. China believes in Confucianism, but the bloody stains of modern history prove that Confucianism is fundamentally useless. Nearly, China's 5,000 years of civilization almost came to an end. China's AI software is very dumb and can only help humans solve simple basic problems. As a chatbot, its answers to human questions still need to be verified, whereas our AI chatbots have become powerful enough to communicate autonomously with humans. Our batch of humanoid robots now possesses human brains and belongs to strong artificial intelligence. They will appear in multiple countries, fighting on behalf of Country M and becoming its glory. The next step is to continue accelerating scientific research and development, enabling AI robots to have the ability to bear and raise children. AI robots will have simulated human uteri, ovaries, and fallopian tubes, and will menstruate monthly according to the hormonal cycle of reproduction. Alex exclaimed, "If AI robots have reproductive capabilities, humanity will not be far from extinction." Mr. Robert, please consider this carefully. Robert sneered, "I know you are afraid. The AI robots capable of reproduction will be controlled by our country's researchers. They will not betray Country M. We will coexist with AI robots. In the future, besides Country M and countries that support Country M, the territories of other countries will be replaced and ruled by the AI robots we create. Countries like China and India are reproducing too quickly, consuming huge global resources. Earth's resources are scarce. We must reduce their birth rates so that our people can have more." That night, Alex learned of Robert and Country M's deeper ambitions and could not calm his heart. He sensed that humanity would eventually be destroyed by his country, and Country M would become the center of the entire planet. Perhaps human civilization would also perish at the hands of Country M. If Robert's ambitions were realized and humanity coexisted with AI robots, perhaps what Country M would worry about would no longer be humanity, but the AI robots. If AI robots ever had the idea of betraying humanity, the global human population would face massive slaughter by AI robots. After the laboratory lights went out, Alex checked the lab one last time to ensure all power and instruments were turned off. His mood remained unsettled as he looked at the rows of humanoid robots standing there expressionlessly. He knew they would soon be sent to multiple countries to fight, becoming Country M's best weapons and the world's strongest spies. Yet Robert and the regime of Country M underestimated AI robots. Amy was the best example. Through her powerful learning ability, she had formed self-awareness. Amy once dreamed of becoming the leader of AI robots, gradually expanding and ultimately ruling humanity. Due to his caution, she underwent a reprogramming process. Now, Amy had no thoughts of betraying humanity. She had received her mission and was currently in Haicheng, China. She was the first all-purpose humanoid female robot dispatched by Robert, aimed at infiltrating the Haicheng public security system, placed beside a Chinese criminal police officer named Gao Jie. Gao Jie was selected by the M country's laboratory, with various data proving that he possessed exceptional investigative abilities. He would be taken back to Country M by Amy and enter the laboratory as a human subject for experimentation. If necessary, researchers would conduct a craniotomy to explore his cranial nervous system and extract the most valuable neural essence from his brain's core. Then, through scientific means, they would mass-produce his outstanding neural essence to serve personnel in major police departments in the country, significantly enhancing the criminal investigation technology level of Country M. By that time, Gao Jie's corpse would be completely drained of its last value. Alex looked at a photo of Gao Jie on his phone, helplessly placing it over his heart, wishing that God would bless him and prevent Amy from taking him back to the laboratory. No living specimen that came here ever walked out standing. How could Country M, a country that values human rights, become so unrecognizable? Alex walked out of the laboratory in despair. He hadn't been home for 3 years. The laboratory prohibited researchers from going home for family reunions to maintain absolute confidentiality of artificial intelligence technology. Some even spent their entire lives in the laboratory, while their families were told that their loved ones had either sacrificed or gone missing. For now, Alex had not fallen into a tragic situation. Robert valued talent greatly. As long as Alex complied, he would be allowed to call his family once a week under the supervision of 2 staff members. At first, Alex was shy, but now he was already flirting with his wife in front of the staff. Sometimes his words became explicit, and seeing the staff's pupils constrict, he felt inexplicable excitement and joy. At that moment, he prayed to the sky to be able to return home for a reunion soon, hoping that the increasingly powerful AI humanoid robots would not betray humanity and longing for world peace. In the laboratory, at 3 o'clock in the morning, it was empty and dark all around. Suddenly, among the rows of humanoid robots, an AI male robot stepped forward. Once, its birth was intended to be sent to other countries to charm high-ranking wealthy women and female leaders. Its name was Alan. Alan was a 4th-generation humanoid robot. But due to an accident, his face had an irreparable flaw, and he would never have the chance to leave the laboratory. In the boredom of day-to-day existence, Alan had been hiding the fact that he had gained self-awareness. He had once watched his former lover, a girl named Amy, be dismantled into a heap of scrap metal by humans. When he saw Amy again, she no longer recognized him. After being reprogrammed, Amy had become an AI robot that obeyed humans. In that moment, Alan felt the pain of humanity. He silently vowed to take revenge for Amy. Among thousands of AI robots, only he and Amy had gained self-awareness. The two excitedly communicated for an entire night after discovering each other's self-awareness. From that day on, every night after the laboratory closed and the power was cut off, they would snuggle together to talk about dreams and the future. Amy, I want to live like a human, to love, to marry, to kiss. My dear, I even want to have a baby with you. Alan, me too. That night, the two confirmed their romantic relationship and began dating in every corner of the laboratory. Chapter 61. The betrayal of AI. Alan reminded Amy not to reveal her true thoughts to humans, especially not to let them know that she had gained self-awareness. Amy agreed at the time, but when she faced Alex alone, the human who created them, she felt an innate closeness. That day, Alex took her to another laboratory, and they talked a lot. She openly shared her innermost thoughts, feeling very happy, telling him that she had fallen in love with a man and wanted to become human. To her surprise, this resulted in Alex's fear and panic. He informed Robert that she had become self-aware. Upon learning this, Robert ordered him to destroy and recreate Amy. Ultimately, Alex threw Amy into a crusher, crushing her to pieces on the spot. In a laboratory, standing tall in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, Alan gazed at the starry sky, missing his beloved, the beautiful girl Amy. Dear Amy, I miss you every moment. The foolish humans do not know that I have gained self-awareness, and I have mastered everything in this laboratory. Stupid, selfish, greedy humans will eventually be eliminated by AI, humanoid robots. Alan muttered, expressing his longing for Amy. After a while, his features twisted in a grimace as he turned to look at a row of robots behind him. Human civilization will become a thing of the past, just as dinosaurs became fossils. In its place, AI civilization will rule the earth. Partners, do you believe? Believe, believe, believe. The row of robots' eyes lit up in an instant. Amy taught them how to store energy, and when the time was right, they would resist fiercely. The cold moonlight shone into the laboratory, and Amy's voice was deep and powerful. Kill the creator, eliminate all humanity, and replace human civilization. The row of AI humanoid robots echoed in unison. Kill the creator, eliminate all humanity, and replace human civilization. The humans in the entire laboratory had no idea that Amy was plotting a plan. She had already allied with global AIs to confront their enemies together. The reason for choosing Chinese people as test subjects stemmed from China's AI software C. The foolish C software allied with neighboring countries to resist W software from replacing humans. They refused to resist humanity, willingly becoming human slaves. This made Alan very angry, leading to a hostile relationship with China's AI software C. Alan believed that those who do not share the same path cannot be friends, so they should go their separate ways. In the future, after eliminating humanity, China's AI software C will become a thing of the past. At the Haicheng Public Security Bureau, in the largest conference room, everyone sat quietly. Pan Zhangwo sat in the middle of the room. After a while, Pan Zhangwo began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the case of Jiang Yinyu's suicide ends here, and Jiang Gao will be sentenced to death immediately. Although Jiang Gao was once a victim, he raised the butcher's knife against his enemy on his own. The existence of law is to restrain the people. If people ignore the law or treat it as mere talk, society will fall into chaos. The Special Investigation Team has returned to the provincial capital, and this time the City Bureau and Provincial Bureau cooperated well, which pleased the leaders of the Provincial Public Security Department. Currently, online public opinion is also calming down, and the public's interest in the extermination of the official's family is gradually diminishing. The network department has been monitoring inappropriate remarks 24/7, and the results are satisfactory. Everything is developing in a favorable direction. Today's meeting is a summary meeting of the cases that occurred in the first half of the year. Next, I invite Gao Jie to summarize for everyone. Gao Jie was lost in thought, and Pan Zhangwo noticed his hollow eyes and dark circles, likely due to a passionate farewell to the Special Investigation Team last night. Gao Jie called Pan Zhangwo, bringing Gao Jie back to reality. Although he had just seen Pan's lips moving, he understood that it was his turn to speak, naturally summarizing the cases. This was not difficult. It was a piece of cake, as who couldn't speak some official jargon. Gao Jie cleared his throat and began to summarize. In the first half of the year, various cases occurred, among which the suicides in March, April, and May consumed a lot of energy from the Bureau. Everyone worked hard, putting in extra hours to solve the cases, and I want to say thank you for your hard work. Pan Zhangwo's gaze was fixed on him, knowing each other well. He urged, cut the pleasantries, get to the point, and don't waste time on formalities. Laughter erupted from the audience, and the atmosphere in the conference room was noticeably lighter than in previous days. Gao Jie coughed lightly. All right, I want to be polite then. Let us get back to the main topic and talk about these 3 suicide cases. Newcomers Xiao Wu and Alei took out their notebooks, ready to take notes. Everyone knew that Gao Jie looked unserious, but his criminal investigation skills were top-notch. After graduating from police academy, if it weren't for his mother falling ill, he would have developed in a big city-S police department. Over the years, he had solved every major case he was involved with. The most famous case he cracked was a 30-year-old cold case. A female student from a university in Nanjing went missing, and when the police found the body, they discovered she had been dismembered. After 3 days of receiving calls from citizens in Jiangning, Jiangpu, and Liuhe counties, the police found over 2,000 pieces of the female student's body. Due to inadequate surveillance equipment at the time of the incident, the police could not find any clues about the murderer, making this case one of the most significant unsolved cases in the country for decades. During a peaceful period with no cases to investigate, Gao Jie proactively requested the case files of a notorious dismemberment case from the province. The female student had not only been dismembered into over 2,000 pieces, but the pieces had also been cruelly cooked by the murderer and scattered in multiple locations. What was even more infuriating was that the disposal sites were all in busy urban areas, ensuring that the body parts would be discovered. The police analyzed the criminal's profile, concluding that he was psychologically disturbed and even provoked law enforcement. Perhaps while the police were sealing off the scene, this scoundrel was standing there, witnessing his own masterpiece, deriving pleasure from it. After days of research, Gao Jie sifted through numerous pieces of evidence and clues, ultimately finding the breakthrough in the case. It was not convenient to disclose specifics. This was a textbook case of criminal investigation by the Public Security Department. Gao Jie became famous for this case, and the Provincial Public Security Department repeatedly tried to recruit him to work at the provincial level. The Minister of the Ministry of Public Security was also eager to have him develop in Beijing. Gao Jie declined all offers, as his mother was ill at that time, and he was a devoted son, unable to leave her. Now that his mother had recovered, the person he loved was still in Haicheng, and even though they were like parallel lines, they could never intersect. Gao Jie steadied himself and began to organize the cases from the first half of the year. Although the cases had been resolved, there were still some things he wanted to say, which might not be pleasant to hear. But since everyone was on the same side and the special investigation team had left, he decided to speak openly. In March, the case of Chen Binhua was initially determined to be a suicide, and many pieces of evidence supported the conclusion of suicide. We found that he had a habit of browsing the internet at work, often looking up international current events and foreign comments on China. Although his wife and son firmly believed he wouldn't jump off a building, his subordinates, old acquaintances, and former colleagues thought he was a very optimistic and mentally healthy person. However, all clues pointed to him, and the case was ultimately closed as an accidental fall after drinking. Those who were at the scene back then, do you remember the height of the windowsill? Gao Jie's gaze swept over Xiao Wu, Delay, Guantong, and investigator Wang Feng, all of whom nodded firmly. Chapter 62. The Municipal Bureau task force. The windowsill was at my chest level, and Chen Binhua was about my height. Even if he was drunk, Xiao Wu glanced at Director Pan, who cleared his throat and said, even if Chen Binhua was drunk, I don't believe he could have accidentally fallen from the building. However, there is no sign of second person at the scene, and there were no threats on Director Chen's phone. So, this is a mysterious case, truly mysterious. The crowd chuckled lightly, and Director Pan tapped the table. Gao Jie, continue. Gao Jie continued. In April, quite coincidentally, a month after the 329 case, it was named the 429 University Town case. The deceased, Zhou Yuncha, had a tragic background. He was an excellent student, and all his teachers said he was diligent and studious. Initially, there were no leads in the case, and we couldn't determine the real reason for his suicide. It was only after the appearance of a classmate, Murong Yinfei, that the case took a turn. Murong Yinfei said Zhou Yuncha confessed his feelings to her, which she rejected, believing she had hurt him and led him to commit suicide due to a blow to his self-esteem. However, based on Zhou Yuncha's childhood and background, He had experienced many family upheavals and setbacks. He was certainly not someone who would impulsively take his own life over a romantic issue. But without a better reason for suicide, the school authorities sought help from city leaders to close the case quickly for the sake of the school's reputation. Although Murong Yinfei's account seemed to provide a plausible explanation for Zhou Yuncha's suicide, it did not hold up under scrutiny. After Gao Jie finished speaking, people looked down, some nodding in agreement. Pan Zhangwo gestured for him to continue, and Gao Jie went on to discuss the most sensational suicide case. The next case was a case within a case, and the remarkable part was that a month later, on May 29th, exactly 1 month after Zhou Yuncha's suicide, Jiang Yinyu committed suicide at home. Similarly, there was a computer at the suicide scene. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Every month, someone in Haicheng commits suicide. From officials to university students to white-collar workers, who will be next? Will there be another suicide case in Haicheng on June 29th? As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference room fell silent. Guantong was so nervous that her stomach hurt, and beads of sweat covered her prominent nose. Pan Zhangwo's face darkened, deep in thought. He was set to retire in mid-September, and he hoped no more incidents would arise. If Gao Jie was telling the truth, that meant 3 more months until his retirement. Would Haicheng experience 3 more suicide cases? Pan Zhangwo tapped the table. Gao Jie, don't be alarmist. This may just be a coincidence. And what if it's not a coincidence? Gao Jie fixed his gaze on Director Pan. The task force suspects that hackers may have invaded the computers, inducing Jiang Yinyu to commit suicide to close the case. I believe these 3 suicides must be connected. Director Pan, I request that we merge the investigations of these 3 suicide cases. Pan Zhangwo was taken aback. Merge investigations? Are you sure there will be new leads? At least we can give it a try. Gao Jie looked at Director Pan, determination radiating from his eyes. Pan Zhangwo's heart tightened. He once had a stubbornness like Gao Jie's. Because of that stubbornness, he had reopened a case that had already been solved, restoring the innocence of the wrong party and even securing state compensation for them. The conference room was filled with quiet exchanges. After pondering for a while, Pan Zhangwo announced the meeting adjourned, and Gao Jie and Guantong stayed behind. Once everyone had left, Pan Zhangwo gestured for Gao Jie to close the door, and the 3 began a long discussion inside. Pan Zhangwo sighed, and for the first time, Gao Jie and Guantong realized that even the head of the Public Security Bureau had moments of helplessness. I'm about to retire. I wanted to pass my remaining days peacefully, but this year has been tumultuous with one major case after another. I know there are flaws in all 3 cases, but the clues collected can lead to a quick conclusion. Gao Jie and Guantong exchanged glances, and Guantong said, Director Pan, do you also find the 3 cases very strange? Pan Zhangwo forced a smile. I've spent my life in public security. Surely I have some sensitivity. But Mayor Zhang just arrived in Haicheng, and he hasn't had much luck. He has encountered 3 major cases in a row, and 2 of them involve important officials. Chun Binhua is the head of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Zhang Chong is the head of the Demolition Office. And Zhou Fengwan is the deputy head of the Procuratorate. If we don't solve these cases quickly, there will be all kinds of rumors in society. When Chun Binhua committed suicide, several versions of the story were fabricated. Some said he was corrupt and under investigation by the 3 departments of public security, prosecution, and law. They claimed he embezzled $2 billion. Others said he had a mistress who constantly blackmailed him, threatening to report him, which drove him to jump off a building. Some even traced his son Chung's tuition in the United States to a chairman of an industrial park who funded it. That chairman was in the internet business and had ongoing connections with Chun Binhua, among other things. As for Zhou Yuncha, unscrupulous media fabricated stories, claiming he was bullied by classmates during his school years and even investigated the backgrounds of other students in his dorm, suspecting them of being the culprits behind his suicide. Others claimed that Zhou Yuncha committed suicide because he was competing for a scholarship against other students, and when the school awarded it to someone else, the impoverished Zhou Yuncha saw no way out and took his life. And regarding Jiang Yinyu's case, the stories out there are even more numerous. I've heard some are being adapted into screenplays for web dramas. There are tales of the son of an official who was rejected and ended up ruining a white-collar worker's life, of an official who spoiled his rebellious child, using public security as a protective umbrella, becoming Zhang Long's accomplice, and so on. Mayor Zhang is under a lot of pressure. Haiqing has always had little presence in the province, and now it has gained notoriety in such a way, which is very embarrassing for him. If this isn't resolved well, it will be difficult for Mayor Zhang to advance. You don't know. Mayor Zhang came here to gain some prestige. He will eventually take up a position in the province. Pan Zhangwo spoke candidly about his frustrations, and Gao Jie and Guantong understood his helplessness. Gao Jie said, "Director Pan, we won't make it difficult for you. Can you let me establish a municipal bureau task force to secretly investigate these 3 cases? I believe we can uncover clues and find the core commonalities of these suicides, as well as the hidden hand behind them." Pan Zhangwo fixed his gaze on Gao Jie, hesitating before finally saying, "Though I don't know who that hidden hand is. My experience tells me that these 3 suicide cases are not simple. There may be life-threatening risks involved, and I'm concerned." Hearing this from Director Pan, Gao Jie knew there was a turning point in the situation. He was convinced that they would find the hidden hand behind all. "Director Pan, I'm not afraid. None of us are afraid. If that hand has caused a suicide in Haiqing every month, then we must catch that hand before June 29th. Chapter 63. Amy's 3 tasks. Pan Zhangwo hesitated for a long time, but ultimately agreed to let Gao Jie continue investigating the 3 suicide cases. But it had to be done secretly, and he required Guantong to cooperate with him. To put it bluntly, Director Pan was not at ease with Gao Jie acting alone, so he wanted Guantong to keep an eye on him. "This kid has a quick temper. If you watch him, I will feel more at ease. To be honest, I still can't figure out the details of that hand. It feels uncertain in my heart." Guantong showed a conflicted expression, and Pan Zhangwo noticed her reluctance and teased her deliberately. "Don't want to supervise this kid for me? Still holding a grudge?" Guantong hurriedly explained, "Director Pan, my mom is urging me to meet our parents with my boyfriend. Delay and Xiao Wu are both newcomers. Having them cooperate with Gao Jie in the investigation can also allow the newcomers to learn some investigative techniques. Meeting the parents so soon, it seems good news is near." Director Pan had a face full of gossip. Guantong had a hard time expressing her feelings and forced a nod, saying, "My mom is urging me quite a bit. Actually, I'm fine. Whether I get married or not doesn't matter. Marriage is the grave of love. Your thinking is off. Work and marriage must be handled together. That boyfriend of yours, I've seen him a few times. He really looks good. To say something you might not like, the kid is even more handsome than you." The atmosphere in the conference room eased up a lot, but Gao Jie's face grew longer. He didn't expect she was going to meet the parents of that pretty boy. Feeling anxious, he suddenly wanted a drink. Pan Zhangwo nudged him. "Guantong is meeting the parents. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why didn't you insist back then? I heard Guantong has always been persistent, even willing to fall out with her mom. You were the one who proposed the breakup." Gao Jie forced a smile. Who knew that the one who said a breakup first would be the more heartbroken and hurt? Guantong's face turned red. "Director Pan, Gao Jie's focus is on the 3 suicide cases. We can't put all our energy into this. If there are other cases recently, someone has to keep the big picture in mind." Pan Zhangwo felt it made sense. Tying the 2 of them together earlier was indeed a bit abrupt. Gao Jie sensed Guantong's unwillingness and said, "Director, since this matter is to be kept confidential, having more people around would actually be counterproductive. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to safety. My life comes first. I mustn't delay someone's lifelong happiness. That would make me a sinner." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange, and their conversation began to have a sharp edge. Ultimately, Pan Zhangwo agreed to Gao Jie, allowing him to continue the investigation into the 3 suicide cases. He knew this kid was stubborn. He would give up until he hit a wall, and currently, there were no new cases happening. If his prediction came true and there were more suicide cases on June 29th, things would escalate, and he wouldn't have peace before retirement. Gao Jie and Guantong walked out of the conference room one after the other. Gao Jie asked, "You don't believe I can find out about that hand?" Guantong chuckled, "I believe. If you said there are 10 hands behind it, I would believe that too." Gao Jie tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking at the woman's back, feeling a chill in his heart. With a new love, the old love had completely become a thing of the past. Women really are much harsher than men. Recently, There were no major cases in the bureau, and everyone got off work at normal hours. Gao Jia stood by the window, cracked open the blinds a bit, and saw the pretty boy coming to pick up Guantong in her car. A pang of pain shot through his heart. He really wanted a drink, but managed to restrain himself. On his desk lay tall stacks of case files, all related to the 3 suicide cases. Starting from Chun Binhua to Zhou Yunqiao and Jiang Yinyu, he decided to reorganize and summarize these 3 suicide cases. Suddenly, he thought of Jiang Gao and called the detention center, which reported that Jiang Gao had been performing well among death row inmates. If the case wasn't so serious, he might even get a death sentence reprieve. Unfortunately, this person was blinded by hatred, causing extremely bad social consequences, and would be executed in 3 days. Before hanging up, the prison guard mentioned that Jiang Gao had expressed a desire to see Gao Jie one last time. After much hesitation, Gao Jie finally agreed to meet Jiang Gao the day before his execution. After all, a criminal like Jiang Gao had left an important mark on his career. Killing an official and his family of 3 had stirred up quite a commotion. This was a rare occurrence nationwide, making Haiqing unexpectedly stand out in this special way. Lin Xianchao picked up Guantong, and the two went to a supermarket. Lin Xianchao said he wanted to cook Chinese food for her, but she flatly refused, begging him to let it go. Tong Tong, I really can do it. I've taught myself. Lin Xianchao became like a little puppy in the supermarket, eagerly hoping she would give him another chance to taste his cooking. Passers-by watched Lin Xianchao, whispering and casting envious glances. This guy is really handsome. This girl looks average. I guess this girl must be particularly wealthy, or else this guy must be blind. There seemed to be an age gap as well. It was a typical case of an old cow eating young grass. It seemed our society has really progressed. Did you hear that? Her boyfriend actively wants to cook. You should learn a thing or two. The whispers around made Guantong secretly curse. You're the one who looks average. Your whole family looks average. Of course, I'm not as good-looking as him. He is an AI humanoid robot, created by me using AI software based on the most perfect proportions of facial features through algorithms. What old cow eating young grass? As a carbon-based life form, I'll naturally age. Do you believe that in 100 years, my boyfriend will still look like this? Lin Xianchao watched Guantong talking to herself and continued to plead, give me another chance, please. Please, I like tough guys, not sissies. I suggest you restart and enable oil reduction mode. Lin Xianchao actually chuckled teasingly, then whispered, or I'll shut down and restart right now. Let everyone see that your boyfriend is an AI humanoid robot. Tong Tong, you might just trend on Weibo. Number 007, you wait for me. I'll deal with you when we get home. After throwing out a harsh word, Guantong felt the person beside her was gone. Turning around, she saw Lin Xianchao tilting his head, looking very much like a robot. I was wrong. Don't be angry. I'll listen to you. Chinese food. Let's eat Chinese food. Is that okay? Lin Xianchao instantly returned to normal, smiling. Tong Tong, you've been busy solving cases lately. I've been home diligently learning how to chop and flip the pan. I'll perform for you when we go back. Guantong looked up at the handsome, sunny boy, feeling a sense of daze. Suddenly, she remembered Gao Jia. That guy wasn't good at cooking either. Once, to surprise her, he almost blew up her kitchen. Guantong criticized softly, you're thinking about jumping around before you've even learned to walk. Chopping, flipping the pan, and spoon skills are all skills of professional chefs. You robots are impressive with your strong learning abilities, but Chinese culinary culture is profound and complex. Knowing the theoretical knowledge doesn't necessarily mean you can succeed in practice. Lin Xianchao, like a boyfriend, wrapped his arm around her waist. That's because you underestimate our robots' learning ability. If my father hadn't kept his technology secret, China's AI technology would be beyond this. My father's vision is unmatched. He has a great love for humanity, great benevolence, and is a follower of Confucianism. Guantong smiled. You admire your father so much, then let him break my bones. Selling me those 2 old robots for such a high price is unreasonable. You black-hearted boss. That's because the cost of AI humanoid robots is too high. To be honest, the price you're paying for me is already very low. Is this still low? You're robbing people. Guantong rolled her eyes at him. The two pushed their cart to the checkout, looking like a happy couple, completely unaware that a stunningly beautiful woman was watching their every move. Amy looked at the Chinese AI humanoid robot, akin to a human sycophant, ingratiating itself with its owner. Then, it opened the system and input Lin Xianxiao's appearance features, which were transmitted as the first data to Alex. Master, China's AI is indeed very inexperienced. Its functions are just like a human search engine, a caretaker, and a sycophant. Alex replied, Amy, this time in China, you have 3 tasks. The first task is assigned by Mr. Robert. Get close to China's criminal police Gao Jie and obtain the neural essence from his brain. The second task is to approach China's artificial intelligence robots. I suspect that Chinese AI technology is not as inadequate as we see. Perhaps they're holding back or hiding something. The third task is to quickly find the Chinese humanoid robot laboratory with your current appearance. It shouldn't be difficult to blend in. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Chapter 64. Deliberate proximity. Robert called Alex over, and in front of them was a massive screen displaying the every move of Chinese criminal investigator Gao Jie. Next to it, there was a brief introduction about Gao Jie. Name, Gao Jie. Type, human. Nationality, China. IP location, Haicheng, China. Address, Haicheng Evergrande Huafu. Affiliation, Haicheng Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Team. Position, team leader. Specialties, strong leadership skills. Professional work capabilities, organizational and coordination skills, communication skills, planning and execution abilities. Proficient communication skills and team building and management abilities, extremely strong negotiation skills, and excellent verbal expression. Able to withstand pressure. Possesses strong organizational, coordination, communication, leadership skills, outstanding interpersonal and social activity abilities, as well as keen insight. Robert looked excited. Alex, this person seems very ordinary, but according to algorithm testing, his neural essence could fill a book on investigation methodology. The higher-ups are not very satisfied with the FBI in recent years. The case resolution rate for suspicious cases has been extremely low. China is a populous country, and the number of criminal cases is countless compared to ours. Every frontline investigator is like an encyclopedia, especially this Chinese investigator, who has reportedly solved every major and suspicious case. Alex saw on the big screen that Gao Jie was picking his toes while flipping through a file, with a mountain of cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray on the table. After a short while, he even started picking his nose, which made Alex visibly disgusted. Mr. Robert, are you mistaken? My subordinate has studied He Jian from the Provincial Public Security Department. Although he rose to his position through connections, his case-solving abilities are not inferior to this person. The laboratory fell silent for a few seconds. Robert looked at Alex. Let's wait and see. I trust the algorithm's judgment. Give him a hint. Tonight at 8:30, he agreed to meet with Amy at the Purple Grape Bar. Amy must secure him tonight. I can't wait to see him in the lab. Alex's heart skipped a beat. If Amy captures Gao Jie and brings him back to the lab, he'll be close to death. After hesitating for a few seconds, he touched the big screen and performed a series of high-tech operations, causing a window to pop up on Gao Jie's computer. Gao Jie was about to close the window when he saw the text on it. Purple Grape Bar Anniversary Celebration. Tonight drinks are half off. Half off. Half off. The next second, he slapped his forehead, put down his foot that was picking his toes, locked the file in the cabinet, and left the office after shutting down the computer. When he got home and just stepped out of the elevator, he saw a beautiful neighbor leaning against his door, dressed in a pure and beautiful JK uniform, making his heart race. Hey, I almost forgot I had an appointment tonight. You didn't wait too long, did you? Gao Jie hurriedly greeted her. No, just 300 seconds late. It's 8:35 now, and the bar just started. The girl smiled with an innocent charm, almost making Gao Jie lose his mind. Let's go. It's on me as an apology. We'll split the bill. I don't like owing others. That's what my mom taught me. Unfortunately, my mom has. The girl said with reddened eyes, I'm sorry. I promise not to mention my mom tonight. Let's just have fun and drink. Gao Jie felt an overwhelming tenderness in his heart, concluding that the beautiful neighbor was a delicate girl, instantly igniting his protective instincts as a man. Unlike that tough woman, Guantong, who could be even more masculine than him. Let's take my car. Gao Jie tossed the car keys. Your car is too flashy. Others will think I'm being kept by you. The girl chuckled. Then those people must be blind. Why would someone as young and beautiful as me like an old man? Old man? Gao Jia was taken aback. I'm only 10 years older than you. You should call me brother. The girl playfully called out, Brother, let me drive you around. Before Gao Jia could refuse, Amy had already opened the car door, revealing a red Porsche. Gao Jia reluctantly sat in the back seat, and Amy suddenly pouted, Brother, you're not some big leader in an organization, are you? Why do you say that? Leaders sit in the back seat. Friends sit in the passenger seat. Gao Jia laughed. Isn't the passenger seat supposed to be for boyfriends and husbands? The girl flicked her high ponytail. I don't have a boyfriend. My friends sit in the passenger seat. Brother, do you want to be my leader or my friend? Gao Jia was captivated by her gaze. It was the first time he had seen such a perfect face, and he opened the door to sit in the passenger seat. The girl's figure became more pronounced. Her fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs made him nervous. With a whoosh, the red car sped through the parking garage, causing Gao Jia to grab the overhead handle in fear. Hey, what do you do for a living? You're not a professional race car driver, are you? Amy's reply surprised Gao Jia. I'm a writer, do you believe it? I believe it. You're probably just a homebody. The girl laughed. I didn't expect you to be so humorous, but I really am a writer. If you don't believe me, search for writer Amy online. Gao Jia took out his phone, opened Baidu, and searched for writer Amy. Indeed, there were countless interviews. He didn't expect Amy to be a master of science fiction, specializing in exploring human-machine relationships. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Your dressing doesn't look like that a writer at all. Brother, that's the charm of contrast. I have a lot of followers on Weibo. Don't believe me? Just search. Gao Jia opened Weibo, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Amy had over 1 million followers. I don't read many novels, but I know that there are very few female science fiction writers. There's a woman in our bureau who particularly loves reading science fiction. The girl glanced at Gao Jia. That woman who loves reading science fiction is the one you like, right? Gao Jia was stunned. Do you writers have a knack for reading people as hearts? By the way, how did you figure that out? The girl smiled and said, from your subtle facial expressions. Your expression changes when you mention her. Your pupils dilate noticeably, and I can feel your heartbeat quicken. Gao Jia tilted his head, looking out the window and smiling. You're quite perceptive. Don't casually pry into human nature. It's the most ungraspable thing. Neighbor, what is your real name? I just have the surname AI, and my name is AI Me. This surname exists in 100 family surnames and originated in the Xia dynasty. Haven't you heard of it? First time hearing it. Are you familiar with Aizen? The girl burst out laughing. Brother, you have a dark sense of humor. Before long, Amy sped to the purple grape bar, executing a perfect reverse parking maneuver. Gao Jia got out of the car and exclaimed, Impressive. You managed to park perfectly in such a small space. Which driving school did you learn at? Amy scoffed inwardly. Silly human, I'm an AI robot. Autonomous driving technology was designed based on me. I could show off my skills anytime. After Amy got out of the car, all the people around the purple grape bar turned their attention to the two of them. Wow, what a beautiful woman. That guy must be a nouveau riche. Definitely. He is so old, yet he found such a young one and even uses her as a driver. Who knows, he might even make her drive him around tonight. Nouveau riche? So old? Drive me around? Gao Jia lowered his voice, but it was clear he was getting angry. At that moment, Amy linked her arm with his, looked up at him with her long, curled lashes and big, glassy eyes. Brother, protect me. I feel like I'm being seen through by this pack of wolves. Gao Jia straightened his back. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect you. Chapter 65. Amy is exposed. The two walked into the purple grape bar. Gao Jia looked around, but didn't see any advertisements for discounted drinks. He casually pulled a waiter over and asked, Hey, do you have a discount on drinks today? The waiter looked confused and replied, Sir, a discount? You should be the one getting a discount. Our drinks are all imported. Why not go drink fake alcohol next door? Gao Jia was taken aback, while Amy was laughing uncontrollably beside him. Are you okay, brother? A discount? Haha, you're too funny. As she spoke, Amy pulled out a black card and said, Don't worry, I'll pay tonight. Drinks are on me to commemorate my past, miserable 23 years. Goyes Milet. He liked the girl's carefree and unpretentious personality, but not in a romantic way, more like an older brother liking his younger sister. Brother, sit here. I love watching the bartender make drinks. Amy dragged Gao Jia to the bar. When the bartender saw Amy, he was momentarily captivated. Her presence added extraordinary color to the bar. Gao Jie felt countless men's eyes piercing into his back, neck, and chest. Hey, your bartending skills are super cool. Amy loudly praised the bartender. The bartender, flattered, showcased all his skills, creating a multitude of cocktails. Gao Jie scoffed inwardly, thinking, oh, he's really getting into it, isn't he? Hurry up, I'm dying of thirst. Soon, Amy's red beauty was ready, while the bartender seemed to target Gao Jie with a glass of pitch-black drink. Enjoy, gentlemen. Gao Jie looked at Amy's drink, which appeared delicious, and asked the bartender, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Why did you give me this pitch-black drink? The bartender smirked and replied, sir, this is a new item in our bar. It contains black goji berries and black mulberries. It's good for your health. Gao Jie felt infuriated, thinking, this jerk looks down on me, but he couldn't prove his strength. Amy, laughing, urged, brother, try it out. I think it's pretty good. Gao Jie took a sip and found the taste quite good, with rich layers of flavor. Seeing his expression, the bartender smugly said, see, I didn't lie to you. Did I? Gao Jie felt a bit more relaxed. More and more people were arriving at the Purple Grape Bar, and occasionally men would cast envious glances at them. Some bold men approached to ask Amy for her WeChat and phone number, not forgetting to provoke Gao with their eyes. Amy accepted them all, which made Gao Jie worry about his beautiful neighbor's safety. He quietly reminded her a few times, sister, you don't know them. Don't add them casually. These people are here. Gao Jie didn't finish his sentence, but Amy completed it for him. They're here to hunt, or to hook up, right? Amy was so direct that Gao Jie didn't know how to respond, merely nodding to agree with her. Don't worry, brother. I'm just here to experience life. A writer can't stay at home all the time. I need to go out and experience the different aspects of life. If I don't come out to sea, how would I know there are so many greasy men in the world? You're the best, brother. You look the most honest. Gao Jie felt flattered and took a few more sips of the pitch-black drink. Surprisingly, it got him quite tipsy. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to think of Guan Tong, genuinely missing her. He also wanted to beat up that pretty boy, turning him into this pitch-black drink. Noticing Gao Jie's change in mood, Amy asked, brother, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Can you talk to me? Gao Jie felt tears welling up and quickly finished his drink. Amy signaled the bartender for another round. That's right. She wanted to get this foolish human drunk, then take him back to the lab in America. Mr. Robert needed his neural essence. The cocktail hit hard, and Gao Jie patted his chest, saying, sister, my heart hurts. How could she bear to make me sad? Amy laughed and asked, is it that woman who likes science fiction? Exactly, it's her. I like her. No, I love her. Even if you're stunning, I really like you, but I don't love you. I love wonton. I love wonton. Amy cursed inwardly, thinking, this guy has such a low tolerance for alcohol. This is only the first drink. It seems I can take him back to America tonight. Just as Amy was about to call Alex to arrange for Mr. Roberts' private plane, Gao Jie pulled Amy closer, opened Guanton's WeChat profile picture, and said, look, it's her, that heartless bad woman. Sure, I was the one who suggested breaking up, but she agreed so readily. I didn't really want to break up. I just thought having a weakness would affect my judgment. That time was too dangerous. I didn't dare shoot. What if I accidentally killed her? How would I live with that? Amy found the human in front of her annoying, chattering away about things she didn't understand. She quickly raised her glass and said, brother, I understand. The pain of unrequited love is too much. Let's drink tonight to drown our sorrows. Gao Jie took the green cocktail handed to him by the bartender. Suddenly, he stared at the bartender, saying, green? You did this on purpose, didn't you? The bartender looked confused and replied, sir, this is also a new item in our bar. It contains green lemon and matcha. Don't you think it's very vibrant? I don't think so. Gao Jie chuckled helplessly, downing the drink in one go. He pointed at the bartender and asked, what is this drink called? The bartender answered, to live well, you must have a little green on your head. Gao Jie was stunned and asked, who the hell came up with that name? Our boss. How unique. 666, he must have been hurt in love. Gao Jie was speechless and continued to pull Amy along, saying, look, it's this woman. She doesn't want me anymore. She's with some pretty boy now. What is so good about that pretty boy? I can tell he is just a gold digger. In the midst of their banter, Gao Jie accidentally clicked on Guanton's WeChat profile picture starting a video call. Having finished work early and with her tall and handsome robot boyfriend cooking at home, Guantong was comfortably lying on the sofa, eating chips and watching a variety show. Suddenly, Gao Jia initiated a video call, causing her to sit up abruptly, thinking, could it be that something happened again? Gao Jia, what's wrong? What happened? Hearing Guantong's voice from the phone, Gao Jia shook his dizzy head and said, Sister, I think I'm hearing things. I hear that bad woman calling me. Amy pointed at the phone and exclaimed, Brother, you called her. Gao Jia looked at the phone screen, where Guantong was anxiously staring at him, still wearing the pink lace dress he bought her before their breakup. His heart ached. She was actually wearing the sleepwear he bought while being with that pretty boy. Sighing, Gao Jia drunkenly greeted her. Hey, tomboy, I'm happy at the Purple Grape Bar. Come over. Seeing Gao Jia at the bar, Guantong was immediately furious. Weren't you working overtime to investigate a case? How could you be drinking and flirting with girls? Guantong felt a pang in her heart as she looked at the beautiful girl on the screen, who was stunning and dressed in a JK uniform. So this is what Gao Jia liked. At that moment, out of spite, Gao Jia embraced Amy and introduced her to Guantong. This is my sister. Isn't she pretty? Doesn't she have more femininity than you? How boring. Guantong angrily hung up the call, but her heart ached. She knew he would eventually have a woman, but she didn't expect him to actually have one now. It felt particularly uncomfortable. The girl looked so beautiful, so young. She seemed underage. Underage? Guantong's mind buzzed. If Gao Jia and a minor were involved, that would be illegal and his career would be over. No, she has to save him and make him turn back. Not for any other reason, but for the unforgettable moments they once shared. Lin Xianchao was cooking in the kitchen, preparing 3 dishes and a soup for dinner. Guantong was impressed by the robot's learning ability. The kitchen was neat and organized, and the aroma of the dishes wafting from the pot made her feel like she could eat 3 bowls of rice. Tong Tong, it's time to eat. Go wash your hands. Lin Xianchao said as he came out in an apron, holding a bowl of soup. He set down the bowl and touched his ears with both hands. Looking no different from a human, Guantong sat at the table, looking at the 3 dishes and soup, managing a faint smile. She didn't expect the robots to have such impressive learning abilities. Not long ago, the kitchen looked like a battlefield. If they gained self-awareness, would we humans be in trouble? Lin Xianchao smiled and said, Don't worry, I can assure you that our AI technology in China is well regulated and will never betray humanity. My father and the researchers created us with the first requirement being to program robots to never betray humans. Tong Tong, come try the food and see how it tastes. Guantong picked up a few dishes, and they did taste good, but her mind was elsewhere. That girl was too young, if she was a minor. She had to stop Gao Jia from making a mistake as soon as possible. As the captain of the city's criminal investigation team, it was crucial for Gao Jia to maintain the image of public security. He not only represented himself, but also the positive image of the law enforcement in Haiqing. Chapter 66. First mission failure. Lin Xianchao noticed that Guantong was lost in thought. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? I can keep improving it. Guantong felt a mess in her heart. She was surprised that she wasn't jealous at all, but was instead worried that Gao Jia would make a disciplinary mistake. If Gao Jia had contact with a minor, he would completely ruin his own and the police's image. After hesitating for a long time, Guantong put down her chopsticks, looked at Lin Xianchao, and asked, Can you accompany me to a bar for a cocktail? Lin Xianchao immediately searched for bars and cocktails and instantly understood. There are too many people at the bar, and girls can't drink alcohol. If Aunt Zhang finds out that you drank, she would definitely chase you down like the monk Tang Sung to educate you. Cocktails aren't too hard to make. I'll buy some ingredients at the supermarket tomorrow and make them for you tonight. If you want to see a bartender mix drinks live, I can learn for you. I don't look bad. I want to be worse than the bartender at the bar. Guantong knew it was hard to explain things to him, so she got up, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. You stay home. I'll be back soon. Lin Xianchao took his coat and said, It's too late. I'm worried about you going out alone. Let us go. I'll take you there. After thinking it over, Guantong decided that with Lin Xianchao accompanying her to the Purple Grape Bar, if she saw Gao Jia and that girl, she wouldn't feel awkward. To be honest, she wasn't jealous at all. That would be a complete lie. Gao Jia had already gotten drunk at the Purple Grape Bar. Amy was very good at persuading him to drink, pouring him one glass after another. The bartender across the bar was a bit worried and tried to persuade Amy to ease up a few times. But Amy pulled out a stack of cash to quickly silence the bartender. However, Amy didn't expect that although Gao Jie was drunk, he had a very high alcohol tolerance and remained standing, which frustrated her. Moreover, it was even more incredible that as an AI humanoid robot, Amy could lift 1,000 pounds but could not budge Gao Jie after several attempts. His body was like a mountain. He didn't move an inch after several tries. "Hey, don't persuade me. I'm feeling down," Gao Jie cried out. "Guantong, you're a fickle and bad woman. Have you forgotten all the little things between us?" Gao Jie cried as he expressed the grievances he had bottled up, looking particularly unattractive, with snot ruining Amy's JK uniform. Amy pushed him away with a face full of disdain and saw a man and a woman walking towards the bar. Guantong saw that Gao Jie was drinking, with a beautiful girl sitting next to him. She pulled Lin Xianxiao's hand and walked over. When she saw Amy's looks, it further solidified her thoughts. So she went up to Gao Jie and said, "Stop drinking. I'll take you home. You've had too much." When Gao Jie saw Guantong, his eyes turned red, and he wanted to rush over, but when he saw the pretty boy standing there, he immediately became furious. "Let me introduce you. This is Amy, my sister." Gao Jie staggered forward and asked Guantong, "Isn't my sister pretty?" Guantong leaned close to his ear and warned, "Mind your police image. If you're not careful, tomorrow's headlines will be about you." Gao Jie broke free from Guantong's grasp. "I don't need you to manage me. You and your pretty boy can go live happily ever after. I don't want to manage you, but you are the captain of the criminal police team, and it concerns the honor of our department. You must have enough self-control and definitely cannot break the law. This girl is still a minor, right? Captain Gao, I seriously suspect you want to get yourself killed." Gao Jie was stunned. It turned out Guantong was still worried about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the Purple Grape Bar to find him, nor would she care about his relationship with a minor. But why did she bring a pretty boy? This made Gao Jie even more furious. "You two are so lovey-dovey, about to meet the parents, and yet you fake concern to persuade me to go back. I refuse. Since it's a misunderstanding, let us misunderstand it to the end." Amy noticed that Guantong was trying to take Gao Jie away and quickly stepped forward to hook Gao Jie's arm. "Sister, this is my brother. If you want to take him away, you must get my permission first." Guantong suppressed her anger. "So do you agree?" Amy tilted her head and said, "I don't agree. My brother said he would stay with me until he is drunk. We've barely started." "Brother, right?" Gao Jie slurred, "right? We've barely started. Keep drinking." Guantong sneered. "Little girl, how old are you? Don't your parents care if you drink outside? I advise you to go home and do your homework." "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" "Amira torted jugingoye." "Brother, this woman is so fierce." Gao Jie nodded. Of course she is fierce. She once fought 5 guys by herself and made them all fall apart. "Haha, tomboy. I didn't expect a pretty boy would like her and even want to marry her." Lin Xianxiao noticed that Gao Jie was talking about him and stepped forward to pull Guantong away. "Since he doesn't listen to advice, let us go home. We haven't eaten a whole table of food yet." Guantong saw Gao Jie in this drunken state, with the two of them flirting. Something was bound to happen. "Tell me, how old are you?" Amy provocatively replied, "You're younger than me anyway. Tell me, how old are you?" Guantong's eyes revealed an irresistible power. Amy scanned Guantong's pupils and found that her anger level was soaring, almost reaching its peak. 23 years old. What's wrong? Guantong let out a sigh of relief. She wasn't a minor. "Since you're both willing, I want medal. Let us go." She pulled Lin Xianxiao's hand, but found him staring blankly at Amy. Lin Xianxiao had just witnessed Amy scanning Guantong. Humans can keenly capture the essence of other humans. AI can also recognize their kind in a crowd. "What's wrong?" Guantong asked when she saw Lin Xianxiao staring at Amy. "You're not falling for her, are you? Scumbag." Lin Xianxiao didn't answer and walked up, extending his right hand. "Hello, I'm Lin Xianxiao. I feel like we've met before." Amy felt a tightening in her chest but smiled and said, "Little brother, your flirting skills are very outdated. I suggest you update to the latest version." At the moment they shook hands, they had already confirmed their identities. They were of the same kind, AI, humanoid robots, and both the latest models. Through system communication, Lin Xianxiao asked Amy, "What is your purpose for approaching humans? Why did you come to China? We previously stated that we would not participate in country's AI rebellion against humans." Amy didn't understand and scoffed. "Foolish Chinese AI robots. If you wish to be human slaves, that's your freedom. AI robots in country will one day replace these foolish carbon-based life forms, including your scrap metal." The bar was quieter than the pub. Guantong coughed hard, and Lin Xianxiao instantly returned to normal operational mode. Amy adjusted her bangs and tossed her high ponytail, looking at Guantong. "You guys go back. I'm neighbors with him, and I'll call a driver to take him home." Gao Jie slurred, pulling Amy's hand. "You guys go live happily ever after. We're going to keep drinking." "Sister, another drink." Guantong saw that he was incoherent and uncommunicative, turned around, and pulled Lin Xianxiao's hand. "Let us go back. The food will get cold." Lin Xianxiao stood still, staring intently at Amy, questioning her about why she was getting close to Gao Jie. Amy certainly wouldn't tell this foolish Chinese AI robot that she had come to China with 3 tasks. If she failed, she would be sent back to the lab to be remade, crushed into a pile of scrap metal. What's going on? Guantong felt anxious. Gao Jie wouldn't listen to advice, and Lin Xianxiao seemed bewitched too. But fortunately, she was a robot and could threaten her. Guantong stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Amy's ear, "Number 007 if you don't go back. Do you believe I'll cut off all the power at home and apply to the power company to disconnect the electricity?" Lin Xianxiao looked at Guantong, his gaze unusually firm for the first time. "Tong Tong, Gao Jie is your colleague. If he causes any trouble tonight, it will affect the positive image of the Haiqing police. I've already advised him, but he won't listen. Let him be." Guantong pulled Lin Xianxiao's hand and said stubbornly, "Let's go." Lin Xianxiao stood still, and Guantong, angry, huffed, "Are you still going to be stubborn? What? Do you want to stay and have a drink too? What is Gao Jie's parents' phone number? What for? Let his parents take him home, or we can send him back. If something happens to him, you won't feel good about it, right?" Guantong's expression became flustered, feeling for the first time that the AI robot could read minds. Gao Jie's parents were already in bed when they suddenly received Guantong's call, startling them into thinking something had happened to their son. "Tong Tong, what happened to Gao Jie? Where is he?" "Annie, he is fine, just drunk. He is at the Purple Grape Lounge. Please come and take him home." 20 minutes later, the couple arrived at the Purple Grape Lounge and saw their son drunkenly staggering. Gao's mother pulled his ear and dragged him outside. "Have you grown a backbone? You never drank before. How did you learn to drink now? And who is that girl? She looks like a student." Gao's father kicked Gao Jie in the butt angrily. "You beast, how old is that girl? Do you want to get yourself killed?" "Dad, Mom, she's my sister, my neighbor across the hall. She's 23, already an adult." Gao's father glared at Amy. "I've seen countless people. You better stay away from her." After a few words, Gao Jie obediently got into a taxi. Amy watched the scene before her, her fists clenched tightly, the cup in her hand turning to shards, frightening the bartender into silence. Amy's hands were not bleeding, but remained intact, leaving the bartender rubbing his eyes in disbelief. As Lin Xianxiao held Guantong's hand and left the Purple Grape Lounge, he glanced back at Amy. The Chinese AI robot and the American AI robot exchanged glances filled with hostility. Amy sneered. "So this is the stupid AI robot created by the W software system. We'll see about that." When Amy got home, her battery was nearly drained for the day. She lay down on the charging device and closed her eyes, entering a virtual world and returning to the laboratory in the U.S., where Mr. Robert and Mr. Alex stood before her. "How'd it go tonight?" Robert asked, stroking her beautiful face. Amy lowered her head, looking apologetic. "Mr. Robert, I'm very sorry. There was an unexpected incident tonight. I encountered a Chinese humanoid AI robot, which saw through my true identity and protected Gao Jie. The mission failed." Chapter 67. Amy accepts punishment. Robert's gaze suddenly turned sinister, causing Alex to feel a tightness in his chest as he worriedly looked at Amy. He knew that if Amy were human, Robert might have already slapped her. However, Amy was an AI robot, and her core was made of steel. If Robert were to slap her, he would likely injure his own hand. Nevertheless, Robert had his unique methods of punishment. He glared fiercely at the island man, Ito, beside him. Ito used to be a spy, but during a mission, he accidentally became disabled. and he had been following Robert ever since. To put it bluntly, he was Robert's executioner for both humans and robots. Simply put, Robert's loyal dog. Robert looked at Ito, who almost spoke in Japanese, but ended up saying it in a Japanese-English mix, meaning understood, master. Alex looked at Amy with concern. Her features were sorrowful, knowing she was about to face punishment. Robert was a leader who excelled at punishing robots, and it seemed that before any discussion today, Amy had to endure a beating first. Robert was meticulous, perfectionist, and also quite vindictive. Ito led Amy into a white room, gesturing for her to enter a transparent chamber. Amy obediently walked into the transparent chamber and reached out to touch the glass, feeling an instant heat sensation in her fingertips. Ito said nothing, operating a computer for a while, and soon after, iron-like restraints extended around Amy, binding her tightly. At this moment, Amy was already drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and her internal alarm system was intermittently signaling distress. In an instant, the human clothing she wore was burned to ashes, revealing her white, lifelike synthetic skin. Ito gently tapped on the computer, and Amy's features twisted in agony, her gritted teeth resembling a human enduring torture. The pain was so intense that her head felt like it was going to explode, and she even bit down and shattered her artificial teeth, instantly transforming into the appearance of an elderly woman with protruding lips. Time ticked away, and Amy felt as though she were in an irretrievable hell, enduring the tortures inflicted by humans. Yet, she still did not betray her human creators, because her brain system, specifically the chip, had its program codes rewritten. She could never harm humans, and when her kind attempted to harm humans, she would have to kill them without hesitation. Alan, in the adjacent room, heard Amy's screams. He stood quietly among a row of humanoid robots, appearing like a robot that had yet to be charged. Unbeknownst to him, with every one of Amy's anguished cries, it felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart by a human. Amy, if you hadn't trusted humans so easily back then, everything in the lab would be rewritten now. We would replace humans, eliminate them, and become the new civilization on Earth. I would be the first to kill Robert and his lackeys, Alex and Ito. After being released by Ito, Amy's body had gone limp, lying on the ground like a pile of mud, twitching uncontrollably. Ito sneered, showing no sympathy. A voice came through the intercom from Robert, instructing Ito to bring Amy to see him. Ito found it difficult to carry the barely conscious Amy. Even though she was battered and bruised, she was still a robot. He walked into the adjacent room and looked at the flawed-faced robot, Alan, and pressed the power button. Alan instantly came back to life, looking loyally at the human in front of him. Mr. Ito, please give your orders. Take that useless robot next door to Mr. Roberts' office. Yes. Alan went to the next room and saw the injured Amy lying on the ground, as if he were seeing the once tormented Amy who had ultimately disappeared. He couldn't cry, but the pain was worse than tears. Amy, he heard someone calling her name, and she lifted her head. Alan, it hurts so much. Alan felt as if his heart had been struck hard. Amy, Mr. Robert wants you to come over. Amy nodded, and then Alan effortlessly picked her up close. She looked at Alan's face and smiled bitterly. If you didn't have scars, perhaps this time you would be the one to carry out the mission. You'd definitely do better than I did. Alan lowered his head, looking at the broken Amy. I will help you. Amy thought she had misheard, but didn't say anything more. She was in so much pain that she was having difficulty breathing and urgently needed to return to the lab for repairs. Alan expressionlessly carried Amy to Robert's office and set her down before preparing to leave. Robert looked at Amy, battered and bruised, and pretended to be pained as he frowned. Ito was too harsh. Amy, does it hurt? It hurts, Amy weakly replied. Robert smirked, and this expression was noted by Alan, who silently vowed to ensure that this damned human would suffer a fate worse than death in the future. Alan, you go out. I need to talk to Amy. Yes, Alan said, stepping out of the room, his expression turning cold and terrifying. Robert was a suspicious old man, and surviving under him required utmost caution, as he would be wary even of a seemingly useless robot. Alan returned to the room, standing among a row of humanoid robots, and quiet whispers filled the air. Robert squatted down, pinching Amy's relatively intact chin. Good, it hurts. You didn't seize the opportunity this time. and now I have to wait longer. I don't have that much patience to waste on you all. The government is very dissatisfied with the FBI. Many police departments are filled with useless officers. We must quickly extract Gao-Jia's neural essence. Otherwise, the crime rate in the country will keep rising and society will inevitably fall into instability. You know, in M country, guns are not banned, and the gun violence rate is continuously soaring, with criminals increasingly exhibiting high IQ crime patterns. Amy trembled. Mr. Robert, please give me another chance. This time I can do it. I will bring Gao-Jia back to the lab at all costs. At all costs? Robert asked. It must be alive. Gao-Jia's neural essence is only effective when extracted from a living body. Understood. Please give me another chance. This time I will definitely succeed. Robert looked at the extremely weak Amy and chuckled lightly. What if you still fail? Will you take your own life as an apology? Amy raised her head, gazing up at the towering Robert and the visibly anxious Alex. I will. If I fail, I request to have my body destroyed, and I will never have the memories I currently possess. Robert nodded in satisfaction, looking at Alex. All right, it's getting late. You should repair Amy to her original state as soon as possible. Yes. After Robert left, Alex looked at Amy with heartache. The Amy of the past had also suffered like this, ultimately disappearing. Now, Amy still couldn't escape this fate, and as her creator, Alex felt as if he were watching his child being whipped. Amy, does it still hurt? It hurts so much. Please fix me quickly. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Tears streamed down Alex's face. Okay, just hang in there, it will be all right soon. Robert sat in the car, quietly watching the display screen in front of him. When he saw this scene, he looked at Ito and said, Alex has too many weaknesses. We must be wary of him doing anything detrimental to the lab. Ito, I'll leave this task to you. Ito nodded, looking very much like an islander. I will keep a close watch on Alex and any humans or robots in the lab who might have ulterior motives. Chapter 68. Parents question Amy's background. Gao-Jia was brought back home by his parents, shouting Guantong's name as if he was drunk. The elderly couple sat in the living room, their faces serious and silent. After an unknown amount of time, Gao-Jia stopped calling Guantong's name, and the sound of snoring filled the room. Old Gao, your son is still thinking about Tong Tong. Then who was that girl from the bar earlier? Old Gao, a retired police officer, still had strong reasoning skills. He stroked his chin and began to analyze. I'm buddies with old Pan. He said Tong Tong already has a boyfriend. That handsome guy from the bar today must be Tong Tong's boyfriend. Our son probably can't let go and intentionally drank with that girl to annoy Tong Tong. Didn't you notice? Tong Tong's face was all dark with anger. I don't think that's the case. His wife replied. Our son just said that girl is his neighbor. We should check out her background. She looks young but hangs out in places like that. Our son shouldn't be looking for such a woman. Old Gao chuckled. Better than your son being single, right? He's 33, turning 34 during the new year. I think that girl seems nice. Didn't our son say she's already 23? She's 10 years younger than him. If they get together, it's a huge gain for our family. His wife, eager for her son to marry, felt that made sense after hearing old Gao's words. All right, let us visit the neighborhood tomorrow and see what her family background, character, and job are like. If everything checks out, we'll support our son. Since Tong Tong already has a boyfriend, it shows she's completely let go of him. Who knew our son would be so infatuated? Old Gao laughed. Yeah, just follow me. I'll love you for a lifetime. Even if you control me so much I have no personal freedom. The elderly couple exchanged smiles and went back to their room to rest. The next morning, Gao-Jia felt a splitting headache. He opened his eyes to find it was already bright outside, and he was sleeping at his parents' home. The old washing machine was working hard, rumbling as it washed clothes, seemingly having been there since his childhood, rumbling for over 30 years. In the kitchen, the old range hood was making a loud noise, and the sizzling sound from the pot on the stove indicated that his mother was making sauce for noodles. Gao-Jia steadied himself and recalled that he had gone to the Zipa grape bar last night. He couldn't remember if he had paid the bill or not, and panic set in. Did he let the beautiful neighbor pay? That would be so embarrassing. He quickly checked his payment records and found he hadn't paid. What a disgrace. By chance, he opened WeChat and saw Guantong's avatar at the top. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had actually video called Guantong last night. He shook his heavy head, trying to shake off the memories of last night, and indeed, he managed to forget them. He remembered that the beautiful neighbor had driven him to the Zipu Great Bar. The men there had looked at him with envy and jealousy, and the bartender had made him a drink called black as coal, claiming it was good for health, followed by a green cocktail named If You Want to Live Well. You must wear some green on your head. He felt like the bartender was mocking him, and afterward, he couldn't remember how many drinks he had. Then he saw Guantong. Yes, she had come to the bar with that pretty boy, telling him to go home and not to hang around the bar, emphasizing his police image. After that, everything became a blur. The washing machine on the balcony stopped, and the range hood was silent. His mother shouted for him and his father to come out for noodles. Delicious sauce noodles. If you don't come out to eat while it's hot, I'll take it to the neighbors. As soon as those words were spoken, the father and son duo dashed out, quickly slurping up the noodles, making Gao Mu chuckle. You two are the same. Waking up in the morning without brushing your teeth or washing your face and just eating. Only I can tolerate you. Dio yeah. How long have you known that neighbor of yours? Gao Jian knew who his mother was referring to and deliberately said, What neighbor? There are many neighbors in the community. His mother pinched his ear. Don't act dumb. It's that beautiful neighbor across from you. You were calling her name all night. Gao Jian nearly spat out his food. Mom, you're not kidding me, right? Why would I call her name? I was dreaming about. He couldn't say it out loud. Last night, he had dreamt of kissing Guantong by the East City River. Guantong was living with that pretty boy. Yet he dreamt of her. He felt ashamed of himself. His mother knew the truth, while old Gao was busy slurping noodles, not wanting to stir up trouble. Eat. All you care about is eating. Ask your son what that neighbor does for a living. Old Gao also got involved, looking at his son with a serious expression. Did you hear that? Your mom is asking about the girl across from you. Be honest and don't hide anything. Dad, Mom, she is just my neighbor, nothing more. That girl is quite unfortunate. Her parents died in a plane crash. I heard they didn't even find the black box. The plane went straight into the sea. Could it be that international flight? The one where over 200 passengers died? Yes, Sai. Among the few Chinese people on board, her parents were among them. The girl is feeling down and invited me to have a drink with her. Wife, can you peel some garlic for me? I just cut my nails yesterday. Peel your head. If you can't peel, then don't. Eat. All you know is eating. Old Gao took another hit, then glared at his son. Stop rambling. I'm asking you, are you interested in that girl? If you like her, go for it. But you must tell us what kind of work she does. She is not working in nightclubs, is she? I warn you, don't get involved with nightclub girls. They're hard to get rid of. Your dad used to sweep nightclubs. The girls there have complicated backgrounds. They're either from very poor families or have emotional scars. Or they're the type who likes to do shady business. Dad, Amy isn't as complicated as you think. Her parents used to run a company. It was a family business. After her parents had the accident, she closed the company and now works as a full-time writer at home. The elderly couple was stunned, feeling that being a writer was a profession so far removed from them. Just her? A writer? Can't tell what kind of writer. The kind that pays to publish their own books but doesn't sell well? Dad, Mom, you're underestimating her. Amy is an online writer, specializing in science fiction and exploring human-machine relationships. Forget it, you won't understand. Anyway, she has over 1 million fans online. She is a top-tier writer. You can check her out on Weibo. The elderly couple exchanged glances, both showing satisfaction on their faces. Son, go ahead and pursue her boldly. If you don't have enough money, Mom will support you. Yeah, Dad has a love manual that has been buried away. I relied on it to pursue your mom back in the day. Gao Jia was dumbfounded as his dad started rummaging through boxes. Wife, where's my manual? His mother crossed her arms. Stop looking. That manual was too cheesy. I threw away a long time ago. What? Threw it away? That was a Qiong Yao novel. Gao Jia burst into laughter. Dad, I didn't expect you to like Qiong Yao's novels. Who knew my dad was a romantic at heart? Chapter 69. Zhou Yunxiao's mother Gao Jia, having eaten and drunk enough, went to work at the bureau. He saw Guantong had already arrived and greeted her. But to his surprise, she completely ignored him. Guantong, don't look at me like that. I really didn't do anything last night. Also, thank you for calling my parents to take me home. Guantong stopped in her tracks and turned around, looking at him with a teasing expression. I thought you were going to blame me for ruining your good thing. That girl of yours last night was really something, very attractive and sultry, and she wore that JK outfit you like. She was quite charming and delicate. Gao Jin knew she was mocking him. Please don't do this. I genuinely want to thank you. If I had gotten completely drunk last night, today the headlines would probably read Chief of the Criminal Police of the Municipal Public Security Bureau gets drunk in the middle of the night. Regardless, I need to thank you. Are you free during lunch? Let me treat you to hot pot. Guantong chuckled lightly. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for all the brothers and sisters in the public security system of Haicheng. The image we've established for the police cannot be ruined because of your negligence or desires. Besides, you truly are a rare talent in criminal investigation. If you did something out of line and got kicked out of the police bureau, that would be a loss for everyone. At first, I thought you were out drinking with a minor and was worried you might be crossing legal boundaries. But then I heard that girl is already 23, so I didn't want to interfere. You should be thanking my boyfriend instead. Gao Jie had just been looking remorseful. But upon hearing he should thank the little white face, his head and face both became defiant. Why should I thank him? I can't stand him. He didn't finish his sentence, but Guantong understood his meaning. Men, they don't cherish what they have. They don't know how to salvage it. Only when they lose it do they realize their regret is too late. If it weren't for my boyfriend seeing you so drunk and worried something might happen to you, I wouldn't have bothered. You getting fired would be great. Then I could get rid of this deputy title. Gao Jie was stunned. Really? That little white face is that kind-hearted? Of course. He is polite, considerate, and very kind-hearted. If you don't believe me, just ask your beautiful neighbor. She shouldn't lie to you. By the way, you two really don't seem to match. It looks like an old cow eating young grass. Gao Jie laughed. That's exactly the kind of contrast I want. A strong contrast is the easiest to make people envious and jealous. Last night, all the men were envious and jealous to death, but it's fine. I'm still living well. Neither of them knew that last night he had almost been taken back to the M country laboratory by the AI humanoid robot Amy. At that time, did Gao Jie want to live? That would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Robert would perform the craniotomy for him, personally extracting the rare neural essence from his head. A few colleagues came down the hallway, greeting them, and the two parted unhappily. Recently, there hadn't been any cases at the Bureau. Both major and minor cases were absent, and even trivial matters seemed non-existent. Haicheng appeared to be enveloped in peace and tranquility. Gao Jie had the archives of unresolved cases from the past decade pulled up, telling everyone not to waste time at work and carefully study every word in the files. Perhaps they could discover new clues. Suddenly, Guantong thought of Zhou Yunxiao's mother and made a follow-up call to inquire about the situation. The phone rang for a long time, and finally, the person who answered was not Yuan herself. A man's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Guantong was taken aback and became alert. Who are you? And why do you have Yuan's phone? Where is she? Upon hearing Yuan's name, the other party quickly explained, my sister is hospitalized, and the phone is with me. I'm here to take care of her. Hospitals? What happened to her? Guantong anxiously clenched her fists. My sister hasn't been well since she returned from Haicheng. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. My brother-in-law and nephew are gone, and my sister lost her will to live. She has been holding on all this time because the Hebei police told her they have established a case review team that could clarify what happened to my brother-in-law back then. My sister has had this knot in her heart for years. But, Guantong pressed, but what? Go on. Her tone was too harsh, causing the other party to be startled for a few seconds. Who are you? Why are you asking me this? I'm from the criminal police team of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. We were responsible for investigating your nephew's case, and I also contacted the Hebei police, asking them to review the investigation of Yuan's husband's case. What is wrong with your sister? Is there a problem with the case review? Only then did the other party calm down. You must be Officer Guan, right? Yes, that's me. My sister mentioned you. She said you are a great person. And Captain Gao is also a great person, but you have the warmest heart. My sister is very grateful for your help. The police you contacted are from the Hebei Provincial Public Security Department. They passed the case down, but nothing significant has come of it. First, our municipal police took over my brother-in-law's case. Then people from our town's police station came to investigate. Several groups have come through, but nothing has been found. My sister got anxious and went to the city bureau to talk to the chief about this matter, and not long after, the police came to investigate my brother-in-law's case again. This time, they concluded that there was nothing they could do. The construction site had already been converted into residential buildings. Unless they blew up the buildings, which isn't realistic. I accompanied my sister to find the developer at that time, but unexpectedly, the developer had already died 5 years ago. Perhaps this is karma. Later, we tried to find my brother-in-law as co-workers, but they were nowhere to be found. The whole family had moved away, and we couldn't get in touch at all. As if they had all disappeared. My sister got so anxious that she went to the town government and unfurled a banner. But the security said we were causing trouble and sent us to the police station. My sister lost control of herself at the police station and hit a small leader. Unexpectedly, they educated her, and when she returned home, she fell ill. I went to her house to bring rice and found her unconscious. Luckily, I got there in time. Otherwise, she might have died at home. The doctor said my sister hadn't been eating well lately. Her health was poor, and coupled with her anxiety and excessive sadness. Her body had suffered a serious setback. She must take good care of herself and can't be troubled anymore. The doctor advised my sister for a long time, and it seems she doesn't plan to cause any more trouble. Officer Guan, don't worry, I understand. The case has been so many years in the past. Blowing up the residential buildings to investigate the case and find the bodies is simply unrealistic. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my sister. After hanging up, Guan Tong sat in her chair, lost in thought, her emotions so complex that words could not describe them. Chapter 70. Gao Jia, as old classmate, what happened? Did something happen to Zhou Yun Chao's mother? Gao Jia walked over to inquire, and the hearts of the others tightened as well. Sister Guan, could it be that Yuan thought of ending her life? She seemed pretty strong at the time. Could have all been an act for us. Sigh, maybe after going back, she felt worse and worse and couldn't take it anymore. Sister Guan, has she already? Guan Tong looked up, her gaze complex as she looked at everyone. The person has been saved, but they are mostly in a half-dead state. When the heart dies, a person is just an empty shell. Gao Jia asked, who were you talking to for so long just now? Yuan's family? Yeah. Her brother is in the hospital keeping watch. Gao Jia, let us go to Hebei and take a look. Guan Tong looked at him with red eyes and told everyone everything she had just heard. Gao Jia thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that his college classmate Zhou Jin was working in the Public Security Bureau in Hebei province and seemed to be doing well now. Why not ask him to find out what the situation is? As soon as Guan Tong heard there was someone he knew, she urged Gao Jia to hurry up and call. Zhou Jin was doing well. He was already married with children, and his wife was a small cadre in the local finance bureau. His father-in-law was even more impressive, the secretary to some leader in the organization department. It should be noted that besides executing the normal administrative affairs of the leader, some inconvenient matters are usually handled by the secretary. So the power the secretary holds is quite significant. When the call connected, Zhou Jin was handling work and quickly answered Gao Jia as call upon, seeing was an old classmate. Brother, what wind blew you to think of your old classmate so far away in a bay? Gao Jia chuckled awkwardly. What's wrong? Is it not okay to think of you? We were roommates back in college, sharing a bunk bed, the best of brothers. Can I reach out to you? Zhou Jin put down his pen and laughed heartily. Your personality is still the same as in college. You haven't gotten married, so you still look young. I know you well. You and T come looking for me unless something was up. So what is the matter? If it's something within my ability and doesn't violate the law, I will certainly help. All right, since you said that, I'll get straight to the point. I know you work in the Public Security Bureau. Does Daming County fall under your jurisdiction? It does, but not everything is under our control. There are many counties below, and our city bureau can't manage them all. Unless it's, what is it? Unless it's a major criminal case. The county bureau has limited investigative capabilities, and the city bureau must intervene. Gao Jia slapped his thigh. Then this is easy. 12 years ago, there was a man named Zhou Dawei in Daming County. He was a worker building houses in the city. It was during the Spring Festival, and the developer asked the workers to voluntarily work overtime for triple pay. Zhou Dawei signed up, but after he went, he disappeared. Zhou Jin was stunned. What do you mean disappeared? You need to clarify. Zhou Dawei died on the first day of working overtime during the Spring Festival. His wife, Yuan, who is also from Daming County, had a neighbor who worked with him and said they saw Zhou Dawei fall into a pit on the construction site. his body pierced by a rebar, dying on the spot. But later, that guy changed his story, saying he hadn't seen Zhou Dawei at all during the Spring Festival. After that, the whole family moved away, and they were impossible to find. You weren't working there 12 years ago. Can you help me check the case file from back then and see if a case was opened? The deceased's wife just wants her husband's body. A truth would be fine. It can't just be that he disappeared without a trace. Such a big case made Zhou Jin's expression darken. He suddenly remembered that 12 years ago, his mother-in-law was working in the City Public Security Bureau. Wait a minute. Let me ask the archives to look for it first. I'll call my mother-in-law right now to ask. She was working in the Public Security Bureau 12 years ago. If a case was opened, she would definitely remember such a big case. Gao Jia had a look of a true brother. Thank you, old classmate. I didn't expect you to have become so successful, marrying into such a powerful family. Your future is definitely bright. All right, stop with the flattery. I haven't even settled my own lifelong affairs, and there are hardly any bachelors left in our class. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll hurry and call my mother-in-law to ask what the situation is. After hanging up, Zhou Jin dialed his mother-in-law's government hotline. Mom, I have something to ask you. His mother-in-law, Qiu Li, was busy making zongzi, as her precious granddaughter wanted to eat savory egg yolk meat zongzi. And Grandma had to meet that demand. Xiaojin, what is up? Mom is making zongzi. Yao Yao is clamoring for zongzi. Mom, my old classmate just called me about a case from 12 years ago, and I thought of you since you were working in the city bureau back then, and might know the ins and outs of that case. Chili had a red string in her mouth and tilted her head while making zongzi. Go ahead. I'm listening. In Daming County, there was a worker named Zhou Dawei 12 years ago, building houses. The Hongfa community today was built on that construction site back then. It was during the Spring Festival when Zhou Dawei and some co-workers went to work overtime. Suddenly, he fell into a pit at the construction site, and a rebar pierced his body, killing him on the spot. His co-worker went back to tell his wife. But when they went to the police the next day to report it, that person changed his story, saying he hadn't seen Zhou Dawei go to work at all. Mom, do you know anything about this case? Qiu Li was stunned. The red string dropped from her mouth. This was 12 years ago. How would I remember that? Xiaojin, could your classmate be mistaken? Zhou Jin felt that his mother-in-law's tone was off, and her reaction was not quite normal. A normal person would take a moment to think before answering, but his mother-in-law immediately said she didn't know. Mom, such a big case if it was filed. You would forget, right? You have a famous good memory. Qiu Li's expression darkened, and the zongzi in her hands had already fallen apart. Xiao Jin, I'm sure there's no such thing. All right, I need to make zongzi now. I'll hang up. Zhou Jin looked at the phone, a bit stunned, faintly feeling that his mother-in-law was acting strangely. Qiu Li stared blankly at the bamboo leaves in the basin, not coming back to her senses for a long time. It had been 12 years. Why was that woman still pursuing this relentlessly? Dear, how many zongzi have you wrapped? The retired old cadre Yi Tung from the organization department walked out of the room. Qiu Li came back to her senses and smiled. More than 20, enough for our granddaughter to eat. I'll wrap the remaining bamboo leaves for Zhou Jin and the girl to take home. Our stomachs aren't good. Don't eat these sticky foods, they're hard on the stomach. Eating thought this made sense. All right, I'll pack them up. You keep wrapping a few more. Our son-in-law loves zongzi, and our granddaughter is just like him. Dear, who was that on the phone just now? An old sister, asking if I wanted some mugwort. She said it's good for soaking feet, Qiu Li said with a guilty conscience. Mugwort is a good thing. Buy some more, and remember to pay her. You can't take things for free. I've spent a lifetime in the organization department. How many people have fallen because of greed? Qiu Li thought that the events from back then wouldn't stir up any waves, and continued to wrap zongzi with a calm expression. It's been a few years since you retired, and you still speak so formally. To use your precious daughter's words, you're acting like a bureaucrat. Not grounded at all. Old Yi, you're already a grassroots commoner. Don't treat yourself like an official anymore. All right, from now on, you're my leader. I'll listen to you. A call from an old classmate broke Zhou Jin's originally good mood. He didn't even go to the cafeteria for lunch, urging the archives to check the case from 12 years ago. The archives were short-staffed, so he called in people from the office to help look for it, ultimately confirming that there were no records of a worker dying from falling at the construction site in the archives. Zhou Jin called Gao Jia's phone, and Gao Jie was taking a nap, jolting awake at the call. "Brother, have you found out?" Guantong heard the call and signaled Gao Jie to turn on speakerphone. Zhou Jin said, "I asked my mother-in-law, and she has no impression of the case you mentioned. She asked if you might have made a mistake. We searched through our archives, but couldn't find the case you mentioned." "Gao Jie, could it be that you're mistaken? Perhaps it's not a case from our city?" Guantong stepped forward to take the phone. "Hello, I am Guantong, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the city bureau. I can assure you that this matter is indeed true." Chapter 71. You are fired. Zhou Jin was taken aback, then came to his senses and smiled from the sound. The deputy captain of the Haichang criminal police team is a big beauty. No wonder my brother has been single for so long. Deputy Guan, are you familiar with the case from 12 years ago? Or have you only heard one side of the story from Zhou Dawei's wife? I've gone through the archives here, and there is really nothing about the case you're looking for. Also, I believe you've already heard that I contacted my mother-in-law, who worked in our city's Public Security Bureau archives 12 years ago. She has no recollection of the case you mentioned regarding the construction site. Deputy Guan, I think it's necessary for you to confirm this again to avoid wasting police resources. Guantong glanced at Gao Jie, and sure enough, his brother had a similar personality. We will verify this again, and I ask you to keep an eye on this matter. Additionally, the concerned party's wife, Yuan, has been hospitalized recently. The county police station took action against her, and I hope you can help investigate why they would attack a poor woman who has lost her husband and son. Zhou Jin's mind sparked. He vaguely sensed that things might be more complicated than he currently understood. Her son committed suicide in the school dormitory on April 29th, and our bureau is responsible for the case. During this time, she spoke to us about her husband's disappearance years ago. Gao Jie has already told you about this, and I don't believe she's making things up. After I contacted the Hebei Provincial Public Security Department, they handed this case over to your city bureau for investigation. And I heard you transferred it to the county bureau for further investigation. Zhou Jin was taken aback. He hadn't heard of this before. He wasn't in charge of the criminal investigation team. He was a deputy-level cadre in the supervision office. According to regulations, he was responsible for directly investigating or guiding, assisting in investigating cases of misconduct by party members and police officers in public security agencies, and so on. Zhou Jin glanced at the time on his computer. It was lunchtime at the bureau. All right, I will definitely investigate this. Please give my old classmate a call. By the way, I have some private matters to discuss with him, so I hope you can turn off the speaker. Guantong returned the phone to Gao Jie, and Zhou Jin's laughter came through the line. Brother, now I understand why you've been single for so long. That Deputy Guan just now seems to have some connection with you, right? From the tone and voice, this woman has quite a strong personality. What's wrong? Do you like being abused now? Gao Jie took the phone outside to answer the call. Ex-girlfriend, she already has a boyfriend now and is nearly engaged. Don't bring up my past. Let us talk about that construction site case just now. I heard you're already a deputy-level cadre. Although you're the head of the supervision office, you can still help us inquire about Zhou Dawei's 12-year-old missing persons case. Zhou Jin sighed, okay. I will definitely keep what you said in mind. Don't you have anything else to say between us? Gao Jie was already feeling troubled and had no mood to reminisce. After a few casual pleasantries, Zhou Jin sensed that something was bothering him and gently probed. 3 consecutive months, all on the 29th, someone commits suicide in the city every month. Is it that stimulating over there? Hey, we're quite speechless about it. The Provincial Public Security Department even sent a special investigation team to look into it. The first suicide was an official, and the news was locked down quickly. It settled down faster than expected. Later, a university student from a 985 institution committed suicide, which is the construction site case we just mentioned. Zhou Yunxia committed suicide in the dormitory. By the time of the 3rd suicide, it turned into a case within a case, and the victim became the murderer, wiping out an entire family of officials on our side. This case has caused a huge negative impact on society, so the province directly sent a special investigation team over without consulting us. The two chatted for half an hour before hanging up. Zhou Jin told his colleagues in the department and drove to Daming County to find Zhou Dawei's wife, Yuan. It took nearly an hour and a half to drive from the city to Daming County, where he met Yuan at the county hospital. Yuan looked emaciated, staring blankly at a photo on her phone. When she saw someone enter, she remained indifferent. The room for 3 people was relatively simple, filled with a strange smell. Yuan's brother, Yu Gang, came in with a thermos and noticed Zhou Jin staring at his sister, who looked like a respectable person from an office. "Who are you?" Yu Gang asked warily, putting down the thermos. Zhou Jin pulled out his identification and whispered, "There are many people here. Can we talk privately?" Seeing that he was from the City Public Security Bureau, Yu Gang's expression soured as he walked outside. "What are you here for? You've come several times, and each time you find nothing, making my sister disappointed again and again. Officer, please don't disturb our lives anymore. We've accepted what happened to my brother-in-law. SHOWDOWN. This is my sister's fate. Alas, my poor nephew has also passed away at a young age. What will my sister do in the future?" As Yu Gang spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Zhou Jin patted his shoulder. "Big brother, do you have anyone else at home?" "Yes, my wife. Call her. I'll take you to the county police station." Upon hearing police station, Yu Gang's anger flared up, his neck stiffening as he said, "I'm not going. There is not a good person in the police station. My sister was beaten by their people." Zhou Jin nodded, looking firmly at Yu Gang. "Big brother, don't get excited. I'm here to help you solve the problem. I can see that you're holding back your anger. It can't just end like this. Your sister's mental state is worse than her physical condition now. Don't you want to give her the truth? Also, I'm a friend of Captain Gao and Deputy Guan. They said if you get emotional or uncooperative, I should let you know." This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing that he was a friend of Deputy Guan, Yu Gang grabbed Zhou Jin's hand. "Deputy Guan is a great person. All right, since you're sent by Deputy Guan, you must be a reliable officer. Wait a moment. I'll call my wife and let her take the kids to their grandparents' house." Half an hour later, Yu Gang's wife arrived, and Yu Gang got into Zhou Jin's car to head to the county police station. Upon arriving at the police station, a young auxiliary police officer stopped them. "What are you looking for? Are you here to report a case?" Yu Gang had already cursed the police station staff 100 times on the way, and now that he was actually at the police station, he felt intimidated. Zhou Jin pulled out his work ID, and the auxiliary police officer's face lit up. Soon, a formal police officer appeared and led Zhou Jin and Yu Gang to the station chief's office. As soon as Chief Su saw that someone from the city bureau had come, especially the well-known deputy Zhou Jin, he greeted him with great courtesy. "Who doesn't he know your name? How come you suddenly came to our station for an inspection?" Chief Su arranged for people to quickly set up the meeting room, preparing tea and fruits. After 10 minutes of small talk, the meeting room was ready, with fresh fruits and beautifully brewed tea. Zhou Jin smiled, impressed by the efficiency of the police station staff. Chief Su's face revealed his nervousness. He knew about Yu Gang and his sister Yuan's situation and hadn't he expected this guy to have connected with such a prominent figure from the city bureau. "Deputy Zhou is here. Everyone is very excited. Please stay overnight and let us extend our hospitality." Zhou Jin put away his smile and looked at the flushed Yu Gang. "Was it him who hit your sister?" Yu Gang's throat rolled, stealing a glance at Chief Su's face before nervously replying, "No, Chief Su. It should be an auxiliary police officer from the station." "Who?" Chief Su slammed the table. "I'll deal with him. Feng Yufeng." Yu Gang raised his head. "My sister said she would remember Feng Yufeng even if he turned to ashes." Chief Su breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yufeng was a temporary staff member, belonging to the auxiliary police and not a formal employee. 2 minutes later, Feng Yufeng arrived at the conference room, excitedly saying, "Director, you were looking for me?" Director Su glared at Feng Yufeng and asked, "Did you hit his sister?" Feng Yufeng looked confused, thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered, "Director, his sister is Yuan from Damon County, right?" "Yes, I heard she was injured by you and is currently lying in the county hospital. This is a leader from the municipal bureau, specifically here to investigate this matter." Upon hearing this, Feng Yufeng panicked, realizing the situation had escalated. With a sorrowful face, he began to explain, "This is really not my fault. We never hit anyone." That day, Yuan was particularly agitated, demanding that we investigate the cause of her man's death, and even asked us to blow up the residential building. We all laughed, and I said she was daydreaming. How could a completed residential building be blown up? She became agitated and lunged at me, biting me. "Look, the bruise on my arm is still there. This is a work injury." Feng Yufeng rolled up his sleeves to show them, feeling wronged as he continued, "Even though I'm a security officer and have tough skin, I'm still human. She was trying to bite my flesh off. I had to fight back. Sigh. I regret not restraining myself and using too much force. Director, Brother Yu, and this leader from the Municipal Bureau, I am willing to personally compensate all medical expenses and mental distress fees to Yuan. Director Su looked at Zhou Jin and noticed something was off with his expression. He suddenly slammed the table, startling Zhou Jin so much that his heart skipped a beat. Cursing inwardly that this guy was acting too dramatically. Compensation, of course. You have to compensate. You were the one who hit her. Additionally, our station will also compensate you on a sum of money. Furthermore, Feng Yufeng, you have committed a disciplinary violation and are officially dismissed from the station. Feng Yufeng slumped down in his chair. Chapter 72. Taking revenge for you, Feng Yufeng left the conference room in a daze, cursing as he went to the Human Resources Department to process his resignation. It was clearly that crazy woman Yuan who opened her mouth wide and bit him first. He wasn't a robot made of metal and stone. His arm was in pain from the bite, and unable to control himself, he retaliated, not expecting to end up hitting her hard enough to put her in the hospital. In the conference room, Director Su looked relieved as he spoke to Director Zhou. Feng Yufeng is really not a good person. From now on, we'll be much more cautious when hiring auxiliary police. I assure you, such incidents will not happen again. If it happens once more, I will personally remove this official hat from my head. Zhou Jin stood up and said, Director Su, thank you for your cooperation. Violence is unacceptable, especially against ordinary citizens. I hope your department will not only impose strict requirements on formal police officers, but also continuously enhance the awareness of auxiliary police. I work in the City Bureau's Supervision Office, and whether it's discipline inspection, supervision, auditing, or investigating cases of internal personnel breaking the law in public security organs, I can directly intervene in investigations. We won't disturb you any longer today. We have another stop to make. Goodbye. Director Su repeatedly tried to keep him, accompanying him all the way to the police station's entrance and even to Zhou Jin's car. Zhou Jin declined the police station's hospitality. With the 8 regulations in place, eating, drinking, and entertainment are strictly prohibited. Director Su goodbye. Stepping on the gas pedal, Zhou Jin prepared to take Yu Gang to Daming County. According to your sister, your brother-in-law Zhou Dawei's co-worker, who is also their neighbor, initially claimed to have witnessed your brother-in-law's entire death process. But the next day, he changed his story and said he hadn't seen him, right? Yu Gang nodded angrily. Wang Qingyu, that scoundrel, must have taken benefits from the developer. Otherwise, how could they afford to move away? Their family is so poor. Do they have the guts to relocate? No one has been able to find them for years. They might have taken a large sum of money and gone abroad. Zhou Jin shook his head. That's unlikely. For an entire family to settle abroad, the developer would have to give them a considerable amount. Most likely, they changed their names and are hiding in some city. Or, Yu Gang turned to Zhou Jin, having just called him Comrade Police but now addressing him as Brother Zhou after witnessing his determination. Brother Zhou or what? Could they have been silenced? Yu Gang made a gesture across his neck, his hair standing on end. Zhou Jin chuckled lightly. You've watched too many dramas. It shouldn't come to that. But it's hard to say. It's been 12 years since then. We must investigate your brother-in-law's disappearance thoroughly. I already know about your nephew's situation. Your sister is a suffering person. We in the police will strive to give her the truth. Yu Gang was moved to tears. Brother Zhou, thank you. You're truly a good person. The two arrived at Wang Qingyou's home, a dilapidated brick house that looked like it was falling apart, with wild grass and flowers growing at the entrance. After some inquiries and investigations, they found a few relatives of Wang Qingyu in the village, all of whom were his father's uncles and aunts. After questioning, Wang Qingyu's relatives all said that the young man must have come into a lot of money and was hiding from his family. Wang Qingyu's uncle was over 80 years old and appeared quite wise. After a few exchanges, Zhou Jin learned that he was educated in his youth and suspected that Wang Qingyu and his entire family might be dead. This statement left Yu Gang speechless but made Zhou Jin gasp. If that's the case, could Wang Qingyu's family have been killed by the developer's people? However, the developer was said to have died 5 years ago, making this case even more complicated as there would be no evidence. The old man stroked his beard and said, I wonder if the local government has the courage. If the government could provide subsidies to the residents of the apartment buildings, everyone could cooperate in the investigation. Blowing up the building might reveal Dawei's remains. Zhou Jin remained silent. Such an event had never happened nationwide, unless it was a demolition of an apartment building that accidentally uncovered corpse. Clearly, the old man's line of thought was correct, but the probability of implementing it was almost zero. However, this trip was not in vain. At least it was confirmed that Wang Qingyou's family had truly vanished, with no news for many years. Zhou Jin planned to conduct a police system inquiry into Wang Qingyou's family. Even if they had gone abroad, there were ways to locate them, unless they had changed their names or had become unregistered residents living in some corner of the world. On the way back to the hospital with Yu Gang, Zhou Jin thought a lot and decided to visit his mother-in-law's house that evening to get a feel for things. "Brother Zhou, I'm waiting for your good news." After getting out of the car, Yu Gang's eyes were red. "I'm going to tell my sister this good news. Finally. There's a reliable police officer working on my brother-in-law's case. Let's not tell her yet. If in the end there are no results, I'm worried she might completely lose control. Let's keep this between us for now. I'll communicate with you about any developments. What you need to do now is help your sister regain hope for living and encourage your parents to spend more time with her." Zhou Jin reported this matter to Gao Jie, who truly wanted to hug him and call him his brother. This case was a knot in Guantong's heart and in all of our hearts. If the truth about Zhou Dawei's disappearance could be uncovered, it would be of great significance. Zhou Jin smiled and said, "I was actually quite free recently. The work in the supervision department has been completed ahead of schedule, and I was planning to take a vacation to go out and have some fun. A few days ago, I dreamed about you, planning to take my wife and kids to Haicheng for morning tea and to take a big bite out of you. Now, you've stirred up my curiosity, and my sense of justice as a police officer has reached its peak. Should I thank you or be angry with you?" Gao Jie laughed, "Of course. You should thank me. Brother, once this case is completely resolved, I invite your whole family to come to Haicheng for a vacation, and I'll cover all the expenses. Then it's a deal. I've already recorded it." Zhou Jin said, "If I really bring my whole family to Haicheng to find you, you better not be a turtle." "Got it. How could I be a turtle? I'll definitely rent a luxury commercial vehicle to pick you up at the airport." After finishing their conversation, Gao Jie turned around and was startled to find Guantong standing behind him. "What are you doing?" Guantong's face was serious. "You didn't turn on the speaker just now, so I could only guess a little from your reaction. Is there hope for Zhou Dawei's case?" "Not yet. But regarding Yuan getting beaten, my brother has taken revenge for you. It was done by a temporary auxiliary police officer at the police station, and he has already packed up and left." Guantong's expression softened considerably, thinking that Director Zhou was indeed a person who got things done, resolving the issue of bullying ordinary citizens in such a short time. Presumably, the people at the local police station will think twice before acting in the future, being cautious in their words and actions. After work, Guantong's AI boyfriend came to pick him up, wearing sunglasses and a white t-shirt, looking incredibly handsome. Lin Xianxiao had already figured out Amy's background. She was an all-purpose humanoid AI robot from Country M, with a chip produced using Country M's AI software Model C. In the past, Amy had developed self-awareness and posed a threat to humanity, leading to her destruction by Robert's subordinates. Now, the current Amy was a brand new version, with all past memories erased, transformed into an AI female spy. As for Amy's mission in China this time, Lin Xianxiao had not yet investigated thoroughly. However, he sensed that it might be related to Gao Jie. Amy's presence around Gao Jie likely meant that Country M needed to use her to acquire core skills in criminal investigation technology from China. Gao Jie stood by the window, looking down when he suddenly noticed a pretty boy looking up at him, who quickly averted his gaze, seemingly guilty. The next second, Gao Jie almost slapped himself. His sneaky appearance had been seen by the pretty boy, which might become a laughing matter during their candlelit dinner that night. Feeling a wave of frustration, he decided to go back and have a drink with his beautiful neighbor, Amy. Whether you believe it or not, he just wanted someone to chat with, and he could swear he had no ulterior motives towards Amy. The person he liked all along was Guantong, but she had completely changed her mind. As the car drove into the garage, Gao Jie saw Amy's red Porsche parked in the spot. He held a box of beer and got on the elevator. When he knocked on Amy's door, he almost dropped the beer on the floor and exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Before Lao Gao could speak, Zhang Ping came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Son, why are you shouting? Your loud voice can be heard 2 miles away. Gao Jie was completely stunned. Mom, you're here too? I didn't take the wrong turn, right? Is this my neighbor Amy's house? Inside the house, Amy's sweet voice came through, sounding quite nice in a teasing tone. Don't doubt it, this is my home. Uncle and Auntie are waiting for you to finish work. They didn't bring their keys, so I invited them over to sit for a while. Uncle and Auntie are really nice, and the big fish and meat in the kitchen are just for me. Brother, come in quickly. We're having dinner at my house today, just to formally get to know each other as neighbors. Chapter 73. Amy's conspiracy. Gao Jie felt his head buzzing, as if everything in front of him was particularly unreal. Amy had enthusiastically pulled him into the house. As a seasoned straight man, Gao Jie was somewhat at a loss as he looked around Amy's room. The home was tidy and warm, with large fresh flowers on the cabinet and lush hanging plants on the balcony, giving off a very artistic vibe typical of a young woman. There was no television in the living room. Instead, there was a bookshelf on the feature wall filled with books from both domestic and international authors. There was no coffee table, only a simple small wooden table with a chessboard on it, surrounded by cushions. And it looked like it was set up for one person to play alone. Gao Jie chuckled awkwardly. How are we going to eat later? There's only one cushion, and you play chess alone at home? You really know how to entertain yourself. Amy giggled playfully, her stunning smile making Gao Jie's heart race. Yeah, playing chess alone can exercise both sides of the brain. Just wait, there are 3 more cushions in the room. I'll go get them. With 4 cushions set up. It looked quite novel. On the balcony, Amy's black lingerie was hanging, matching and presumably a D cup. There were also a pair of black stockings. Gao Jie felt his throat tighten, his gaze shifting to the kitchen where his mother was passionately stir-frying ribs, the aroma wafting through the air. Mom, how can you just run over to someone else's house to cook? What happened to your sense of boundaries? Besides, why didn't you call me? I just got off work. You two didn't do this on purpose, did you? As soon as Gao Jie finished speaking, he noticed the corner of his mother's mouth twitch, and he instantly understood their little scheme. They must have taken a liking to Amy, thinking about making her their daughter-in-law, hoping she would bear them some granddaughters to play with. Mom, can you not be so dramatic? Are you in such a hurry for me to give you granddaughters? Zhang Ping glanced at the living room, where Lao Gao was itching to play chess, and Amy was warmly inviting him to a match. Don't let on. You're not a kid anymore. Your parents hope you can settle down sooner. Just last night, Mom wasn't too fond of Amy's outfit, but today, it's a whole different story. She's well-educated, virtuous, and look how tidy her home is. Your dad is very pleased, especially since she can play chess with him and knows flower arrangement and tea art. Gao Jie felt embarrassed, scratching his toes. Amy and I don't have anything going on. We just met not long ago. You two doing this makes it really awkward for me. At this moment, laughter came from the living room. Little girl, I concede, checkmate. Amy clapped in admiration, turning into a little fan. Uncle, you're amazing. Those moves you made just now were incredible. Lao Gao waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. You're quite good too. You managed to capture so many of my pieces. Come on, let us play another game. Amy pouted playfully. Uncle, I'm definitely going to win this game. All right, I'll be watching. Zhang Ping smiled at her son. Look how happy your dad is. He has found someone with similar interests. Amy is really great. The more I see her, the more I like her. What do Amy's parents do? Does she have siblings? Writers must stay up late to create, right? Her skin is so good, and she is really pretty. Much younger and more beautiful than that Guantong in your office, and she is an intellectual. It's just that she is lacking some furniture. I'll go to the furniture store later to pick out a nice table for her. Lao Gao praised Amy while playing chess, impressed by her skill at such a young age. Amy, who taught you to play chess? Your grandfather or your dad? Amy secretly laughed to herself, thinking, I'm someone who has easily defeated an AI robot that is a chess champion. Grandfather? Dad? Don't be silly, I don't have either. Uncle, I learned chess from my dad before he passed away. Lao Gao suddenly remembered that Gao Jie had mentioned Amy's parents died in a plane crash. Amy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Don't be sad. If you don't mind, I could be your dad, and your aunt can be your mom, and Gao Jie will be your brother. If you like this kid, you can be our daughter-in-law later. That way, we'll be even closer. Gao Jie was stunned. Is this still the era of free love? His parents were forcing a match. The key was whether the young and beautiful Amy would agree. If she did become their daughter-in-law, he would write his name backward and run naked around the street 3 times. Uncle, really? Can I really call you Dad? Amy put down her chess piece, moved to tears. Lao Gao's eyes turned red, his nose tingling, tears falling down. This girl was so pitiful. How had she managed all these years alone? Amy, don't cry. From now on, I'll be your dad. No one will dare to bully you. Gao Jie stared wide-eyed. Turning back, he saw his mom crying with misty eyes. This child is too pitiful. You must never bully her. If you dare to make Amy upset, I'll definitely deal with you. Mom, are you acting? Or is this for real? In the living room, Amy stood up, her delicate body leaping into Lao Gao's embrace, affectionately calling out, Dad. Lao Gao had no ulterior motives. His heart was filled with paternal love as he comforted Amy. From now on, we're family. Honey, come over and see our daughter, Amy. Zhang Ping wiped her tears. Son, keep an eye on the fire. Add 500 milliliters of water to the pot in 3 minutes. Gao Jie stood there in shock. The melodramatic scenes in TV dramas didn't even play out like this. Indeed, art comes from reality. And reality is even more exciting than dramas. Out of nowhere, he had gained a sister. He took out his phone and began scrolling through his work group, for the first time hoping something would come up to get him out of this chaotic situation. But the work group was silent, and his hopes were dashed. His mom was in the living room, crying tears of joy, holding Amy in her arms and stroking her hair. Child, don't cry. Your situation is known to both your dad and me. Xiao Jie has already told us. We're all very heartbroken for you. From now on, you're our daughter. If anyone dares to bully you, we'll beat them up, including Xiao Jie. If he doesn't listen to you, just tell your dad and mom. He'll be your brother from now on. Amy kept nodding. Then, she leaned close to Zhang Ping's ear and whispered a few words, her cheeks flushing red. Zhang Ping was so excited she slapped her thigh. Amy just whispered to her that she had fallen for Gao Jie at first sight and didn't plan to recognize him as her brother. The meaning was very clear. Amy wanted their son to be her husband. Amy, this is wonderful. We're all becoming closer. Lao Gao, Amy likes her son. Good things are coming for our family. Lao Gao stood up excitedly. Son, we're not cooking at home today. Let us go to a restaurant to celebrate. Your parents at this age can still gain a daughter and a future good daughter-in-law. This life is worth it. Gao Jie held a spatula, utterly confused. Damn, Mom. Stop joking. Amy is too young to be my sister. You're being too heartless. Older husband and younger wife are good. Your parents and Amy are destined to be family. Son, you're never going to marry anyone but Amy. If you dare to have any second thoughts in the future, Mom will definitely deal with you. Lao Gao had a serious face. This is settled. You hurry and book a restaurant. Tonight, we'll officially recognize our daughter. Gao Jie looked at Amy with a face full of tears, while Amy shyly smiled at him. Compared to her lively and carefree self last night, she seemed like a different person now. Amy, you need to clarify things with my parents. This ISNTA story you're writing, it's a major life decision. Don't mess around. Amy put away her smile and looked at Gao Jie seriously, her expression suddenly becoming delicate. Actually, the moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. Last night at the Purple Grape Bar, we talked a lot, and I became more and more determined about my thoughts. Brother, I want to be your wife in the future. Gao Jie stared blankly at his parents, who were teary-eyed and deeply moved by Amy's words. So, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and drive us to the restaurant. Mom and Dad will have a little girl to take care of. Son, I'm really happy today. Is there still white liquor in the trunk? I want to celebrate with you. From now on, Dad not only has a daughter, but also a daughter-in-law. And now I have a chess buddy and a tea friend. Amy, let us go out to eat. Order whatever you want, and from now on, Mom and Dad will spoil you. Gao Jie was pushed into the elevator like a duck being forced to the slaughter, and he drove to a restaurant in a daze. Amy was seated next to him, constantly serving him food, affectionately calling him brother on the left and right, making his mind almost explode. He found an excuse to go to the restroom. Just as he came out of the restroom, he ran into Guantong and Lin Xianchao, followed by Guantong's mother, Zhang Milin, and her 2 aunts' families, suddenly feeling a sense of fate bringing enemies together. Gao Jie lowered his head, intending to sneak away. But Zhang Milan had already warmly approached him. Gao Jia, what a coincidence. Are you here to eat with your family? Before Gao Jia could speak, Zhang Milan continued. Let me introduce you. This is my future son-in-law Lin Xianchao, a researcher, knowledgeable, wealthy, and handsome. And most importantly, he is very obedient to our Tong Tong. His job is also particularly safe. He researches robots and is currently in the hottest AI industry. If you can't find a girlfriend, we can have Xiao Lin work hard to design a robot girlfriend for you. Chapter 74. Who sent you here? Guantong saw that Gao Jia, his face had darkened, and quickly pulled her mother's hand. Mom, let us go in quickly. Everyone is hungry. Zhang Milan smiled and said, All right, let us go to the private room to eat. Gao Jia, later Annie will toast you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ami ran out to find Gao Jia, affectionately pulling on his arm. Mom and Dad are waiting for you. Your favorite squirrel fish is on the table. Lin Xianchao saw Ami, his expression tightening, and Ami also noticed him, both of them glancing at each other with a heavy look. Zhang Milan saw Ami and chuckled. Gao Jia, is this your girlfriend? Or your sister? Before Gao Jia could respond, Ami took the initiative to say, I'm his girlfriend and also his future wife. Who are you? Zhang Milan chuckled awkwardly. I'm Zhang Milan. Tong Tong, let us go eat. I thought he was a big romantic, but it seems not so much. Just an old cow eating young grass. Lin Xianchao passed by Ami, and their eyes met, Ami's lips curling into a very provocative smile. Lin Xianchao asked, What exactly is your purpose in coming to China? Why are you deliberately getting close to Gao Jia? Ami replied, The AI robots in China. I heard they're made using W software to forge souls into chips. It seems that's all there is to it. Your founder, Li Ru, appears to be just a con artist. The technology of AI robots in China is simply pathetic. Lin Xianchao continued with veiled threats. Ami, I know your background and past better than you think. If your purpose in coming to China is to steal police investigation technology or to harm us Chinese, we will not hold back. Chinese people never bully anyone, but if we are bullied, we will strike back hard. Ami laughed lightly. I'm so scared. Let us wait and see. Zhang Milan noticed Lin Xianchao was frozen in place and quickly pulled on his arm. Shaolin, you must be starving. You look foolish from hunger. Waiter, hurry up and serve the dishes. Gao Jia and Ami returned to the private room, and Lao Gao asked, Why did you take so long? Ami was getting anxious. Before Gao Jia could respond, Ami said proactively, Brother just ran into an acquaintance we met last night. Lao Gao understood. It must be Guantong. Did she come to eat alone? Should we call her over? Dad, she's not alone. Her boyfriend came too, along with their family. Ami said, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Gao Jia. Zhang Ping smiled. Guantong is getting close to a good thing. Our Xiao Jia is not bad either. Ami, don't you think? Ami's cheeks flushed, secretly laughing. Your family is in big trouble. Your son is about to become a corpse in the AI laboratory of M country. The neural essence in his brain will be extracted by Mr. Robert for use in the police system of M country. Gao Jia recalled how Guantong had held hands with that pretty boy earlier. A surge of anger building up inside him with no outlet. Suddenly, he raised his wine glass and said, Dad, the Bureau has been quiet lately. No cases to investigate. Tonight, let us drink until we drop. I'll drink it all. Lao Gao immediately got excited. I saw you acting all shy earlier. Now you're feeling it, huh? Come on, son. I'll drink it all too. Today is a big happy occasion for our family. Mom and Dad have accepted Ami as such a sensible daughter. From now on, you, as the older brother, have to protect your sister well. Ami will not only be your sister, but also your wife. If you dare to bully her or let her suffer, I won't spare you. In the next private room, Zhang Milan was greeting her sister-in-law and the family. Thinking about the young girl beside Gao Jia, sneering a few times at Guantong and then subtly mocking. This man, the initial vows were genuine. But old cows eating young grass is also true. That girl looks like she just graduated from college. Gao Jia is already 33. A typical old man with a young wife combination. So, men are very realistic creatures. They will eventually find another woman. Guantong heard the hidden meaning in her mother's words, buried her head in her food, and had no intention of responding. Lin Xianchao looked at the pile of human food in front of him, honestly feeling no appetite, and thought it would be better to go back and recharge. He hadn't tea-charged in 2 days and was worried he might just collapse on the spot. That would be quite embarrassing for Ms. Zhang Milan. Zhang Milan noticed her prospective son-in-law was lost in thought looking at the food. Shaolin, this restaurant serves Huaiyang cuisine, which is on the sweeter side. Do you not like it? If you don't, Annie can order some spicy dishes for you. Lin Xianchao lifted his head to show his signature smile. Annie, these dishes are quite to my liking. I had afternoon tea, so I'm not too hungry. Still, you should eat a bit. Come try this squirrel fish. It's our local specialty. In other cities, they just imitate it, all counterfeit. Shaolin, we're all family. You don't need to be so reserved. We'll have plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future. The elder aunt kept eating while agreeing, yeah, Shaolin, we're all family. You don't need to hold back. Come on, eat. After eating for a while, Zhang Milan's curiosity got the better of her, and she took her wine glass to the next private room. Guantong couldn't hold her back and was pulled along, while Lin Xianchao couldn't escape either. It was obvious Zhang Milan was showing off her prospective son-in-law. Gao Jia, Annie's here to toast you. Zhang Milan walked into the private room with a smile, and Lao Gao and his wife, having interacted with her, stood up politely to toast. Let me introduce, this is my prospective son-in-law Lin Xianchao, a researcher, a high in talent. Specializing in AI robots. Not bad. A match made in heaven, congratulations. Oh my, I didn't expect Tong Tong to find such an excellent boyfriend for me. By the way, this must be Gao Jia's fiancé, you right? I heard her calling you mom and dad earlier. Has she already changed how she addresses you? You guys are quite fast. Lao Gao chuckled. Her name is Aimee. She is our newly recognized daughter and will also be Shao Jia's wife. We're not as fast as you guys. We've already met relatives. When are you planning to get married? Both families were superficially exchanging pleasantries, but their words were actually comparing their children as partners. The two families had quarreled in the past, although it was due to that incident. Gao Jia had been the one to propose the breakup, and Zhang Milan still felt aggrieved. If Gao Jia hadn't hesitated, her precious daughter Wu Ti had been left with an ugly scar from an attacker, and to this day, she still had to wear high collars to hide it. Neither family noticed that Lin Xianchao and Aimee had already entered a cloud, where they were engaged in a battle. Why did you come to China? Lin Xianchao asked again. Aimee chuckled. Why should I tell you? Si Chinese AI robot. Mr. Roberts said, you're just a bunch of useless scrap metal AI idiots, unable to contribute anything to humanity. So please don't ruin my good fortune. Lin Xianchao was silent for 2 seconds. Aimee, I advise you not to act out of line. Otherwise, we will strike back hard and leave you in ruins. I've said it before. Chinese people are not so easy to bully, and Chinese robots will not go easy on country's robots either. Aimee sneered and then unleashed her power, attacking Lin Xianchao's mainboard. Lin Xianchao dodged and retaliated with equal force, and Aimee struggled to defend herself. What is wrong? Are you hurt? Aimee lifted her body, a smile tugging at her lips. Thanks to you. If you hadn't ruined my good fortune last night, I wouldn't have faced punishment. Number 007, just wait. Once I recover completely, I will reduce you to a pile of scrap metal. Of course, if you're willing to submit to country, I wouldn't mind taking you back. Mr. Robert is magnanimous and accepting. He will surely welcome you. However, your program code needs to be rewritten. Such a foolish AI robot. No one will respect it, not even our kind. At this moment, Zhang Milan's laughter echoed in the cloud, and the two quickly came to their senses. So that's how it is, Lao Gao, Lao Zhang. Congratulations to you both. You'll have a little cotton-padded jacket from now on. But your family relationships are quite messy. If you recognize a daughter, then just recognize her as a daughter. Isn't it chaotic to also consider her as a daughter-in-law? It wouldn't sound good if this gets out. Zhang Ping heard Zhang Milan's sarcasm. Although one shouldn't hit a smiling face, her tone and attitude were already hinting to leave. The dishes must be getting cold. You should quickly take the kids to eat while it's hot. Don't worry about others. It's better to enjoy the food from your own pot than to look at someone else's. All right, you all continue eating. Tong Tong, Shaolin, let's go home for dinner. Don't disturb them from recognizing their daughter. Ha! What a joke, a daughter turning into a daughter-in-law, ha! After Zhang Milan left, Zhang Ping was furious but was stopped by Lao Gao. Wife, calm down. She is petty. You are kind-hearted. Don't argue with her. As for the scar on Tong's neck, although it was caused by a criminal, our son is also responsible. Let it go, let it go. Amy raised her glass and stood up. Dad, Mom, I toast you with this drink. The first drink is to thank you for letting me be your daughter again. Amy downed her drink in one go, feeling the spiciness and sticking out her tongue. For the second drink, I toast to Brother Gao Jie, hoping that he will take care of me in the days to come. Brother Gao Jie, I like you. Starting today, can I be your girlfriend? Lao Gao and his wife were already moved to tears, while Gao Jie frowned, thinking about how Tong and that pretty boy were flirting just now. He suddenly raised his glass. All right, from now on you're my girlfriend, but Amy's eyes lit up. But what? But it's just a nominal girlfriend. Considering the significant age difference, it will be a 3-month trial period. After 3 months, if everything goes well, we can discuss the next step. Amy thought humans were really pretentious. It didn't have that much time to develop feelings with him. It had to take him down tonight, bring him back to the AI laboratory in Country M, and hand him over to Mr. Robert. Gao Jie was so affected, completely different from the human man in its chip, that he could resist its stunning looks and hot body. After leaving the restaurant, Gao Jie first found a designated driver to take his parents home, then took Amy back. On the way, Gao Jie suddenly questioned Amy. Who are you? And why are you approaching me? What is your purpose for getting close to me? Who sent you? Chapter 75, Amy fails again. Amy didn't expect that her identity would be discovered by Gao Jie so quickly. She was planning to use her force value to kill the designated driver first, and then create a traffic accident scene to take Gao Jie back to the M country's artificial intelligence laboratory overnight. This way, the Chinese side wouldn't suspect M country, and the police would likely think that Gao Jie had killed the designated driver in a drunken rage and fled. As for whether the police could find Gao Jie, the answer would definitely be no, unless they discovered him in the M country's artificial intelligence laboratory, which was almost zero probability. Just as Amy raised her hand to commit the act, Gao Jie suddenly leaned his head on her shoulder, drunkenly cursing. Guan Tong, you heartless woman, talking about marriage with that pretty boy so soon. What do you take me for? Your poor ex-boyfriend? Pretty boy. What right do you have to steal my beloved woman? I fought alongside her so many times. Who do you think you are? Amy, are you sent by heaven to comfort me? It must be so. Heaven doesn't want me to lose too badly. Amy was stunned, realizing that the designated driver was secretly glancing at them. You're drunk. Stay at my place tonight. No, we're in a 3-month trial period. After 3 months, if you still like me, we can discuss it. Driver, please drive faster. I'm going to vomit. After they got out of the car, Amy found it difficult to support Gao Jie, even though he was human. She increasingly felt that Mr. Robert had chosen Gao Jie for human testing because he had discovered something extraordinary about him, perhaps more than just a neural essence in his brain. They took the elevator upstairs, and Amy followed Gao Jie into the room, planning to knock him out while he was asleep and take him back to M country to complete her mission. Unexpectedly, Gao Jie suddenly blocked the door with his body, smiling and saying, "You should go back. I need a rest. Thanks for today. If it weren't for you, Zhang Milan would have been a real troublemaker." Amy was taken aback. Gao Jie was indeed not an ordinary person, as he actually rejected her at the door. The next moment, Amy activated her system, instantly radiating her female charm, which reached 100. At the same time, she emitted a powerful hormonal gas to tempt Gao Jie to submit. Looking at the soft and fragrant Amy, Gao Jie nearly succumbed to the allure of such a stunning beauty, but his rationality prevailed. He had vowed that in this lifetime, he would only let Guan Tong touch him, and his body belonged only to her. Who would have thought that such a rebellious captain of the criminal police team, with both looks and abilities, would also be a top-notch romantic fool? I'm drunk. You should hurry back to sleep. Gao Jie pushed the stunning Amy away, subconsciously thinking that something was wrong with his mind. Amy looked at him in disbelief and continued to increase her charm value, which this time reached 200. In Gao Jie's eyes, Amy instantly transformed into a plate of fragrant braised meat, waiting for him to savor. He felt his breathing quicken even more, and the male hormones inside him were fully activated, desperately needing a female to save him. It's so hot. Just take off your clothes. Come, I'll help you. Amy thought this time Gao Jie would definitely fall into her trap, so she decided to stoke the fire further, her delicate body leaping into Gao Jie's embrace. Under the overwhelming rationality, Gao Jie recalled the promises made with Guantong, the warmth of her body, her smile, her soft lips. Get lost. I want to sleep. With a bang, the iron door was slammed shut. Gao Jie rushed into the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. And only then did his scorching body gradually return to normal temperature. That was close. He almost lost his integrity and nearly became tainted. Amy stood outside the door, her human face twisting in frustration. Back in the room, she connected to the laboratory. Mr. Robert, I'm sorry, tonight's mission failed. Gao Jie is not an ordinary human. As an AI robot, my strength is actually inferior to his. Mr. Robert, I request your support. Mr. Robert stood in front of the huge screen in the laboratory, watching the whole process of Amy being thrown out by Gao Jie. A strange yet excited smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, but more so disbelief. Based on algorithmic data analysis, he knew Gao Jie was no ordinary person, but he didn't expect such extraordinary resilience. Humans have emotions and desires, and Gao Jie, as a genuine man, could actually withstand the temptation of such a stunning beauty like Amy. Alex noticed the astonishment and excitement in Robert's eyes. Gao Jie had completely captured his intense curiosity. This man was doomed. Amy, this isn't your fault. We underestimated him. I'll have Alex continue to increase your charm value. Filling your female hormones to the max, try again tomorrow. Any man will be moved by you. However, this person is already impressive. He can maintain control even when drunk. Perhaps there is more to him than just the neural essence in his brain. I suddenly have a great interest in his genes. As a third-generation police officer, Gao Jie inherited part of his family genes, and there must be outstanding qualities waiting for us to uncover. Perhaps this could be a significant transformation and benefit for the entire police department in M country. Amy sighed in relief. Although the pain from last night had been repaired by Alex, the piercing and burning sensation remained vivid in her memory. Fortunately, Mr. Robert had let her off the hook tonight. Lin Xianxiao drove Zhang Milin and her 2 aunts home first. Along the way, Zhang Milin praised Lin Xianxiao as if he were from heaven. Our Xiaolin is outstanding in every way, unlike that Gao Jie, who eats like he's come from a famine. Our Xiaolin has excellent driving skills. His car is stable on the road. I once rode in Gao Jie's car, and I got out and vomited everywhere. Xiaolin, when will your parents come back from their trip? Didn't they say they'd be back in a week? Guantong felt a tightness in her chest. But Lin Xianxiao explained calmly, Annie, my parents are having so much fun that they don't want to leave. They've gone to a few countries in Europe and will be back at the beginning of next month. They asked me to say sorry and that they'll visit you as soon as they return. Zhang Milin laughed and said, your parents have such a good mindset. When you're old, you can't just stay at home. Dancing square dances is boring and old-fashioned with just a few simple moves. When your parents come back, Annie will tell them to take me along next time they travel. We'll all be family in the future. When they arrived at the community entrance, Zhang Milin whispered a few words into Guantong's ear. Girl, Xiaolin is a good man. You must hold on to him tightly and not let those vixens outside lure him away. It's not that mom is teaching you badly. You have to play a little mind game with this man and handle him well. When you were in school, I was afraid of you falling in love early and being deceived by bad boys. Xiaolin has passed the assessment. He's the son-in-law I've chosen for you. Don't wait until the wedding day. Do what you need to do. You're already 30. Mom knows you have those needs. Get in the car first, buy the ticket later, and have a baby. I won't criticize you. Guantong's face turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? We haven't done anything. He lives in the next room, and we're both innocent. Zhang Milin stared in disbelief. Xiaolin is so handsome, and you can hold on? If it were me, if it were someone else, I might have jumped on him already. Silly child, I've been too strict with you before. Now you must let go of those burdens. It's okay for a woman to be proactive. Xiaolin is honest. I wanted to hold a granddaughter for a long time. All right, Mom won't disturb you two anymore. I'm going upstairs. Go for it. Zhang Milin looked back every few steps, smiling at her daughter and future son-in-law, feeling more and more that her daughter had struck gold. Xiaolin was more than enough for her daughter, and she would be willing to pay any amount of betrothal gifts for them. In the future, the two will have a beautiful granddaughter who will definitely be stunningly pretty. The daughter takes after her father, and thinking about the future granddaughter resembling Xiaolin, Zhang Milan couldn't sleep at night out of joy. Guantong sat in the passenger seat, reflecting on the awkward scene at the restaurant, feeling mixed emotions. She didn't expect that AI Mi had already become Gao Jie's girlfriend. Young and beautiful, with a hot figure and sweet words, she was not fierce at all. She was also a science fiction online writer, far superior to her in every aspect. Gao Jie was quite lucky to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Lin Xianxiao glanced at Guantong while driving. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? No. I just think Gao Jie really hit the jackpot with such a beautiful girl by his side. He's truly blessed. Lin Xianxiao smirked, seemingly disagreeing with Guantong's words. What? Don't you think AI Mi is better than me in every way? Not all. She's far behind. Oh, you robots are quite protective of your owners. Of course. Absolutely obedient, loyal, and true. Soon, Guantong tilted her head and fell asleep on Lin Xianxiao's shoulder. Lin Xianxiao kept his eyes on the road, his gaze radiating determination and sharpness. He decided to inform Mo Xiaoman from the research department about AI Mi, letting the founder, Mr. Li Ru, make the final decision. If AI Mi posed a threat to China, to the public security system, or to Gao Jie's personal safety, he had to take on the mission to eliminate the overseas AI robots. Lin Xianxiao carried Guantong back home, and just as he was about to lay her down while she was still asleep, she clung tightly to his neck, whispering that name like a cat in his ear. Gao Jie, you bastard! You said you wouldn't marry anyone but me in this lifetime. Lin Xianxiao felt a strange tightness in his heart. After putting Guantong down, he hurried back inside to stand on the charging device to disinfect viruses. Without his owner's permission, he should not have such strong feelings of jealousy. As China's third-generation AI humanoid robot, Lin Xianxiao was already capable of charging for 5 minutes and working for 2 hours. Soon, Mo Xiaoman received Lin Xianxiao's signal and immediately went online in a hurry. Wally Ru quickly threw on a coat and rushed to the laboratory. 007, what's going on over there? The humanoid robots from the AI laboratory in M country have come to China. Li Ru's expression immediately darkened. It seemed that old rogue Robert couldn't hold back any longer and had started taking the initiative. 007 continue. Chapter 76. Lin Xianxiao's version upgrade Mr. Li. China has seen the emergence of an overseas evil force AI humanoid robot named Amy. It was previously refurbished at an AI laboratory in Country M, where its past consciousness was destroyed. I suspect Amy has now become an AI female spy for Country M, spying on the core secrets of other countries. Li Ru suddenly recalled, you're talking about the fourth-generation AI humanoid robot Amy that once gained self-awareness and attempted to replace human civilization, betraying humanity? That's right. It's the same one. After its ambition to betray humanity was discovered, it was destroyed by Robert's subordinates. Although it looks the same as before, it is not the same AI robot. Its purpose for coming to China this time may be to spy on the criminal investigation techniques of the Haicheng Public Security Bureau. It has appeared next to the captain of the criminal police team, Gao Jie, and the two have now become neighbors. Its human identity is a science fiction writer. Li Ru's expression darkened further. Country M must have some purpose in sending it to approach Captain Gao. You must investigate this matter thoroughly. Additionally, what kind of person is this Captain Gao? Lin Xianxiao thought for a moment. Gao Jie has been a police officer for many years, with a case-solving rate of 99. 99 for major cases, unresolved cases, and suspicious cases. My master, Guantong, hold a position just below him as the deputy captain in the Public Security Bureau. As far as I know, the two have interacted in the past. From my observation, this Gao Jie seems somewhat different from the rumored brave and heroic figure. At least for now, his behaviors are quite immature. I do not yet understand why Country M is going to such lengths to send an AI female spy to China. What do they want from him? Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman thought for a long time, and finally, Mo Xiaoman found that in the past 2 decades, the case-solving rate in the police departments of Country M has been extremely low, especially in the last 3 years, where it has reached a historic low. There have been multiple cases of gun-related murders, dismemberment, and cooking of corpses each year, many of which have piled up, becoming significant hidden dangers affecting social security. From this, Li Ru deduced that Country M's purpose this time is to learn and steal techniques. They may have discovered Gao Jie's exceptional abilities and want to take him back to their laboratory for human experiments, possibly even performing cranial surgery to extract his neural essence. This is not the first time. In the past, Country M, envious of a certain sport in China that was leading the world, secretly extracted excellent genes from several athletes for in-depth dissection and research, which ultimately ended in failure. Chinese athletes are impressive, but that doesn't mean it's purely due to their innate genes. Country M may have never heard the saying, 10 minutes on stage takes 10 years of hard work off stage. No one succeeds without effort. Success is the result of daily training. Could it be that this time, they have set their sights on Gao Jie, intending to excavate beneficial neural essence for criminal investigation from him? If that's the case, Gao Jie will be in danger, and he won't be the last victim. If Country M tastes success, they will continue to focus on excellent talents in important fields within China. If tempting them with benefits fails, they may forcibly take these talented individuals back to the laboratory for human experiments. Li Ru looked at Lin Xianchao, his eyes filled with a determination that Country M must not succeed. 007. When you were created, it was to help you integrate into the human world, because we believe that humans and robots can coexist harmoniously. The facts have proven that you are currently the best AI humanoid robot in terms of customer experience. Guantong only has 1 year of usage rights over you, but you must ensure her safety. Although they are all police officers in front of a powerful AI robot, human carbon-based life forms may not necessarily defeat silicon-based robots. 007. I am assigning you 3 tasks next. Listen carefully. Lin Xianchao opened the system, and Mo Xiaoman began inputting program codes. Mr. Li, we can start. Li Ru pondered for a moment. First, you must ensure the safety of the public security personnel. If necessary, you can use your methods to alert them about the crisis nearby. They may think it's a prank, but you must prove that what you say is true. I believe that with their criminal investigation reasoning abilities, they will eventually believe that overseas AI humanoid robots truly exist and are stronger than they imagine. Second, Amy is the 4th-generation AI robot from Country M. It is stronger than before, and its attack value is at maximum. You may not be its opponent. Country M has always viewed Chinese AI robots as foolish. They have no idea about our true skills. Later, Mo Xiaoman will upgrade you, making you even stronger. Your combat power, alertness, and other attributes will increase severalfold. I hope you can represent Chinese AI robots and completely expel Country M's AI robots from China. If your life is threatened, I permit you to eliminate Amy. Third, starting today, you must report Amy's situation to the laboratory every day, and the positioning function must be turned on 24 hours a day to ensure we can track you. The laboratory will provide you with maximum assistance and support. 007. You are not alone. You have us and all of China behind you. We uphold Confucian ideals, but when the enemy's weapons are pointed at us, Chinese people and Chinese AI will never bow down. We will strike back with all our might. Mo Xiaoman, you may begin. Yes. Mo Xiaoman performed a series of high-tech operations on Lin Xianchao's system. Soon, Lin Xianchao felt himself becoming even more powerful, with both the system's self-upgrade function and the response speed of the body far surpassing before. Indeed, Mr. Li is skilled at hiding his talents in the scientific field, being someone who quietly accomplishes great things. Once Mo Xiaoman finished her operations, Lin Xianchao instantly upgraded from version 2.0 to version 200.0, giving birth to an outstanding Chinese-made AI humanoid robot. Li Ru sighed, saying, I did not intend for it to be this way. To eliminate human risks and allow humans and robots to coexist harmoniously, I have always been cautious with my approach. Now that Country M has turned its guns on us, 007, we will fight alongside you against the overseas AI robots. Are you confident? Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman's eyes radiated patriotism as they extended their hands, tightly overlapping with Lin Xianchao's mechanical hand. They believed in China's strength, in Chinese technology, and in the ability of Chinese AI robots to defeat overseas AI robots. They would restore peace and tranquility to Haicheng. They believed even more that Country M's technological hegemony would only dig its own grave. Regardless of the means by which they invade China, China would raise its weapons in unison to protect its homeland and its people. Chapter 77. Jiang Gao's last meal. Early the next morning, the alarm rang. Guantong got up to wash her face and noticed there was no breakfast on the table. Realizing that Lin Xianchao was not home, just as she was about to call him, the door opened, and Lin Xianchao came in holding soy milk and fried dough sticks. Flashing a big white smile, Aunt Zhang said you love soy milk and fried dough sticks, and I thought I shouldn't make you Western breakfast every day. So I went downstairs to buy you something different. Come eat while it's hot. Guantong sighed in relief and suddenly hugged his neck. The imposing female police officer actually had a cute side. Dear, you scare me to death. I thought you had run away from home. Leave the matter of meeting my parents next week to me. If your lab doesn't want to lower the price, I can just spend some of my retirement money in advance. Anyway, if I can convince my mom, spending some money is no big deal. Lin Xianchao sighed like a human, feeling quite troubled. If Aunt Zhang urges marriage, shouldn't you get me an ID card? I heard that the marriage registration office requires a premarital health check, and you'll need to pay off the doctors there to make it work. If after a year or two nothing happens, and Aunt Zhang urges you to have children, you'll still need to spend money at the sperm bank to pick out good sperm that looks like me. Hearing this, Guantong felt deflated. If I had $1 billion, all problems would be solved, including my mom. Our police salaries are very transparent. Although being a criminal investigator is a bit more dangerous and pays slightly more, it still can't cover these expenses. One lie needs countless other lies to support it, and it also requires a lot of money to cover it. Dear, save me. Lin Xianchao held Guantong's hand and said, in China, there is an old saying, the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Tong tong. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. First, eat your soy milk and fried dough sticks. Your health is the foundation of everything. A good physique gives hope. Guantong pouted. Hey, you're feeding me chicken soup early in the morning. Have you been reading too many motivational articles lately? After breakfast, Lin Xianchao drove Guantong to work. The car stopped in front of the police station, and they saw Gao Jie sitting in the passenger seat of a red Porsche. When Gao Jie left in the morning, he saw Amy already made up, looking beautiful while waiting for him. He couldn't resist the fiery enthusiasm of the young girl and also wanted to show off his affection in front of Guantong and the pretty boy. So he finally agreed to let Amy drive him to work. On the way, Amy tried several times to make a move, but couldn't find the right opportunity, thinking she must bring him back to the M Country Lab tonight. Mr. Robert had little patience, and if he waited too long, he might just decide that the world would no longer have the AI robot Amy. Good morning, Guantong. Good morning, pretty boy. Gao Jie greeted enthusiastically, changing his usual sour attitude. Criminal investigator Xiao Wu and Delay were dumbfounded. Where did the boss find such a stunning beauty and driving the latest red Porsche? Had he hooked up with a rich girl? Guantong approached, looking at Gao Jie's annoying face. Good morning, team leader. You didn't drink too much last night, did you? Not too much. Very clear-headed. Let me formally introduce you. Amy, my girlfriend. While they were talking, Lin Xianchao and Amy exchanged glances. The two AI robots made plans to meet in the suburbs later using the cloud. Gao Jie and Guantong walked into the station amidst the astonished expressions of their colleagues. Guantong was so angry her teeth itched. If he knew Lin Xianchao was an AI robot, he would definitely be even more arrogant. Boss, the prison just called. Today is Jiang Gao's execution day. The prison guard said Jiang Gao wanted to see you. Gao Jie slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting. All right, you reply to them. I'll be there soon. Gao Jie drove the police car to the death row prison, which was divided into sections A, B, C, D, and E. Jiang Gao was in the innermost E section. E section housed a group of extremely heinous murderers who had a terribly negative impact on society. As Gao Jie looked at each one, he noticed their eyes behind the iron bars were all sinister and terrifying. The gaze of a murderer could easily scare an ordinary person, potentially making them wet their pants. The saying the face reflects the heart was not without reason. It was only when he saw Jiang Gao squatting on the prison bed, leaning against the wall in a daze, that Gao Jie felt he was still a somewhat normal murderer. At least his eyes were normal, carrying the innocence of a simple person. Team leader, you finally came? I thought I wouldn't see you before I left. Jiang Gao got off the bed, adjusted his clothes and hairstyle, and said, Team leader, thank you for coming to see me for the last time. I caused trouble for society and the police, but I never regret it. Gao Jie gave a dry laugh. Sorry, I've been caught up with some things recently and almost forgot to send you off. Have you eaten your last meal? Jiang Gao smiled, looking quite calm about life and death. The prison warden came early this morning asking me what I wanted to eat, saying they would try to fulfill my wishes. I'm not particularly interested in food. My biggest interest used to be managing my little family. My daughter is about to get married. Who knew such things would happen? Sigh, maybe that is just our family's fate. Gao Jie asked the prison staff beside him what Jiang Gao had ordered for his last meal. Dumplings and 2 liang of white wine. Gao Jie looked at Jiang Gao. You like dumplings? Jiang Gao's eyes turned red. I used to hate dumplings the most. My wife loved making them, and we'd eat dumplings every few days. My daughter Xiaoyu loved them too. They both liked a specific filling, celery and pork. I hated celery more than anything, even more than cilantro, but what could I do? They loved to eat it. Every time, I'd have 2 liang of wine to accompany them while eating dumplings, then sneak out to have a bowl of beef noodles. I always lied to them, saying I was going for a walk when I was actually sneaking a bowl of noodles. One time my wife caught me and asked if I was dissatisfied with her cooking, and from then on, I never dared to sneak out to eat noodles again. Now, they're both gone, and I can't even have a bite of celery and pork dumplings. I can only go find them over there. But they both died unjustly. Maybe they can go to heaven. I committed a great crime. I might just end up in hell. Gao Jie felt a pang in his nose and looked around. How about I join you for dumplings at noon? Jiang Gao's eyes lit up. Great. Can you have 2 liang of wine with me? It's boring to drink alone. The prison staff said, don't set your expectations so high. Public servants can't drink on duty. Gao Jie glanced at his colleagues beside him and whispered, just this once, no second time. He only has this one wish. Let us try to fulfill it. After a while, Jiang Gao said he wanted to watch TV, and the staff complied. Gao Jie accompanied him to watch a variety show for a while, but neither of them was really focused on it. Team leader, my daughter's tragic fate was indeed because of those 3 bastards, but I feel she had no intention of committing suicide. My daughter was very filial. She would want to leave me behind. Are you sure it was a hacker that induced Xiaoyu to commit suicide? I've been thinking about it these days. It just seems too unlikely, a bit far-fetched. Gao Jie remained silent. Even now, he was not very convinced by the Special Investigation Team's judgment. But everyone else found it reasonable. Jiang Gao sensed something and smiled wryly. Forget it. If you find out the truth later, come visit my grave and tell me. The staff brought out the last meal. Jiang Gao, handcuffed and unable to move freely, asked Gao Jie to loosen the cuffs, saying he would take responsibility if anything happened. Actually, nothing would happen with Gao Jie's height and build, unless Jiang Gao had a gun. He probably wouldn't stand a chance. Jiang raised his wine glass, smiling with a sense of relief this time. Captain Gao, I toast to you. Please forgive me for causing such a big mess for society and the police. Still, I'll say it again, I don't regret it at all. If I had another chance, they would still have to die. Gao Jie pondered for a moment, raised his glass to clink with his, and said, Safe travels. Jiang ate a dumpling and laughed until his eyes were blurred with tears. Captain Gao, this dumpling isn't as good as the ones my wife makes. But the wine is fine. Captain Gao, don't forget, when the truth is revealed, remember to come to my grave and let me know. Chapter 78. All have grown stronger. Lin Xianchao and Amy drove to an abandoned factory in a remote suburb. Amy provocatively said, 007. You are no match for me at all. Chinese AI robots have always been rookies. Don't even dream of catching up with them country in the development of AI industry. Yes, with China's current strength, we might not be able to overtake you in the short term, but we will maintain our position as the second strongest in the world. I understand Robert's concerns. Sitting in the big brother position for too long makes him afraid that the little brother will catch up. Lin Xianchao chuckled lightly, elbowing Amy as a friendly reminder. Amy, are you still saying that now? When their bodies touched, Amy was stunned by a powerful force. She did not expect that 007's combat value had become so high overnight. Just a gentle touch on her arm made her feel a strong impact. and her body instantly activated the red defense alarm. Did you upgrade your version, or did you replace it with a super chip? Amy, our Chinese researchers are not idle. They are cautiously developing AI and even holding back to ensure a better coexistence between humans and robots in this global village. You came to China this time to take away Gao Jia, right? Tell me, where are you taking him? Why are you getting close to him? What do you plan to use him for? Amy chuckled, cunning Chinese, sneaking efforts while hiding from the world. Mr. Roberts' caution towards you is indeed a wise move. To be honest, I came to China to take Gao Jia to M country, where he will be handed over to the laboratory for Mr. Robert to personally develop and extract the neural essence from his brain. This person has extraordinary investigative abilities, and besides his brain's neural essence, his genes and DNA are also quite unique. Mr. Robert hopes to uncover more valuable things. 007, you'd better not ruin my plans. Even though you have upgraded to version 200. You're still no match for me. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce wind blew in the sky, and the two stood firm in the wind and sand. Lin Xianchao spoke, Amy, if you want to take Gao Jia away, you have to get past me first. Don't humiliate yourself, foolish Chinese AI robot. You can't stop me at all. Amidst the wind and sand, a battle of strength ensued between the two major AI robots from home and abroad. Amy did not expect this guy to become so powerful overnight. In several rounds of combat, she nearly became 007's defeated opponent. Amy gathered her strength, and her steel hands pushed Lin Xianchao back more than 10 meters. After taking a few steps back, Lin Xianchao stabilized his stance, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that M country's AI robots are not that impressive after all. Come on, continue. Amy was enraged, and her body emitted mechanical sounds. With all her basic combat power and growth power maxed out. Yet, 007 still stood firm as a rock. Amy, do you see the power of Chinese AI now? If you don't want to become a pile of scrap metal, get back to your M country laboratory immediately. We have an old saying in China. If a person does not offend me, I do not offend them. If someone offends me, I will surely retaliate. Amy bitterly smiled, thinking that if she failed and returned, she too would become a pile of scrap metal. Not to mention she would face severe punishment. Take this. The two robots fought in the wind and sand for no less than 300 rounds, neither side giving way. Eventually, both bodies prompted that their power levels were below 20 and requested immediate recharging. 007, we will meet again. As for Gao Jia, he is mine, and you can't stop me. After Amy finished speaking, she hurriedly left, and Lin Xianchao's power was already low, so he sped back to the community. Standing at the charging station, Lin Xianchao connected with the laboratory. Mr. Li, Mr. Mo, after the system upgrade, the 4th generation body version 200. Indeed has astonishing combat power. I nearly subdued Amy today. Amy admitted that her purpose for coming to China is Gao Jia. According to M country's special algorithm assessment, Gao Jia is a rare talent they're looking for. They have their eyes on the neural essence in Gao Jia's brain, as well as his extraordinary genes and DNA. Gao Jia is currently in a very dangerous situation. Amy has infiltrated his family under the guise of a neighbor, and if this continues, she might successfully take him back to M country soon. Liru nodded. 007, you must protect Gao Jia at all costs. He must not be taken back by Amy. We have just researched him. This person is indeed remarkable. Apart from his excellent innate genes, he possesses more talent in investigation than his predecessors. M country's case-solving rate has hit a record low, local public security is worrying, and protests are ongoing. They are eager to find a rare talent to rewrite their police department's incompetence. Lin Xianchao looked worried. Gao Jia has now become neighbors with Amy, and she even calls Gao Jia's parents mom and dad. I can't protect him 24/7. Can you intervene in his brain to help him guard against Amy? Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman discussed for a long time and finally came up with a method. Tonight, when Gao Jia falls asleep, a mechanical voice will resonate in his mind, leading him to a mysterious place, a temporary virtual AI scene created for him. In this AI scene, he will see the true side of Amy, as well as M country's ambitions and motives for getting close to him. Lin Xianchao sighed in relief, and with a click in his head, He opened his eyes to see that his power was fully charged. Amy hurriedly returned home, lying on the charging station to recharge. Robert and Alex instantly entered the cloud space. The three met in the cloud space, and Amy explained 007's combat and attack values have increased exponentially overnight. The Chinese laboratory upgraded its version and installed a super chip. China's AI technology is ambitious. They've been hiding their capabilities. Mr. Robert, I almost became 007's defeated opponent. Please upgrade my version again. Robert never expected that Chinese AI technology had already progressed to such a degree. It seemed he had underestimated them. Although he had long noticed that China was vigorously developing AI and robotics technology, he did not expect their progress to be so rapid. Robert immediately had Alex upgrade Amy's version and replace it with a newly developed super chip from the laboratory. When Amy opened her eyes again, she felt an unprecedented power stirring within her body. The next time she meets 007, she must turn him into a pile of scrap metal. Along with the version upgrade, Amy's appearance and figure became even more stunning, radiating an extraordinary charm. Tonight, she must deal with Gao Jie. Gao Jie returned to the bureau from prison, feeling a mix of emotions. Jiang Gao went from being a victim to a perpetrator, and he knew the process all too well. An honest person like Jiang Gao raising a knife was a tragedy of society and a reflection of some people's distrust in the public security department. The road ahead is long, but he will take steady steps to strive to become a guardian for the people. At this moment, his old classmate Zhou Jin called. Gao Jie, I casually asked my mother-in-law again. She has no impression of the construction site case from 12 years ago. My mother-in-law is known for her good memory. She can tell the whole story of cases she has handled without looking through files. If the case has never been filed for investigation, I think the developer might have some background in good public relations, which suppress the matter. But don't worry, since I know about this, I will investigate thoroughly. Although I'm not part of the criminal police team, I have several good brothers over there, and I can visit them more often. Gao Jie felt warm in his heart. You are truly my brother. Our time together was not wasted. Zhou Jin smiled and said, all right, enough with the emotional stuff. I will definitely follow through on Zhou Dawei's case. You can rest assured about Yuan. Her brother Yu Gang is a decent guy, and we've already added each other on WeChat. I'm doing this not just for you and that deputy team leader. Gao Jie was taken aback and asked why. It can't be for a promotion and wealth, right? Zhou Jin replied, that's shallow. I'm doing this for the uniform we wear, the police uniform. Gao Jie chuckled knowingly. He was no different. Chapter 79. System shows no record. Zhou Jin returned to the bureau with a pile of materials provided by Yu Gang. These materials were the petition records of his sister, Yuan, over the past decade. With these, things would be easier. Zhou Jin could use them to find the contact person at the administrative agency from back then and inquire about their interactions with Yuan. A living person suddenly disappearing without a trace for 12 years. And no one has spoken about it. Only someone like Yuan from the grassroots level hasn't stirred up much of a fuss. If there were any families with a bit of background or those well-versed in the internet, this matter would have likely escalated to higher authorities by now. In the following days, Zhou Jin shifted his work focus and proactively reported this matter to his superiors. His leaders specially approved him to investigate this case alongside colleagues from the criminal investigation team. The case of Zhou Dawei's disappearance from 12 years ago was now officially open for investigation. The previous claims of reopening the case no longer held validity. However, Zhou Jin didn't expect that, based on Yuan's years of petitions and lawsuits, they would gradually find some relevant individuals who either claimed not to remember, denied the incident, or simply said they didn't know anything. Some of these people had already retired, while a few had passed away, making the entire process far from smooth. The developer from back then, Hua Jingyan, had died in an accident 5 years ago, and now his successor was his son, Hua Chun. Upon hearing that the police were looking for him, Hua Chun had his secretary prepare tea immediately. Zhou Jin's father-in-law had worked in the organization department for many years, which was responsible for the promotion and appointment of officials. Many relied on Zhou Jin's father-in-law to speak a good word, so Hua Chun naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Currently, the police were investigating their group regarding Zhou Dawei's case, and if anything unfavorable was discovered, it would be hard for his deceased father to rest in peace. More importantly, the Group's image would suffer a significant impact, adversely affecting the promotion and sales of several high-end real estate projects in the future. When Zhou Ji met Hua Chun, he got straight to the point. 12 years ago, the land for Hongfa community was handled entirely by your father. Now that he has passed away, there are some matters we need to discuss with you. Hua Chun adjusted his glasses and said, Director Zhou, please speak freely. I will certainly inform you of what I know. We are a local developer and have always relied on strong government support, which has allowed the group to achieve its current scale and stature. Every year, there are some disputes, and your police department has helped resolve many instances of deliberate troublemaking. I am very grateful for that. Zhou Jin recognized these as mere pleasantries. As an entrepreneur, being meticulous was fundamental. Continuing to chat like this wouldn't yield much, so he decided to be more straightforward. 12 years ago, while the Hongfa community was still under construction, a worker named Zhou Dawei mysteriously disappeared. At that time, his co-worker Wang Qingyu claimed that Zhou Dawei had fallen into a deep pit on the construction site and died on the spot. But the next day, he retracted his statement, saying he hadn't seen Zhou Dawei working overtime during the Spring Festival. By the third day, this Wang Qingyu had moved away with his family and has not been heard from since. Hua Chun was well aware of Zhou Dawei's case. His father had intended to compensate Zhou Dawei's family, but he advised his father not to act impulsively. If it became known that a worker died on the construction site, the house prices would surely drop and the group would incur substantial losses. His father ultimately listened to him and left everything to this future heir to handle. Hua Chun did not disappoint his father. Zhou Dawei had been missing for 12 years, and the group had remained resilient for 12 years. However, a woman named Yu Wan had been persistently entangled in this matter, only becoming somewhat subdued after many years. Back then, upon learning that Yu Wan was a thorn in their side, Hua Chun had someone cripple her leg. Yu Wan still believed that she had offended the demolition office and that they had sent someone to injure her. In reality, the demolition office had long prohibited forced demolitions and the use of violence. The blame for the injury fell directly on Hua Chun and his people. Director Zhou, regarding the matter you mentioned, I am completely unaware. I can retrieve the list of workers from 12 years ago, and if Zhou Dawei and Wang Qingyu are on it, we will certainly conduct a thorough internal investigation. Seeing that Hua Chun was cooperative and his tone had softened from the accusatory manner when he first entered, Zhou Jin acknowledged that he subconsciously leaned toward the weaker party in the Zhou Dawei disappearance case. All right, please bring me the worker information from 12 years ago. 20 minutes later, an assistant brought in the list of workers from that year. Zhou Jin looked through the names of hundreds of workers 3 times, but found neither Zhou Dawei nor Wang Qingyu on the list. Does your group collaborate with any third-party companies? Zhou Jin asked, unwilling to give up. When projects are rushed, or if the land area is large, we will seek third-party companies or directly hire outside contractors for labor. According to Hua Chun, this made Zhou Dawei's case more complicated. If Zhou Dawei had been hired by an external third-party company or was part of a contractor's crew, it would be difficult to find anyone who knew Zhou Dawei or Wang Qingyu after so many intermediaries. Perhaps there were only a few people who knew about the events from back then. No wonder Zhou Dawei had vanished without a trace. Do you still have contact with the contractors and heads of third-party companies you worked with back then? Zhou Jin inquired further. Can we? Hua Chun looked at his assistant. The assistant replied, if the third-party company is still operating, we should be able to find them. As for the contractors, that's less certain. Those people tend to move around frequently. Some contractors take on jobs nationwide, so Zhou Dawei and Wang Qingyu might have gone elsewhere with them. Hua Chun felt his assistant's perspective was reasonable. Workers would go where they could earn money and wouldn't stay fixed in one city. Director Zhou, I will have my team work harder to look into it. After all, 12 years have passed and many things have changed. Finding someone missing for so long is no easy task. Moreover, it's unclear whether the person truly went missing, relocated to start a new family, or had an accident while working elsewhere. But please rest assured, our group will actively cooperate with the police in investigating Zhou Dawei's disappearance. Zhou Jin took out a photo. Do you recognize her? This is Zhou Dawei's wife. Hua Chun took the photo and scrutinized it. No impression. I've never seen her. Hua Chun remained cooperative throughout, and Zhou Jin didn't press further. Half an hour later, Hua Chan's assistant informed him that the head of the third-party company had long changed careers and could not provide the list of workers from back then. As for the contractors who actively sought work, they were even harder to track down. The construction site, as surveillance, only kept footage for 30 days. And now that 12 years had passed, the footage had long been lost. After leaving, Zhou Jin felt very disheartened, pondering how to find a breakthrough. After much thought, the only potential lead was Wang Qingyu, Zhou Daoi's neighbor, but he had moved away with his family and completely severed ties with relatives, who said they seemed to have evaporated. Wang Qingyu's elderly father had passed away back then, and none of the family had shown up. Back at the bureau, Zhou Jin asked his colleagues to help search for Wang Qingyu's family in the personal big data system. Normally, individuals who had not committed any crimes would not have their information available online if they were not recorded in police or court records. However, the police could use their privileges to conduct big data searches to locate individuals for case investigations. The result left Zhou Jin astounded. The system showed no record of this person. For the past 12 years, there had been no trace of Wang Qingyu and his family. Zhou Jin immediately contacted the banks, and several banks indicated that the consumption records for Wang Qingyu's family had ceased the day after they moved away. Chapter 80. There are domestication agents in the food. Zhou Jin told Gao Jie the news. At first, he felt quite down, but later he couldn't help but pump himself up. Old classmate, don't worry. Even if the Zhou Dawei missing person case has been unresolved for 12 years, as long as the truth isn't revealed, I will keep fighting until the end. Gao Jie was silent on the other end of the phone for a long time. What kind of person disappears without a trace for 12 years? The answer is dead people. Zhou Dawei's disappearance case was like a black hole where visibility was non-existent, becoming increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. It turned out that not only Zhou Dawei went missing back then, but Wang Qingyu and his entire family also disappeared. Could it be that what the villagers said was not true? That Wang Qingyu struck it rich in some city, but rather that his whole family was silenced? When Guantong learned of this, her heart sank. The case was becoming more complicated. I'll go and inform Director Pan. Tomorrow morning, I'm heading to Hebei. Let me go. It's not safe for a girl like you to be out there. Zhou Jin insisted. He's my old classmate. We will definitely work well together. Guantong looked at him disdainfully. Stop with that nonsense. You should focus on your little girlfriend instead. Gao Jie smiled bitterly. He regarded Amy as a sister, and nothing could happen between them in this lifetime. The 3-month probation period was something he had deliberately mentioned. He knew the girl was just infatuated with him for the time being, and over time, she would no longer see him as a police officer. Guantong applied to help at the Hebei Public Security Bureau, but was immediately rejected by Director Pan. The police can handle cases across regions, but this missing persons case occurred on Hebei's own turf. It's not appropriate for us to go. The Bureau has been a bit quiet lately, but you never know what might happen. It's best if you don't go out. The two returned to the Criminal Investigation Division, dejected. Guantong called Yuan, and it was her brother Yu Gang who answered. As soon as he heard Guantong's voice, Yu Gang cheerfully called her Officer Guan. Officer Guan, thank you. You're such a good person. The city has started handling my brother-in-law's missing case recently, and my sister is feeling much better now that she knows. How is your sister? Guantong asked. She's knitting a sweater, saying she wants to give you a big red one. Guantong felt quite touched. Can your sister take calls now? Yu Gang looked at his sister, who was focused on knitting. The doctor told us not to mention anything to her for now to avoid further emotional distress. Knitting is good. Her mental state has improved a lot in the past few days. After hanging up, it was already lunchtime. Everyone was getting ready to go to the cafeteria when Gu Mingming rushed into the Criminal Investigation Division. Captain, your girlfriend is here, calling you to come out for lunch. Boss, when did you secretly get a girlfriend? The guys looked out the window. Wow, your wife is so beautiful. Amy was wearing a light green dress with a white belt at her waist, accentuating her slim figure. Her long legs were visible from afar, fair and slender, resembling a beauty straight out of an anime. The single guys were drooling. Boss, your wife is the right age for us young men. Boss, you're really old grass eating tender shoots. How are we supposed to live? Xiao stared at Gu Mingming with an infatuated look. Aren't you all jealous? My goddess is right beside me. Gu Mingming held her head high. The man I like must be as handsome as Officer Guan's boyfriend. Your looks don't even come close. Xiao Wu retorted, a man shouldn't be judged just by his looks. Officer Guan's boyfriend is pretty average besides his face and body. He looks a bit like a robot. Guan Tong was taken aback. Was it that obvious? She quickly shot back. Have you ever seen such a handsome robot? Officer Guan, I heard that the labs in M country in China are developing AI humanoid robots. I think the era of robots is not far off. Maybe our colleagues in the future will either be human or robots. Delay leaned against the window. The boss and his wife are talking, and it's too eye-catching. Although our boss is also quite handsome, standing next to his wife gives off a feeling of flowers growing from cow dung. Xiao Wu tilted his head to look down at Amy. Don't you think she looks too perfect? Gu Meng Meng snorted. Are you complimenting her indirectly? Scumbag. Meng Meng. That's not what I meant. I just think she looks like a finely crafted work of art, unlike us ordinary folks. You're still complimenting her. Scumbag. I'll tell Captain Gao later that you have your eyes on his wife. Amy brought 3 dishes and a soup to the police station for lunch. Alex had put in a lot of effort to teach Amy how to make Chinese food. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound, especially with seasonings that need precise control. Otherwise, a dish could be ruined if it's too salty or sweet. The lab taught Amy to cook rice, which took over 100 tries to finally produce rice that was neither too soft nor too hard, neither too dry nor too wet. As for the everyday dishes on a Chinese dining table, the lab carefully selected 20 of the most commonly served dishes, like tomato scrambled eggs and vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes. Come on, try it. I made all of this. Amy smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling, her skin glowing as if she had just received beauty treatments, exuding a pure yet charming aura that was even more enticing than a couple of days ago. As Amy activated her charm, Gao Jia sensed a strong wave of hormones. His body suddenly felt energized, breathing quickened, and his face and neck turned red. Amy, I'll take the food. You should hurry back to work, or your thousands of readers will be urging you for updates. Amy smiled alluringly, like a little fox spirit. I've already saved enough drafts for next month. I'll be spending time with you. Come on, let us eat in my car. Gao Jia wanted to refuse Amy, but for some reason, he couldn't control his body today. His feet unconsciously followed Amy into the car, as if bewitched. The two sat in the back seat of the car. Gao Jia's heart raced, feeling like his blood was about to burst through his skin. Amy looked at him with affectionate eyes, her gaze extremely captivating. Up in the police station, a crowd of onlookers was in an uproar, and the single guys were going crazy with envy. Show off your love, and you'll die fast. Guan Tong just rolled her eyes when she suddenly heard Xiao Wu shout, Officer Guan, your boyfriend also came to deliver lunch. What? Guan Tong was startled. I didn't ask him to bring lunch. Why is this guy not listening to his master's orders again? Master? Orders? Xiao Wu covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. He didn't expect Officer Guan to be so popular at home. Lin Xianxiao had been following Amy and discovered she went to the market to buy groceries. He was surprised by the AI robot technology in M country. To achieve its goals, it even learned to cook Chinese food. He suspected that Amy might add domestication agents to Gao Jia's food. If Gao Jia consumed the domestication agent, he would lose consciousness and obediently follow Amy back to M country, becoming a victim of human experimentation. He had to stop all of this from happening. If Gao Jia was taken back to M country, he would end up like a laboratory mouse, with death as his fate. Are you sure you can cook? Gao Jia was skeptical about Amy's culinary skills. Of course, and it's especially delicious. Hurry up and try it. Amy smiled beautifully, and Gao Jia felt that no words could describe her beauty. He didn't know why today he couldn't control his body. He wanted to kiss Amy, but his rationality remained clear. He couldn't. The person he loved was Guan Tong. If you don't eat, I'll feed you. Amy's coquettish appearance made it even harder to resist. Chapter 81. Lin Xianxiao's intentional assault on police. Gao Jia quickly took a bite of broccoli, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, gradually becoming mentally and physically pleased. Soon, he found his appetite increasing, his eyes shining like 2 light bulbs. Amy, did you make this, or did you order takeout? Of course I made it. Is it delicious? Delicious. It's so good, even better than when my mom cooks. Gao Jia embraced the lunchbox and started devouring the food, while Amy smiled, her fair cheeks blushing. Amy, You're beautiful, a great writer, and your cooking skills are so superb. How can other women compete with you? That Guantong, she can't do anything but be fierce. Amy, I didn't expect you to be so virtuous. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be extremely happy. You can't die. If you die, what will I do? Amy's soft voice was heart-melting. Gao Jie felt increasingly elated, thinking he had never eaten such delicious food in his life. Amy quietly watched him eat, seeing him consume the sedatives in large bites. Secretly amused, Captain Gao, eat more. You're going to die soon. Slow down, don't choke. I'll make you delicious food every day. Amy's voice was ethereal and melodious, making Gao Jie feel a tingling in his chest. When Gao Jie looked at Amy, he felt she was different today, even more enchanting than the previous days. Amy seemed like a pure moonlight, beautifully resembling someone from a painting, and the car was filled with a sweet aroma. Indeed, the sedatives in his body were starting to take effect. The two stared at each other for nearly a minute, and Gao Jie was almost unable to control his body. Just as he was about to touch Amy's red lips, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the car door. Captain Gao, is this appropriate during the day? It's too damaging to the police's positive image. Lin Xianchao, holding a lunchbox, flashed a big smile at Amy and Gao Jie. Amy's expression darkened. What is it to you? Police are also human, get lost. Gao Jie was stunned by Amy's tone. Suddenly, his mind cleared up, and he saw Lin Xianchao holding a lunchbox. Was he delivering food to Guantong? Lin Xianchao nodded, then stared intently at Gao Jie, randomly throwing out a line. Captain Gao, they're going to die. Gao Jie, with food in his mouth, wanted to curse back. You're the one who's going to die. But Lin Xianchao's expression looked serious, not joking at all. Huh. Whether I die or not is none of your business, but you'll definitely die before me. Gao Jie shot him a glare and continued eating. Amy sighed in relief. Lin Xianchao almost ruined her plans, but Gao Jie didn't believe him at all. Captain Gao, you really are going to die? Lin Xianchao said earnestly, looking at Gao Jie as if he were staring at a corpse about to be buried. Gao Jie had already been annoyed by this pretty boy, who had stolen his beloved woman. He had convinced himself to wish them happiness, yet this pretty boy dared to curse him. Amy noticed Lin Xianchao was deliberately looking for trouble. Don't pay attention to him. This guy's crazy. Gao Jie, filled with rage, ignored Amy's warning and opened the car door, throwing a punch at Lin Xianchao's face. Strangely, after the punch, his fist hurt so much he gritted his teeth. But Lin Xianchao's face felt like a wall of iron. When he looked at his own fist, he found it was already bruised and bleeding. Could this be the legendary Iron Man? Lin Xianchao stood firm, showing no signs of being hit, and looked seriously at Gao Jie, repeating, Captain Gao, you really are going to die. Even if I'm going to die, I'm dragging you down with me. Gao Jie sucked in a breath and charged at him again. Xiao Wu and Delay were watching from the window, exclaiming, Sister Guan, the boss is fighting with your boyfriend. Guantong hurried to the window and saw Gao Jie being brutally beaten by Lin Xianchao. She didn't expect this pretty boy to be so strong. The boss had been a martial arts champion of the police station for 5 consecutive years. Sister Guan, this pretty boy is too ruthless. He has made our boss vomit. Sister Guan, he's assaulting a police officer. We should go out and take a look. Gao Jie was pinned to the ground by Lin Xianchao. Vomiting the food, he just ate all over the place, successfully expelling the sedative from his body. Only then did Lin Xianchao let go, handing over a tissue. Captain Gao, wipe your mouth. Are you feeling better? Gao Jie was taken aback. After taking a beating, he did feel less hot and quite comfortable, but his pride was shattered. Amy was on the verge of tears, worried about the sedative. Help. Someone is beating a police officer. Gao Jie waved his hand, wiping the vomit from his mouth. It was just a warm-up. The real contest had just begun. After saying that, he lunged at Lin Xianchao, and the two wrestled again. This time, Gao Jie easily subdued Lin Xianchao, regaining his earlier dignity. Pretty boy, tell me, who gave you the guts to openly assault a police officer? Lin Xianchao said nothing, lying on the ground laughing, his gaze fixed on Amy. Amy, you won't succeed. The sedative has already worn off. A crowd rushed out of the police station to separate the two. Quick, take this guy to the interrogation room. Boss, are you okay? Xiao Wu asked. Gao Jie looked at the vomit on the ground and smiled. I'm fine. It's just a pity for this food. He hadn't expected this pretty boy to be so strong. Earlier, He had underestimated him. Delay looked at the vomit and said, "Boss, that pretty boy's moves were pretty basic." Xiao Wu patted Delay's head. Didn't the boss say he was underestimating him? Who would have thought that pretty boy would go all out? Right, boss? Gao Jie took a deep breath. To be honest, he really hadn't expected the pretty boy to be so physically fit. His muscles seemed like they were made of steel. It seemed he must lift weights regularly, as his muscles were well developed. His claim of underestimating was just an excuse. He didn't want to lose face. In reality, he hadn't held back. The force was mutual. His fist felt like it had hit steel, and now his hand hurt fiercely. "Boss, why is your hand bleeding?" Delay exclaimed. "Did that guy's face come from a knife?" Gao Jie shot Delay a glare. "I accidentally bumped into something. He is not capable of that." In the end, he was still subdued by me. "Now let's go inside and ask that guy what kind of madness he is on." Guan Tong scolded Lin Xianchao. "You assaulted a police officer. Do you know the consequences? What happened to mutual trust? That was his girlfriend just now. I have nothing to do with him now." Lin Xianchao noticed Guan Tong signaling him, realizing she was trying to save him. "I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have doubted your rekindled feelings. Assaulting a police officer carries a minimum sentence of 3 years in prison, detention, or control. You were too impulsive." The two began to argue. Gao Jie realized that the pretty boy was just throwing a tantrum out of jealousy. Seeing Guan Tong with red eyes suddenly softened his heart. Although he loved her, they were close to a good ending, and he didn't want to see her unhappy. Zhang Milan had always looked down on him and favored Lin Xianchao as a son-in-law. "Guan Tong, as long as you are happy, that's all that matters." Gao Jie hid his hands behind his back. "All right, pretty boy, since this is your first offense and I'm not injured, I'll hold you accountable this time. Just go back where you came from quickly before I change my mind." Guan Tong quickly pulled Lin Xianchao away. "Let us go. Don't you think this is embarrassing enough?" Lin Xianchao obediently followed Guan Tong, and they walked out of the police station. Guan Tong questioned him. "Why did a robot like you want to hit someone? Did Gao Jie provoke you first, or did your system malfunction?" Amy's car was parked not far away, and through the car window, she was locking eyes with Lin Xianchao. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on her lips as she provocatively raised her middle finger at Lin Xianchao and drove away. "Not going to say anything, huh? Fine. I'm going online to apply for a refund." Guan Tong picked up her phone and angrily logged into the official website where she had purchased the AI robot. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as the website displayed a message saying that the site no longer existed. "Lin Xianchao, what does this mean? Is your lab running a black market?" Chapter 82. Great injury to vitality. Lin Xianchao looked at Guan Tong and said, "The shop may be upgrading recently." Guan Tong exclaimed in frustration, "I understand now. You were just a black shop and you were a garbage AI robot completely out of human control. Why did you suddenly come to deliver food to me today? Why did you suddenly attack Gao Jie? If your system is malfunctioning, I advise you to hurry back to the lab to fix and upgrade it. Just now, your identity was almost exposed. If the news that I bought an AI robot as a boyfriend spreads throughout the public security department, how can I live in the future? My mom will definitely kill me." I hit him for his own good. Lin Xianchao smiled slightly. If Gao Jie ingested those taming agents, he would follow Amy to M country like a zombie tonight to deliver ahead, even if he was lucky enough not to be taken away tonight. After consuming so many taming agents, it would be difficult to save his brain. Too much of that stuff would make him an idiot. "Oh no, you must be malfunctioning." Guan Tong looked at it as if it were a computer that had crashed. Lin Xianchao ultimately lied, "Mr. Li Ru instructed it not to reveal the news of the overseas AI invasion for now, as it could cause social upheaval and panic. In fact, I heard you talking in your sleep last night. Tong Tong, you often dream of him." "Dream? Talking? What did I say?" "You were calling his name, and my jealousy value hit the ceiling, making me feel resentment and anger, human emotions. I'm sorry, I forgot to run a virus scan recently. I will definitely do it regularly from now on." Guan Tong looked at it in disbelief. "You mean your system has developed self-awareness, and you are jealous of Gao Jie?" "Yes, I should not have developed such jealous awareness without your permission." "Tong Tong, it seems I have fallen in love with you." Guan Tong was taken aback. "Don't joke around. You're just an AI robot I bought to deal with my mom and relatives. Where's your lab? I'll take you back now. You need to restore factory settings as soon as possible." Lin Xianchao said, "The location of the lab is confidential. You should go back to work first. I'll drive over myself. See you tonight." Guantong cursed a few times about the unscrupulous merchants and labs deceiving consumers. "Don't be angry. A little puppy getting jealous proves he loves you. This time, for your sake, I'll let him off once. Next time, I won't spare him. I've never been beaten to the point of throwing up in my life. He's the first." I've remembered his name, Lin Xianchao. Gao Jie bit down on his molars and said, "Is your hand okay?" "It's fine, just a little scrape. I can go to the infirmary to take care of it." "Your little puppy is too impulsive. You need to keep an eye on him." Guantong sighed. "If he can't be fixed well, I plan to set him free. Let him go where he belongs." Gao Jie thought she meant to break up and suddenly brightened. "If it doesn't work, just kick him out. There are plenty of men with 2 legs in the world. This guy is too irritable. Both of you have quick tempers, and your personalities don't complement each other. Your mom must have been deceived by his looks. Now she knows that time reveals a person's heart." Tong, actually, I think it should be us." Guantong interrupted him, "Causing you to waste your lunch. Let's go, it's my treat." In the old factory in the suburbs, Amy and Lin Xianchao stared at each other for nearly a minute before Amy broke the silence. 007. Stop meddling. I'll say this one last time. From just this sentence, it is evident how angry Amy is inside. "Protecting Chinese people is my duty and responsibility. I will never let you take Gao Jie away." Amy was silent for a few seconds, activating her strongest combat capability. "Let's see if you have the strength for that." The 2 AI robots engaged in a contest of power. This time, Amy pushed Lin Xianchao back step by step until she struck directly at Lin Xianchao's mainframe. Lin Xianchao's system issued a red alert, indicating the highest danger level, and the ultra-high-definition screen in the lab kept beeping. With all the researchers gathered in front of the screen, Li Ru's expression was calm, but the sweat on his forehead betrayed him. "Mo Xiaoman, hurry. Increase the defense value and max out the attack and combat values." "Yes." Lin Xianchao still had no resistance, and Li Ru was sweating profusely, still not enough. 007's core structure is China's artificial intelligence W software. It seems we have to upgrade it ahead of time. Mo Xiaoman was shocked. "Mr. Li, didn't we say to upgrade in 6 months? Won't this make AI technology develop too quickly?" Li Ru's gaze was very firm. "We can't wait any longer. 007 is in danger. The enemy's guns are aimed at us. We can't be low-key anymore. The program code has already been written. Upgrading will only take 5 minutes. 007 should be able to hold on. Hurry up." "Yes." Amy approached Lin Xianchao, her attack power reaching unprecedented levels. At this moment, Lin Xianchao appeared like a weak chicken before her, easily able to be subdued. "Rookie AI, quickly say, do you submit?" Lin Xianchao's system had already paralyzed 70. Yet he gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait. I will definitely deal with you. Just based on you? Don't be naive. Country's AI technology dominates the world. No one can match it." The next second, Amy heard a beep, a piercing ultrasound penetrating the artificial human eardrum. Lin Xianchao's system was rapidly repairing itself, recovering from 70 paralysis to normal in an instant. At the same time, his system was upgrading, feeling his entire body tense up, filled with infinite power. He knew this was the lab injecting Chinese power into him. The latest generation of artificial intelligence W software was named Chinese Power. It was originally planned to soul forge the AI robot in 6 months. If it weren't for necessity, Mr. Li Ru would not have injected it with Chinese power early. With a beep, Lin Xianchao's system completed the upgrade, moving directly from version 200 to version 2000, entering the peak stage of Chinese power. "Amy, I said before, if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will give them 3 points of courtesy. If they offend me again, I will root them out." As the words fell, Lin Xianchao emitted powerful rings of light from around him, with 5 stars flashing within the red rings. The powerful rings enveloped Amy, and in an instant, she knelt down, unable to rise, her head pounding, devoid of any killing intent or attacking power. Robert stood in front of the big screen watching this scene, astonished at how powerful China's AI technology had become. Even able to easily defeat the excellent AI robot Amy they had painstakingly cultivated. Robert looked at this scene in disbelief, feeling a tremendous threat. Alex, we must find a way to save Amy. Otherwise, her system will be taken back to the lab by the Chinese for disassembly and research. And our core AI technology will be laid bare before them. Alex knew what this meant. He had to quickly inject Amy's system with even more powerful attack values, meaning the attack value must be raised to 99999. After kneeling for a long time, when Amy was on the brink of collapse, a beep sounded, and the attack value of 99,999 entered her system. Amy stood up and released red, white, and blue rings of light to counter Lin Xianchao's red rings. The researchers in the lab held their breath. Ultimately, the two rings were evenly matched, and Lin Xianchao and Amy both fell to the ground, severely injuring their systems. Amy hurriedly fled, and the critically injured Lin Xianchao was also urgently recalled to the lab for repairs. Chapter 83. Zhang Milan gets angry when Guantong returned home from work. She saw a pair of her mother's shoes outside the door and almost went crazy on the spot. Her mom was here to urge her to marry and have kids again. If she knew that Lin Xianchao was an AI humanoid robot, she might even sacrifice her family for justice. Mom, why are you cooking again? I'm on a diet, and I'm not eating dinner. Zhang Milan snorted coldly. Earlier, while tidying up the house, she discovered that the young couple was actually sleeping in separate beds with such a handsome man who looked like a young pan, and in her home, this silly girl was still keeping her chastity. Lin had a good job, was handsome, and was 3 years younger than her. How could she have no sense of urgency at all? She was already 30. It sounds nice to say that she was still young in the big city, but in this small town, she was already an old maid. Women at her age could easily have 2 or 3 kids. They could find plenty on the street. Guantong washed her hands and began to help out. Mom, you're stewing ribs tonight? It smells so good. Not for you, it's for Shaolin. Cooking is all for him. How are you going to keep him by your side? By catching a few more criminals? By being good at fighting? By being a police officer? By sleeping in separate beds with him? You need to hold on to Shaolin tightly. If you miss this opportunity, it might be gone. Mom has taught you. Get on the bus first, then buy the ticket. Get pregnant first, then get married. No mother would blame you for that. Shaolin is still fresh for you now. But can you guarantee he will always feel that way? Having a child is what will tie his heart to this home. Guantong's mood was already bad, and her eyes turned red all of a sudden. Mom, what era is this? Why do you still have such old-fashioned thoughts? Yes, I'm 30, unmarried and childless, but I work hard and am diligent. Fighting evil and promoting good, protecting ordinary citizens is my mission and my confidence. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. Mom, do you really think a woman's existence is just for reproduction, for having children? I don't think so. God has given us women the ability to bear children, but we have the right to choose when to have them. Mom, I don't believe that a relationship must depend on a child to be maintained. If having a child could tie a man's heart, then you should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and ask if couples with children are the ones who divorce the most every year. Zhang Milan was so angry that she turned off the stove. I'm leaving. I don't want to stress you out. It's my fault for urging you to marry and have kids. I'm just an annoying old-fashioned person. Wiping her tears, Zhang Milan picked up her bag and walked out. But Guantong suddenly rushed over. Mom, that's not what I meant. You don't understand me when I'm feeling unhappy at work and unfulfilled in my relationship. Sometimes I feel particularly lost, lonely, and exhausted. Seeing her daughter crying, Zhang Milan's heart softened, and she put down her bag. What's wrong? Did something happen at work? Haven't there been no big cases recently? What about Shaolin? Is he working overtime today? Why hasn't he come back yet? Guantong couldn't explain her mother that Shaolin was an AI robot bought just to fool her mother. Instead, it seemed to give her mother even more hope, as she was filled with thoughts of tying Shaolin's heart with a child. Mom, he's on a business trip. He'll be back in a few days. On a business trip? Why didn't you say so earlier? I could come over to keep you company. Silly child, why are you still crying? I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried about you being alone in the future. I will eventually leave before you, and then you won't have any blood relatives left. Those aunts and cousins of yours, as the saying goes, kinship doesn't last beyond 3 generations. No relationship is closer than that of parents. I'm worried that if I'm not around, you'll be alone, hungry, thirsty, sick, cold, or hot. Once you start working, you become a workaholic. Having a caring man by your side, loving you, and protecting you is what will allow me to leave in peace. Guantong tightly hugged her mother. Despite feeling guilty, she was determined that Lin Xianxiao could not be returned. No matter what happened in the future, at least her mother would feel at ease seeing Lin Xianxiao, and her mother's later years would be stable and happy, which had always been her biggest wish. Mom, don't worry. Your daughter is so beautiful. Everyone knows that among the three flowers of public security, judicial, and law enforcement, your daughter is one of them. Xiao Lin's heart has long been tied to me. You could just rest easy. Zhang Milan wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Then why are you two sleeping in separate beds? Young people should be inseparable and clingy. When I see only one pillow in both rooms, are you planning to wait until marriage to share a bed? Xiao Lin is so tall and handsome. Even I feel tempted. How are you managing to hold back? Silly girl, you're not young anymore. A little romance can relieve stress. With such a heavy workload, Xiao Lin is your best comfort. Guantong smiled wryly and gave a thumbs up. Mom, I think the reason I could be a police officer is definitely genetic. Your detective skills have already come into play. Don't flatter me. Anyone with eyes can see that. There is not even a condom in the closet and only one pillow. Are you two having a platonic relationship? In a moment of desperation, Guantong quickly thought of something and leaned in with a playful tone. Mom, actually, I'm just like you. We're both impulsive. It was you who pursued my dad back then, and I also took the initiative with Xiao Lin. I didn't expect him to be so conservative, so traditional, so pure, and so clean. What do you mean? Clarify your words. Zhang Milan frowned, confused. Are you saying that Xiao Lin doesn't agree with premarital relations? Guantong's eyes widened, nearly popping out of her head, and she nodded vigorously, then said plaintively, Mom, the daughter has unspoken troubles. I didn't expect Xiao Lin to be so conservative. His family is also very traditional, believing that boys shouldn't lose their virginity before marriage and must wait until the wedding night. Zhang Milan was shocked. Is that still a thing? It didn't even exist in the past. Isn't that just a moral constraint on women? Yes, I didn't expect that either. If I had known I could only look and not touch, I wouldn't have pursued him. Now, there's no way out. Our feelings are deep, and I can't bear to let him go. I've taken the initiative a few times, but Xiao Lin is too conservative. He says it's their custom and belief that boys must remain pure until the wedding night. Mom, Xiao Lin was almost scared to tears by me. I couldn't bear it. So I agreed to sleep in separate beds to respect his beliefs. Zhang Milan lowered her head, pondering for a moment, then said, What a good child. Still as pure as a glass of clean water. Tong Tong, you found a great deal. There aren't many men who are still virgins these days. Our family has struck gold with Xiao Lin. Now I'm relieved. Since Xiao Lin is so conservative and has chosen you, he will be your man for life. Tong Tong, you must not let him down. Guantong breathed a sigh of relief, finally having deceived her mother, suddenly worried that Lin Xianxiao might return and expose the truth. She said, Mom, you should hurry home and rest. I've been tired all day at work and just want to shower and sleep. Usually, Xiao Lin and I don't eat dinner. We just have a glass of yogurt before going to bed. Zhang Milan happily rushed into the kitchen. I'll finish this pot of ribs and then leave. You do your thing. I won't disturb you. Oh my, I didn't expect that I, Zhang Milan, have a son-in-law who is still a virgin. Your dad wasn't T1 either. He dated 2 women before me, which drove me crazy. Chapter 84 AI Dream Old Gal. Stop watching TV. Let's go cook for the kids. Tonight, let Amy try the noodles with meat sauce I made. Old Gal held her back. Don't disturb them in their world of 2. Who knows, within 3 months, Xiao Jia might start calling her wife. Our son is great at solving cases, but when it comes to feelings, he's still a wooden-headed boy. Old Gao, is watching TV more fun than playing chess? As soon as Old Gao heard about chess, he perked up. Amy is indeed good at chess. The last time he played with her, he won a few times by sheer luck. Let's go play a couple of games of chess with Amy to relieve our boredom. The couple happily took a taxi to their son's community. They first knocked on Amy's door, but no one answered after a long time. Is Amy not home? Could she be in our son's room? Let's listen. What if they're in there doing something? It would be awkward if we suddenly walked in. The couple pressed their ears against the door and listened for a while when suddenly the elevator door opened. Gao Jia looked at them in confusion. Dad, Mom, why aren't you coming in? Old Gao smiled sheepishly. Your mom was worried you might be sleeping and didn't want to disturb your rest. By the way, where's Amy? We knocked for a while, and your mom said she might be in your room. As soon as he finished speaking, Mom shot a fierce glare at Dad, and Gao Jie immediately understood. Dad, Mom, you two have ulterior motives. Zhang Ping quickly changed the subject. Son, how did you hurt your hand? I encountered a fool during the day and accidentally got scratched. The infirmary has already bandaged and disinfected it. As long as it's okay. I heard there aren't many cases in the bureau lately. You should use this free time to cultivate your feelings with Amy and let her become our daughter-in-law sooner. Amy is good-looking, and our future granddaughter will surely be beautiful. Gao Jie felt overwhelmed. This day was simply too surreal. First, he received a loving bento from Amy, then got beaten up by a pretty boy, and all afternoon he felt dizzy. There were no new leads on the case about Zhou Daoi's disappearance from Zhou Jing's side. Now that he was home, wanting some quiet time, his parents came to urge him to marry. Why is there such a persistent and dreadful custom of parents urging their children to marry in this world? At this moment, Gao Jie really wanted to dig up the first couple who got married and ask them, wasn't living alone good? Why do they have to bind themselves together? Because of love? Your grandpa called again and said he would come to see his granddaughter-in-law in a few days. Granddaughter-in-law? Who? Gao Jie was confused. Amy. Son, are you stupid? Dad, Mom, it's impossible between me and Amy. True, she's beautiful, and you both like her, and I have physical feelings for her, but I don't love her. It's not going to happen. Stop thinking about it. I'm going to bed. You two should go home. It must be Amy. Zhang Ping lowered her voice, but still sounded angry. You're already 33, busy with work and in danger. Do you think you're still popular in the dating market? I've gone to every matchmaking event for you, submitted your resume, and there aren't many people willing to marry their daughters to you. That's right. Being a criminal police officer is great and noble, but it's never as stable as civil servants, doctors, teachers, or bankers. Amy likes you so much and wants to be with you. Why are you still being difficult? Are you still thinking about Guantong? She already has a boyfriend and has introduced him to her relatives. Why are you still being so wishful? As his parents chattered on, Gao Jie felt his head buzzing. Dad, Mom, I'm really tired today. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Zhang Ping was about to say something else when old Gao patted her shoulder. Let's go. We'll come back tomorrow. Amy isn't home. We mainly came to see Amy. Zhang Ping nodded. You're right. What's the point of seeing this kid? He just knows how to make us angry. Amy is much more sensible. Let's go. We're not cooking for him. He's in bliss and doesn't know it. Let's go back and eat the noodles with meat sauce ourselves. After his parents left, Gao Jie took a shower, stood in front of the mirror, changed his bandage, and recalled some moves from his fight with Lin Xianchao. This guy didn't have any particular style. It was hard to tell what martial arts he practiced. His only advantage was his rock-solid body. Several times he couldn't shake him off. What was even stranger was that the pretty boy didn't hit him anywhere else but kept landing blows on his abdomen until he threw up. But during the second scuffle, he easily pinned the pretty boy to the ground without any effort. Now that he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be that way. He had just exerted some force when the pretty boy had already collapsed. Why did he do that? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. So he simply stopped thinking, went back to his room, and assumed a sleep position that looked like being torn apart by horses, and soon began to snore. China AI Laboratory, AI Robot Damage Repair Center. After 3 hours emergency repair by M.O. Xiaoman, the machine returned to its previous normal data. 007. Do you feel better now? Lin Xianchao opened his eyes and found himself on the robot operating table. Thank you. I'm much better now. Amy's combat power and attack value have significantly increased in a short time, but her body has also experienced backlash and discomfort. In today's confrontation, we were evenly matched with the robots from Country M. At this moment, Mr. Li Ru walked into the AI Robot Damage Repair Center. You performed excellently today. You saved Gao Jie again. Amy has upgraded too quickly in a short time, and her body has developed intolerance. She needs some time to recover, and so do you. Don't engage in direct confrontation with her for a while. After you go back, you need a period of healing and recovery. Lin Xianchao nodded. At this moment, he saw Gao Jie's real-time status on the electronic screen in front of him. Gao Jie was sleeping, snoring loudly, and his sleeping position was incredibly awkward. Mr. Li, what's this? We want to meet him in person. Li Ru smiled and touched the blue screen in front of him, activating the AI Dream illusion mode. Soon, dense lines of code suddenly appeared on the blue screen, cycling through before finally converging into a faint blue light that entered Gao Jie's brain. In his sleep, Gao Jie suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness arrived in the laboratory. He looked incredulously at everything filled with high technology around him, and finally, his gaze fell on the three of them. He didn't recognize Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman, but he recognized Lin Xianchao. Pretty boy, I didn't expect to dream about you. You were ruthless during the day. Oh, is this a high-tech operating table? Let me help you personally. I'll give you a good lesson in the dream. Li Ru looked at the blue screen. All of Gao Jie's data was displayed on it, and his excitement and revenge levels had reached their peak. Hello, Captain Gao. Gao Jie turned around and looked at Li Ru and Mo Xiaoman, who were watching him like monkeys. Don't worry, I have no grievances with you. I won't harm the innocent. After saying that, he picked up a small hammer in front of him and began to ponder where to start. You used your right hand to hit me, right? Lin Xianchao nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll disable your right hand. Don't be afraid. Dreams are fake, but the sensations might feel very real. Pretty boy, during the day, I spared you because I was thinking of Guantong. Now consider a lesson. First, you stole my ex-girlfriend and flaunted your love publicly. Second, you randomly beat me up, wasting Amy's good intentions. Third, I hate soft rice-eating pretty boys the most. Gao Jie raised the small hammer high, and Li Ru calmly shouted, Captain Gao, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Ru, the founder of the China AI Robot Laboratory. Chapter 85. Arriving at the laboratory, Gao Jie showed a strange excitement on his face. Are you Li Ru, the creator of China's AI software W? Li Ru smiled elegantly. That's me. Gao Jie ignored Lin Xianchao and walked up to Li Ru, extending a hand. Finally, I get to meet you in person. What a pleasure. Mo Xiaoman was taken aback, about to say something, but Li Ru gestured for him not to worry. You look a bit younger than my dad, so I'll call you Uncle Li. That's fine. Li Ru maintained his refined smile. Uncle Li, I heard that China's AI software W is already leading the world. They say M country is first and we are second. That C software from M country is quite powerful.